Apocalypse divine skill. The 7 deadly sins, ruthless ascension. A gentle tap to rouse the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. When Lu Ming awoke, he found all of humanity had been transported to the Jialan star system. The planet Jialan was now in the throes of an apocalypse, overrun by aberrants. Humanity's first and only task was to survive in this resource-scarce, perilous wasteland. But Lu Ming received an unexpected gift right from the start. Prompt: activate the surprise gift. Congratulations! You have obtained the exclusive skill Ascend. This skill can elevate any item by 1 grade, but cannot be used repeatedly on the same item. Lu Ming stared at the word any in the skill description. After a moment's thought, his eyes widened in realization. A wide grin spread across his face. I choose to ascend itself. And thus was born Lu Ming, the man who would give the world migraines, forcing it into constant overtime. The unparalleled master of exploiting loopholes, Lu the Glitch Ming. When his senses returned, Lu Ming found himself standing on a derelict street. His gaze swept over buildings and storefronts choked with weeds and moss, and vehicles of uncertain status. Pulling off his sweat-dampened headphones, Lu Ming scanned the unfamiliar street with a mix of confusion and bewilderment. If his memory served him right, he had just been doing his morning exercises outside his dormitory when everything suddenly went black, and he found himself here. He didn't pinch himself. The lingering ache in his legs was proof enough this wasn't a dream. As he instinctively stepped forward, a faint yellow energy barrier shimmered into existence, blocking his path. The sharp pain from impact on his forehead confirmed this was all too real. Suddenly, the unmistakable melody of "Tomorrow Will Be Better" filled the air, accompanied by an excessively cheerful AI synthetic voice. Welcome, 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 dear residents of Blue Star. Congratulations on becoming the protagonists of the 66,666th Jialan Apocalypse campaign. I do hope you enjoy this popular melody from your home world, specially selected for your arrival. Jialan Apocalypse? Campaign protagonists? What was all this? Transportation? Another dimension? Some cruel experiment? As an amateur writer with a streak of fantastical imagination, he'd often dreamed of being whisked away to another world, gaining incredible powers, becoming a legendary hero, slaying demon kings, and living a life of luxury. But this, an apocalypse that needed to be campaigned, surely didn't promise a better tomorrow. As he pondered, a shout erupted from behind him. A burly man with sunglasses, a cigarette dangling from his lip, was glaring around, trying to pinpoint the voice's source. Lu Ming quickly dismissed him. Looking around, within his immediate vicinity, besides the sun-gassed man, there were several dozen other men and women also encased in similar light barriers. They stood frozen in fear or stared around in dazed confusion, sharing helpless, bewildered glances. Helpless? Truth be told, he felt it too. It was just his loner background that conditioned him to maintain a facade of calm composure. This is Planet 618 of the Jialan star system, possessing an ecological environment highly similar to your blue star. Due to a cataclysm of unknown origin, the entire planet has been saturated with corrupting energy, transforming this world into a rampant breeding ground for aberrant life forms. You have all been chosen. Your task is simple. Eradicate them, survive to the very end, and claim all the honors and riches. Or be hunted down, becoming mere sustenance for their continued evolution. Whether prompted by the man's shout or as part of a predetermined script, the electronic voice began its solemn exposition. The Jialan star system. If this was a lie, some elaborate cover for an experiment, he'd need evidence first. His immediate priority was to stay calm, absorb every piece of information, and commit it all to memory. We understand your sudden arrival may cause distress and panic, but fret not. To ease your burdens, we have thoughtfully prepared 7 survival guidelines. Commit these to heart. First, from ruin, rebirth. As the world was corrupted, it also evolved, giving birth to a completely new energy system. Understand it, master it, wield it, and you shall become powerful beyond measure. Third, hope endures. To alleviate the hardships of survival, countless supply caches of varying sizes are scattered across the globe. Airdrops will also occur periodically. Within, you will find precious resources, perhaps life-saving sustenance, a useful tool, a body-enhancing serum, or, most crucially, maps of these treacherous lands. You will not miss them, for they are designed to be unmistakable. Securing them, however, depends wholly on your strength and luck. Fourth, the dark is deeper. Before mankind mastered fire, the night held terrors greater than any beast. Here, that terror is magnified 100-fold. Night is when the aberrants become most active. Cloaked in darkness, they grow more ferocious, more savage. Even higher-tier entities may emerge under the moon's cover, seeking amusement. Exercise extreme caution. Unless you possess power overwhelming for this region, do not brave the night. Fifth, tools for survival. Every individual is granted access to 4 universal functions. These will compensate for various shortcomings and provide numerous conveniences for daily life. Familiarize yourself with them swiftly and learn their flexible application. Sixth, stagnation is death. Do not entertain the foolish notion of hiding indefinitely. Prudence is vital, but true strength is the ultimate foundation of survival. To grant you an adaptation period, the ambient aberrant rank has been temporarily suppressed. This suppression is not permanent. It will decay every 30 days, each time raising the local threat level by 1 rank. Dwell in comfort at your peril. Only by advancing bravely can you hope to endure. Seventh, a world unbound. Civilization has fallen. Order is chaos. In this rule-less world, you are all emblems of pure freedom. Your choices, your actions, all your goals stem from the primal instinct to survive. Will you cling to your humanity or cast it aside? Offer a helping hand or embrace absolute self-interest. Forge a new order or reign as a lord of anarchy. The choice is yours. If you amass enough power, enough wealth, none will dare condemn you. None will dare judge you. None will dare punish you. You are the world. You are its God. So go forth, survivors. Survive, explore, grow powerful. Everything can be yours. You will. Clunk. The transmission cut off abruptly. The cheerful, almost frantic survival briefing vanished into silence. The world became still, but the stillness was short-lived. The tune of tomorrow will be better started again, but this time, no voice accompanied it. Only cold, stark, emotionless words projected before their eyes. Survival guidelines concluded. Commencing Jalon world restart. Fusing civilization progress. Fusion complete. Unifying language systems. Unification complete. Establishing world channel. Establishment complete. Constructing transaction space. Construction complete. Restoring urban functions. Restoration complete. Jalon world restart finalized. Biological force field deactivation imminent. Apocalypse campaign countdown initiating. 3:002:59. Swoosh. As the projection shifted to the glaring white countdown, the faint yellow energy barrier in front of him dissolved into nothingness. Chapter 2. Physical assessment of junior soldiers. It was not the strength of will that overwhelmed him, but rather the nauseating stench that assaulted his senses. It was a repugnant, sour odor that made him instinctively hold his breath, only to be struck dumb by the horrific scene before him. Why? Because everything he had previously observed through the biological force field had undergone a shocking transformation. The once desolate and tranquil street was now infested with enormous, grayish-white maggots. They were grotesquely large, their size comparable to that of a full-grown wild boar. Through their translucent skin, he could see the viscous fluids and vividly colored innards writhing within. They squirmed frantically, exuding thick, yellowish-green slime from their abdomens, which corroded and decomposed the weeds and dead wood on the street. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it an unforgettable assault on the senses, the source of the putrid stench. Ugh, what on earth are these creatures? As people beheld the monstrous maggots, some gagged in horror, while others froze in fear. However, Lu Ming was undeterred. He sprinted forward with urgency. The giant maggots, despite their writhing bodies, seemed oblivious to his presence, indicating that they were either subdued or confined. Given the prior biological force field that had blocked him from external alien creatures, Lu Ming surmised that these were likely the same entities, merely incapacitated as the countdown for the survivors had not yet concluded. Thus, the immediate priority became apparent: to locate a temporary refuge. Hey! As Lu Ming dashed forward, the onlookers, stunned by the sight of the colossal maggots, quickly scattered in all directions. Lu Ming, already distancing himself from the crowd, scanned his surroundings. They were neither particularly fortunate nor unfortunate. Their location happened to be an older commercial street. Rather than a bustling marketplace, it resembled a narrow alley with shops on the ground floor and residences above. Gazing at the overgrown residential area, Lu Ming felt a surge of hope. Firstly, the residential complex was likely to harbor remnants of survival supplies and daily necessities. It was not unreasonable to expect to find a few useful tools. Secondly, the residential area provided an elevated vantage point for a broader view of the surroundings, enabling him to gather valuable geographical information. Regrettably, time was of the essence, and entering the complex seemed an insurmountable task, even if he managed to navigate through the alley. Finding an unlocked and secure entry was far from guaranteed. With the primary option already deemed impossible, he had to focus on the present, namely the shops on either side. A private supermarket, eateries for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and a hardware store were all promising choices. The first two options provided both supplies and tools, while the latter was undoubtedly well-stocked with equipment. Conversely, stationery shops, photo studios, barbershops, and real estate agencies were the least desirable alternatives, offering little beyond temporary shelter from alien threats. Lastly, there were a few viable options, such as a mobile phone repair shop, which included maintenance, an appliance repair service, and an affordable pharmacy. The former boasted repair tools, while the latter stocked medications, always a valuable resource unless they were all expired. In that case, one could only resign themselves to misfortune. However, after running several hundred meters and surveying dozens of shops, any establishment related to food, tools, or medicine was either locked, overrun by the giant maggots, or completely filled, seemingly denying him any optimal choices. Thus, all preferred options fell through. A few stationery shops, real estate offices, and barbershops proved safe, and Lu Ming took note of them as potential last resorts. Glancing at the countdown, he saw 2 minutes remaining. There was still a chance to test his luck. More seconds ticked away, and finally, fortune smiled upon him. With just 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the timer, he spotted a partially rolled-up shutter door of a mobile phone repair shop, its glass door securely shut, but the chain lock hanging loosely. Apart from 3 giant maggots lurking at the entrance, there were no signs of alien creatures within. This was it. Fixating on his target, Lu Ming sprinted forward, removed the chain lock, and pushed open the glass door, crouching as he squeezed inside. Rather than rushing in, he cautiously scanned every corner, ensuring that no living beings remained, including on the ceiling, before fully entering. He then pulled down the shutter to isolate himself from the outside world, swiftly closing the door behind him and securing the chain lock to the handle, fastening it tightly. Panting heavily, Lu Ming felt drenched in sweat, as if he had just run 10 kilometers. He collapsed onto the floor, his temples throbbing, and his breathing becoming alarmingly rapid. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on the countdown. 30, 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Countdown complete. The biological force field has been lifted. May all matters proceed smoothly, and the path ahead be unobstructed. The subtitles gradually faded, only to reappear, this time displaying not a countdown, but a property panel. However, he had no time to examine it closely, as outside, an unsettling writhing and a piercing wail reminiscent of a child's cry pierced the air. A chill ran down his spine, sending tremors through him, making him instinctively retreat until his back pressed against the repair counter, finally granting him a modicum of safety. Clearly, the giant maggots had broken free from their confinement, and there was no longer any sanctuary outside. The only solace was that he was not yet in peril. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Lu Ming refocused on the property panel before him. It bore a striking resemblance to character panels in video games, with his photograph at the top, clear and identical to his ID photo. Clicking on it revealed a full-body reflection, quite astonishing. Below the image lay his personal information. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. ID number, 66666. Age, 24. Specialization level, not yet detected. Click to begin scanning. Universal functions, collection, world channel, trading market, spatial satchel. The information was sparse, yet it raised numerous questions. The most concerning aspect was the not yet detected following the specialization level. Click to scan the subject. It increasingly resembled a game, yet the reality felt overwhelmingly tangible, leaving him at a loss for words. With no time to ponder these weighty matters, Lu Ming clicked on not yet detected with a spirit of experimentation. To his surprise, he experienced a tactile feedback akin to tapping a smartphone screen. Beginning detection of physical data, A beam of blue light radiated from the panel, scanning Lu Ming from head to toe. Data detection complete. Level assessment. Junior soldier, instantly. The not yet detected next to his power level transformed into junior soldier. It appeared this was the hierarchy of strength in the apocalyptic world of Jalon. He clicked to view details. Junior soldier. Preliminary conditions for becoming a hunting warrior. Strength slightly surpasses that of an ordinary person. Consuming specialized crystallines can elevate rank. Current progress, 0-10, specialized crystalline. A precious energy entity that appears after purifying alien creatures, containing vast energy. In addition to enhancing specialization levels. It can also serve as a consumable, replacing most energy consumption. Upon learning of his rank and the method of elevation, Lu Ming's expression darkened. The already precarious survival situation was exacerbated, for the only known path to strength lay in confronting alien creatures head-on. Chapter 3. The mysterious gift box. Never mind. Since evasion was not an option, he must learn to accept his fate. The key was to continue gathering information. Abandoning illusions, Lu Ming accessed the universal functions and began browsing through them one by one. Collection. A universal function that enables the rapid disassembly of biological corpses to extract the essence of materials. Usage. Select a target for collection and simply recite the command. Effective within a 1-meter range. This function can only be applied to biological remains, and the limitations are quite clear. Yet he entertained a glimmer of hope and attempted to use it on the repair counter and mobile accessories. As anticipated, the prompt indicated that non-collection types were unusable, leaving no exceptional cases to explore. With a sense of resignation, I moved on to the next feature. World Channel. A universal function that allows one to open a communication channel and converse with all survivors. The method of activation is simply to recite it in one's mind. A grand communication platform, Lu Ming activated it internally, and a blue chat box appeared beside the attributes panel, listing 4 distinct sections: World, National, Regional, Private Chat. The information within the World section scrolled rapidly, showcasing a fervent exchange in countless languages. Although the entirety of the conversations eluded comprehension, I could capture a few words, astonishingly. Regardless of the language, the meanings were understood with a remarkably localized awareness, likely due to the effects of a unified language system. At this moment, the interface kindly provided a prompt, indicating that clicking the message box would pause the automatic scrolling from manual browsing. In an effort to familiarize myself with the operations, Lu Ming followed the instructions to halt the flow of information. This approach had its advantages and disadvantages. Fortunately, everyone was barefoot, rendering them less concerned about information exposure. If truly uneasy, one could simply choose not to reveal themselves. After all, there are many who read novels without commenting. What harm is there in observing without engaging? As for the communication content within the channel, Lu Ming glanced at it briefly before losing interest. It was either boasting about one's own nation or deriding others, indulging in utterly meaningless verbal bombardments. It seemed there had been attempts to stir discord, igniting chaos. Frankly, it was rather tedious, while one might expect normalcy in life. It was remarkable how the essence of trolling could persist in such circumstances. Yet, this also indicated that a significant number of individuals had acquired a sanctuary at the outset, further affirming humanity's tenacious survival instinct in the face of adversity. Switching templates, I navigated to the national module, which felt instantly more comfortable, not due to the quality of discourse, but rather the uniformity of the language made it visually appealing. I did not scrutinize the chat content closely, as it predominantly expressed negative emotions, existing in a state of chaotic monologue devoid of useful information. Transitioning to the regional section, the frequency of messages improved significantly. Although the messages still surged upward one by one, at least the reading pace was manageable. Shanghai, how is everyone doing? Wang Yang, in the last few seconds, I found a real estate agency. Aside from lacking supplies and tools, it seems relatively safe, though the sounds of monsters outside are quite eerie. I'm a bit frightened and unsure of the next step. Bao Zhengsheng, we're all in similar situations. I wanted to find a bakery or restaurant to hide in, but they were all infested with those monsters. I ended up choosing a barber shop. Fortunately, the owner seems to live here, and there's a box of uneaten instant noodles and a few unopened bottles of mineral water in the storage room. If anyone needs it later, just let me know. I'm happy to contribute. Fong Peng, is that for real? Uncle, you're amazing. Can you spare me 2 packs? I eat a lot. Jin Shi, I want some too. Uncle, give me a few packs. Me too. Uncle, look at me. Uncle, Fong Peng, who are you? My dad. Even he doesn't care about me. Why would you? Exactly. Who doesn't know how to preach grand theories? Is it wrong to want to stock up on supplies? Dog catching mice. Understand, brother, assessment complete. Shanghai. This is the apocalypse. It's not a natural disaster. No rescue team is coming to save you. Everyone wants to survive, relying on others' goodwill to satisfy your greed. What kind of worldview is that? This is exploitation. Uncle Bao, don't be so honest. In these exceptional times, who knows what kind of scoundrels are out there? If you give to them, what will you do? Wealth should not be flaunted. Fong Peng, who are you calling scoundrels? If it weren't for the special circumstances, do you believe I wouldn't confront you? Jin Shi, you say our worldview is flawed. Perhaps you're just afraid Uncle Bao will give away everything and you won't get any, pretending to be a good person to win favor, then asking for more. I've seen plenty of types like you, each one more scheming than the last. If that were true, it would be disgusting. Opening the door to disgust is truly nauseating. Shanghai, I differ from you. I have my own bottom line. Bottom line? Can that be eaten? Such grandstanding. It's more accurate to say you can't lower your pride and can't stand to see others do well. What nonsense. Bao Zhengqing, this is my fault. Everyone, stop arguing. Chun, you have a point. Besides, I can't provide for so many. Let us do this. 5 days is indeed too long. If anyone can't hold out after 3 days, just let me know. I'll help if I can. Pa, 3 days? After 3 days, do you think there will be anything left? You'll certainly be eating 3 hearty meals a day, regardless of our fates. I suspect he is showing off deliberately, afraid of angering everyone, crafting a nice phrase, and now that his goal is achieved, he is secretly enjoying it. Bao Zhengqing, I see a hidden agenda. Indeed. In the apocalypse, who would share their goods with others? It's a scam. Look, his intentions have been exposed. He doesn't dare to speak now. Such people are even more revolting than the understanding brother. As I read these piercing words, Lu Ming was deeply moved. He understood that the environment could alter survival perspectives and distort human nature. Yet, he had not anticipated such rapid changes in individuals. He clicked on the profiles of Chun Hai and Bao Zhengqing. The former had a resolute countenance, a flat-top square face. And while he might not have the defined features of a hero, he certainly exuded masculinity and righteousness. Given his words, it was highly probable that he was a person of integrity in the original world. The latter was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed plainly, wearing glasses, and appearing somewhat gaunt, with a very amiable demeanor. While the truth of his words remained uncertain, it was evident that boasting about luck did not hold water. It could be understood when a teenager sought to flaunt their youthful bravado, but how many individuals in their 40s remained unscathed by society's trials? That demographic generally avoided unnecessary conflicts. In the past, people would not have been so harsh. It seemed that in apocalyptic times, one must restrain excessive kindness. Loving oneself truly is the only truth. As for assisting others, that would depend on one's capacity and the recipient. Afterward, no further useful information surfaced, prompting Lu Ming to close the world channel and turn to the third universal function, Trading Post, a universal function that opens a trading platform for buying and selling items. Remarkably convenient, activated by mere mental recitation. It is straightforward and easy to use, yet currently, there are not many people selling goods. This is understandable. As for such a system to operate, a certain accumulation of time is necessary. Presently, everyone is engulfed in a state of unknown terror, leaving little time for such matters. Thus, only the final universal function remained, the spatial satchel. This concept is somewhat familiar to the Chinese, akin to storage rings, storage spaces, or Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. There is bound to be one that resonates with your memories. Spatial satchel, a universal function designed for storing items, excluding living beings. Time within the space stands still, and identical items can be stacked infinitely. Upon death, the satchel falls into an unclaimed state, activated by mere mental recitation. Upon death, it falls into an unclaimed state. It seems one will not only have to battle foreign entities, but also contend with one's kind competing for interests. This further solidified his resolve to prioritize self-preservation. Activating the spatial satchel, a backpack interface manifested before Lu Ming. 2 rows of 10 slots, totaling 20 compartments. The first 2 slots corresponded with Chun Hai's description, a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water and 2 compressed biscuits. As for the third slot, the third slot contained a golden gift box, an item unmentioned by Chen Hai. Lu Ming held his breath and clicked on the gift box. For gilded characters accompanied by a description catching his eye. Mystery gift box. In light of your identification number matching that of the survival strategy batch, a special lucky gift is bestowed upon you. Chapter 4. I choose to ascend a lucky gift. By heaven's grace, I am indeed an authentic non-lucky individual, perpetually receiving participation prizes at supermarkets and being a regular at guaranteed returns in games. Have I inadvertently improved my lineage upon entering this apocalypse? Lu Ming froze for 3 seconds before a prompt suddenly appeared. Detection of mystery gift box. You have obtained 3 lottery opportunities. Would you like to open them immediately? If the answer is no, the gift box will be automatically rejected, and it will be randomly transferred to a fortunate recipient. Is there a choice for transfer? Let's begin immediately. Congratulations, you have received 3 chances to draw prizes, which will be randomly selected from 4 categories: resources, skills, weapons, and special items. Please select a drawing method, single draw or triple draw. I choose triple draw. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-rank skill, advanced appraisal. Congratulations, you have obtained an E-rank skill, ordinary knife technique. Congratulations, you have obtained an exclusive skill, sublimation. Is this a skill that has been poked? In this triple draw of skills, aside from 1 E-rank gray skill, the other 2 are increasingly rare. In a flash of surprise, the gift box disintegrated and reformed in the air into 3 glowing orbs, 1 gray, 1 gold, and 1 red, rushing toward him at extraordinary speed. He intended to demonstrate the limits of human reaction by consciously dodging, but his body did not respond in time and was directly struck by the 3 orbs. Successfully learned S-rank skill, advanced appraisal. Successfully learned E-rank skill, ordinary knife technique. Successfully learned exclusive skill, sublimation. In an instant, a multitude of unfamiliar information flooded his mind. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel, and indeed, the information had changed. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. ID, 66666. Age, 24. Specialization level, junior soldier. Universal functions, collection, world channel. Trading post, space satchel skills, ordinary knife technique, E-rank, advanced appraisal, S-rank, sublimation, exclusive. He immediately opened the skill information, starting naturally with the rarest one. Sublimation, no rank, category, exclusive skill effect, consumes a certain number of specialization crystals to permanently elevate any item by 1 rank. The same target cannot be used repeatedly. Owner, Lu Ming. Skill feature, transfers upon death. After reading the skill's effect description, Lu Ming felt his blood boiling. Elevating any item by 1 rank means that anything he possesses will evolve to a higher level, such as that bottle of 500 milliliters purified water. Realizing this, Lu Ming promptly took out the bottle of 500 milliliters purified water, gripped it tightly, and silently chanted, sublimation. Notification, sublimating 500 milliliters of purified water requires consuming 1 specialization crystal. The first use of the exclusive skill grants 3 uses without consumption. Confirm to use 1 no-consumption privilege to elevate 500 milliliters of purified water to 500 milliliters of multifunctional sports drink. Confirm, use 1 specialization crystal. Confirm, use 1 no-consumption privilege. Cancel 3 no-consumption privileges? Staring at the options for the consumption privileges, Lu Ming pondered. So, it is designed this way to alleviate the initial burden of using specialization crystals, providing a trial opportunity, which is quite considerate. However, using a privilege for something worth only 1 specialization crystal, like purified water, would be foolish. It should be reserved for offsetting significant costs, especially for options that enhance strength. As food is consumed and gone, while possessing strength leads to a continuous supply of sustenance. Understanding this, Lu Ming immediately canceled the sublimation of the purified water. However, before canceling, he unexpectedly discovered that the multifunctional drink in the sublimation options could be viewed. He clicked to check. 500 milliliters multifunctional drink. Category, Level 2 beverage effect. Contains abundant energy substances. Merely 100 milliliters can simultaneously alleviate dehydration, fatigue, weakness, and other mild negative symptoms. Shelf life, 3 years. Both the efficacy and shelf life were surprisingly powerful, entirely different from sports drinks on Blue Star, and incomparable to ordinary purified water. This indicates that acquiring level 2 beverages must be quite challenging, perhaps only obtainable through opening resource boxes. What reassured him further was that the sublimation skill was exceedingly thoughtful. Although level 2 items are certainly superior to level 1 items, being able to note detailed information before sublimation holds critical significance. The greatest advantage is providing a comparison. If a single beverage can simultaneously resolve dehydration and fatigue, then the priority of sublimating filling foods should be lowered. For example, sublimating two similar types of weapons. Or when multiple choices arise during sublimation, the importance of detailed information becomes even more pronounced. Undoubtedly, this is a divine skill worthy of in-depth research. However, there is no rush to validate ideas, as he should first examine the other two skills. Turning to the second skill, he chose to view it. Advanced Appraisal, S-Rank, Category, Auxiliary Skill Description, allows the user to read the information of the target item. Range of effect, individual. Information acquisition degree, relatively detailed. The method of use was not specified, but he already had a clear concept in his mind. He envisioned releasing the appraisal, and everything in sight would manifest a blue outline, once locked on. He simply needed to silently chant the word appraisal to utilize the skill and read the detailed information of the item. Appraisal. Focusing on the glass display case before him, he released Advanced Appraisal, and a string of information flooded his mind. Aged Starshine Glass Display Case. Information: a somewhat old display case produced by the Starshine Display Case Processing Factory. Later purchased by the owner of an innovative mobile phone repair shop, Pungu, and is now on the verge of being discarded. The details were indeed quite comprehensive, even revealing the name of the production factory and the purchaser, showcasing its obvious utility. In his view, the appraisal skill, even if it cannot be compared with the rarity of the exclusive skill, possesses an efficacy that is no less valuable, especially in this unknown apocalyptic world. It is akin to a true eye of truth. Unfortunately, he could not dare to reveal himself now. Otherwise, he could have appraised the maggot-like aberration to discern some useful information, such as habits, characteristics, or attack methods. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming continued to examine the third skill, Ordinary Knife Technique. Ordinary Knife Technique. E-Rank. Category: Combat Skill Effect. Basic Mastery of Knife Usage. The E-Rank skill lived up to its name. It was succinct and perfunctory. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. In this apocalyptic world, anything that enhances strength is invaluable and worthy of his earnest consideration. With a general understanding of the skills, what remained was to contemplate the perfect application plan surrounding the exclusive skill. Consuming a certain number of specialization crystals to permanently elevate any item by 1 rank? Anything. Could it be that? An epiphany struck, and Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as a bold idea flashed through his mind. And he blurted out, "Choose to subliminate the exclusive skill." Chapter 5 Video File, Notification. Sublimating the exclusive skill requires consuming 1 million specialization crystals. You have 3 uses without consumption. Confirm to use 1 privilege to elevate the exclusive skill to a higher level. Confirm, consume 1 million specialization crystals. Confirm, use 1 no consumption privilege. Cancel, 1 million specialization crystals. The sheer quantity is daunting. And the name of the consumable is different as well. View Specialization Crystal. Specialization Crystal, a massive energy substance whose energy content is equivalent to 100 specialization crystal blocks. It is the top-tier energy currency in the Galax System, capable of replacing all energy consumption. It can only be obtained by purifying a very limited number of aberrant creatures, all of which are dominators among aberrant species. Specialization Crystal Block. A new substance name has emerged. Specialization Crystal Block, a high-energy substance. Its energy content is equivalent to 100 specialization crystals. It is a mid-tier energy currency in the Galax System, capable of replacing 90% of energy consumption. It can be obtained with a chance by purifying king-level aberrant creatures. Having grasped the distinctions between specialization crystals, specialization crystal blocks, and specialization crystal bodies, he now fully comprehended the energy currency of the Galan apocalypse. The more one understands, the more one is filled with dread. The true strength of Dominion-level aberrant creatures remains unknown to Lu Ming. However, the textual descriptions of the specialized crystallized entities provide a mere glimpse into the vastness of their might, far beyond anything he can currently fathom or even imagine. Observing the exaggerated quantities required for consumption, Lu Ming hesitated not for a moment and opted to utilize his privilege. Prompt: Exclusive skill sublimation successful. It has ascended to a higher echelon. As this skill has appeared for the first time, please assign it a name. The first time? Could it be that this skill has been acquired solely by him? After a brief silence, Lu Ming softly declared, Ultimate Sublimation. Prompt: Exclusive skill Ultimate Sublimation named successfully. Instantly, the information regarding sublimation in his mind was replaced with new content. While the exclusive skill section of his attribute panel transformed from red to a vibrant array of colors. Ultimate Sublimation. Category: Exclusive skill effect. Consumes a certain quantity of specialized crystals to permanently elevate the rank of any single object by 1 or 2 tiers. The same target cannot be used repeatedly. Affiliated entity. Lu Ming. Skill characteristics. Rank surpasses limits. Undetectable. Vanishes upon death. Witnessing the change in skill level and effects, Lu Ming could hardly contain his elation. Even the wailing of the maggots outside suddenly became a refreshing melody. The level remains indeterminate, aligning with the prompt's indication of its initial appearance. 2 tiers imply an increased ceiling, while 1 or 2 tiers suggest flexibility in choice. Crucially, the skill's characteristics shifted from transferred upon death to vanishes upon death, meaning this skill truly belongs to him alone and cannot be acquired by anyone else. Though it may seem of little practical use, it inexplicably brings a sense of comfort, as he detests the notion of others scavenging his remains. As for the surpassing limits and undetectability, it likely indicates a state that cannot be scrutinized. With 2 uses of the privilege remaining, and having experienced the immense cost of ultimate sublimation, Lu Ming firmly decided on the target for his privilege. One word: precious. Indeed, he is that superficial. In Blue Star, the belief that the more expensive an item is, the better it is, may incur an intelligence tax. Yet in the apocalypse, the costly items invariably hold their worth. Do not question why. It is instinct born of survival. With a sense of adventurous curiosity, Lu Ming attempted to sublime everything he could. Discovering that his assumptions were largely correct, clothing and miscellaneous items had minimal costs, generally within the range of a single specialized crystal. In contrast, skills and enhancements to his own power required substantial quantities of crystals. For instance, to elevate E-grade ordinary knife skills, the first tier necessitated 10 specialized crystals, while the second tier required 50, transforming the ordinary knife skills directly into C-grade exceptional knife skills, thus elucidating the official value from E to C-grade. As for S-grade advanced appraisal, it left him astounded, for the cost to elevate it by 2 tiers equaled a staggering 90,000 aberrated crystals. This immense sum solidified his resolve that the second use of his privilege must be invested in it. Ding ding ding. Just as Lu Ming prepared to commence the sublimation of advanced appraisal, a mail icon adorned with a blue exclamation mark suddenly illuminated from the side of his attribute panel. Upon clicking to view it, he found the chat log filled with video file transmissions, with a notification indicating that if such notifications were unnecessary, settings could be adjusted in the world channel. A video file? He opened the regional section, and the chat records surged rapidly, with every utterance steeped in fear and shock, instantly leading Lu Ming to sense the gravity of the video's content. He scrolled through the chat logs, pinpointing the video file, posted by a young man named Baiyang, whose avatar appeared fair and clean, likely under 20, with no additional information other than the solitary video. Upon opening the video, the first shot revealed a view overlooking the street through a high-rise window, where 4 robust men, clad in layers of clothing and wrapped in makeshift armor, wielded various cleavers and knives for butchering. A glance at the shop behind them confirmed it to be a fresh meat shop, likely driven by the lack of edible meat. They sought to utilize their weapons to hunt the maggots at the entrance. It was hard to decide whether to envy their fortune or lament their misfortune. The maggots were soon left battered and bleeding green ichor, though not corrosive like the yellow liquid previously observed. This indicated their defensive capabilities were not particularly formidable. The corrosive liquid was likely contained within specialized organs, suggesting this biological structure possessed a means of long-range attack. Regrettably, the hunting process was too swift. The severely injured maggots made no counterattack before they fell silent. Here, Lu Ming formed a preliminary assessment of the giant maggots. With careful precision and targeting, one could indeed defeat them alone. His mood inexplicably lightened. His fingers instinctively scrolled through the video to check the viewer feedback below. Yang Tianyi, how can this be? Can that thing not be killed? Li Jinhua. For men just disappeared in an instant, and the deaths were so brutal. Qin Lian, there's simply no chance. That creature is beyond our ability to resist. No one can survive. Not able to kill? Gone. What does that mean? The wounds on its body had completely healed, its form towering ominously. More bizarrely, its skin had transformed from a pale gray to a deep crimson. Its body swelled, blue-white unknown energy surged beneath its surface. The remaining two men stood frozen, and in that moment of stillness, the maggot suddenly unleashed its mandibles, a gaping maw reminiscent of an abyss. Due to the rear-facing recording, Lu Ming could not see the full form of the mandibles, but the instantaneous speed and lethality of its strike were horrifying, cleaving one man in half in an instant. The other man finally snapped awake from the horrific scene before him and fled, yet as Lu Ming had anticipated, the maggot possessed the capability for long-range attacks. A thick yellow liquid struck him, and crimson steam along with visible corrosive changes erupted from his body, the agony causing him to writhe and scream tragically on the ground, soon rendering him motionless. The entire counterattack unfolded in less than 10 seconds, and the last man's cries attracted more maggots, swiftly inundating the butcher shop, while the remnants of the men were rapidly consumed by the swarm. Chapter 6, Ultimate Sublimation, Eye of Truth. The video concluded, leaving Lu Ming overwhelmed by a potent visual impact that induced a sense of vertigo. While he could endure the most gruesome scenes in films, witnessing real human death elicited a rapid heartbeat and a wave of nausea. Instinctively, he covered his mouth and nose, swallowing to suppress the urge to vomit, taking several deep breaths to quell his discomfort. With eyes closed, he inhaled deeply twice, then reopened the video, dragging the progress bar to the moment when the four men butchered the maggots. The leader raised his hand to collect the carcass when suddenly countless flesh buds erupted from the wounds of the maggot, tangling and binding. In a mere 5 seconds, the battered creature returned to a state of pristine integrity. The now immobile maggot became exceedingly animated, blue-white energy swirling within, its skin shifting from grayish-white to dark red, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The subsequent content depicted the counterattack, and Lu Ming felt no desire to watch again. That 10-second sequence had left an indelible impression, one he could not easily shake off. As he paused the video and fixated on the maggots, Lu Ming's insatiable curiosity surged. If only he could identify them. With the fervor of his desire to discern growing stronger, a blue outline suddenly manifested on the surface of the maggots. Indeed, this was the locking effect triggered by the identification consciousness. At that moment, he realized that it was unnecessary to confront the entity directly. Mere observation of its essence, even through images or photographs, could yield identification results. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Ming activated the identification feature. Scythe moth larva, rank, category, insectoid variant attack methods, directly devouring prey with a fierce bite by extending its mouthparts, and expelling highly corrosive gastric acid through its stomach with a concentrated acid spray. The scythe moth larva, a name that evokes a sense of lethal prowess, regrettably provided no mention of its weaknesses, despite the detailed description. However, every living creature must possess vulnerabilities. The only issue was the inadequacy of his identification level. Glancing at the advanced identification on his attribute panel, Lu Ming silently contemplated ultimate sublimation. Notice, please select the sublimation tier, Tier 2 or Tier 1, Tier 2. Notice, upgrading S-rank skill advanced identification requires the consumption of 900,000 specialization crystals. You have 2 privilege instances without consumption. Confirm the consumption of 1 privilege to elevate the S-rank skill advanced identification by 2 tiers. Confirm, consume 900,000 specialization crystals. Confirm, consume 1 privilege without consumption. Cancel, confirm the consumption of 1 privilege. Notice, the S-rank skill advanced identification has successfully transcended to a higher level. As this skill is newly manifested, please assign it a name. Once again, a new occurrence. It seemed that the 2 sublimations had allowed the 2 skills to surpass their original limits. How delightful! The Eye of Truth. Notice, the skill Eye of Truth has been successfully named and is now a proprietary technique. The name of the advanced identification morphed into a vibrant spectrum akin to the ultimate sublimation, transforming into a unique skill. He opened the details. Eye of Truth. Category, proprietary skill description. When activated, it can read the information of the target object. Range, individual, spatial. Degree of information acquisition, exceedingly detailed. Affiliated target. Lu Ming, skill characteristics. Grade surpasses limitations. Imperceptible by any external force, vanishes upon death. The method of use remains unchanged from that of advanced identification. Yet there has been a monumental leap in the scope of identification and the degree of information acquired. Spatial identification could be addressed later. For now, the utmost priority was to unravel the weaknesses of the scythe moth larva. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming refocused on the scythe moth larva in the video. Identification. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, as he employed the eye of truth, his eyes subtly transformed from black to a dazzling gold. Scythe moth larva, E-rank common. Category: insectoid variant attack methods, directly devouring prey with a fierce bite by extending its mouthparts, and expelling highly corrosive gastric acid through its stomach with a concentrated acid spray. Characteristics: possesses intermediate regeneration, capable of rapid recovery even when dismembered. Weakness: nucleus. Shattering the nucleus within the larva will lead to its immediate demise. It is worth noting that the scythe moth larva is acutely aware of its vulnerabilities and the fragility of its flesh, prompting each larva to instinctively alter the position of its nucleus upon birth, resulting in a non-fixed location for each larva's nucleus. However, the nucleus serves as their energy core, and by observing the source of energy surges on the larva's surface, one can ascertain the true position of the nucleus. This extreme detail did not deceive him. Thus, he not only gained a competitive edge in the entire Gelon world, but also secured a foothold among the elite, coupled with an immensely powerful sublimation skill. How could he dare to predict the future? For the present, survival was undoubtedly not a daunting task. The luminous points, each the size of a baby's fist, exhibited distinct variations in their positions. Undeniably, that was where the nucleus resided. Could it be that the eye of truth could not only identify weaknesses, but also visually pinpoint their exact locations? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming joy. Previously, knowing a weakness required personal discernment, but now it was directly indicated. Was this not akin to possessing a cheat code? Unable to suppress his exhilaration any longer, he soon calmed himself. After all, assistance is merely assistance. One's own strength remains an irreplaceable asset. Being able to see does not guarantee a precise strike. One must not let luck cloud judgment. Caution is eternally the progenitor of crisis. Chapter 7. Unexpected gains. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming prepared to close the chat interface. However, glancing at the scrolling messages below, he hesitated and slowly withdrew his finger. It was rare for him to open it. A few more glances at the chat content wouldn't hurt. Scrolling down, he found an abundance of fearful expressions regarding the scythe moth larva's counterattack against 4 individuals, overflowing with negativity. Fortunately, the familiar Chen Hai had stepped in to alleviate the group's anxiety. Chen Hai, let us not be overly pessimistic. At least we now know they cannot be easily slain. Upon revival, they become even more ferocious. Yet, as a suppressed initial monster, such an aberrant being must possess a lethal weakness. Otherwise, it defies reason. Fong Peng, you speak eloquently, yet it is all drivel. Weakness, where is it? Not knowing the weakness leaves us in a quandary. What good is that? Chen Hai, you are young and impetuous. I shall not argue with you. Once I am prepared, I will release one and attempt to slay it. The entire process will be recorded. If I fail, consider it a cautionary example for you. If I succeed, I hope it will inspire you to muster courage and try. For we have no retreat and must persist in the face of fear. A 5-second silence ensued, evidently moved by Chen Hai's words. Lu Ming felt similarly. Regardless of the current situation, his respect for Chen Hai was genuine, even contemplating revealing the weaknesses of the scythe moth larva in private. However, he quickly regained composure, suppressing this foolish impulse. Indeed, he was selfish. Yet, is it not human nature to feel jealousy, envy, and admiration for others precisely because one cannot achieve their feats? He could not emulate Chen Hai's valiant selflessness, thus he silently apologized. He needed to preserve his advantage. After all, considering his physique, he was merely a slightly sturdier ordinary person among humanity. Lacking systematic combat training and martial arts, the soul sword technique he possessed was acquired through a lottery, also at an entry level, and he had never utilized it, yielding the opportunity to rapidly accumulate resources and establish a gap between himself and the strong would be utterly irredeemable. 5 seconds later, someone finally broke the silence, and to his surprise, it was Fong Peng, who had often clashed with Chen Hai. Fong Peng, if you follow through, I sincerely apologize for all my previous words against you. If you successfully slay it, I am willing to be the second to attempt. Chenhai, finally. Some semblance of masculinity. Fong Pong. Humph. I have always been a man. Do I need to prove it? Bao Zhengsheng. Haha, this is how it should be. We were inexplicably brought here. If we cannot unite, our chances of survival will be even slimmer. We must remain positive. Lu Yun. Indeed. We cannot give up so easily. Li Gang. We must also find our loved ones. Fong Bo. Right, our loved ones. I was so tense that I forgot. If this is the Blue Star transmission, our loved ones must be somewhere in this wasteland. Survive. Survive. The atmosphere shifted instantly from despair to elation, revealing the strength of a leader. Yet, Lu Ming remained skeptical about the team's survival strategy, unless the leader possessed formidable strength and sufficient leadership skills. The sandcastle could collapse with the tide. As for loved ones, Lu Ming could only manage a wry smile. He had none. Thus, he instinctively maintained his composure. Throughout his life, he had relied solely on himself. There was no need to feel anxious about matters he could resolve, and worrying over those he could not was futile. Closing the chat window, Lu Ming redirected his gaze to the entire store. He possessed the necessary abilities and was aware of his weaknesses. The only thing he currently lacked was a weapon. Identification. His thoughts crystallized, and this time, Lu Ming chose not a specific item but the entire spatial environment of the store. The enhancement effect of the Eye of Truth was activated for spatial identification. The entire shop became the focus. Once the skill was initiated, every object within the shop was labeled in his line of sight. Starry display case, synthetic leather chair. Unmarked ornament, Huawei 9000 imitation phone case. Repair, toolbox excellent. This is it. A stainless steel machete. Just as Lu Ming was reveling in the discovery of the toolbox, a striking label at the bottom of the display case caught his eye. A machete? Incredible. It was an unexpected treasure. He hurriedly crossed the counter and approached the indicated location of the machete, cautiously feeling around until he encountered the cool texture above the ironclad base. Upon retrieving it, he found a gleaming blade, a classic machete measuring 60 centimeters in length. Thanks to the effects of basic knife skills, holding the handle felt akin to wielding a specialized weapon. With a casual swing, he demonstrated proficient knife techniques, precise and graceful, evoking admiration for the strength of his skills. After practicing for a while, feeling thoroughly invigorated, he lifted the machete and initiated the traditional procedure. Identification. 420A stainless steel machete. Tool level. Category. Tool description. Purchased from Orange Treasure by Pungo, the owner of the innovative phone repair shop, to prevent personal threats arising from customer disputes. Condition. Sharpened durability. 80-100 note. Durability below 50 may result in dulling. Below 30 poses a risk of breakage. Once durability reaches 0, this item will be completely destroyed. Goodness, it even has durability? ISNT wear and tear the norm? It seems this is tied to the game. What is this called? Virtual reality? Ahem, no, that's a bit off. Yet, despite its durability of only 80, it is sufficient for his current circumstances, as it aligns with the basic knife skills he possesses. This item is classified as a tool in the identification process, not even a weapon. It's worth noting that in the Blue Star region of Huaxia, carrying such an item in public could lead to someone inviting you for tea. Lu Ming sighed. But it was not a significant issue. He also had ultimate enhancement to consider. Let us see what the machete transforms into upon enhancement. Ultimate enhancement. Reminder, enhancing the 420A stainless steel machete requires the consumption of 2 specialization crystals. You have 1 privilege of enhancement without consumption. Would you like to use this privilege to enhance the 420A stainless steel machete into one of the following items? Confirm. Consume 2 specialization crystals. Confirm. Use 1 privilege of no consumption. Cancel. As the ultimate enhancement commenced, the machete transformed into an elevated weapon, presenting 3 options. Straight blade, broadsword, katana. The former features a straight, narrow blade, elegant and suitable for thrusting. The latter has a curved, long blade, solid and powerful, ideal for cleaving. The last option is familiar, the Japanese sword, which possesses a balance of advantages but lacks specialization in any area, rendering it somewhat overlooked. Comparing the remaining 2. The straight blade undoubtedly suits the current combat style best, especially for thrusting. If executed accurately, it could pierce the core of a bladed larva in 1 stroke. As for the second-tier enhancement, that would require at least 20 specialization crystals, which are not within his current resources. Thus, he must prioritize the first-tier evolution of his weapon or his specialization level. The order of necessity will be determined through practical evaluation. If the machete can successfully kill a bladed larva without significant durability loss, then it indicates that the weapon is indeed adequate. And accumulating 10 specialization crystals to enhance his strength becomes paramount. Conversely, if it takes 2 bladed larvae to dull the machete, then he must prioritize enhancing the weapon using crystals. With a clear direction, he proceeded to cancel the machete's enhancement operation, shifting his attention to the shop entrance, ready to commence his first hunt for the aberrant creatures. Chapter 8. Triggering functionality outside. The sounds of wailing rose and fell. Initially, there were only 3 bladed larvae outside the shop. Now, after several minutes, the situation had become rather unclear. Judging by the sounds, the number of larvae had likely increased. Fortunately, after being inspired by Chun Hai's words regarding bringing one inside, Lu Ming had devised a clear plan for exterminating the larvae. The repair shop's entrance featured 2 layers, an outer rolling shutter and an inner glass door. If he could open the glass door just enough for the larvae to enter and then secure it with a chain lock, finally raising the rolling shutter to the perfect height for the larvae to pass, he would create a simple barrier allowing only 1 bladed larva to enter at a time. At that point, he could position himself on a chair, lying in wait at one side of the glass door, and as soon as a larva entered, he could leverage his weight and the inertia of his fall to plunge the machete into the larva's body, damaging its core and achieving the kill. Of course, that was the plan. Executing it smoothly would require consideration of potential variables. The fundamental concern was the durability of the glass door. Should a larva charge recklessly, it could shatter the door or cause it to collapse, leading him into a perilous situation. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to hesitate. He needed to act swiftly. Utilizing the screwdriver and wrench from the toolbox, he secured the glass door with the chain lock. He twisted several data cables into a makeshift rope to bind the rolling shutter's handle. After testing the strength of the data cable rope and finding it satisfactory, he brought over a chair, climbed atop it, and forcefully pried the rolling shutter open just enough to create a gap. Clang! Despite his utmost caution, the sound of the rolling shutter scraping was quite pronounced. The wailing outside abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of larvae colliding with the shutter. A miscalculation. Yet, he did not wish to retreat. After all, there would be noise regardless of how he pulled it, so he might as well be decisive. To prevent further chaos, Lu Ming exerted himself to raise the rolling shutter to a height of half a meter, just enough for the larvae to enter. In an instant, a foul stench accompanied a plump larva as it plunged inside. Truthfully, even with mental preparation, facing these aberrant creatures still quickened his heartbeat and sent adrenaline soaring. Identification. Holding his breath, shaking off the fear within, Lu Ming quietly activated the Eye of Truth, the first bladed larva that charged and exposed its weakness entirely. Cunningly, it concealed itself beneath its abdomen. Thrusting from above would nearly reach the maximum length of the machete's blade, and an error could result in a miss, necessitating a follow-up strike. But a follow-up strike it would have to be. What else could he do? The door was open, and there was no turning back. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Ming positioned the blade downward, his entire weight pressing onto the handle. With a squelch, green fluid erupted as the blade sank deep into the larva, precisely striking the glowing core. Crunch! The crisp sound of rupture resonated in his ears as the robust larva collapsed, transforming from a vibrant creature into a cold corpse in an instant. One swift kill. With no surprises, the basic knife skill proved remarkably effective. It must be said, the outer layer was indeed fragile. However, the thick layer of fat and the instinctual survival mechanism of the larvae added to the challenge. The moment the blade penetrated, he felt a significant increase in friction, likely due to the compression of muscle. Thankfully, he had used all his strength. Otherwise, had the blade faced even a slight obstruction during the thrust, it would have missed the core entirely, leading to a precarious performance from the still-living larva. Withdrawing the machete, coated in green fluid, a relieved Lu Ming did not rush to collect the corpse. 3 more larvae were pushing in from behind. If it weren't for the body of the first larva blocking the way, the second would surely have followed closely. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming resumed his position on the leather chair, gripping the machete tightly while glancing at its status. A chill ran down his spine. Durability, 7100. Merely slaying 1 larva had cost him a full 10 points of durability. What was going on? Could it be that the core was situated beneath the abdomen, and a direct thrust would first penetrate the stomach, causing the blade to be corroded by the potent gastric acid? If that were indeed the case, the quality of the machete must be upgraded promptly. Otherwise, he would find himself weaponless in the future. Collect. Locking onto the corpse, he silently chanted the incantation. The larva's body disintegrated into thin air, leaving only a pool of thick yellow residue as proof of its existence. Successfully collected the scythe larva's corpse, obtained 1 specialized crystal. 1 high-purity exotic protein. Excellent. Luck was on his side. He had acquired a specialized crystal. However, Lu Ming had no time to ponder what the high-purity exotic protein was, for the second scythe larva had already charged in. Identify. The core was exposed, still located near the lower abdomen. Wasn't it supposed to be different? Was a slight deviation permissible? Could the creature not adhere to its own design? Could it not exhibit a bit of personality? For instance, placing it atop its head would hasten its demise and be far more convenient. Silently grumbling, Lu Ming employed the same technique once more. Having gained experience from the first instant kill, he felt markedly calmer this time. Most importantly, ordinary knife skills provided him with courage and confidence. The blade descended. Bodily fluids sprayed, and the core shattered. The entire process was seamless, without a hint of obstruction. The only source of frustration was that the machete had again lost 10 durability points. 6,100, with only 2 larvae left before it became dulled. Fortunately, dullness did not preclude direct thrusting, and he was just 1 specialized crystal away from upgrading the machete. If fortune favored him, this collection could directly lead to the acquisition of a straight blade. Returning to the chair, he locked onto the corpse of the scythe larva. Collect. Successfully collected the scythe larva's corpse, obtained 1 high-purity exotic protein. Surprisingly, the second one yielded no crystal. Regaining his composure, the third scythe larva crawled in right after. Identify. Excellent. As if responding to his thoughts, this larva's core was indeed hidden within its head. Bypassing the stomach would be favorable for the machete, and the head had minimal fat, entirely negating the need to employ a precision strike. With a swift motion, he swung down, cleaving the larva's head along with its core. Checking the machete's condition, he noted that it had only lost 2 durability points, confirming that gastric acid corrosion was the source of the durability loss. Glancing back at the doorway, only 1 larva remained, and perhaps having witnessed too many siblings fall. Its activity levels surged as it climbed over the bodies of its kin to enter. Lu Ming was not inclined to indulge it. Previously, he had to handle its companions separately, but now, with only 1 left, what was there to fear? He would simply act, identify, and collect simultaneously. The corpse disintegrated into a portion of high-purity exotic protein. Indeed, no specialized crystal appeared again. The scythe larva that had trampled over its kin's bodies fell straight down due to Lu Ming's agile maneuvering. Seizing the opportunity from the larva's sudden descent, he stepped forward and stabbed into its neck, piercing the fatal core located at the nape, thus ending its life. With that, all 4 exotic creatures that had taken up residence at the repair shop's entrance were vanquished. Collect. Successfully collected the scythe larva's corpse, obtained 1 specialized crystal. 1 high-purity exotic protein. After 2 rounds of disappointment, the second specialized crystal finally arrived, yet Lu Ming was not as jubilant as he had anticipated. Only when he had calmed down did he open his spatial pouch. Gazing inside, he beheld a crystalline diamond, translucent and glowing with a radiant blue light. Upon taking it out, it was merely the thickness of a thumb, exuding a gentle warmth. When rolled in his palm, it released sparkling crystal dust, dreamlike, peculiar, yet tinged with a touch of melancholy. This was his assessment through human senses. Unfortunately, from 4 larvae, he had only produced 2 crystals, yielding a mere 50% chance. For others unaware of the consumption rate of specialized crystals, a 50% yield might seem acceptable. However, he bore the ultimate sublimation, a voracious beast of consumption. Thus, 50% was woefully inadequate. Unless he ceased using the sealing skill, his consumption would always dwarf that of others by countless magnitudes. Perhaps in the future, as more individuals began to hunt exotic creatures, he could exploit the trading market to sell sublimation items for substantial profit. Yet now, everyone was destitute, struggling for mere survival. In moments devoid of desperation, who would part with specialized crystals meant to enhance their own strength? Relying solely on himself was exhausting. With a stroke of bad luck, he might kill 10 and still yield no more than 2 crystals, a state he did not wish to endure. Thus, he pondered whether he could utilize the ultimate sublimation to target specific aspects to enhance the yield of specialized crystals. Directly sublimating exotic creatures? Theoretically feasible. The higher the grade of the exotic creature, the rarer the products it would yield, and the ordinary outputs would also increase. Yet, that seemed akin to a foolish endeavor. Without overwhelming personal strength to crush one or two tiers, he would only meet his own demise. Therefore, exotic creatures as a source of output could not be targeted for now. What if he could not target the source of output, but could instead focus on triggering output functions? For example, this collect. Chapter 9 Program Name, Greed, Collect. A universal function that rapidly disassembles biological corpses to extract the essence of materials. Observing the functional panel, Lu Ming silently contemplated ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select the sublimation tier, Tier 2 or Tier 1. Staring at the prompt, Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words, sublimating anything. Indeed, anything could be included. Even a universal function was not spared. Was this a bug? Would excessive use lead to repercussions? He felt a twinge of anxiety, but had no intention of holding back. It would be foolish to waste a divine ability. He would revel in it first. Tier 1. Logically, he should directly ascend to Tier 2. After all, with no specialized crystals, he could only rely on privileges. Yet, out of curiosity, he wished to see the effects of Tier 1 sublimation. Prompt. Sublimation of the universal function collect requires the consumption of 2 million specialized crystals. You possess a one-time, unconditional consumption privilege. Do you confirm the consumption of this privilege to upgrade the universal function collect to the special function perfect collect? 2 million specialized crystals. Lu Ming was astonished. This was merely Tier 1 sublimation, and the cost had already surpassed the value of ultimate sublimation itself. What would Tier 2 entail? The thought was almost unimaginable. Was it even more outrageous than ultimate sublimation? After reviewing Perfect Collect, a special function that can rapidly disassemble biological corpses, guaranteeing the extraction of all material essences produced by the organism, with a range of 5 meters. Guaranteeing the extraction of all material essences produced by the organism? What did that mean? As long as it was produced by the scythe larva, everything would be extracted with a 100% success rate, disregarding probability? Goodness, if that were true, Perfect Collect would alter the rules of drops, a treasure beyond measure. Moreover, if Tier 1's effects were this astounding, what might Tier 2 yield? A fleeting thought crossed Lu Ming's mind, leaving him parched. Unconsciously swallowing, he reached to cancel the Tier 1 sublimation button, then activated ultimate sublimation once more. Prompt. Please select the sublimation tier. Tier 2. Prompt. Sublimation of the universal function collect requires the consumption of 8 million specialized crystals. You possess a one-time no-consumption privilege. Do you confirm the consumption of this privilege to elevate the universal function collect to a higher level? Confirm. Consume 8 million specialized crystals. Confirm. Consume a one-time no-consumption privilege. Cancel. 8 million specialized crystals. According to the ratio of 1 specialized crystal to 100 specialized crystal blocks to 10,000 specialized crystals, 8 million specialized crystals was an astronomical figure. Was this function truly that terrifying after sublimation? Wait, transcending to a higher level, rather than merely revealing what skills have been refined, is consistent with the hint of the eye of truth regarding ultimate transcendence. It appears that another tier touching the realm of the unknown has emerged. A subtle smile graced Lu Ming's lips as he resolved to consume a privilege. Hint: general function successfully transcended to a higher level. As this level is newly introduced and serves as a species evolution of the program's general functions, it will be directly named by the program itself. Naming in progress. Naming completed. Function title: Greed. Hint: the function Greed has concluded its transcendence and has been forcibly transformed into an exclusive function. Exclusive owner: Lu Ming. The series of hints left Lu Ming in a state of bewilderment. The most significant distinction was that the namer had shifted from himself to the program itself. Greed? Gazing at the now resplendent black lettering of the function, Lu Ming felt an unsettling sensation. The color seemed far from that of a virtuous entity, possessing an air of the sinister. He clicked to view. Greed. Category: Exclusive function effect. Enables rapid decomposition of biological corpses, extracting all material essence at double the rate. The method of use is simply to recite it silently. Range of effect: 10 meters, will increase with the specialization level of the target. Function trait: Hand of Avarice. Function trait: exceeds grade limitations, undetectable by any external force. Disappears upon death. Target: Lu Ming, the display of function information shifted to a skill status. The effect description indicated that it merely surpassed perfect collection by the addition of a double yield. To be frank, such a modest enhancement hardly justified the magnitude of 8 million specialization crystallites, unless it harbored hidden attributes, or the trait known as the Hand of Avarice possessed extraordinarily exaggerated efficacy. Activating the Hand of Avarice, Lu Ming contemplated, Mercy, single yield extraction, allows the initial acquisition of one portion of material essence without hindering others' extractions. Cruelty, double yield extraction, directly depletes all material essence, preventing others from obtaining any material upon extraction. Gazing intently at the Hand of Avarice, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What a preposterous function, capable of outright stealing the spoils belonging to others. If someone else expended immense resources and effort to vanquish a king-level aberration, he could merely stand by, activate the cruel mode, and unwittingly make an entire group labor for nothing. Such an effect would reduce even capitalists to tears. It was worth it. Closing the interface for greed, Lu Ming nearly stretched his lips to his ears. To be fair, a person as upright and virtuous as he should not employ such a morally dubious function. Yet, it was simply too enticing. Ultimately weighing the degradation of his moral standing against fame and fortune, Lu Ming decided to sacrifice a smidgen of his image, vowing to use it only when absolutely necessary. Truly, just a minuscule amount. He couldn't suppress a chuckle, then immediately recognized the lapse in decorum, covering it with a dry cough to regain his composure. With the issue of crystallite production thoroughly resolved and the resources to upgrade his weapon at hand, he was prepared for battle, waiting only to annihilate the scythe larvae without a trace. Re-grasping the large cleaver, he observed the dried residue on the blade and solemnly declared, Ultimate Transcendence. Hint, please select the Transcendence tier. First tier. Hint, the tool, 420A stainless steel cleaver, requires the consumption of 2 specialization crystallites. Confirm. Cancel. With remarkable intelligence, the prompts became more succinct after exhausting 3 privileges. Confirmed. Hint, please select the direction of transcendence, straight knife, great knife, samurai sword. Straight knife? Whoosh. The cleaver in hand disintegrated into particles, only to reassemble after a brief spin. In a mere second, a silver-bladed, keen-edged straight knife materialized in his grasp. Grasping the hilt, he felt the fresh texture of the blade, a thrill coursing through him. Hint, tool 420A stainless steel cleaver, successfully transcended into a traditional straight knife. Chapter 10. Advancement. Intermediate soldier. The blade measures 80 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and the hilt is 15 centimeters long, weighing approximately 2 kilograms. The entire knife is elegantly elongated, with the blade glinting coldly. It is a pity it lacks a sheath, as that would enhance its aesthetic appeal. Identification. Traditional straight knife, black iron grade, category, weapon description, a superb short weapon forged through traditional craftsmanship, enhanced with local materials. Boasting impressive sharpness and corrosion resistance. It can inflict considerable damage on most E-grade aberrations, except for those with extraordinarily high defenses. Status, sharpened durability, 500500. Its design is flawless, and its sharpness is astounding, with corrosion resistance and durability increased 5-fold. A divine weapon specifically for slaying scythe larvae. What more could one desire? Firmly grasping the straight knife, Lu Ming executed a series of slashes, honing his skills through basic knife techniques, completing his acclimatization within minutes. However, he was uncertain if he had remained in a tense state, as he had expended considerable effort to eliminate 4 scythe larvae. After several minutes of wielding the knife, he felt a thirst creeping in. Glancing at the pristine water lying within his satchel, he deliberated briefly and decided to endure for the time being. He would first decompose several larval corpses, accumulate some specialization crystallites, and then upgrade the pristine water to a sports drink for prolonged sustenance in this establishment. As for why he chose to linger here, it was due to the shop's advantageous location. The environment was familiar, and every corner could be utilized, making it an excellent spot for swiftly hunting scythe larvae. Smiling faintly, Lu Ming reopened the glass door, adjusting the gap size and controlling the force to pull open the rolling shutter. Clang! The sound of metal scraping and the rattling of the shutter startled all larvae within a 30-meter radius of the shop. They began to crawl slowly toward the entrance, but were halted by the size of the door and the height of the shutter. Ultimately, they were forced to behave like the first wave of larvae, with one squeezing through the glass door's gap, followed closely by 4 others, completely obstructing the path for their kin. In contrast, Lu Ming no longer needed to stand on a chair to launch downward attacks. He merely activated the Eye of Truth, stationed on one side of the glass door, and awaited the maggots to crawl halfway in before swiftly striking down, severing their heads and subsequently smashing their cores to ensure a swift kill. Collection. No feedback. The corpses remained stagnant. Lu Ming, puzzled, soon realized the oversight and silently recited, greed. Successfully decomposed the scythe larvae corpse, obtained 2 specialization crystallites, 2 high-purity aberrant proteins. Well, unlike the evolution of skills, the evolution of functions had altered even the silent incantation. However, the results were indeed stable, with a double yield of specialization crystallites. The peculiar substances could be disregarded for the time being. The remainder was a streamlined process. Larvae passed through the door's gap. Lu Ming severed their heads, destroyed their cores, and completed the decomposition. Successfully decomposed the scythe larvae corpse, obtained 2 specialization crystallites, 2 high-purity aberrant proteins. Successfully decomposed the scythe larvae corpse, obtained 2 specialization crystallites, 2 high-purity aberrant proteins. Successfully decomposed the scythe larvae corpse, obtained. The program's notifications came in rapid succession, and the number of specialization crystallites Lu Ming obtained visibly surged to 30. Now, with just 10 crystallites consumed, he could evolve from a novice soldier to a higher rank. However, given his uncertainty regarding the evolution process, he chose to tread cautiously. Should any anomalies arise during the evolution, rendering him immobile or causing pain that could affect his actions, it would mean his demise. With the knife swift and precise, he eradicated the second wave of scythe larvae in under 15 minutes. Inside his satchel lay 88 specialization crystallites and 92 high-purity aberrant proteins. He had successfully completed the extermination of 44 larvae. The straight knife was in perfect condition, with a durability of 478,500. Calculating, it appeared that he had only expended a fraction of durability for every 2 scythe larvae he eliminated, a truly remarkable quality. Even if we conservatively account for a potential loss of 50 points due to possible dulling, the remaining durability can still support the hunting of over 800 larvae. Shaking off the green viscous liquid from the blade, Lu Ming felt a boundless optimism for the future. His arms, however, were slightly sore. After all, he was merely an ordinary human. Swinging an empty blade for 15 minutes would surely lead to fatigue, let alone slaying tangible entities like larvae. He squeezed his forearm, closed the gate once more, and placed the knife on the display stand. Opening the attribute panel, he located the specialization level and pressed the primary soldier title. Instantly, a prompt to upgrade appeared. Prompt: detected sufficient quantities of specialized crystals in space pouch. Would you like to consume 10 specialized crystals to elevate your specialization level to intermediate soldier? Yes. Whoosh. Accompanied by a marvelous whistling sound. 10 specialized crystals flew forth into the air. Amidst their swirling and vibrating, they transformed into 10 arcs of light, darting into Lu Ming's body, flooding into his limbs. Thud. Thud. His heart suddenly began to pound fiercely. Veins bulged at the surface of his skin. Waves of tingling pain coursed through every corner of his body, almost causing Lu Ming to cry out. The sensation of emptiness and the prickling pain lasted for about 10 seconds, after which an explosive surge of energy erupted within him. It was not merely a gurgling sound, but rather a tumult of power. Clenching his fists, Lu Ming reveled in the almost doubled sensation of strength, his eyes alight with astonishment. Especially upon seeing the noticeably enlarged muscles of his arms, a wave of joy surged within him. The enhancement of his specialization level also improved his physical condition. This feeling was utterly delightful, was it not? Reviewing the panel information, he found: name, Lu Ming, gender, male, ID, 66666, age, 24, specialization level, intermediate soldier, general functions, greed, exclusive, world channel, trading post, space pouch, skills, basic swordsmanship, E grade, Eye of Truth, exclusive, ultimate sublimation, exclusive. As for the intermediate soldier description, he was eager to see more, so he clicked to view the details. Intermediate soldier, having undergone the crucible of battle, possessing experience in hunting aberrations, significantly stronger than ordinary humans, progressing towards becoming a hunting warrior. Consuming specialized crystals can elevate one to the advanced soldier level. Progress, 78,100. The next level requires 100 specialized crystals. Given the speed of his kills, ascending to the advanced level was merely a matter of time. He couldn't help but scoff at the promotion method. Fortunately, he had a solid hand. He hoped no one would fall victim to it, lest they die with regrets. Gripping a traditional straight knife, he noticed its weight had significantly decreased. After a couple of satisfied swings, he felt content. With his current physique, he could easily slay larvae for half an hour without issue. However, during the rapid extermination of the last larvae, the glass door seemed to shake a few times, necessitating an inspection to avoid losing this comfortable production line of specialized crystals. Chapter 11. Individual Testing, Qinhai. Setting down the straight knife, Lu Ming approached the door. The ground was slick with foul-smelling slime. Yet, he seemed accustomed to the odor, not even furrowing his brow. Gazing at the junction between the glass door and the wall, he indeed observed signs of looseness in the lower hinge assembly. Clearly, it had been unable to withstand the relentless pressure and collisions from the scythe larvae. At this rate, facing the larvae again would likely lead to collapse within minutes. Nevertheless, he decided to reinforce it, considering his current wealth. Ultimate sublimation. Locking onto the hinge position, Lu Ming silently recited the sublimation command. Prompt: please select the sublimation grade. Second grade. Prompt: sublimating ordinary hinge components to second grade requires the consumption of 2 specialized crystals. Confirm. Cancel 2? Is that for the entire component set or for an individual part? If it's for the whole set, that's quite economical. If it's for a single part, that's a bit of a ripoff. Confirmed. Prompt: ordinary hinge components successfully sublimated to excellent hinge components and installation completed. Due to sufficient energy from specialized crystals, the surrounding hinge components have been upgraded simultaneously. Excellent. It's a cost-effective upgrading method. Through the prompt information, he glanced at the hinge components, which indeed appeared entirely renewed. The material was unknown, yet even an untrained eye could see it was extraordinary. The connection to the wall had also been restored. An incredibly considerate touch. Having been diligently served by the ultimate sublimation, Lu Ming felt elated. With a buoyant mood, he was inspired to create more. Riding this wave of emotion, he decided to upgrade the wall, the roll-down gate, and the glass door, all by 2 grades. The wall was upgraded to fortress level, consuming 3 specialized crystals. The glass door was upgraded to bulletproof glass, consuming 2 specialized crystals. The roll-down gate was upgraded to a steel-reinforced gate, consuming 2 specialized crystals. The overall infrastructure remodeling project consumed a total of 9 crystal resources. Such extravagant expenditure, if witnessed by fellow survivors who had hunted aberrant creatures, would surely earn him scorn for his wastefulness. After all, this quantity was nearly sufficient for a rookie soldier to advance to an intermediate soldier. Surveying his transformed fortress, satisfaction radiated from Lu Ming's eyes. It was not an exaggeration to say that with the current defenses of the shop, even with continuous assaults from scythe larvae in the coming days, he need not worry about the base collapsing. Taking a few swigs from a bottle, the refreshing taste and smooth texture instantly revitalized him, dispelling any symptoms of hunger and fatigue. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Lu Ming felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Ding, 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 just as he was preparing to rest a moment and restart the production line for specialized crystals. A familiar blue email quietly popped up. Without needing to click, he already knew it was a video file from the regional channel. Given Chun-Hai's suggestion to attempt something, it was likely a recording of either the successful extermination of scythe larvae or a video of being counterattacked by the larvae. Counterattack? Lu Ming felt a strange sensation. If it was a successful kill, why would Chun-Hai send a video file? What of a failed attempt? Or did the recording feature an automatic sending function? In his puzzlement, he opened the world channel, selected the regional section, and located the video file. The publisher was Chun-Hai. Lu Ming did not linger long and clicked to open the video, immediately greeted by Chun-Hai's distinctive square face. With short hair and sharp facial features reminiscent of a chiseled sculpture, his middle-aged face bore few marks of time, exuding an unyielding resilience. Fellow survivors, I am Chun-Hai, a resident of Chengjiang City, Huaxia. Now that I am here, my previous title is no longer significant. I will now operate as a survivor and attempt to exterminate the maggot aberrations. By the way, my initial detection of specialization level is Advanced Soldier. What? Lu Ming was utterly astonished. An initial detection of Advanced Soldier level. How formidable must his physical condition be? Huaxia? He seemed to mention a title and the term Huaxia. Could it be that he is a veteran from a special forces unit in a certain region of Huaxia? Observing his appearance and recalling his words, this guess seemed quite plausible. So there truly exists a human being with an absurdly high initial level. Indeed, if everyone had the same starting level, what would be the point of body scans? If everyone were merely rookie soldiers, it would be painfully obvious. Speaking of which, previously someone had boasted about wanting to take down Shanghai. One wonders how that individual feels upon hearing this specialization level. There is no need for concern. The overall physical quality of an advanced soldier is approximately 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person. This is essentially the physical limit achievable by normal humans. To exceed this requires extraordinary talent, a body endowed by one's parents, and long-term specialized training. These are exceptional cases and not suitable for comparison. Getting sidetracked, he continued. During the combat process, I will directly narrate my feedback on the kills, then extrapolate to the level of ordinary individuals, including both genders. While it cannot be said to be absolutely precise, the margin of error should not exceed 5. At this point, the camera suddenly zoomed out, finally stopping at the optimal placement for indoor surveillance, directly facing the door and the interior space. At this moment, a corner of the entrance was piled high with components from home appliances, revealing it to be a repair shop. The establishment was quite spacious. The entrance featured a double green iron door, likely indicative of a residence combined with a workspace. Next, a solitary test on a type of maggot was to be conducted, with the tester being Chunhai. It was only at this point that Lu Ming realized how robust Chunhai's physique truly was. Clad in a fitted black short-sleeved shirt and camouflage trousers, standing at an estimated height of 185 centimeters, with broad shoulders and well-defined muscles, he exuded an aura of safety and strength simply by standing there. The weapon used was a modified fruit knife. Drawing a blade from behind his waist, he demonstrated a proficient grip for the camera. The iron plate had been sharpened to a dangerously acute point, presumably designed for piercing. Additionally, there was a rudimentary cross brace intended to counter the creature's biting mouthparts. Shanghai then produced a crossbar constructed from 2 steel pipes. The horizontal pipe measured approximately 50 centimeters, while the vertical pipe extended about 1 meter, adorned with 4 or 5 rings that appeared to secure it to the arm. The name and function of the cross brace conjured images of a stick used to hold a crocodile's jaws shut, showcasing Chunhai's remarkable ingenuity. In the next moment, Chunhai secured the cross brace to his left arm, grasped the sharp iron plate, and approached the entrance. As he opened the door, it emitted a faint creak, and soon after, a plump larva poked its head inside. It was expected that Chunhai would wait for the larva to fully enter or at least venture halfway before taking action. However, to everyone's surprise, as soon as the larva emerged, Chunhai raised the sharp iron plate and plunged it downwards. The blade pierced the creature's head, and bodily fluids splattered everywhere. The prowess of an elite soldier was undeniable. Using nothing but the unsharpened iron plate, he completely penetrated the larva's head. While this initial act was already astonishing, Shanghai's subsequent actions left Lu Ming utterly astounded. With a thud, the inertia and weight of the larva caused it to break free from the iron plate, crashing heavily 5 meters away. Seizing the moment, Chunhai closed the iron door and remarked quietly, "The weight is approximately 50 kilograms. I exerted nearly 80% of my strength. It's advisable for ordinary individuals not to be as brazen as I am. It would be better to lure it fully into the room." With that, he sprinted towards the disoriented larva, raising the sharp iron plate to deliver a furious assault on its head. Green ichor splattered wildly as he stabbed the larva's head repeatedly within a mere 2 seconds, delivering 8 precise strikes. The head was not particularly hard, and even a woman wielding a sharp weapon could achieve similar results with full force. The extent of the wounds would certainly be fatal to any ordinary creature, yet the anomaly was evidently more resilient. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed. From Lu Ming's vantage point, he observed that the core of the larva was situated towards its abdomen, almost flush with the ground, indicating that merely shattering the head would be ineffective. However, as Chunhai spoke, he had already repositioned himself to deliver a finishing blow to the larva's back. With a thrust, the iron plate penetrated the larva's body, causing Chunhai's eyes to widen momentarily before he regained his composure, stating calmly, as anticipated, "While the exterior appears soft, the muscular layer beneath the fat is exceptionally developed. Upon penetration, there was a distinct sensation of resistance, as the muscles seemed to constrict and hinder the blade's passage. One can imagine that in the first video, the four men inflicted only superficial wounds on the maggots. Thus, I do not recommend attempting a kill without a sharpened blade. Even with one, it is best to employ elevation and one's weight to assist in the attack. When withdrawing, one must be swift, lest the weapon become lodged within the body. As Chun-Hai provided his advice, he stood atop the larva, exerting considerable effort to extract the sharp iron plate. His struggle dispelled any doubts others may have had. At that moment, the wounds on the larva's head and body began to sprout granulations. The flesh writhed and healed rapidly, the skin transitioning swiftly from pale to crimson. Seizing the opportunity, Chun-Hai delivered another stab to the larva's body, regrettably missing the core by a mere 3 centimeters. He withdrew the iron plate and examined the corrosive marks above, hastily adding, "The abdomen harbors a highly corrosive acid sac, preliminarily identified as gastric acid. It is possible that there exists a sac solely dedicated to storing acid, as contact with the weapon results in corrosive effects, likely diminishing its lifespan. Coupled with muscular protection and the corrosive acid, if I were the maggot anomaly, I would conceal my weaknesses near the acid sac." It is noteworthy that Chun-Hai lacked any divine skill akin to the Eye of Truth. Facing the scythe owl larva for the first time, he had gleaned a fair understanding of its characteristics after merely 11 attempts at assault. While there were discrepancies regarding the weaknesses, it was undeniable that the majority of the larvae he had dispatched preferred to position their core close to the ground, situated within the abdominal region. This was likely due to their usual crawling posture, making the lower abdomen the least exposed area to enemy sight. Furthermore, the gastric acid could corrode weapons, prompting an instinctive avoidance of that area upon witnessing corrosion, thereby compelling adversaries to steer clear of the weakness. As for the larva's berserk state, it was not merely a matter of sustaining damage, as Chun-Hai had suggested. The time frame was not 8 seconds, but rather 5. This timing did not depend on when one attacked, but rather when the larva became aware of its assault. Much like Chun-Hai's ambush, the speed of his strike and its ferocity could leave the larva stunned for a considerable time before it comprehended that it had been attacked. Nevertheless, despite any flaws, Lu Ming was unreserved in his praise for Chun-Hai. Meanwhile, the scythe owl larva successfully entered its berserk state. While it had only half a meter in height when crawling, it expanded to 4 times that height when upright, exceeding Chun-Hai's height of 185 centimeters. The thoracic region began to writhe and split, and in an instant, a 1-meter-long, gaping crimson maw opened wide. Rows of sharp teeth glistened menacingly, and yellowish viscous fluid oozed from its mouth, clinging to the jagged fangs. Its once dark eyes now radiated a bloodthirsty red, rendering it utterly terrifying against the backdrop of its monstrous maw. Lu Ming instinctively swallowed hard, his nerves taut. In stark contrast, Chun-Hai remained unfazed, raising the cross brace in his left hand while firmly gripping the sharp iron plate. Calmly, he stated, "In its berserk state, this anomaly will rise, revealing its fearsome appearance and entering an offensive mode. However, due to the common traits of soft-bodied creatures, it will lose mobility, remaining stationary and unable to move. That said, it does not rule out the possibility of having jumping capabilities, though the likelihood is low. Otherwise, it would have directly leapt to attack instead of using corrosive acid. Nonetheless, even if it cannot jump and is immobile, one must not underestimate it. Its lack of mobility will grant it several new offensive capabilities. Based on observations from the first video, it will adjust its attack methods according to the proximity of its target. If the target is within close range, it will lash out, using its body to sweep and tear. The inertia of the sweep, combined with the sharpness of its teeth, could instantly shred an adult human. If the target is beyond the reach of its tearing attack, it will switch to a mid-range assault, extending its maw half a meter out, while leaning forward to achieve an attack range exceeding 1 meter. This indicates that its oral muscles are quite developed, likely contributing to the resistance encountered during initial strikes. The final method of attack is in my current state, positioned over 5 meters away from it. With this, Chun-Hai slightly crouched, his solid muscles straining against his trousers. His gaze was sharp, fixated on the larva's gaping maw, as he spoke in a low tone. "At this distance, its mouth parts cannot reach me." Triggering the known final attack method, it will expel a highly corrosive acidic spray. Based on the firing rate observed in the first video, the effective lethal range is at least 20 meters. As soon as the words left his lips, the larvae of the sickle moth suddenly retracted its vertical mouth. And then it expanded, ejecting a thick, viscous yellow acidic liquid with great force. Even though Chun-Hai was prepared, he was startled by the high-velocity onslaught and urgently rolled away. The acidic fluid barely grazed his back. Had it struck him directly, it would have meant certain death. Astonishingly, it was capable of a headshot. Casting a glance at the spatter pattern left on the wall by the yellow acid, Chun-Hai inhaled sharply. The corrected data indicated an effective killing range exceeding 80 meters. Chapter 13, The Universal Key. 80 meters, farther than the typical range of handguns. Lu Ming marveled quietly, thankful that his strikes were either one-shot kills or quick follow-ups. Otherwise, dealing with this creature would undoubtedly be troublesome. The lethality of this attack rendered it unsuitable for long-range combat, proving more difficult to counter than its mandibles. However, the larvae would close its mouth before launching the spray, indicating that the act of spraying necessitated the sealing of its internal cavity to compress the gas. With that thought, Chun-Hai shouted and leapt forward, raising his left arm into a cross brace, rapidly closing in on the larvae. Seeing its enemy approach so willingly, the creature emitted a shriek and launched its mouth towards Chun-Hai. With a clang, the cross brace lodged firmly in the larvae's massive jaws, biting but unable to penetrate. It could neither release nor break free. In that moment, it resembled a human with a jaw full of bubblegum, struggling to escape the simple cross brace. The sharp iron plate in his right hand stabbed violently into the larvae's abdomen. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times. Finally, after a piercing wail, the sickle moth larvae went limp, completely still. Chun-Hai did not lower his guard. He focused on the corpse to initiate collection. It was not until he observed the decomposition of the larvae's body that he gradually eased the pressure of his grip and exhaled deeply. Facing the recording lens, Chun-Hai discarded the iron plate smeared with yellow-green slime and removed the makeshift cross brace from his hand, speaking calmly, though the stabbing process was somewhat chaotic. The final strike indeed pierced a hard object, likely a weak point of this species, akin to a core. Its hardness is not particularly great. Any sharp blade could easily penetrate it, given the opportunity. The camera captured the remnants of green fluid on his face, but he paid it no mind as he continued. Next is the combat summary. Before summarizing, I must share a piece of newly acquired information. During the collection process, a prompt will display the name of the target. Thus, I learned the full name of the maggot species, sickle moth larvae. The character for sickle and sorrowful hero. The naming suggests a connection to a formidable cutting ability. However, do not let this knowledge induce anxiety. Such feelings are irrelevant to your current predicament. If you cannot even overcome the larvae, then the capabilities of the adult moths are of no consequence. To render this anxiety useful, we must all strive to survive. His thoughts were clear and his reasoning coherent. He spoke directly yet succinctly, elevating the theme. Lu Ming felt that the Special Forces soldiers had perhaps underestimated him. He should at least rank as a team leader or instructor. In its non-maddened state, the larvae were clumsy and slow to react. Aside from their overwhelming numbers creating a potential encirclement, their individual combat capability was almost non-existent. Even if injured, they would not retaliate immediately. This strange sensation felt as if they were under a caretaker's watch, allowing time for their defeat. If one could kill them within this time frame, there would be no threat. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Having slain over 40 sickle moth larvae, he felt a deep resonance. The larvae in their non-maddened state were as foolish as the beginner monsters in a game. Despite Chun-Hai's arduous battle, had he known the larvae's weak points, he would have undoubtedly dispatched them more swiftly. Signs of impending madness would manifest, the most evident being the growth of granulations at the wound site and the reddening of the skin. The most formidable threat lay in the long-range acidic spray, boasting the greatest lethality and range. Without cover, a direct hit would be fatal. As long as the mouth was secured, the larvae would become an immobile target. Therefore, I urge everyone, you may lack sharp weapons and formidable physiques, but you must possess a simple cross brace. Ideally, it should be constructed from steel components. Wooden or aluminum materials are not advisable, for they can easily shred bones and would likely splinter. As for the manufacturing method, it is quite straightforward. Follow the cross design. With the horizontal brace longer than 50 centimeters, but not excessively so, lest it cannot fit in the mouth, a vertical brace of 1 meter is optimal. Secure it tightly to prevent any movement. Trust me, in a crisis, this device may provide a slender chance of survival. Lastly, The larvae's weak point is preliminarily hypothesized to be located in the abdomen, near the stomach sac, close to the skin. However, this should not be treated as a definitive conclusion without ample samples for comparison. To validate this hypothesis, I will continue to eliminate larvae until the conclusion is confirmed. Until then, I do not recommend anyone attempt to replicate these kills. You lack my combat experience and physical capability. A single misstep could cost you your life. Dying due to reckless impulsiveness is the most foolish way to perish. Cherish your lives. The video concluded here, lasting over 5 minutes. Yet Lu Ming hesitated to close the chat window. The comments remained sparse until 20 seconds later, when messages began to trickle in. Wang Jun. I have remained silent until now, feeling that humanity distorts too quickly in the face of disaster, believing that trust is a rarity, that the future holds no promise, that selfishness and mutual slaughter are all that lie ahead. Until Uncle Chen appeared. Wang Jun. Uncle Chen is truly risking his life to pave the way for us. Wang Jun. If I had not witnessed Uncle Chen's first-hand trials, I might not have had the courage to resist facing such creatures, but seeing his valor and composure inexplicably instilled me with the will to survive. Wang Jun. Uncle Chen. I am fortunate. When I was relocated, I awoke in a room on the second floor of a villa, where many larvae were present. I dared not venture outside. But in my room, I found a collectible katana. I tested it and found it easily cut through books. Now I am willing to hand it over to you, Uncle Chen, hoping that it will aid you in slaying the larvae and leading us to safety. Qin Chuan, a katana. How splendid. Had I not seen the larvae's combat prowess, I might have yearned for such a weapon. However, I will heed Uncle Chen's advice and will not act recklessly without assurance of success. After all, my physical assessment only qualifies me as a basic soldier. Merely an ordinary person, rushing in could lead to becoming mere nourishment. While I may not possess the good fortune of Brother Wang Jun, I can contribute 2 bottles of water. Uncle Chen, please accept my offer without further refusal. Pang Xiaolong. A basic soldier is already commendable. My assessment classified me as a reserve soldier, not even qualifying as a soldier. I have been at a loss for what to do. Seeing Uncle Chen feels like encountering a savior. Thus, I will not hide any longer. Perhaps it is a compensation for the weak. But the room I awoke in contained a level 2 supply box. Upon opening it, I found 2 bags of bread, a bottle of purified water, and a random skill book. I have learned the skill, but cannot offer it to Uncle Chen. However, the bread and water can be shared, hoping Uncle Chen can save me in due course. Liao Dong. Wow, brother, your luck is incredible. Abundant food and a skill book? What skill did you acquire? Does it have any combat capability? Pang Xiaolong. Unfortunately, I received a functional skill called Universal Key, which allows me to unlock anything that is locked. Chapter 14. The first in the region, never to yield. Unlock anything that is locked. Lu Ming was astonished. Rising abruptly, his chair pushed back by the force of his legs. This is undoubtedly yet another extraordinary skill, or rather, any skill related to the concept of locking will possess infinite potential for development. What constitutes a locked item? How does one define a lock? Must it have a physical mechanism, or can it pertain to a conceptual lock as well? If it is the former, the effects may not be as astonishing. Yet it would still qualify as a formidable skill. Should it be the latter, however, it verges on a bug. Take, for instance, the human brain, which operates at a remarkably low capacity. If we were to refer to this phenomenon as a mental shackle, could a universal key liberate the mind, elevating one to a superhuman state? Similarly, when individuals find themselves in dire situations, they often unleash extraordinary potential, a phenomenon typically dubbed as a genetic lock. Would the universal key then also unlock this genetic barrier, transforming individuals into superhumans? Pursuing this line of thought, the possibilities for remarkable feats become boundless. Yet, would it truly be so extraordinary? Lu Ming pondered and ultimately chose to negate this notion. He had been somewhat trapped in his own exceptional case, forgetting the world's setting. This is a post-apocalyptic world beset by disaster. The mysterious program designates them as survivors. What does it mean to be a survivor? It denotes those who cling to life, a disadvantaged role, akin to ants. If extraordinary skills were readily available, capable of yielding game-breaking advantages, could this still be classified as an apocalypse? With this understanding, Lu Ming redirected his gaze to the chat window, where indeed, there were numerous imaginative minds. And someone had already posited his hypothesis. Huangjia. Wow, isn't that a divine skill? Can it unlock genetic locks? Zhang Hao, brother, that has quite the imagination. If genetic locks can be opened, why bother leveling up when we could all become superhumans and wreak havoc on the aberrant creatures? Pang Xiaolong. To be honest, I've thought the same, but unfortunately, this skill specifies that it can only unlock physical locks. Upon reading this, Lu Ming fell silent. Indeed, he had overthought. But reflecting on his ultimate transcendence, the possibility of such a concept could not be entirely dismissed. The caveat remains that someone must be able to afford the exorbitant cost of transcending the bug skill. However, this Pang Xiaolong, the chubby lad, was rather young, easily stirred by the atmosphere, and spoke impulsively. A sword is merely a cold weapon, and there is only one. Relinquishing it means losing it. Your skill, however, is a lasting asset, and there may be but a handful in the entire region. Although influenced by Chun Hai's prowess and charisma, fostering a sense of unity. This only pertains to those willing to voice their opinions. The extent of this region and the number of individuals within remain a mystery. Perhaps there are thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, including those from other countries. Among them, perhaps few can match Chun Hai's combat prowess. Yet countless individuals surpass the average person in physical capability. Those who practice boxing, engage in mixed martial arts, are fitness enthusiasts, or revel in brawls. All possess a certain level of physical combat strength. If these individuals set their sights on you, one can imagine the complexity of your predicament. After all, names, numbers, and appearances are entirely public. The benefits a universal locksmith could bring in this apocalypse are evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Yet intelligence comes in two forms, one that genuinely values you and one that perceives you as a mere tool. In the former, life may still be bearable. In the latter, you are relegated to the status of a slave. Undoubtedly, regardless of which category, neither will elevate your specialization level. Even if one were to advance, it would certainly remain at a level beneath their dominion. Do not inquire further. A tool cannot escape the control of its wielder. As for calling for help, that is a joke. You are both a tool and a hostage. Only those who recognize your value will come to your aid. Should you perish, your value vanishes. Unless that individual possesses the immense power to silently obliterate the entire controlling team. Pang Xiaolong. Of course, I trust Uncle Chun. There are indeed those who covet my position, and I appreciate Uncle Chun's warning. I will speak cautiously in the future. Lu Ming sighed with relief. Though this matter did not concern him directly, he was, after all, an upstanding young man with high expectations for Chun Hai. He possessed strength, charisma, intelligence, and leadership. Previously, he had been skeptical of groups due to the inherent complexities of human nature. Without a leader, chaos would ensue. Now, however, he believed that if it were Chun Hai, a new order could indeed be established. Talents like Pang Xiaolong could only fully realize their potential under his guidance, thereby creating even greater value. In this manner, Chun Hai's group could swiftly amass resources, enhance their strength, and hunt aberrant creatures. Consequently, Lu Ming's plan to acquire specialized crystals could come to fruition ahead of schedule. Chun Hai. Additionally, I appreciate everyone's goodwill. Aside from the sword of young brother Wang Jun, I have declined all other material trades. Prioritize your survival needs, and I must report some new developments. Unfortunately, it is bad news. Chun Hai. Regrettably, just moments ago, I employed the same method to eliminate another mantis larva. This time, the larva did not enter a frenzy, as it was already dead by the time I pierced its skull. Upon piercing, I felt the same hard texture, indicating that the larva's weak points are not fixed. They can be located in the abdomen, head, tail, or even any corner of its body. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by a flurry of rapid information exchanges. Lu Ming promptly shut down the channel panel. Upon hearing the news of random weak points, anyone would have their grievances. However, with Chun Hai present, Lu Ming was not concerned about the group's atmosphere spiraling out of control. On the contrary, armed with the sword, Chun Hai's combat prowess would likely soar. Even without knowledge of the mantis larva's weak points, subsequent one-on-one encounters would likely favor Chun Hai overwhelmingly. Had there not been a significant advantage at the outset, one would merely be a floundering fish. Given that fate had bestowed upon him such a powerful beginning and the top position in the region, he would not relinquish it lightly. Moreover, having grasped the immense value of the resource box, he must hasten to elevate his strength to a level capable of effortlessly sweeping through the mantis larvae before exiting the shop. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming pulled up the steel gate, creating a resounding noise that drew the attention of mantis larvae within a 50-meter radius. As the previous kill had occurred not long ago, the area within 30 meters outside the shop had been nearly cleared. Thus, he prioritized agitating the larval swarm before adjusting the size of the bulletproof glass door-esque gap. Once Lu Ming completed all preparations and stood at the door with his knife, the mantis larvae finally entered the assembly line, arriving at the slaughterhouse. The first larva cautiously approached. Lu Ming's pupils transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The eye of truth activated, and with a swift motion, he struck down with his traditional straight knife. Splurt. Green liquid splattered forth, greedily collected as it fell. Successfully dissected mantis larva. Acquired specialized crystal X2. High purity aberrant protein X2. Advanced soldier progression, 7100. Chapter 15. The Burden of Envy. One after another, with each strike decisive, Lu Ming's pack grew progressively heavier. 100. 120. 150. 200. The quantity of specialized crystals surged like a gushing spring. After each wave of larval kills, Lu Ming would deliberately pull the gate, even using the knife's handle to strike the gate, creating noise to attract the next wave of larvae. This cycle continued until the number of specialized crystals exceeded 300, ultimately culminating at 340 before the slaughter ceased. Closing the gate and sealing the space, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. It was far too easy. Slicing a watermelon requires aesthetic precision, yet this merely involved removing the head and core to obtain the crystal. Alas, it felt a bit lonely. He opened his spatial pouch and browsed through all his resources. Multifunctional sports drink 350 milliliters, 2 compressed biscuits, specialized crystallization 340 pieces, high purity exotic protein 364 lumps. High purity exotic protein. It seems time to ascertain what this is. Identification. High purity exotic protein. Category. Special food. Description. A highly nutritious substance favored by certain exotic beings. Consumption results in substantial energy replenishment and accelerates their growth rate. However, it is lethally toxic to humans. Unauthorized consumption poses a life-threatening risk. It is advised to utilize an exotic protein processing machine to eliminate toxins, or to resist the toxicity only after reaching the Battle King level with sufficient personal resistance. Remarkably, this is an edible substance, yet alas, the current conditions do not permit consumption. An exotic protein processing machine, Battle King level. This information seems quite avant-garde. It is understandable that exotic beings have their own ecological environments and food chains. It is inconceivable that they would perish without the presence of humans. Closing the satchel. Since it is not immediately needed, I shall attend to it when the time is ripe. I open the character panel and click on the specialization level. Prompt. Detected sufficient quantities of specialized crystallization in the spatial satchel. Do you wish to consume 100 specialized crystals to elevate your specialization level to advanced soldier? Yes. 100 specialized crystals vanish into thin air, shattering into fragments, their energy converging into a more robust blue arc that integrates into Lu Ming's body. A sharp, tingling sensation engulfs him once more, this time more intense than during the upgrade to intermediate soldier. Blood vessels writhe beneath the skin, blue light bursts from his eyes, and shimmering patterns dance within him. As Lu Ming howls to the heavens, a shockwave erupts, propelling him 2 meters into the air. Crack, crack, crack. Clenching his newly empowered fists, Lu Ming feels an unprecedented strength. Threefold. He is thrice as powerful as an intermediate soldier. Is this the so-called limit achievable by an ordinary person? It is beyond what I had imagined. Suddenly, a crisp sound emanates from his soiled sports jacket, and the right arm from elbow to shoulder bursts open. Goodness. This was a premium sportswear set he had painstakingly acquired for hundreds of dollars on an online marketplace. Having worn it in various styles for half a year without issue, he had thought it a treasure. Now, it seems he had been rather careless. Glancing at the tear on his arm, Lu Ming feels bewildered. Whose brawny biceps are these? Whose robust arms? Wait, why does my abdomen feel so exposed? Looking down, he realizes that the sports jacket has ridden up above his navel, leaving his midriff completely exposed. And what are those glaring 8-pack abs? He exercises daily for health, but has never specifically trained for muscle definition. The perfect lines of muscle make him want to touch them. Moreover, he notices that his pants have become shorter, and his shoes are beginning to pinch. Has he grown in totality? With no mirror available, he cannot assess himself. However, The clothes and shoes can no longer be worn. Once the opportunity arises, he must search for new ones after leaving the store. Conveniently, there are mirrors available there. Mirrors? Wait. I recall that clicking on my avatar in the information panel allows for a full-body reflection. With this thought, Lu Ming quickly opens the information panel and clicks on his avatar, causing a three-dimensional projection to unfold. Upon seeing the projection, Lu Ming is momentarily taken aback. Before him is a face with sharp brows and starry eyes, three-dimensional features, and a manly, handsome visage. His physique is undeniably powerful without appearing bulky, lean yet robust. Overall, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of talent scouts in Blue Star. Is this truly him? Touching his smooth face, Lu Ming is uncertain whether to feel joy or fear. Why fear, you ask? Did not Frieza from Dragon Ball wish for such a transformation when gathering the Dragon Balls? Indeed, it is absurd. You no longer resemble yourself. How can one not be afraid? Alas, since fate insists on bestowing upon him the burden of envy from the world, he can only acquiesce and accept this harsh reality. Yet, while he is undeniably handsome, possessing only an image without reference leaves him unaware of changes in height and weight. The system is peculiar, having projected his reflection. Why can it not also proportionally project into the spatial realm? Gazing at his mirrored projection, Lu Ming instinctively begins to estimate his dimensions. Unbeknownst to him, while he contemplates his height and weight, the outline of the Eye of Truth activates, quietly materializing. Could it be? Identification. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. ID, 66666. Age, 24. Specialization level, advanced soldier. Height, originally 175 centimeters, after 2 evolutions to intermediate and advanced, now 183 centimeters. Weight, originally 62 kilograms, after 2 evolutions, now 85 kilograms. General functions: World Channel, Trading Post, Spatial Satchel. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, E level. Personal information: former resident of Blue Star, third-rate writer. Orphan, average social relations, cautious and steady personality, slightly selfish, legal citizen. Current transferor in the 6th cycle of the Calamity Apocalypse, survivor, strategist. Comprehensive evaluation. Goodness. It turns out the Eye of Truth can not only identify exotic beings and items, but can also directly evaluate humans. He had not considered this aspect. Not that he had not thought of it, but there were too many matters to contemplate, leaving him no time to ponder. The crucial information is surprisingly complete. Re-evaluating his height and weight, Lu Ming feels an overwhelming satisfaction. At 183 meters and 85 kilograms, his physique has undoubtedly reached a formidable level. However, the term orphan in the information is somewhat jarring. It feels as though this rather detached phrasing is less a statement of fact and more an intended insult. Surprisingly, the exclusive skill identification results align well with his skill attributes. Without exception, they are all question marks, revealing no content whatsoever. And the comprehensive evaluation section has also become peculiar. Yet, this is of little importance. What truly matters is that now knowing how to utilize the Eye of Truth, he has a particular subject he wishes to examine. Opening the World Channel, selecting the regional section, locating the video file, and clicking on Chun Hai's kill footage. He gazes at Chun Hai's figure and solemnly states, Identification. With a swift motion, a detailed information panel appears before him. Chapter 16. Does your conscience not ache? Name: Chun Hai. Gender, male. ID, 4399. Age, 42. Specialization level, ultimate soldier. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 90 kilograms. General functions: gathering, World Channel, Trading Post, Spatial Satchel. Skills: none. Personal information: former resident of Blue Star, retired leader of the Huaxia Dragon Team, current instructor of the Dragon Team, code name, Hu. Possessing extensive combat experience, exceptionally skilled in close combat. Once single-handedly eliminated a squad of A-level mercenaries, leaving his mark in the Middle East. Known as the Undying Bird of Huaxia, he is a man of valor and justice. With strong leadership skills, meticulous thought, calm demeanor, and an unparalleled patience that allows him to accomplish what others deem impossible. Current transferor in the 6th cycle of the Calamity Apocalypse, survivor, strategist. Comprehensive evaluation, stunned. The information panel leaves Lu Ming profoundly shaken. Whether in terms of personal history or physical data, everything attests to his status as a king among kings. The former leader of the Dragon Team, and now an instructor. As an ordinary citizen, His knowledge of military elites is limited to special operations forces and elite soldier programs. Yet, a legendary organization like the Dragon Team, often found in novels, truly exists. Even more astonishing is that Chun Hai's initial specialization level is not that of an advanced soldier, but rather the ultimate soldier. Although Lu Ming is unaware of what the ultimate soldier entails, it is undoubtedly a rank above that of an advanced soldier. He concealed his true capabilities. Yet this was entirely within reason. Not only could it serve as a strategic reserve, but it also made it easier for the average person to accept. To further mask his strength, he deliberately made his kills appear consistent with his stated abilities, demonstrating a remarkably astute mind. However, what standards constitute an overall evaluation of S? With this thought, Lu Ming tapped on the evaluation level, which immediately expanded into a data panel. Strength, 115, 100, Agility, 95, 100, Wisdom, 99, 100, Spirit, 120, 100, Overall. For 29 evaluation, S in an instant. He grasped the implication that the Ultimate Warrior's 4 metrics had a maximum score of 100, while Chun Hai's metrics had surpassed the limits, thus justifying the S rating, right? Particularly the values for Spirit and Strength seemed exceedingly formidable. What about his own metrics? The 3 question marks at the end of Chun Hai's personal information caught his attention. This symbol typically indicates hidden information in web text. Could there be additional data to uncover? Yet, such revelations about Chun Hai also concealed a deep-seated regret. Although the Jiang family recognized that Chun Hai bore a national responsibility, they could never forgive this prospective son-in-law who had vanished for a decade, forever barring him from stepping even a foot into their household. This matter became an insurmountable obstacle for Chun Hai, a core reason for his withdrawal into the shadows. From that moment, he had not smiled again, training relentlessly to numb himself until an hour before the transfer. When the higher-ups of the Dragon Group could no longer bear to see him in such a state of emotional paralysis, they handed him a photograph. It depicted a vibrant, beautiful girl brimming with confidence and positivity. The higher-ups informed him that she was the child of Jiang Shuiyan, who had not passed away from illness, but had tragically fallen from a height due to family power struggles and conspiracies during childbirth. She could have survived, but chose to save her child, their child, the offspring of Chun Hai and Jiang Shuiyan. Upon receiving this news, Chun Hai felt as if struck by lightning, drowning in regret and sorrow, yet igniting a new hope. He hastily boarded a plane to the United States, unaware that the moment the flight took off, a great upheaval would occur. Thus concluded the hidden information. Lu Ming sighed, astonished that such a skilled individual harbored such secrets. The photograph, notably marked with a highlight effect, indicated that it could be clicked for further viewing. Hesitatingly, Lu Ming's finger hovered over the image, contemplating whether it was inappropriate to pry into another's privacy. Yet, to abstain seemed disingenuous. He decided it was best to attribute this curiosity to the skill at hand, relieving himself of any moral burden. Upon clicking the photograph, he was indeed struck by its stunning appeal. Her tall stature and perfect proportions were captivating. Her light makeup outshone many heavily made-up celebrities and was far beyond the superficial filters of certain internet influencers. If one were to score her beauty, she would undoubtedly exceed a 95, earning the title of goddess. Most notably was her aura. The photograph captured her poised elegance, her playful smile exuding youthfulness and vivacity. The fact that such a remarkable individual could be the daughter of a hardened man like Chun Hai left Lu Ming astounded, leading him to marvel at the formidable genetics of Aunt Shuiyan. Nevertheless, this was not the time for admiration. The crucial matter was whether he could access his own evaluation data, which pertained to future assessments of enemy strength. Just as he prepared to close the photograph, a sudden epiphany struck him. With an image at hand, could he not deduce further information? The thought made Lu Ming feel slightly embarrassed. Was he really engaging in such trivial pursuit? He resolutely decided against further scrutiny. Closing the photograph and Chun Hai's information panel, he once again examined Chun Hai's details before reopening the photo, activating the truth-seeking ability. Clearing his throat, he reassured himself that this was not mere voyeurism, but rather a natural curiosity. Having come this far, how could he not continue? Identification. Name: Jiang Ling. Gender: female. ID: 02. Age: 20. Specialization level: Ultimate Warrior. Height: 176 centimeters. Weight: 63 kilograms. General abilities: Collection: World Channel, Trading Post, Spatial Bag. Skills: Elite Archery, Iron Collection. Strength: 107, 100 agility, 110, 100 wisdom, 95, 100 spirit, 90, 100 overall. For O2 evaluation, Lu Ming's mouth twitched violently. Was this title serious? Such a monstrous being. Yet she presented herself with the demeanor of a delicate woman. Was she deceiving naive men? Would her conscience not ache? Chapter 17. The area in turmoil. A tiger father does not raise a dog daughter. Thus, the genes of a father are undoubtedly reflected in his daughter's physical prowess. The term ultimate warrior held true as Lu Ming thought he had caught up with the formidable beings of the Blue Star through relentless training. Little did he realize that true strength was so formidable, starting with extraordinary power. There was no time for research on evaluation data. It was time to seize the weapon and engage in battle. However, in the end, he still clicked on Jiang Ling's avatar to see her current appearance. The image starkly contrasted with the lively, radiant smile from the photograph. Jiang Ling's expression was uncharacteristically icy. Her eyes gleamed with sharpness, her face like frost. Her long hair cascading past her cheeks and tied back with a black satin ribbon into an elegant braid that fell to her waist. Opening the mirror, he beheld a stunning silhouette exuding both natural pride and an intimidating aura. Dressed in a form-fitting black suit, she appeared as if attending a significant gathering. Her braid trailing down her back. Lu Ming could not help but feel a strong visual impact from the disparity between the photograph and reality, acknowledging the complex allure that Jiang Ling possessed. Yet, this did not obscure the monstrous truth hidden beneath this exquisite exterior. Closing Jiang Ling's personal information, Lu Ming promptly navigated to his own information panel, heading straight for the Advanced Soldier section. Advanced Soldier, possessing a wealth of experience in combat against diverse beings. Your overall strength has reached the limits of an average person, merely 2 steps away from becoming a true hunting warrior. Consuming specialized crystals can elevate you to the level of the ultimate warrior. Current progression, 24300. Excellent, just a little more to go. This little more referred solely to physical prowess. Genuine combat experience and skills could not be rapidly acquired in a short span. Such mastery required years of training. Even in the Blue Star, he could never surpass 2 individuals in his lifetime. However, with the advent of this skill book, he no longer faced insurmountable odds. Thus, he resolved to elevate his level to that of the ultimate warrior as swiftly as possible before venturing out to explore the miraculous resource boxes. With a meticulous plan in mind, Lu Ming shed his uncomfortable sportswear, kicked off his ill-fitting shoes, and grasped his straight knife, heading toward the door. He was set to embark on the 3rd round of larval hunting. After the high-intensity usage in the 2nd round, his straight knife currently possessed 342 durability points. Deducting the 50 points for dullness, he could still slay 584 larvae. However, he could not afford to expend all of it inside the shop. Supplies of clothing, food, and weapons must be sought outside. Therefore, he needed to reserve approximately 200 points of durability for emergencies. Having meticulously allocated his kill distribution, the 3rd batch of larvae was now gathered. Lu Ming began to eliminate them while counting, utterly unaware that a video showcasing him and his shop had surged to regional popularity. Xiaohe video file. Xiaohe. Folks, let me show you something. I'm not too familiar with the functionality, so the footage is a bit shaky, but it doesn't hinder viewing. After watching, please help analyze what is happening down there. Is there some major event unfolding? Moments later. Gaobo, what the hell is that? Why are so many larvae clustering together? Xiaohe. Indeed, I reside in the residential building directly above this area. I have witnessed the congregation of monsters thrice. One moment a swarm appears, and the next another follows. I frequently hear the clanging sounds from below. Is it possible that some automated device is attracting them? Ding Chuang. With so many aberrations surrounding you, it must be quite exhilarating. Xiaohe, it is indeed disheartening. However, it seems the area where these aberrations gather is akin to a bottomless pit. Those who venture in never return. A significant portion of the streets is deserted. Could there be some treasure hidden there? Or perhaps it leads to the sewers. Li Xiong, sewers? I am directly opposite you, and while I cannot see what lies beneath, I can observe half of the storefront and its name, Innovative Mobile Repair Agency. It's just a place that repairs phones and sells second-hand knockoffs, hardly a sewer. Xiaohe, but that doesn't add up. How could so many aberrations fit in without the sewers? They can't just vanish into thin air. Below, a dozen or so individuals engaged in a profound discussion regarding the disappearance of the larvae and the store, until a woman named Lu Lanfang appeared. Lu Lanfang, there's someone. What? Someone. Upon her utterance, the entire area erupted in confusion. Zhao He. Sister, please complete your statement. What do you mean by someone? Where is this person? Lu Lanfang, there's someone in the store. I am standing about 20 meters away, diagonally opposite. Through the storage room window, I can see the legs of a person who consistently opens the shutter to let the larvae in. Each time the larvae enter, they vanish. And nearly all the surrounding larvae have been released by this person. Even when there are no larvae present, they intentionally bang and rattle the shutter to attract more larvae from afar, and the numbers keep increasing. Zhao He, is that true? Sister, are you sure you're not hallucinating? It sounds rather fantastical. How could a human attract aberrations like flocks of chickens or ducks? Even a high-ranking soldier like Uncle Chun has to eliminate them one by one. Lu Lanfang, I have doubted my own eyes, but I speak the truth. It began with dozens, then around 100, and now they are densely packed. I dare not count them anymore. Zhao He, if this is indeed the work of a human, then there is only one possibility. That person knows the weaknesses of the scythe larvae and, as Uncle Chin suggested, kills them without taking damage during the caretaker's time. Gao Bo, goodness, even if one knows the weaknesses, that is still incredibly bold to gather 100 at once for slaughter. What kind of formidable power would one need to be so audacious? Zhao He, truly courageous, but it is a pity we do not know who this person is. If only we could beseech them to share their methods for identifying weaknesses. Gao Bo, forget it. That's a method for swiftly eliminating aberrations. Do you understand what I mean? Or do you think you possess a more charming physique than others, that the esteemed individual would wish to trade with you? Zhao He, that's quite the statement. Gao Bo, while the words may be coarse, the truth remains. As long as this esteemed individual exists, it is a boon for you all. Having such a powerful ally nearby indeed boosts one's sense of security. Lu Lanfang, it is certainly a good thing. After several rounds of larvae gathering, there are almost no traces of them outside. Yet, we are still hesitant to venture out, uncertain of when this person might start banging the door again to gather more. If we step outside only to be surrounded by hordes of larvae, we would surely perish. Gao Bo, then we wait. Once they can no longer attract larvae, your area will be liberated. By the way, where exactly are you? Please tell me. I might find an opportunity to escape to your location. Lu Lanfang, I have no idea. There are no road signs or address numbers. Zhao He, I don't know either. Li Xiang, neither do I. Gao Bo, come on, you simply don't want to say? The world has turned cold. Zhao He, those who understand, understand. Li Xiang, indeed, those who understand, understand. Previously mere spectators now joined in the commotion. Of course, it would be foolish to let anyone in. Once the esteemed individual eradicates the aberrations, they would be able to venture out temporarily and search for resources. The more people there are, the more mouths need feeding. While they trust Chunhai, one must have supplies to sustain themselves until Chunhai arrives, right? As for the esteemed individual, those with insight have ceased to harbor extravagant hopes. It is clear that this esteemed individual and Chunhai are not of the same ilk. They do not wish to bear any burdens. But what of it? Were it themselves, they would choose to be a lone wolf as well. Lu Lanfang, I truly do not know. Zhao He, all right, Aunt Lanfang, no need for further explanation. Please keep an eye on that store. If this esteemed individual truly exists, remember to capture a video. We must pay homage to their visage. Lu Lanfang, how do I record a video? I'm not familiar with it. Zhao He, please don't rush. I will privately teach you. What followed was a series of playful banter and teasing remarks, as well as latecomers joining the discussion about the esteemed individual. Meanwhile, the focus of the conversation was wholly engaged in harvesting the lives of the scythe larvae. Naturally, they had received reminders about video files, yet the relentless slaughter could not be paused, leaving them with no choice but to ignore it. Chapter 18. The Ultimate Soldier on the Other Side. Chunhai closed the chat channel. He opened all the recorded videos of killing scythe larvae and scrutinized them earnestly. Since a method for determining the larvae's weaknesses truly existed, there must be a trace to follow. However, as he reviewed the recordings, he could not help but think of his daughter's current predicament. He could only implore the heavens for a modicum of mercy, hoping not to be left with regrets for a lifetime. Successfully dissected the scythe larvae corpse, acquiring 2 specialized crystals and 2 high-purity aberrant proteins. After collecting the last scythe larvae corpse, Lu Ming exhaled deeply. This slaughter had been somewhat intoxicating. He had killed precisely 407 before he could bring himself to stop. and the number of specialized crystals had reached an astonishing 1054. There were 2 instances of larvae gathering in between. Although the quantity had not diminished, the speed of their gathering had evidently slowed. In fact, the last wave of larvae took a full 2 minutes to arrive, indicating that he had decimated the majority in the nearby alleyways. The durability of his dagger had also dropped to 160, with the remaining durability required for scavenging outside. He opened his information panel and clicked on the specialized level. Notification: sufficient quantity of specialized crystals detected in spatial pouch. Would you like to consume 300 specialized crystals to elevate the specialized level to Ultimate Soldier? Yes. Whoosh. The crystals shattered into a heap, and a massive surge of specialized energy surged into Lu Ming's body. It then violently radiated outward from the center of his heart. The sensation was as if his blood were being forced out of his body. Every bone, blood vessel, and organ was engulfed in excruciating pain. Humph. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his gums turned white from clenching his teeth. Lu Ming's handsome visage twisted into an expression of sheer agony. Suddenly, the pain of being squeezed was compounded by the torment of tearing. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Ming fell to his knees. His muscles bulged, blood vessels expanded, and his hardened fists struck the ground like hammers, producing a series of thunderous roars. Finally, after 10 seconds, a foul-smelling black mist seeped from Lu Ming's skin, rising into the air before vanishing into the ceiling. Huff, huff. Sweat drenched Lu Ming's body, and his breathing grew labored. He remained in place for several minutes to stabilize his rising chest before slowly standing up. Gazing at his still trembling hands, Lu Ming could not help but curse. Not for any other reason, but simply because it hurt like hell. It felt akin to having one's bones broken. He began to suspect that those specialized crystals were perhaps steeped in the grievances of the scythe larvae. What is that smell? Lifting his nose to sniff, Lu Ming furrowed his brow. This odor did not seem to stem from the rotting slime of the scythe larvae, but rather resembled the filth found beneath toenails. Could it be me? In disbelief, he raised his arm to his face and sniffed. Oh no, he nearly expelled the remnants of last night's meal. With a swift motion, he peeled away a layer of sticky, black sludge. What on earth? As he took a step towards the wall to wipe his hands, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. It wasn't painful, but the strangeness of the situation was undeniable. Having broken through a threshold, he found himself unable to navigate. Rising again, he realized that his weight of around 80 kilograms felt as light as a feather. Just a slight push with his palm, and he was lifted off the ground. Remembering the prior agony, the foul stench, and the black sludge that he had shed, Lu Ming suddenly understood. Cleansing the marrow. Those noxious black substances were merely the filth within his body. With this realization, Lu Ming transitioned from astonishment to elation. Leaning against the wall, he began a series of rehabilitation exercises to adapt his body. He grew faster and faster, eventually dashing wildly within the confines of the room. If an outsider were to witness the scene, they would surely be left speechless. The reason was simple. Lu Ming had completely disregarded the spatial constraints, racing through the mere 20 square meters of the shop with the ease of gliding on air. From the floor to the walls, from the walls to the ceiling. It felt as though he had defied gravity. He executed precise jumps, soaring upward. His palm effortlessly brushed the ceiling, and his body continued to ascend. After lingering at the apex for a moment, he descended once more. Once grounded, Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Incredible, it was simply astonishing. The stunts he had only seen in films were now unfolding in his own life. His speed and jumping ability transcended the comprehension of an ordinary person. As for strength, he glanced at the glass display case and, with a slight exertion, effortlessly lifted it. Weighing over 100 kilograms, a burden that would strain even with a pulley system. He hoisted it with one hand. Was this the world that Chun Hai and Jiang Ling inhabited? Could it still be considered human? Lu Ming couldn't help but harbor doubts. He opened the information panel and clicked on Extreme Soldier. A notification window appeared. Extreme Soldier, capable of solo hunting initial larval aberrants. Only a fine line separates you from becoming a true hunting warrior. Devouring specialized crystals can elevate you to a junior hunting warrior. Progress to advancement. 754-1000. After 300, it becomes 1000. This leap would surely leave a normal person cursing. They lacked a greedy, overpowered skill, and with a 50% yield rate of specialized crystals. It would require at least 2,000 larval mantids to start. Without a team to support them, achieving this would seem impossible. The foul odor still lingered at his nostrils, occasionally surging into his mind, which was quite irritating. Clearly, aside from addressing clothing changes, weapon stockpiling, and resource gathering, showering had become the top priority. With that thought, Lu Ming picked up a traditional straight knife resting nearby, his brow furrowing slightly. Previously, he hadn't noticed, but now, with his enhanced strength, the straight knife felt weightless in his hands, lacking substance. Silently toying with it for a moment, he gradually came to terms with it. After all, new weapons would soon be at hand. If not, he could switch to a broadsword, which exuded a certain grandeur. As long as his strength was sufficient, its lethality would surpass that of the straight knife. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming donned the sportswear he had previously discarded, tying the sleeves behind his head and wrapping the hem around his neck, crafting a makeshift mask that significantly reduced the foul odor. He then opened the gate, bare-chested and barefoot, wielding the straight knife, confidently striding towards the street. Observing the sliver of sky beyond the residential buildings and feeling the warm, pleasant sunlight, he longed to take a deep breath of fresh air. However, the stench clung to him so tenaciously that, even with his homemade mask, he dared not act carelessly. One misstep, and instead of being taken by the aberrance, he might be sent away by his own odor. How embarrassing that would be. With a soft sigh, he turned and advanced in the direction he had initially come from. He recalled that the grocery store had been filled with a dozen larval creatures. Now, he assumed they had all been lured to their demise. Aberrants would not waste food, so there might still be some supplies inside. As he pondered this, the entire shop was suddenly outlined in blue. Upon seeing this familiar effect, Lu Ming squinted his eyes, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. Could it really be that easy? Chapter 19, like cheating. No matter how carefully he calculated, he never expected that the so-called spatial range assessment could be so unreasonable. He stood outside, having seen nothing, yet he could assess the entire store. He promptly decided to test it. Assess. With a whispered command, countless item names appeared before Lu Ming's eyes like product labels. They penetrated the walls, revealing their locations as if through an X-ray vision. Some were so densely packed that their labels overlapped. Instinctively, Lu Ming felt a sense of visual pollution. The clutter was overwhelming. Could this be a flaw of the overpowered skill? Was it possible to display only the labels for resources? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, all the item labels vanished, and when they reappeared, only the resource labels were visible. Scanning the tools, cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, and other daily necessities, Lu Ming felt a wave of exasperation. Could it possibly get any more ridiculous? Just show me the food supplies. With a flick, the labels were reset a second time. And aside from the consumable beverages, snacks, and instant noodles, everything else fell silent. At this point, Lu Ming was completely won over by the eye of truth. Fine. You're impressive. I'll stick with you. Display aberrant creatures, food, beverages, tools, weapons, and supply boxes. He silently set the parameters in his mind. And the assessment information changed once more. As he had surmised, all the larval mantids had been exterminated, while supply boxes were absent, but everything else existed. Most importantly, there was a machete tucked away in the corner of the shop, suggesting that the store owner possessed a strong sense of vigilance. Even more considerate was the fact that due to the detailed categorization of assessed items, the precision of the information had also improved, particularly for food items. The display status now included color coding: black, red, orange, and white. Lu Ming quickly grasped the meanings. Black labels indicated food long expired and toxic. Consumption would lead to immediate death. Red labels denoted expired food that wouldn't kill instantly, but could cause acute symptoms, leading to demise if not treated promptly. Orange labels signified food nearing expiration that needed to be consumed quickly. White labels indicated items with a long shelf life, safe to collect and store. Simple, straightforward, clear, and practical. It felt like cheating. With a satisfied smile, Lu Ming stepped into the store. Upon entering, he was greeted by a wave of decaying moldy odor, followed by several rows of slightly disheveled shelves. There was everything on them, yet food and drink had mostly been wiped out. He casually picked up a bag of greenish spicy snacks, the production date lingering on March 22, 2020, with a shelf life of 12 months. Glancing at the time displayed in the corner of the World Channel, it was already May 27, 2025, indicating that the disaster had occurred at least 4 years ago. In other areas, there were stacks of alcohol, daily necessities, boxed instant noodles, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. After surveying the store, Lu Ming didn't rush to loot, but instead retrieved the machete hidden in the corner of the counter. It was a curved blade, somewhat rusty and of lesser quality than those found in phone repair shops. But so what? A hero does not question the origin of their weapons. After transformation, it becomes a treasured artifact. Tossing it into his spatial pouch, Lu Ming then began to scavenge for resources. As a high-quality young man and a pillar of future humanity, he was determined to choose only the most exquisite and noble food items. Excluding everything except for those with white labels, he set to work. After 10 minutes, the resources he gathered were as follows: 2 boxes of braised beef noodles, 3 boxes of Farmer's Spring purified water, 15 bottles of Pepsi, 10 bottles of Sprite, and a diverse assortment of beverages totaling 60 bottles across 7 varieties. Following these, there were the heavyweight items: 17 boxes of premium liquor and 30 cartons of exquisite cigarettes. While Lu Ming himself had no need for such luxuries, many others were undoubtedly eager for them, particularly in the apocalyptic context where such items had become coveted treasures. The longevity of these goods was a significant factor: 10 years for cigarettes and 20 years for liquor, making them irresistible whenever encountered. Note: the spatial pouch has less than 3 slots available. Please be mindful of the storage limit. Upgrading the spatial pouch can increase its capacity. Oh. As his thoughts turned, Lu Ming suddenly realized the spatial pouch contained only 20 slots, and although he could infinitely stack identical items, after cramming various beverages and foodstuffs, along with the liquor and cigarettes, he found only 2 slots remained. Upgrading. He opened the spatial pouch and glanced around, indeed spotting an icon next to the pouch's slots. Clicking on the triangular icon, a prompt appeared. Upgrading the spatial pouch requires 40 specialized crystals. After upgrading, the pouch size will double. 40 crystals seemed rather steep. Should he proceed with the upgrade? Ultimate enhancement. Please select the enhancement tier, first or second. First tier. Note: enhancing the universal function of the spatial pouch requires 3 million specialized crystals. Confirm. Cancel. Is this a joke? Where would he possibly find 3 million specialized crystals? A direct warning against enhancement would have sufficed. Cancel. He had initially approached this with a sense of trial, and even if enhancement were possible, would he truly choose to upgrade? Likely not. The size of the pouch, like the level of specialization, became increasingly valuable in later stages. Forget it. He decided to use the specialized crystals instead. He repeated the upgrade process, confirming the consumption of 40 specialized crystals. Note: spatial pouch upgrade successful. Current capacity is 1840. Next upgrade will require 80 specialized crystals. That would suffice. Given his bold nature, he considered striving for another upgrade. However, mindful of the potential greater uses for specialized crystals in the future, he calmed himself. Stepping away from the liquor and snacks, Lu Ming adeptly set his sights on the search for supplies. Along the way, he noticed several individuals hiding in shops. Strangely, none of them called out for help or even joined him in his scavenging. Moreover, whether it was a mere illusion or not, each person's gaze toward him was imbued with a complex reverence. It was perplexing, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Perhaps it was his robust physique, coupled with his fashionable attire and the impressive knife in his hand, that instilled a sense of awe in them. Quite agreeable, really. With less interaction comes less complexity. He relished this freedom of solitude, reminiscent of his past experiences. At that moment, he finally stumbled upon a clothing store. The roller shutter was raised high, leaving only the glass door securely locked. This small shop offered a variety of clothing for men, women, and children, all at reasonable prices. Proudly declaring honesty in trade, a slogan etched upon the outer wall. Despite its faded script, it brought joy to Lu Ming's heart, signifying that he would no longer have to endure the discomfort of bare skin or the ill-fitting, tattered pants that pinched his waist. He stepped forward, preparing to use his identification abilities to check for any hidden dangers within. However, as he glanced inside, a figure caught his eye. Chapter 20. Tier 2 Supply Box. Power Amplification Technique. It was a girl, thin and small. Though clad in a school uniform, it hung loosely around her frame. She was curled up in the corner by the glass door, hugging her knees, her chin resting upon them. Devoid of tears, fear, or joy, she appeared as lifeless as a piece of wood. Suddenly, the wooden figure stirred. She lifted her hollow eyes to meet Lu Ming's gaze. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still before her eyes dropped once more. Lu Ming's pupils constricted, and a sharp pang gripped his heart as the joy he felt upon entering the clothing store was shattered by the familiarity of her expression. Clutching his knife, he turned away, as if he had never noticed her presence, striding past the store. In that instant, as he brushed past her, the scene before him morphed, intertwining with a long-buried memory. The same shadowy corner, the same curled-up figure, the same vacant numbness. Only this time, it was his own reflection staring back, trusting no one, indifferent to the world around him, and harboring no hopes for salvation. That had been his past self, untouched by redemption. Thus, he understood all too well the emotions veiled within those eyes. A surge of compassion coursed through him, yet what could he possibly do? He had never considered himself a savior of mankind, even with his remarkable abilities. All he could do was fulfill the dying wish of that individual to survive. Nothing more. So, what did the plight of others matter to him? It was a pity, though, to miss the opportunity to explore the nearby clothing store. Oh well. Food items were scarce, and shops selling clothes were hardly a rarity. He forced a smile, only to erase it just as quickly. The shadow of his bangs obscured his eyes as he came to a halt. Returning to the store's entrance, he glanced at the reflection of his large, stylish self in the glass door, feeling quite exasperated. To appear less menacing, he squatted down, squinting with a smile, and gently spoke. "Little sister, what is your name? What grade are you in? Could you please open the door? Uncle just wants to come in for a moment." Upon uttering those words, although his expression remained unchanged, internally, he was berating himself, his thoughts twisted in anguish. What kind of nonsensical introduction was that? Wouldn't it be better to get straight to the point? Why did it sound as if he were trying to lure her into something sinister? Surely, no one would let him in after such a ridiculous approach. "Little sister, what is your name? Who was this strange uncle, anyway?" As expected, the girl raised her vacant eyes once more, staring at him for a moment. Lu Ming broke into a cold sweat, feeling a twinge of guilt as he stammered. "Ah, no, I'm not a bad person. Don't be afraid. I just want to change my clothes." He gestured to his muscular chest. "Do you understand?" "Understand what?" With a sharp intake of breath, Lu Ming felt as if he had completely collapsed. What on earth was he doing? Forget it. He was exhausted. Just as he prepared to make a hasty exit, the girl suddenly stood up and, to Lu Ming's astonishment, opened the shop door. Yes, she simply pulled it open. All along, he had assumed the door was locked, but it had no security measures whatsoever. This girl seemed utterly indifferent to her own safety or the nature of the person outside. Her oversized school uniform only accentuated her frail figure. Standing at the door, she held it open, waiting quietly, her gaze blankly fixed on the ground, resembling a lifeless automaton. "Thank you." As the awkwardness dissipated, Lu Ming stepped inside, reeking of sweat. The girl showed no sign of discomfort at his odor, not even glancing in his direction, as if he were merely an invisible wisp of air. In silence, he turned, quietly selecting clothing, his thoughts entirely detached from himself. After wandering around the cramped shop several times, he realized there were no suitable sizes for him outside. As the gaze swept across the interior of the clothing warehouse, marked with a no-entry sign, the dust on the doorknob had accumulated significantly, yet there were no traces of fingerprints, indicating that the girl had not ventured into this area after entering the store. Upon identifying and locking onto the space behind the warehouse door, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. Product tags emerged in quick succession. The absence of any alien life form suggested that the area was secure. As he opened the warehouse door, dust cascaded through the gap. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, the interior was surprisingly well lit. To his astonishment, what was deemed a warehouse turned out to be a living room of a private residence. Directly facing him was the main entrance to the living room. It seemed the owner, having a spacious house, had repurposed the backdoor area, conveniently located in a residential alley, into a clothing store for business. Inside, the accumulation of dust was even greater, and the Eye of Truth revealed that most objects were of a dark hue, with usable items being quite limited. However, as his gaze shifted to the right, he was immediately captivated by a blue product tag, a level 2 resource box, located in the larger room on the right side. His mood shifted from heavy to elated as Lu Ming swiftly entered the room, where he indeed spotted a blue box that stood out awkwardly amidst the surrounding furnishings, nestled in the corner between the bed and the wall. Unlike the arch-shaped treasure chests found in games, this one exuded a sense of advanced technology. Identification: Level 2 resource box, special item, category, container description, a sturdy container housing advanced supplies, containing 500 milliliters of multifunctional sports drink and one random skill book. The contents of the box were directly revealed by the eye of truth, although it diminished the surprise of opening it. It provided a sense of security in knowing its contents ahead of time, particularly the random skill book, which could potentially yield a universal key, a highly coveted skill. Grasping the resource box, he pressed the blue button at its center forcefully, releasing gas as the box promptly opened. Inside lay a neatly arranged, entirely purple book with a golden question mark and 3 bottles of multifunctional sports drink. Prompt: a random skill book has been detected. Would you like to use it immediately? Upon use, you will randomly acquire 1 book from the EA level skill books. Only up to A level, so the universal key, a skill he deemed extraordinary, is not classified as S level. Prompt: would you like to use it immediately? Just as Lu Ming was about to confirm, he suddenly recalled that if the girl were not in such a despondent state, this harmless resource box should have rightfully been her prize. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. If he were to give away this resource box, he would feel utterly deranged. At most, he might offer the girl some compensation upon leaving. Indeed, congratulations. You have acquired the B-level skill power amplification. Chapter 21. The girl. The question mark on the random skill book gradually dissolved, revealing the words power amplification. It was a skill whose effects were self-evident without needing an explanation. Amplifying strength, perhaps? However, he did not currently lack physical enhancement. What he desired was refinement in technique, be it firearms, martial arts, agility, or specialization in various crafts. Even with the amplification of strength, under the same specialization level, he would still be outmaneuvered by those with superior skills. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy, especially since the skill level was nearing the threshold for extraction. Prompt: would you like to learn power amplification immediately? Yes. The skill book disintegrated into specks of light, swirling in the air before entering Lu Ming's forehead. Successfully acquired B-level skill power amplification. Power amplification, B-level, category, active amplification skill effect, double strength for a duration of 10 minutes. Followed by a 5-minute period of weakness where all attributes are halved, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. A 10-minute burst skill, quite decent. The subsequent 5 minutes of weakness seemed a reasonable trade-off. He considered the enhancement effects and the necessary costs. Ultimate Ascension. Prompt: please select the Ascension tier. Second tier. Prompt: confirm consumption of 2,000 specialization crystals to elevate B-level skill power amplification to S-level skill power endowment. Confirm. Cancel O. Merely 2,000 specialization crystals for an upgrade to S? Is the skill subpar, or is there a significant disparity in the costs across tiers? Power endowment, S-level, category, active amplification skill effect, grants threefold strength for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Feature: this amplification can simultaneously be granted to multiple target units, with the number depending on the specialization level. Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment, as the multiplication factor and duration had all tripled after evolution. The weakness effect was entirely eliminated. Although the cooldown seemed lengthy, it was more than sufficient. If a battle extended beyond 30 minutes, one should consider making an escape. This skill was worth investing in and should be prioritized for quick acquisition, as it could prove invaluable in critical moments. Canceling the Ascension operation, he collected the 3 bottles of sports drink as the resource box disintegrated into nothingness. Just as he prepared to leave the room, Lu Ming suddenly noticed the presence of an indoor bathroom. He hurriedly checked to see if the equipment was functional. With great anticipation, he strode inside. After fiddling with the controls for a moment, he discovered that the water heater was utterly unresponsive. It was broken. Moreover, he suddenly recalled that even if the water heater were operational, the regular water supply was tainted with alien toxins. Thus, it wasn't just this household. The situation in other residential buildings was likely similar. His spirits dampened momentarily. Did this mean he had to resign himself to this stench until it naturally dissipated? Although the apocalypse had turned people into savages, this level of odor was excessively intolerable. Fixating on the water heater, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with a thought. If the ordinary water heater was non-functional, perhaps upgrading it by 2 tiers might yield surprising results? Ultimate Ascension. Please select the Ascension tier. Second tier. Prompt: ascending the slightly malfunctioning water heater requires the consumption of 3 specialization crystals. Please select the Ascension direction. Specialization: all-purpose water heater, crystal radiance water heater. What? The water heater has various upgrade paths? Let us examine the details. All-purpose water heater, advanced category, appliance. Description: a practical water heater that integrates self-generation, self-operation, automation, and self-service capabilities. Even in environments with power outages and water shortages, it can still intake water and replenish energy for continued use. This is excellent. Replenishing water is vital. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, he still had a decent supply of pure water resources. After scavenging 6 or 7 grocery stores and small shops, he hadn't gathered much else, but he had 5 boxes of Farmer's Punch, each containing 24 bottles. Therefore, he currently possessed 120 bottles of pure water. Not to mention the sports drinks and other refreshments, ample enough to last him well beyond his needs. Even if he exhausted his supply, his strength would allow him to venture out and quickly replenish it without a care. With this in mind, Lu Ming turned his attention to the alternative type of water heater. Crystal Radiance Water Heater, Luxury, Category, Luxury Item Description, adorned with hundreds of diamonds, shimmering in opulent gold. It is a must-have ornament for successful individuals. Functionally, it is not significantly different from an ordinary all-purpose water heater. Its advantage lies in its luxury, while its disadvantage is the lack of self-service features. Diamonds on a water heater? Truly, the Gallon Galaxy never ceases to amaze. He chose the all-purpose water heater. With a swish, the malfunctioning water heater disassembled and reconfigured into a multi-functional water heater that radiated technological sophistication. To Lu Ming's delight, the water heater even came equipped with shower gel and shampoo, thoughtful and user-friendly. Pressing the button, the screen on the water heater lit up. The omnipotent spirit serves you. Please choose your method of use via voice. An electronic voice prompt appears on the screen, presenting 2 options: automation and self-service. Opting for self-service, one must first add 10 L of water from the outlet and then set the temperature. 10 liters? That amounts to 20 bottles, but it's manageable. Without much hesitation, Lu Ming filled the tank with 10 L of water, adjusted the temperature, and rummaged through the clothing storage to find a few makeshift vests and long pants to wash, completely oblivious to the presence of a college girl by the back door. 10 minutes later, a refreshed Lu Ming emerged from the bathroom, adorned in attire that was well-fitted yet incongruous. Gazing at his reflection, he felt a wave of dissatisfaction. The drab white tank top paired with grayish-blue jeans was utterly unremarkable. Just then, his eyes drifted to the ultimate enhancement displayed on the information panel, and an idea quietly surged forth. After another 2 minutes, Lu Ming stepped out, exuding confidence in a sleek black tactical vest that protected his neck, dark as ink tactical pants, a pure black military belt, and tactical boots. He could boldly proclaim, "What a formidable presence!" Who could have imagined that elevating clothing to the second tier would not only imbue the garments with resilience, stain resistance, and waterproofing properties, but also allow for the customization of styles? Reflecting on his physique and the surrounding ambience, he concluded that such attire was indeed the most comfortable. Clenching his fist in satisfaction, Lu Ming sauntered outside. Upon opening the storage door, he was once again drawn to the figure, which hugged its knees in a corner. Unfazed, despite having been inside for over 20 minutes, he felt compelled to discover what could possibly cause a blossoming young girl to be so lost in thought. Identifying. The eye of truth activated, locking onto the silhouette, and a densely packed information panel popped up. In a fleeting moment, Lu Ming's expression altered drastically. Even without a thorough examination, he caught sight of several piercing words within the personal information: orphan, adoption, foster father's embrace. These weighty words rendered it impossible for Lu Ming to tear his gaze away from the personal profile. He began to read it in its entirety. Personal information: former resident of Blue Star, native of Huaxia Chengchuan, currently in the 3rd year of high school. Born in the women's restroom of the 7 Seas 0 Point Bar, abandoned by her biological mother, Sue. Discovered by the bar's cleaner, the owner was alerted, leading to her being sent to the 7 Seas Xingxing Welfare Institute, where she was named Hong Hong. She exhibited exceptional learning and practical skills, preferred solitude, loved books, and was often ostracized by other children for her quiet nature. At age 5, she was adopted by Wang, who had long desired a child, but later returned her to the Welfare Institute when her foster mother was forced to marry a cousin from the same village, who forbade her to bring the child along. At age 7, she was adopted by Zhao, who renamed her Zhao Jiao. However, after Zhao unexpectedly perished during a late-night poker game, she was returned to the Welfare Institute once again due to the absence of blood relations willing to adopt her. At 10, she was taken in by Yang Zhaojun, who renamed her Yang Shui and enrolled her in local schools. On her coming-of-age ceremony, she discovered that Yang Zhaojuan's true motive for adopting her was to make her his wife, culminating in a harrowing incident that evening. As he attempted to overpower her, Yang Shui managed to grasp a lighter from the bedside, intending merely to ignite his clothing to create an opportunity for escape. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Zhaojun had spilled alcohol on himself, which ignited rapidly upon contact with the flame, engulfing him in fire. In her futile attempt to save him, the flames spread uncontrollably, igniting more combustible materials within the room. The villagers rushed to the scene. While paralyzed by fear, Yang Shui fled the inferno, only to learn of Yang Zhaojun's demise as she ran into the depths of the forest behind Yang Village, where she hid for 3 months before undergoing a significant transfer. Now part of the 666th batch of transferees in the apocalyptic world, she became a survivor and strategist. After absorbing the lengthy personal narrative, Lu Ming felt an even heavier burden. Abandoned at birth, bullied in the Welfare Institute, and enduring 4 failed adoptions, each marked by cycles of gain and loss, she had finally found a semblance of home only to discover it was built on deception. The one who claimed to care for her harbored ulterior motives, ultimately revealing a monstrous side. In her desperate bid for survival, fate cruelly took her foster father and her home of 8 years from her. 3 months of hiding were accompanied solely by fear and anguish. Reflecting on her past, her life had been a series of tragedies. With a path ahead obliterated and a future in ruins, it was no wonder she felt lost. Perhaps even a shell of her former self when she faced the great transfer. Anyone would crumble under such a harrowing history. In terms of suffering, her experiences were beyond Lu Ming's comprehension. Observing her 1.6-meter frame with a mere 35 kilograms of weight and a pre-selection level lower than that of a novice soldier, he could only surmise the extent of trauma Yang Shui had endured over the past 3 months. Once a person begins to lose their desire for life, even the cells within their body lose their vitality. The transformation from youthful vibrance to withered bones occurs in the blink of an eye. These are vivid examples. With a deep sigh, Lu Ming closed the information panel and pushed open the storage door, stepping outside. He retrieved a case of pure water and a box of instant noodles, placing them beside Yang Shui. Then, he gently extracted specialized crystals from his spatial bag, softly stating, "Earlier, I heard a phrase that resonated deeply. In life, the choices we can make are few and far between. We ascend to a stage not of our choosing, performing a script we did not write. Some are born into complete families, cherished by loving parents, never needing to struggle. Yet others come into this world unaware of who their parents are, betrayed by those they trust the most." As he spoke, the vacant gaze in Yang Shui's eyes gradually lifted. Reflected in her gaze was a strikingly handsome face, imbued with a rugged masculinity tempered by a gentle warmth. Her eyes were filled with complexity, pain, and a profound loneliness that mirrored her own. The man continued to produce crystalline stones, as if conjured from thin air, placing them carefully before her. Death is the simplest of choices. If one must die, why not choose to do so sooner? If one has not chosen earlier and has endured such tragedies, does it not feel unjust to abandon hope now? The past is gone. If you believe the fault lies with you, then live on to bear witness to that sin. If the fault is not yours, then live on and use your own hands to compensate for all the suffering you have endured. With the final crystal placed down, Lu Ming concluded his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew a straight knife from his spatial bag and placed it beside Yang Shui as well, adding, "Do not mind this. It is a reward for allowing me to select clothing. As for the purpose of these crystals, you will soon understand. Additionally, I offer you another suggestion. If you resolve to live, observe diligently the energy veins within those gigantic maggots. Pay close attention to their flow and distinctive features. If it is meant to be, you will undoubtedly make a discovery." Having done all he could, Lu Ming rose and pulled down the glass door. Glancing at the overhead rolling shutter, he lowered it halfway, a height easily accessible to Yang Shui. If she desired to live, she could pull down this barrier at any moment. After completing these gestures, Lu Ming departed with a smile, leaving her behind. A hunger that had not been felt in 3 months surged within Yang Shui's abdomen as she violently tore into the packaging of the instant noodles, devouring them with fervor despite the pain of her bleeding gums and the harshness of the dry noodles against her throat. Yet, she was oblivious to the discomfort. Until a packet of noodles was consumed and a bottle of water was drained, she finally allowed her head to droop once more. Feeling the pain emanating from her lips and teeth, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. I must survive. I must endure to compensate for the suffering I have endured. Her voice, though hoarse, was resolute as her gaze flicked to the specialized crystallines beside her and the glimmering blade that radiated a cold light. Yang Shui silently committed Lu Ming's facial features to memory. Chapter 23. The cocoon of the scythe owl. The facade of nonchalance lasted only a few minutes before Lu Ming's face contorted in pain. That was a straight blade and 20 specialized crystallines, coupled with the water heater stripped and tossed into the spatial bag, and a set of 6 components of clothing consumed in the process. The total amounted to 29. With a current stock of 685, he was now one step further from upgrading to a novice warrior. Regret? Not at all. He had once been pulled back from the brink of despair by the old man. Otherwise, he would not be who he was today. Now, he had performed the same act. The old man, if he were aware, would surely be pleased. As for Yang Shui's future, it would hinge on her choices and fate. With this thought, Lu Ming drew forth a rusted, curved machete from his spatial bag. The food had been dealt with. He needed to quickly replace it. Ultimate Ascension. Prompt. Please select the Ascension tier, 2nd tier. Prompt. Ascending the curved machete requires the consumption of 20 specialized crystallines. Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. Please select the Ascension direction, fine steel straight blade, wide blade heavy sword, fine steel machete. There were still 3 options, but this time the designs had undergone significant alterations. The fine steel straight blade appeared more elongated, more aesthetically pleasing, and sharper than traditional straight blades. Unfortunately, he had previously established his compatibility. The straight blade was no longer suited for him. The fine steel machete resembled a long-handled weapon, but it was not akin to the famed Guandao of Guanyu. Instead, it was a unique weapon with a handle and blade of equal length. It seemed rather special, but Lu Ming was not particularly interested. The wide blade heavy sword, however, was a different story. It too was a long-handled weapon, but with a wider and longer blade. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to Cloud's heavy sword from Final Fantasy. The only difference was that Cloud's sword was multifunctional, while the wide blade heavy sword lacked such versatility. No matter, suitability was all that mattered. Furthermore, weapons of the 2nd tier ascension came equipped with sheaths, which was commendable. He chose the wide blade heavy sword. With a sawing and cutting motion, the curved machete disassembled and reformed. In an instant, a heavy blade measuring 30 centimeters in handle length and 150 centimeters in blade length fell into Lu Ming's hands with a resounding thud. Feeling its substantial weight, Lu Ming estimated it to weigh at least 80 kilograms. Such heft was what he sought in a weapon. Identification. Wide blade heavy sword. Fine steel grade. Category. Weapon description. Handle length 32 centimeters. Blade length 155 centimeters. Blade width 15 centimeters. Weight 85 kilograms. Entirely forged from fine steel. Crafted through traditional techniques combined with advanced gel-on technology. Its sheer weight alone can deliver immense striking power, making it exceptionally suitable for strength-based warriors. Durability. 1,500-1,500. These statistics were invincible. With ultra-high durability and formidable power, the old must make way for the new. Truly a universal truth. The sheath was not the traditional closed type, but rather a semi-embedded sheath that adhered to ergonomic principles. When not in use, it could be strapped to the back, and when needed, one could press the trigger at the insertion point to release the sword. This design avoided the awkwardness of being unable to draw the sword during combat. However, upon reflection, with the convenience of the spatial bag, having a sheath seemed somewhat superfluous. It was more practical to store it in the spatial bag and retrieve it when needed, rather than hindering movement by carrying it on his person. Glancing at the time displayed in the World Channel, it was currently 12:35. Nearly 5 hours past the Great Migration. If night fell at 6, he had another 5.5 hours to roam freely. He decided to continue his search. Food and water were no concern. He sought weapons and supply boxes containing skill books. With this in mind, Lu Ming changed his course, activating the Eye of Truth while running, scanning his surroundings. He would enter any stores that offered weapons and would also check places for water and specific provisions, yet he had not seen a single supply box. After an hour had passed, Lu Ming found himself deep within an alley, where he spotted a small to medium-sized factory. The Eye of Truth illuminated familiar inscriptions, though this time the labels were not blue but purple. A level 3 supply box. Indeed, a level higher. It was located on the 3rd floor, right in the center of the ceiling. Yet, as Lu Ming took a couple of steps closer. The entire factory suddenly became densely packed with layers upon layers of scythe owl larvae tags, revealing thousands of them. Moreover, near the level 3 supply box, 5 tags he had never seen before glowed fiercely red. Scythe owl cocoon locking tags, individual identification. Scythe owl cocoon, E-grade weak. Category, insect cocoon description. The cocoon form of the E-grade elite variant of the scythe owl, formed after consuming a large number of living prey. Upon completing its metamorphosis, it will evolve into an E-grade elite scythe owl. Currently, it possesses no skills or offensive capabilities. Its body is extremely fragile. But the aura of the swarm leader will attract nearby larvae. In large numbers, it can gather around 500. At a minimum, it can still attract around 200. The gathered scythe owl larvae will enter an aggressive state, surrounding the cocoon while their internal acid production sharply increases, enabling them to mount a comprehensive defense. Traits: emits the aura of a swarm leader weakness. Instant death from severe injury. Cocooning progress 15-100 with numbers exceeding 500 and no fewer than 200. The factory from the first to the third floor had accumulated nearly 2,000. Was such a massive gathering necessary for just a level 3 supply box? Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words. He was confident in his own strength and certainly possessed decent weaponry. However, lacking agility and battle experience. How could he dare to breach the gathering of 2,000 aggressive larvae? But to simply turn and walk away felt unsatisfactory. Setting aside all else, he had to at least take a glance. Clenching his teeth, Lu Ming withdrew the wide-blade heavy sword and crept toward the factory entrance, keeping close to the building. Through the narrow gap by the door, he observed that directly opposite was a horde of aggressive scythe owl larvae. Their grotesque mandibles were merely a door's width away. Had he not retracted his head swiftly, he would likely have been noticed. Damn it, there was no way to break through head-on. There were hundreds just in the courtyard alone. Once the door opened, he would be unable to swing his sword in time and would have to confront hundreds of corrosive acid sprays from a distance of 80 meters. Based on Chun Hai's previous serious demeanor during testing, even the ultimate soldier would struggle against such corrosive attacks. It seemed he would need to devise another plan. At that moment, as he gazed upward, he noticed the employee dormitory towering across from the factory. Lu Ming instinctively thought how advantageous it would be to possess a ranged weapon, such as a sniper rifle. With the Eye of Truth's ability to discern weaknesses, if he could position himself atop the dormitory, he could unleash a flurry of shots into the courtyard. Each shot would surely take one down. Wait, cold weapons? Ranged. Like a bow. If he could craft one, even if rudimentary, as long as it possessed form and function, it could be recognized as a bow and ascended through ultimate ascension. With 2 tiers, it might gain some utility. Just as he was getting excited, his enthusiasm abruptly halted as Lu Ming recalled a fundamental issue: archery skills. Indeed, without proficient shooting techniques, what use would it be to miss the core of a larva from 80 meters away? Moreover, the crafting of arrows posed its own challenges. It seemed this idea was unattainable. Reflecting on the factory, Lu Ming felt a pang of frustration. Before him lay an enormous treasure trove, yet he found himself bereft of effective methods to penetrate it. The urgency was palpable, compounded by the fact that the 5 pupae would hatch simultaneously, rendering even divine intervention ineffective in this scenario. His thoughts were muddled, prompting Lu Ming to open the information panel, hoping to unearth a solution through skill combinations. To his surprise, his gaze was drawn to the trading post. Initially, he had been unfamiliar with the structural layout of the Jialan apocalypse. Now, after half a day had passed, it was evident that many had taken action. Even if the trading market had not fully opened, it was unlikely that it would be devoid of any goods. Perhaps luck would favor him. Upon accessing the trading post, he discovered that the product listings were far from barren, with the total number of items soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Had developments progressed this rapidly? Lu Ming was astonished. Yet a glance at the first page, cluttered with hundreds of items, brought him a sense of relief. It appeared that anything and everything had been tossed onto the market: stones, benches, moldy sheets, expired beverages, and even beds. Flipping through several pages revealed a chaotic assortment, with the majority indulging in frivolous antics. Fortunately, a precise categorization of items was available, and Lu Ming's eyes lit up upon spotting the term skill book. It was indeed a sellable commodity. Clicking on the skill book, a page unfolded, revealing a solitary, unremarkable book: Basic Military Boxing, E-rank mastery grants knowledge of elementary military boxing techniques. Exchange target: 500 milliliters of purified water x 100. Good heavens. An E-rank skill for 100 bottles of purified water. Was the skill book encrusted with diamonds? Why not just steal it? This shabby book was worth no more than 3 bottles of purified water, and only in his hands did it hold value. It could serve as a foundation, allowing for further enhancement to higher tiers. Anyone else would have deemed it unworthy of even half a bottle in exchange. After all, it was merely military boxing, useful for self-defense against humans, but engaging with alien creatures would be akin to courting death. Fixating on the vacant skill book page, Lu Ming fell into silence. He was either an exceedingly fortunate individual akin to the owner of the universal key, Pang Xiaolong, or a formidable being capable of free movement and strategy. If a fortunate person obtained the skill, yet chose not to learn it, they would not be inclined to sell it now. Firstly, others lacked the financial means to sell it at a reasonable price. Secondly, only half a day had passed since the Great Migration. It was far too early for dire shortages of food and water. Thus, they would not part with high-grade items to preserve their lives. Therefore, to procure what he needed, he had to discern the market dynamics and comprehend what people currently lacked most. Undoubtedly, what was lacking was confidence and courage. In the apocalypse, what embodies confidence and courage? Weapons. Weapons signify confidence and courage. Possessing a multitude of weapons would enable one to procure desired resources, even if the exchange was not intended for personal use. Thus, Lu Ming swiftly navigated to the weapons section, and upon inspection, the variety of samples was commendable. Swords, spears, and halberds were all present. Yet most were unsharpened or merely props. It was likely that individuals from various regions had discovered locations to deposit such items. After glancing at several prices, Lu Ming grasped the general value range. The lowest items traded for 5 bottles of drinking water or 10 portions of food, while the highest, such as some sharpened weapons, hovered around double the exchange value. Crucially, successful transactions had indeed occurred. Clearly, his assumptions were not unfounded. He further recognized that durability had emerged as one of the most successful settings in the apocalypse, especially for high-ranking warriors and elite soldiers. The consumption of weapons would undoubtedly multiply. They possessed resources, opportunities, and boundless potential. If he could sell even stronger weapons in exchange for various specialized skill books, there would undoubtedly be individuals irresistibly tempted to trade. As for whether selling weapons would accelerate others' strength, he was not concerned. After all, no one could surpass him, and besides, selling weapons could enhance others' resource acquisition efficiency. As the collective's wealth increased, so too would their purchasing power. He could then acquire higher-grade foundations, forge superior weapons, in exchange for advanced skills to arm himself, thereby reaping the benefits effortlessly. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming leaped to the second floor of the employee dormitory. He had previously explored this area with the eye of truth. Apart from some expired food, no dangers lurked within. Now, he leaned against the wall, closed the window, and resolved to utilize the trading post to accumulate the combat power necessary to breach the factory. Searching for tools, he was met with a plethora of items such as kitchen knives, fruit knives, and axes. The prices were not to be taken lightly, as they skewed towards the expensive side. However, this was not a substantial issue. Tools occupied a peculiar spot between weapons and supplies, being somewhat awkwardly categorized. In terms of combat, tools had limited lethality and could not guarantee a decisive kill. From a logistical standpoint, tools were non-consumable and could not provide the bare necessities for survival. Thus, many merely listed them in hopes of luck. Yet when genuine buyers appeared, the scenario shifted dramatically. Lu Ming clicked on consignment items, listed a bottle of 500 milliliters purified water, designated it as a tool, and completed the listing. Notification: your consigned farmer's 3 punches of purified water has successfully traded, receiving a butcher's knife. Instant results. It was astonishingly real. Even more satisfying for Lu Ming was the trading post's implementation of privacy protection for both buyers and sellers, ensuring anonymity. This meant that no matter how absurdly he priced his items, he would not attract unwanted attention. Although he was not afraid of being coveted, he found the prospect of harassment bothersome. Those pesky nuisances would swarm like flies. He continued to list items. This time, Lu Ming placed 9 more bottles on the market. Once again, they swiftly sold out. Together with the previously exchanged butcher's knife, 10 knives quietly resided in the trading post's inventory. A total of 4 kitchen knives, 3 fruit knives, and 2 butcher's knives. He retrieved them one by one and arranged them on the ground, commencing the upgrade process for each. To capitalize on the market and stay ahead of its version, Lu Ming was not the least bit stingy. He upgraded all 10 knives to the second tier. Without exception, the kitchen knives were transformed into refined steel straight knives, while the butcher's knives evolved into refined steel cleavers. This was not due to underestimating others, but rather because the audience for wide-bladed heavy knives was too limited. Firstly, they excluded the female market, significantly narrowing the consumer base, an unacceptable situation. Surprisingly, Lu Ming discovered that the upgrade direction for the fruit knives did not lean towards knives, but rather swords. The outcomes were refined steel long swords, wide-bladed heavy swords, and refined steel daggers. Among them, the wide-bladed heavy sword was strikingly appealing. Had he not already possessed a wide-bladed heavy knife and been proficient in knife techniques, he would have certainly chosen one for himself. Upgrading both fruit knives to refined steel long swords, Lu Ming proceeded to list them on the trading post. All refined steel weapons were exchanged for various specialized skill books, including archery, which could customize weapon types. Upon completing the consignment, Lu Ming fixated on the trading post interface, his eyes brimming with intense anticipation. 10 second-tier refined steel weapons consumed a total of 200 specialized crystals. If results did not materialize swiftly, it would be a loss. Chapter 25. The frenzy triggered by refined steel weapons. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, as soon as his items were listed, the national channel erupted into chaos. Look at the trading post. Someone has listed 10 refined steel weapons. The types of weapons appear to be from our compatriots in Huaxia. I see it too. Refined steel. Durability 1500. Wow. The best our team has is black iron level, which was only obtained from a level 1 supply box. This big shot is astonishingly fortunate to have acquired so many refined steel weapons. Could it be that he raided a weapon depot? Not possible. I've been chatting in the World Channel, and so far, no one in any region or country has discovered a weapon depot. Some speculate that the area we were relocated to is merely the outskirts of Jalan 618, far from any weapon depot. What if it were a team of elite warriors? A team does stand a chance, but if every member is an elite warrior, then it must be a special forces unit. However, if they are all special forces, why would they need to master shooting skills? Isn't marksmanship a fundamental skill for them? This statement has indeed left me pondering. There seems to be a contradiction. Could it be that they are training newcomers? But this is the apocalypse, my friend. Moreover, those who cannot even master shooting skills would hardly be regarded by the strong. You have a point. I deeply regret having invested my proficiency in basic drawing upon myself. Otherwise, I could have surely exchanged it for a fine steel dagger and left those black-armored ratmen in shambles. Who isn't in a similar predicament? I possess proficiency in basic culinary skills, but in this apocalyptic world, what good does that do? We can't even find food, let alone experiment with recipes. But your area seems particularly grim, with black-armored ratmen, which appear to have extraordinarily high defensive capabilities. Even a cleaver cannot breach their defenses. While the mortality rate may be low, the chances of debilitating injuries are alarmingly high. A collision could cause severe damage, and hiding in a shop offers no safety. One must ascend to higher ground. Indeed, it is said that only weapons of black iron grade can penetrate their defenses. Currently, everyone is following the regional overlords, all merely walking storage units. Why can't I be the chosen one? In Blue Star, I toil as a corporate serf for my boss, and in the apocalypse, I serve as a shoe shiner for the powerful. How has my life become such a failure? I finally stumble upon a skill book, and it turns out to be proficiency in drawing. What terrible luck. Alas, we are all in the same boat. However, having a powerful ally is certainly better than having none. I have heard that in other regions, the situation is quite discordant. Compatriots are slaughtering one another for resources, leading to chaos. In fact, this is the case in the vast majority of regions, and abroad, the situation is even worse, utterly chaotic. How did humanity survive under the laws of the jungle when we had no technological advancements? Was it not through unity and sheer numbers? If one cannot defeat a single opponent, then 10 should join the fray. If 10 cannot prevail, then 100 must come forth. Now, we seem to be reducing our own numbers without knowing what lies ahead. What kind of foolishness is that? That is indeed a valid point. But I suggest we discuss this in private. This place operates on a real name basis, and we must be cautious of drawing unwanted attention. Right? Let us add each other as friends and chat privately. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, awaiting the results of his consignment, suddenly noticed an avalanche of messages appearing beneath his listed items. The number of unopened messages rapidly reached 9999. He casually opened one and found it filled with black avatars and anonymous names. Anonymous, greetings, esteemed one. There are indeed no skill books for mastery, but I sincerely wish to purchase. Would you consider exchanging 3 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water? Lu Ming sneered. This person must think others are fools. The most critical point is that such individuals are not rare. Many are offering what they believe to be valuable in exchange for fine steel weapons. Do they think they are worthy? Lu Ming paid them no mind. Those who could afford it would not need to leave messages, while those who couldn't would find their messages meaningless. Notification: your consigned fine steel dagger has successfully traded, yielding basic tailoring proficiency. The buyer left a message. Mastery skills are too rare. Could the esteemed one consider exchanging through other means? If so, please add me as a friend. If you are concerned, an anonymous friend would suffice. Notification: your consigned fine steel machete has successfully traded, yielding basic culinary proficiency. The buyer left a message. Brother, please add me as a friend. I have more abundant resources here and sincerely wish to purchase. Please state your price, and I can offer whatever I have in exchange. Notification: your consigned fine steel machete has successfully traded, yielding basic gardening proficiency. Sigh. All these are merely lifestyle proficiency skills. Can we not have something with more practicality? Notification: your consigned fine steel machete has successfully traded, yielding basic driving proficiency. The buyer left a message. Friend, although the marksmanship mastery you seek is unavailable, would you be interested in a compound bow? If so, please add me as a friend for further discussion. A compound bow. Of course, I am interested. This is not something that can be easily crafted. The initial tier is different. The final weapon strength varies immensely. I shall add him as a friend without hesitation. Notification: please select a method to add friends. Anonymous or real name? Anonymous. It is best to remain inconspicuous before having absolute assurance, to avoid unnecessary pitfalls. You have successfully added Chu Feng as a friend. You may now communicate in private chat. Oh, this person is quite confident. Although he remains anonymous, he chooses to be public, perhaps to provoke others. Private chat. Chu Feng, I knew you would be interested. However, anonymous friends can be quite disheartening. Lu Ming, uninterested in idle chatter, replied, elaborate on the compound bow. Private chat. Chu Feng, you seem quite eager, my friend. All right, I want to beat around the bush. We recently conquered a gymnasium, and within its storage, we discovered a wealth of sports equipment, including a batch of competition-grade compound bows. After accounting for the damaged ones, we have a total of 12 usable bows and 200 arrows. If you are interested, I can propose a deal. Every 2 compound bows and 25 arrows for 1 fine steel weapon. Lu Ming, 3 compound bows and 50 arrows for 1 weapon. Private chat. Chu Feng, that seems unreasonable, right? After all, it's a ranged weapon. Even if placed in the trading hall, it would certainly be considered valuable. Lu Ming, I want to trade if even a single arrow is missing. Also, how many of those broken bows do you have? Private chat. Chu Feng, the damaged ones are all unusable, and the arrows are all broken. Lu Ming, how many are there? Chu Feng, 18 damaged compound bows, and the arrows are estimated to be no less than 2,000. Lu Ming, excellent. I will take all the scrap along with the previously discussed items, a total of 5 fine steel weapons. Do we have a deal? Chu Feng, deal. Chapter 26, a pillow delivered to your sleep, no worries. Chu Feng does not comprehend the immense power of ultimate sublimation, and thus will not grasp the motivation behind my collection of scrap. Private chat. Chu Feng, please take down the weapons, friend. There are only 5 left, and if you sell more, it won't be enough. Oh. It is clear that this person is quite anxious. I must give him a taste of his own medicine. Private chat. Lu Ming, anonymous, why the fuss? The trading hall is for transactions. Private dealings are separate. Implicitly, I have plenty to spare. Private chat. Chu Feng, wow, you are formidable. Lu Ming, that's the truth. I feel the same way. Let us proceed with the exchange. Quickly, I exchanged 5 kitchen knives for purified water, expending 100 crystals to elevate them to fine steel daggers. Lu Ming initiated an anonymous trade with Chu Feng. Chu Feng responded with remarkable decisiveness, swiftly placing 30 compound bows and 2,480 arrows on the trading board. The urgency was palpable, as if fearing that a moment's delay would cause him to lose this opportunity to upgrade from a bird gun to a cannon. He deftly placed 5 fine steel daggers into the trading slot and clicked to lock the transaction. Chu Feng's items remained unchanged, and he nearly simultaneously pressed the lock button to complete the trade. It is essential to prioritize the preservation of items in the trading hall's repository. There is a 3-day storage period before items are cleared. This feature is useful in emergencies, but as for the repository itself, a careless mistake could lead to ruin. One by one, I arranged the compound bows in my dormitory and transferred the arrows into my spatial pouch. The arrows occupied 2 slots, one intact slot containing a full 200 and another filled with 2,280 broken ones. Noticing my spatial pouch nearing its limit, I refrained from testing whether weapons could stack. Finding a damaged compound bow, I declared in a low voice, Ultimate Sublimation. Enhancement. Please select the elevation tier. Tier 2 note. To elevate a damaged composite bow, 50 specialized crystals are required. Confirm. Cancel. Indeed, this is the purpose of waste. It pertains solely to weapons. Ultimate elevation does not concern whether your original form is good or bad, as it shall transform into a brand new item regardless. However, applying the same method to expired food leads to a different outcome. For instance, a tainted beverage that has surpassed its expiration date will, upon a 2-tier elevation, become a lethal poison that obliterates life. The direction of elevation is entirely skewed by the toxin. In the judgment of ultimate elevation, the expired drink is no longer the original form of sustenance, but rather the original form of poison. Confirm. Note. Please select the elevation direction, precision crossbow, steel heavy crossbow. Eagle Eye composite bow, skull piercer hunter. The shift in weapon names is sudden. The game style becomes more pronounced, tinged with a hint of youthful exuberance. View information. Precision crossbow, mithril grade, category, weapon description, a one-handed crossbow, weighing 1 kilogram, compact and foldable, offering decent penetration at close range and suitable for mid-range combat. Its advantages lie in its flexibility and ability for rapid fire. However, its range is limited to 30 to 50 meters. Durability, 3,000. Steel heavy crossbow, mithril grade, category, weapon durability, 3,000. Is this a turret? With an effective lethal range of 1,200 meters and a net weight of 30 kilograms. Its power guarantees a fatal hit. However, accuracy poses a significant issue. If someone were to establish a survivor base, this weapon would undoubtedly serve as an invaluable defensive turret, promising substantial future value. Eagle Eye composite bow, mithril grade, category, weapon description, a precision bow with modern craftsmanship, aesthetically pleasing and powerful, weighing 4 kilograms. Suitable for sustained combat at mid to long ranges. Its strengths include precision and portability, with a notable effective killing distance of 120 to 160 meters. Allowing even novices to easily hit targets within the lethal range. The drawback is that its components are highly intricate, leading to rapid durability loss and potential sudden breakdowns. Durability, 3,000. Novices can easily hit targets within the lethal range. Frankly, this statement presents a tremendous allure to Lu Ming. What he currently lacks is precision. However, the severe durability loss is a significant flaw, along with the propensity for component damage. Fortunately, the availability of original forms is ample, perfectly matching the consumption rate. Lastly, the Skull Piercer Hunter stands out with its formidable name, embodying the essence of the game. Skull Piercer Hunter, mithril grade, category, weapon durability, 3,000. This weapon is exceptionally suited for the current situation. Merely reading the description ignites a flurry of clever tactics. From the dormitory, positioned 80 meters away, one can set up the Skull Piercer Hunter to eliminate larvae within the factory and then drag their corpses over for collection. The thrill of simultaneously annihilating foes while replenishing specialized crystals is exhilarating, surpassing even the antics of the neighbor. Alas, marksmanship, without a hit, all is in vain. Note, your consigned steel longsword in the trading hall has successfully sold, granting you wood gathering proficiency. The buyer's message. Hello, I see you're seeking the marksmanship proficiency skill. I have one, but it's not the basic version. It's the advanced marksmanship proficiency. If you're interested, add me as a friend. What? Just as I was dozing off, someone presents me with a pillow, and it's of luxurious quality. Quickly add. Note, please select a method to add a friend. Anonymous or real name. Anonymous. Note, you have successfully added Anonymous as a friend. Well, The other party is also a cautious individual. Private chat with friend, anonymous, steal weapons? Lu Ming, it's me, what do you need? Anonymous, I require sword-type weapons, but the steel longsword is too light. Unsuitable for me. Lu Ming, no problem. I also have a broad-bladed heavy sword, starting at 80 kilograms, with a blade length of 1.5 meters. Anonymous, I'll take that, but 1 suffice. Lu Ming, then let us make it 2. Anonymous, anything else? A steel-grade crossbow with 50 bolts. No more than that. Deal. Chapter 27, Chinese Women. Why not mithril? Because mithril is expensive. One requires 50 specialized crystals, enough to elevate 25 steel-grade weapons. And I can't bear to part with it. I found a thoroughly damaged composite bow, opting for a first-tier elevation, consuming 20 specialized crystals to elevate it to a steel-grade portable crossbow. It is quite compact, with a length of about 20 centimeters, mainly featuring a slot for arrow placement. In terms of performance, aside from the lethal distance increasing to 40 meters, the rapid-fire count is limited to 5, but it is not significantly different from the mithril grade. I retrieved 50 broken arrows and silently recited the ultimate elevation. Note, please select the elevation tier, first tier. Note, consumable materials can be elevated in bulk. One specialized crystal can elevate 10 composite arrows. The current elevation target is only 1. Confirm the expenditure of 1 specialized crystal to elevate 1 composite arrow. Oh, consumable weapons can be elevated in bulk? This setting is quite convenient. Just earlier, I was contemplating the lengthy process of elevating arrows one by one. But it seems I was overly concerned. The exclusive skill is designed with greater foresight. The choice of words is precise and straightforward, with expenditure being a masterstroke. Cancel. Redefine the selection of 50 broken composite arrows and proceed with the operation. Ultimate elevation. Please select. First tier, note. Elevating 50 broken composite arrows requires the consumption of 5 specialized crystals. Confirm. Note. Please select the elevation direction. Portable bolt. Heavy giant crossbow. Choose portable bolt. Whoosh. 50 bolts disassemble and reassemble, instantaneously forming 50 small, exquisite hand crossbow bolts. Private chat with friend, anonymous, is it ready? Lu Ming smirked, opting for anonymous trading, placing the hand crossbow, bolts, and broad-bladed heavy sword into the trading items section. The other party paused for a few seconds, then placed a blue skill book on the table, revealing the advanced marksmanship proficiency that Lu Ming had been yearning for. Lock. Trade. The operation was seamless. Once the trading interface vanished, the blue skill book was now in Lu Ming's possession. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the fragrant aroma of the book, unmistakably the scent of wealth. Advanced marksmanship proficiency, C grade, category, proficiency skill effect, upon learning. Master all advanced techniques for ranged weapons. Characteristic, increases the lethal distance of ranged weapons by an additional 20. Advanced techniques, additionally extending the lethal distance for ranged weapons. Must learn. Note, confirm learning C grade skill advanced marksmanship proficiency. Confirm. The skill book dissipated in response, transforming into a swirl of blue light that merged into Lu Ming's brow. Meanwhile, atop a high-rise in an unknown area, a woman in a suit drew forth a giant sword, longer than herself, from a storage vault, swinging and spinning with one hand. She executed a series of moves with finesse. Not bad, it's passable. Hey, have you found her? That Chinese woman who stole 2 supply crates from the leader. Just then, a sharp voice echoed from below the building, causing the suited woman to crouch down, pulling up her mask to conceal her face. Swiftly moving toward the edge of the rooftop, keeping a keen eye below, 6 burly men, dressed in black suits with crew cuts, conferred in hushed tones, speaking in a rough dialect, stating that they had lost the target. Damn it. If this continues, the leader will undoubtedly vent his anger upon us. At the forefront stood a burly man with a face as rugged as a frying pan, his eyes betraying a flicker of apprehension. Suddenly, amidst the silence among the group, a shadow descended from the heavens. In the next moment, flesh and severed limbs burst forth in a gruesome display. The white men were drenched in blood, their eyes reflecting the sight of a proud figure wielding a heavy sword, a smile dancing on their lips. A woman from Huaxia. The leading white man gasped in alarm, then fixed his gaze on the gleaming broadsword, gritting his teeth to utter a single word: retreat. In the absence of weapons, they still held the advantage of numbers. However, upon witnessing the emergence of such a formidable weapon in the hands of their foe, the roles of predator and prey swiftly reversed. With survival now their paramount concern, the remaining 4 men heeded their leader's command and fled in haste. As the 5 turned to escape, the suited woman swung her heavy sword. One unfortunate white man, unable to evade in time, was cleaved in 2. The others, drenched in cold sweat, hastened their flight to an extreme. For arrows flew forth in succession, each finding its mark in the heads of the fleeing men. They sprinted 10 meters before collapsing to the ground, their bodies convulsed, throats gasping. Despite the arrows piercing through their skulls, the indomitable spirit of these elite warriors clung to their last breaths. The transfer had been meticulously planned according to the geographical layout of the blue planet. At that moment, she was in the United States, and thus, the area she arrived in was filled with its inhabitants. Now, she was deeply concerned for her family, feeling utterly disconnected from communication with the global community. Back to Lu Ming's side, a wave of comfort washed over him, as if a wealth of shooting techniques had been imprinted within his very being, absorbed by every cell. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Ming grasped a composite bow, drawing the string and knocking an arrow with an effortless grace, his posture and demeanor exuding perfection. In a splendid mood, he noted that all items on the trading floor had sold out. Opening his inventory, he found 10 mastery books neatly arranged. 3 were duplicates, encompassing a total of 7 types: basic tailoring mastery, basic gardening mastery, basic culinary mastery, basic driving mastery, basic lumber gathering mastery, basic fabric collection mastery. And upon spotting the last book, Lu Ming's eye twitched as he confirmed its contents multiple times, feeling a wave of disbelief. Basic childcare mastery? What is this nonsense? Do I look like a nanny? A sense of absurdity flooded him, yet Lu Ming resolved to learn all the skills. The adage that knowledge is never burdensome rings true, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. Acquiring additional skills could prove invaluable, even in childcare. Who knows? Someone might be willing to have children with him. Nevertheless, he decided that future exchanges would require greater precision to avoid duplicates. The other 3 books, deemed unnecessary, would be stashed away in his bag to sell later. For now, his immediate priority was to seize the factory, as his supply of specialized crystals was dwindling. A glance revealed he had 340 left, down from 754 when he set out, a significant loss of over 400. Moreover, his weapon remained unattended, and his skills had yet to be upgraded, leading to immense pressure. Grasping a damaged composite bow, he thought little of it and immediately elevated it to an eagle-eye composite bow. Chapter 28. Swift kill and recovery. Why not a skull piercer? 50 specialized crystals were invested, resulting in a gray-white composite bow that folded elegantly, its intricate pulley system redefined. With a flick of his wrist, as if guided by muscle memory, the bow unfurled, revealing its complete form. With a length of 50 centimeters, it exuded a striking charisma. Regarding arrows, the mithril grade was overkill, so he opted for a first-level enhancement. Another 50 specialized crystals transformed 500 broken arrows into portable steel-grade composite arrows. The black iron grade could already withstand acidic larvae. The steel grade was utterly fearless. Now fully equipped, he stood ready to unleash carnage. Rising, Lu Ming leaped onto the rooftop of the dormitory. In towering buildings, with sharp edges aplenty, moving was akin to traversing flat ground for an elite soldier. Scanning the rooftop, he confirmed there were no threats nearby. Peering down at the factory courtyard, he saw hundreds of evolved larvae standing tall, resembling coral under the sea from a distance. Through the eye of truth, he set up his composite bow, its vision revealing the core of each scythe hawk larva. Drawing the string, he released the arrow. With a piercing whistle, a single scythe hawk larva stiffened before crashing to the ground. A swift kill, with mastery in advanced archery and an extended lethal range. It was far beyond mere accuracy. If he could see it, hitting a target from 1,000 paces was child's play. Continuing, he unleashed a flurry of arrows, each steel projectile cascading down like a rain of swords. Every arrow that struck claimed a larva's life. The incomprehensible part was that the larvae remained utterly oblivious to the calamity unfolding around them. In just 20 minutes, the factory courtyard fell silent, the eye of truth revealing no surviving larvae with cores. Lu Ming glanced at the remaining steel arrows in his inventory. He had used up 318, leaving him with 182. He leaped from the rooftop, descending onto the balcony before landing safely on the ground. Upon reaching the factory entrance, he surveyed the interior and confirmed there were no living beings left in the courtyard before vaulting over the wall and entering the factory. The first impact was not visual, but olfactory. Hundreds of larvae congregated, their acidic excretions producing an overwhelming stench reminiscent of fermenting wine. Lu Ming had thought he was accustomed to it, yet the scent still stung his eyes and nose. Greed. A single greedy collection cleared a circular area of 40 meters around him, leaving Lu Ming momentarily astonished. 40 meters? Had the collection range expanded so dramatically? Opening the greed feature, he discovered it had increased from the initial 10 meters to 40. Each level of specialization raised the range by 10 meters. Moreover, it was a collective collection. Previously, he had been eliminating and collecting one by one, completely unaware of this enhancement. Recognizing this, Lu Ming decided to maximize efficiency through leapfrogging collection. Calm. This was just the beginning. Prompt. Please select second level. Prompt. Elevate to second level. Confirm. Choose type. Precision crossbow. Elevation successful. The composite bow was reconfigured into a silver-hued hand crossbow adorned with intricate patterns, accompanied by a quiver of arrows. Though he had spent another 50 specialized crystals, Lu Ming felt it was entirely worthwhile. With the courtyard secured, his focus shifted to the first layer's departments. In enclosed spaces, long-range sniping would prove less effective, forcing him to enter the larvae's spray range. At this moment, the hand crossbow would be an absolute treasure. The Eye of Truth had mapped out the larvae's layout on this floor, revealing no more than 50 in the most populated sections. Thus, a meticulous search would suffice. Crafting 100 steel-grade portable crossbow bolts would be ideal. After investing 10 crystals, 100 steel crossbow bolts were forged. Lu Ming began loading the bolts into the quiver. To his surprise, the seemingly small quiver could hold 50 bolts. A careful examination revealed that the crossbow's rapid-fire capability was no exaggeration. The precision crossbow's quiver housed an impressive 60 rounds. This was no mere crossbow. It was more formidable than an assault rifle, albeit with a slightly limited effective range. Even with the 20 additional yards from advanced archery, it could only reach 60 meters. Otherwise, it seems capable of supplanting the eye of the eagle composite bow, transforming into an omnipotent crossbow of unparalleled might. Filling the quiver, Lu Ming began to enter the work area. The first challenge was to address the swarm of larvae in the main corridor, numbering around 100, nestled in the grooves of the ceiling and walls. They were stacked upon each other, with only the outermost 6 or 7 capable of unleashing any real firepower, as the inner layers were utterly immobilized by their outer counterparts, devoid of any means to retaliate. As he pushed open the door to the workspace, 7 or 8 larvae, with their menacing mandibles, began to screech at Lu Ming. He remained unfazed. Their acidic spray exhibited a clear buildup, and if he could eliminate them before they unleashed it, they would be unable to do so. With a rapid succession of clicks, he pulled the trigger, releasing a volley of crossbow bolts, each larva appearing to him as a mere flicker of its core. Within 3 seconds, 8 bolts were discharged, and the outermost larvae fell lifelessly to the ground. Greedily, the Eye of Truth assessed the position of the next ring of larvae, formulating a plan for extermination. Stepping forward, he unleashed a flurry of fire. The second wave of larvae had no time to screech. They all perished under his relentless assault. Greedily reloading the crossbow, he counted the crystallized remnants and adjusted his breathing before stepping into the corridor, maintaining a mindset akin to that of a predator. He turned the handle of the first workshop door. Chapter 29. Genetic evolution. Years of neglect made the sound of the door handle particularly grating. As the door barely opened, a dozen sprays of acidic fluid were already surging forth. The tremendous impact, combined with the rapid accumulation of force, obliterated the door in a resounding crash. Although Lu Ming was prepared and managed to evade to the side, the sheer force of the acidic spray was astonishing. After shattering the door, it slammed into the wall, creating a wide area of splatter. What was terrifying was that the potency of the acidic spray exceeded that displayed in Chunhai's video by several folds. The splattering acid shot forth like bullets. By the time Lu Ming attempted to evade, it was too late. He could only turn sideways, using his crossbow to shield his face from the potential disfigurement. Acid droplets struck his arm, hand, and thigh, instantly piercing through his clothing and creating gaping wounds. The searing heat felt like hydrogen peroxide splashed onto his injuries, distorting his expression. To prevent further provocation of the larvae, he had to endure the agonizing tremors coursing through him, suppressing his inner screams, and unleashing a barely contained fury. This wrath was partly directed at the larvae, but predominantly aimed at himself. He had been overconfident. He thought wielding a divine artifact and possessing extraordinary skills would render him invincible, only to nearly meet his demise. He finally understood the immense destructive capability of the sickle moth larvae in the eyes of an ordinary person. Once they gather in numbers, they are far from a pest that can be easily dealt with in close quarters. Glancing at his wounds, he noted a slight numbness. Fortunately, there was no blood seeping from the injuries, alleviating his concern over blood loss. This was perhaps one of the few reasons to be thankful, along with the fact that the sickle moth larvae did not harbor any toxins. Otherwise, a single misstep could have led to fatal consequences. He urgently needed a shield to guard against the acidic spray. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck Lu Ming as he retrieved a broad-bladed heavy knife. While it was not as wide as a door panel, its 15 centimeters blade could serve as a makeshift shield. The Eye of Truth pinpointed the core locations of all larvae within the workshop. Lu Ming swiftly stepped out, pulling the trigger, and 6 bolts accurately struck 6 larvae. The larvae retaliated, spraying acid once more. As Lu Ming evaded, he swiftly raised the knife beside him. The acid struck the wall, splattering again, but this time, the blade provided protection, and he sustained no injuries. With the threat of the acidic spray neutralized, it became a one-sided massacre. Dismantling the entire first floor was merely a matter of time. Half an hour later, Lu Ming emerged from the last office. Looking back at the entire first floor area, not a single larva remained. He counted the specialized crystals, totaling 1580. In other words, the first floor and the workshop office had housed a total of 382 sickle moth larvae. Casting a glance at the time displayed on the system, it was now 3:15. The sun had begun its westward descent, and the sky transitioned to a golden hue. He estimated that he had 2.5 hours left before the onset of night. Resolving the remaining 2 floors and finding a refuge to safely weather the first night should pose no significant challenge. Closing the spatial bag, Lu Ming gazed upward at the second floor, where the number of larvae nearly equaled that of the first, yet their density was astonishing. Tightly packed together without a single gap. What method did the sickle moth intend to use to safeguard itself? Constructing a wall of flesh? Otherwise, this situation would hinder the larvae's effectiveness, mirroring the first floor corridor's lack of output environment. Though puzzled, he felt a sense of relief. The exact layout of the second floor remained unknown to him. From the observations of the Eye of Truth, it appeared similar to the first, with departmental workshop areas segregated. If there were corridors, the situation would mirror that of the first floor, necessitating caution against the larvae's acidic sprays, which could inflict splash damage. In such circumstances, employing the same tactics could yield success, yet he feared unexpected complications. After a brief silence, Lu Ming opened the information panel, glancing at his specialization level. Initially intending to clear the factory at his current level and strategically use the specialized crystals, he now deemed it prudent to elevate his level to avoid further accidents. Should he acquire a formidable resistance to acidic substances or enhance his physical resilience, it would offer an additional layer of security. The door lock was functional, capable of being secured from the inside. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he piled several desks in front of the door and sealed the windows with others, then retreated into the file storage room. Do not fault him for such caution. Having endured the agony of several promotions and suffering injuries due to negligence, he could not afford to be careless again. With layers of protection established, Lu Ming clicked on the specialization level. Notice, sufficient quantity of specialized crystals detected in the spatial bag. Would you like to consume 1,000 specialized crystals to complete genetic evolution? Upon evolution, you will advance to the rank of Junior Hunter Warrior, gaining physical enhancements. Genetic evolution? Physical enhancements? The prompt had shifted slightly, aligning with Lu Ming's expectations. Yes. With a flourish, 1,000 crystals surged forth, each shattering into familiar blue arcs of light. They were as thick as a thigh, bursting forth with intense energy. Watching the menacing size and scale of those arcs, Lu Ming swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. The size of those elements would feel excruciating if they penetrated his body. It would be akin to being eviscerated. Licking his lips, Lu Ming clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and fell flat. Enough. Whatever will be, I'm lying down. Yet, unexpectedly, the moment he lay down, the massive energy arcs surged into his body with a rush. Lu Ming distinctly felt the invasion, Surprisingly, despite preparing for excruciating pain, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. The influx of specialized energy did not course through his limbs and flesh. Instead, it all converged towards his head. They gathered at his brow, swirling and compressing, ultimately coalescing into a single drop of crystalline blue liquid. Though it was merely the size of a fingernail, once formed, it quietly dripped down. With closed eyes, Lu Ming sensed a coolness at his brow, ripples of sensation washing through his mind. In an instant, every pore in his body relaxed, followed by an exhilarating sensation that cleansed his very soul. The entire process lasted a full 20 seconds before gradually subsiding. When Lu Ming opened his eyes and glanced around, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Chapter 30. The World's Best. The smoke danced slowly in the air, its trajectory gradually becoming clearer to his sight. The atmosphere no longer bore the monotonous scent it once had. Instead, it was rich with distinct layers of aroma. A gentle breeze seeped through the crevices of the materials warehouse, caressing every inch of Lu Ming's skin with a soft and vivid sensation. His senses had heightened. He raised his hands, feeling the flow of air gliding through his fingers, only to discover, to his disbelief, that the scars on the back of his hands had vanished. He looked down at his thighs, where the corrosive marks on his pants remained, yet the wounds beneath were completely gone. Could it be that the process of ascension also healed injuries? Or perhaps such miraculous changes occurred only when the body underwent genetic evolution? Notification: congratulations on completing genetic evolution and successfully awakening as a junior hunting warrior. As the first individual to achieve genetic evolution, your awakening power is additionally enhanced by 3 tiers, and you have received 3 chances for a lottery draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Lottery? The mere mention of the word made Lu Ming dismiss any thoughts about his vanished scars, completely ignoring what awakening power entailed. After all, his rise depended on the delightful opportunity presented by the 3 lottery chances. How could he maintain his composure with such a chance at hand? Confirmed. Notification: prizes will be randomly drawn from 5 categories: resources, skills, weapons, and special items, with a guaranteed reward of at least A grade. Please select a drawing method: single draw, triple draw, triple draw. Congratulations. You have received a special item, universal deduction voucher. Congratulations. You have obtained a C-grade skill book, advanced steel collection mastery. Congratulations. You have acquired a special item, tri-region map. Notification: the available space in your storage pouch is insufficient. Please be aware of the storage limit. Upgrading the space level can expand capacity. Not enough space again. It must be said that the capacity settings of the storage pouch are quite inadequate. Those dozens of composite bows are still left in the dormitory on the 2nd floor, waiting to be collected after the factory purge. Despite his efforts to avoid overloading the pouch, it still fell short. Glancing at the 580 specialized crystals, Lu Ming refrained from upgrading for the moment. He decided to inspect the 3 items he had just won. Universal deduction voucher, category, special item effect, can be used to offset the consumption of 1 specialized crystal. What? Is this not a privilege to negate costs? A universal voucher? Such a treasure exists. However, it is undoubtedly exceptionally valuable, as this lottery was derived from the reward for being the first to undergo genetic evolution. What a concept, being the best in the world. If he wished to continue acquiring such rewards in the future, he would need to meet such standards. Otherwise, it would be a futile dream. The reminder of the storage pouch's limitations loomed in his mind. When he first upgraded the pouch, he had specifically enhanced its functionality. The first-tier enhancement required a staggering 3 million crystals, indicating that the capabilities of the upgraded pouch would be formidable. Utilizing this deduction voucher on it would certainly be worthwhile. But considering the upgrade of the pouch, which would primarily enhance its storage utility, Lu Ming did not deem it a priority above all else. He decided to set it aside for now. Next, he examined the following item: Advanced Steel Collection Mastery, C-grade, category, proficiency skill book. This skill required no further examination. He could learn it directly. Lastly, the item Lu Ming was most interested in, the map. He distinctly remembered the cheerful electronic synthesized voice emphasizing the paramount importance of maps in the apocalypse. This suggested that the rarity of the map was likely exceedingly high. Upon retrieving the map, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Unlike conventional paper maps, this was an electronic map embedded within a tablet. Tri-region map, category, special item. Description: a detailed map of 3 areas: Jintian District, Xinhui District, and Pinga District, marking the locations of 6 Tier 3 resource boxes and 3 special zones. Concise, yet enough to drive Lu Ming into a frenzy. Not only did it provide detailed maps of the 3 regions, but it also indicated the locations of 6 Tier 3 resource boxes. Upon closer inspection, the map indeed delineated the 3 areas in light yellow, gold, and orange hues. The regions formed an arc from the south to the northwest, with the light yellow area to the south named Jintian District. The gold area in the center was called Xinhui District, likely the source of the innovative mobile phone repair glass showcases. The orange area above was designated as Pinga District. 6 purple markers were scattered irregularly across the 3 regions. Among them, 2 were in Pinga District, 2 in Xinhui District, and 2 in Jintian District. Additionally, there were 4 markers of different colors, 3 of which were red, positioned at the centers of Jintian District, Xinhui District, and Pinga District. One was white, located within the Kongbao Shoe Factory in Jintian suburbs, nearly overlapping with a purple marker in Jintian District. Undoubtedly, the white marker represented Lu Ming himself. As he gazed at the map, tracing the streets he had traversed, he easily found his initial residential alley, Jinsui Street, which was already close to the boundary of Jintian District. Coupled with the distribution of the Tier 3 resource boxes and the presence of the red core area, Lu Ming had reason to deduce that all transplants were currently situated at the suburban borders of each region. Therefore, the levels of the aberrant creatures could be assumed to grow in strength as one approached the center. The center? Fixating on the 3 red markers, Lu Ming subconsciously believed that place would be the most perilous within the entire region. Now was not the time for such considerations. The acquisition of Tier 3 resource boxes remained unfinished, and time was of the essence. However, one thing must be confirmed: the enhancement of his strength. Closing his eyes, he clenched his fists, and after a brief moment of introspection, Lu Ming's expression changed dramatically. Why? Because he felt overwhelmingly powerful. If the overall strength of an extreme soldier was 10 times that of an ordinary human, then a junior hunting warrior possessed 30 times that strength. What a concept! If an ordinary person could lift 50 kilograms, then a junior hunting warrior could lift 1,500 kilograms. Was this still human? It was utterly absurd. Moreover, this was merely the beginning as a junior hunting warrior. Further advancements would propel him towards superhuman capabilities. No wonder the initial electronic synthesized voice proclaimed that as long as one was strong enough and wealthy enough, one could become the world, could become a god. If he continued to evolve along this trajectory, reaching the pinnacle of specialization would render him akin to a deity, or even more terrifying, bewildered and exhilarated. Lu Ming opened his character panel. Chapter 31. The Grim Reaper comes to collect the bug's name. Lu Ming gender, male ID, 66666 age, 24 specialization level, junior hunting warrior, first awakening in the entire star, awakening power, tier 4, 13, universal functions, greed, exclusive, world channel, trading post, storage pouch, level 2, skills, basic swordsmanship, E-grade, eye of truth, exclusive, ultimate sublimation, exclusive, power amplification technique, B-grade, proficiencies, basic clothing production, proficiency, E-grade, basic culinary proficiency, E-grade, basic gardening proficiency, E-grade, basic driving proficiency, E-grade, basic wood collection proficiency, E-grade, basic childcare proficiency, E-grade, advanced archery proficiency, C-grade, advanced steel collection proficiency, C-grade, majestic. This panel information could only be described as majestic. Even he felt invincible just by looking at it. Especially the colorful emblem next to junior hunting warrior, denoting his status as the first awakened in the entire star, was beyond words to describe. Regrettably, such honors cannot be displayed for others to admire. They can only be savored in solitude. Otherwise, the sense of achievement would be even more profound. The awakening power, a novel attribute. He had been particularly attentive when the notification appeared, only to be distracted by the allure of a lottery, which diverted his focus. Otherwise, he would have been the first to investigate. Awakening power, category, awakening skill effect. Upon use, the user enters a genetic awakening state for a short duration, during which their overall constitution surges fourfold, lasting for 4 minutes, with a daily cooldown reset at dawn. Traits: consumes specialized crystals, which can elevate the level of awakening power. The effects and duration of the genetic awakening increase with the level of awakening power, capping at level 10. Current level, 4th level, 1 initial 3 additional, upgrade progress, 580-1000. Infuriated, Lu Ming cursed under his breath. Specialized crystals. Yet again, it was the same material. Couldn't they change it to something else? Why focus solely on one type? With a stern face and silence, Lu Ming could only repeatedly observe the effects of the awakening skill to numb his heart. A fourfold surge in overall constitution for 4 minutes was indeed extraordinary, propelling an ordinary person's capability to an astonishing 120 times. The key aspect was that the effects and duration would enhance with the increase of the awakening level. Analyzing the skill data patterns, it was likely that each level ascension would yield a 1-fold enhancement in overall constitution and an additional minute in duration. Ultimately, it could reach 10-fold for 10 minutes. A brief calculation revealed the rationale behind the cooldown period of a full day, clearly a formidable skill capable of altering fate. Thanks to the first awakening reward bonus, his awakening level had additionally increased by 3 levels. In other words, while others could only reach a maximum of 10 levels of awakening power, he could ascend to 13. In terms of both effectiveness and duration, he would always surpass others. It seemed that those who dared to be the first to explore new territories would never suffer losses. If he wished to maintain this advantage, he could not afford to be complacent. Diligence and perseverance were essential for a steady and far-reaching journey. Casting his gaze towards the specialization level of the junior hunting warrior, he casually tapped to observe the information. Junior hunting warrior, a qualified variant hunting warrior, having fully completed the transformation from a mundane body to a higher life form. Possessing physical strength comparable to E-level elite variants, capable of self-defense in suburban areas, consuming specialized crystals can promote one to an intermediate hunting warrior, upgrade progress, 580-5000. The strength was commendable. The description was flawless. Everything was perfect. Specialized crystals? What specialized crystals? Where are they? Was he dreaming? Swiftly closing the information panel, Lu Ming leaned back in exasperation, feeling overwhelmed by the burdens ahead. Skills, weapons, specialization levels, awakening power, and who knows what else awaited in the future. He felt utterly despondent. After a few seconds of gloom, Lu Ming brushed his hands across his face, wiping away the tension and the shadows of despair. He felt a sense of relief wash over him, for he had come to understand one crucial aspect, the factor of time. Why did this world impose a 30-day alienation suppression? According to the description of the junior hunting warrior, only by completing genetic evolution could one possess self-defense capabilities in the suburbs. Thus, the transition from a junior soldier to a junior warrior was not a mere half-day task, but rather an entire month's worth of challenges. Considering this, there were countless others who hadn't even taken their first steps out of the shelter. What was there for him to rush about? Reinvigorated, Lu Ming retrieved the precise crossbow and made his way to the 2nd floor. With the enhancement of his specialization level, his speed, reflexes, and observational skills underwent a profound transformation. The corridors, hallways, workshops, and departments were cleared of larvae as if he were trampling over ants, presenting no challenge whatsoever. In just 40 minutes, he collected 472 specialized crystals, an impressive bounty left by the larval swarm on the entire 2nd floor. The weight on his heart lightened considerably, and his enthusiasm for exterminating the larvae surged. He took out the remaining half-bottle of multifunctional sports drink and gulped it down. The thirst and hunger vanished instantaneously, yet his mouth felt oddly unsatisfied. This was quite normal. Often, people eat not solely out of hunger, but also for the pleasure of taste. For instance, after dinner, at the stroke of midnight, a mischievous friend might tempt him with takeout. Even when his stomach was content, he couldn't resist scrolling through the food delivery app, ordering a delectable yet unhealthy treat. Thus, Lu Ming resolved to clear the entire factory, regardless of hunger, and reward himself with a hearty meal afterward. With a click, he loaded the crossbow, securing the arrow quiver as the Eye of Truth activated. The distribution of larvae on the 3rd floor became immediately clear. To his slight surprise, compared to the segmented spaces of the 1st and 2nd floors, the 3rd floor appeared to be one vast, open assembly line workshop. Although the larvae seemed crowded, they were arranged with remarkable layers, akin to cinema seating, gradually ascending, distinctly tiered. In such a scenario, there were no limitations to his attack. The front, middle, and back rows could all launch simultaneous assaults against him. Thus, the larvae amassed on the 1st and 2nd floors were mere cannon fodder, posing no issue whatsoever. As for the difficulty of clearing them prior to genetic evolution, it was indeed a challenge, but now, he couldn't even be bothered to frown. With swift movements, Lu Ming dashed out of the stairwell on the third floor. The light crossbow fired in rapid succession, his wrist a blur as he accurately penetrated the cores of 7 or 8 larvae, collecting their remains. Seizing the moment, without waiting for the rear line to unleash their acidic sprays, he pulled the trigger 7 or 8 more times, annihilating the crowded second layer of meat shields. Standing at the stairway, he aimed his crossbow upwards, calmly and methodically eliminating each audacious larvae attempting to retaliate. Greed. 5 minutes later, the stairway leading to the third floor lay wide open. Gradually, Lu Ming stepped onto the third floor. Each footfall echoed as if he were treading upon the very hearts of the scythe-wielding larvae in their workshop. The Grim Reaper had come to collect the bugs. Chapter 32. Rampant Evolution. Mutant scythe larvae. With a series of sharp clicks, the crossbow arrows whistled through the air, and the scythe larvae dwindled to a mere handful. The ground was coated in a thick layer of corrosive acid. The image of hundreds of larvae simultaneously spewing acidic fluid remained etched in Lu Ming's consciousness. The volume of acid flooding the corridor surged forth like a dam breaking, crashing against the walls with a resounding roar. Had he not relied on the broad-bladed heavy knife to pierce the ceiling and evade it, as well as the natural gradient of the stairway, he would have surely been engulfed by the corrosive tide. While he was confident in the strength of his elite variant physique, likely unscathed by a bath in the acid, he couldn't bear to part with his precious attire or waste drinking water for a subsequent shower. Besides, who would willingly be submerged in thick, yellowish goo? What if he inadvertently swallowed a mouthful? Wouldn't that leave an indelible mark on his memory? The soles of his standard-issue shoes squeaked against the floor. Black mist intertwined with acrid smoke swirled upwards. Lu Ming glanced down at his somewhat melted shoes and strolled into the third-floor assembly line workshop. After his relentless barrage, only a dozen larvae remained. They dangled from the ceiling, guarding the vicinity of their cocoons, their eyes glaring at him with menace. This was Lu Ming's first close encounter with the living scythe larvae. It must be said, they were truly grotesque, an eyesore beyond compare. Whether it was due to sensing his aura of strength or witnessing the souls of their fallen kin beneath him, the dozen or so larvae showed no inclination to attack. Quite commendable, at least they recognized the futility of resistance. Just as Lu Ming was about to commend their self-awareness, one of the larvae opened its mouth and spat a glob of corrosive acid across Lu Ming's face, splattering onto the ground nearby. As the words fell, the precise crossbow let out a sharp click, and a bolt shot through the air, piercing the flesh of the larva with a wet thud. In Lu Ming's consciousness, the arrow was destined to shatter the larva's core. However, in his current line of sight, the arrow had instead penetrated a human arm, which had unexpectedly grown from the side of the larva, deftly intercepting the bolt before it could reach the core. If the larva consumes insufficient energy, it will grow parts of its prey externally to enhance its combat capabilities. The detailed information about the scythe owl larva surfaced in his mind, a thought he had firmly lodged within. Yet, he had never anticipated that such growth could be so instantaneous and versatile. Suddenly, several larvae simultaneously sprouted pairs of legs and arms. Some even bore the grotesque, dark red faces of human heads, their expressions twisted in agony. It was a sight that could evoke revulsion. Lu Ming could maintain his composure in the face of the repulsive, slimy larva, but the sight of those familiar heads and limbs continually conjured images of consumption in his mind. There was nausea, disgust, but above all, a seething anger. Powerless, he understood that defeat meant becoming prey. Consumption was an inevitable fate. Yet, to exploit the corpses of kin as trophies was the greatest mockery of his own kind. A piercing shriek erupted from countless fissures as the larvae, having grown limbs, compensated for their genetic shortcomings. Using the ceiling for support, they lunged at Lu Ming with ferocity. The distance closed in an instant, their mandibles snapping forward, ready to tear Lu Ming apart, when a slender silver flash, accompanied by a blade's song slicing through the air, swept horizontally. With a sharp crack, several larvae were severed in half. The tremendous force whipped up a gale that sent the dismembered larvae crashing against the wall behind them. The remnants of flesh burst forth like a watermelon dropped from a great height, utterly unrecognizable. They did not regenerate, for as their flesh burst, their cores shattered simultaneously. They did not perish from a breach of their core, nor from a strike to their weakness. They succumbed to overwhelming power. becoming the first ants crushed beneath the giant's heel. Raising his gaze, Lu Ming looked up at the 5 insect pupae encased in a level 3 supply box on the ceiling. Cloaked in a deep black hue, they were bound by a mysterious dark tissue, their interiors pulsating like living hearts, throbbing vigorously. Through the eye of truth, he observed that the progress bar for their evolution had reached 50%. Remarkably, it had only been 3.5 hours since it had gone from 15 to 50. Calculating the time, it would take merely 10 minutes for a single pupa to evolve into its complete form, less than a single day, showcasing their astonishing hatching speed. With this thought, Lu Ming waved his hand, and his broad-bladed sword transformed into a flying blade, piercing one of the pupae. A shrill wail echoed from within the shell, followed by the rapid decline of its pulsations until it lay still. One down. With a shift in weight, he compressed his muscles and propelled himself upward, drawing his heavy blade horizontally for a strike. 2 pupae cracked open with a hiss, their fatty contents spilling onto the ground, and with their loss, the developing bodies could not survive. 3 down. Lu Ming landed, once more unleashing his heavy blade to penetrate the 4th pupa. 4 down. He soared upward, drawing his blade to strike at the last one. 5 down. Clang. The count was interrupted as a metallic sheen erupted from the pupa, a silver blade glinting with a cold light effortlessly blocking Lu Ming's strike with most of his force. What was happening? In astonishment, Lu Ming swiftly withdrew, retreating to the corridor's edge. The eye of truth rebooted, revealing that the information on the pupae had entirely transformed. The evolution progress bar vanished, replaced by an entirely new panel of a mutated species. Mutated scythe owl, E-class elite. Category: insectoid mutant. Description: originally an E-class elite mutant. It underwent a violent evolution after absorbing the energy of the other 4 scythe owl pupae, transforming into an E-class elite. Its defensive capabilities are formidable, with a body covered in steel-grade armor that makes it impervious to damage from weapons of equal rank or below. Though its legs are slender, their muscular activation is among the strongest of E-class elites, granting incredible jumping ability and exceptional mobility. Possessing resilient wings, it can achieve low-altitude flight, though it lacks endurance, typically employing its flight in support of attacks and pursuit. A natural predator, it embodies extreme aggression and combat talent, adhering to the highest honor of a hunter: either kill the target or be killed by it. Therefore, once it sets its sights on a target, it will force a deadly confrontation, relentlessly pursuing until the target is vanquished. Even if its prey is intercepted by other mutants, it will turn its focus to become the hunter of the original target, regardless of the disparities in level or dimensional barriers. Chapter 33. Mutated insect eggs. Attack methods. Rapidly swinging its sharp forearms capable of slicing through steel in blade dance. Utilizing its wings to ascend and then dive in blade impact, opening a fissure in its abdomen to spew corrosive acid in high-concentration acid cannon. And through its violent evolution, gaining the ability to accumulate and release scythe blade pulse. Characteristics: possesses a hunter's instinct to grow stronger with each battle, harvest of slaughter, and can continue fighting for days even after losing its head, thanks to its soul of death battle. Weakness: heart. After evolution, the larva's core becomes the heart of the scythe owl. Destroying this heart tissue will lead to its demise. However, unlike the larva, the scythe owl's chest is fortified with the strongest armor, making it the most difficult area to hit, as it can easily block attacks while simultaneously defending itself. Striking it successfully is no simple task. One must aim for its chest as it attacks. Having swiftly perused the formidable information panel, Lu Ming looked back up at the air. The mutated scythe owl was still languidly emerging from its cocoon, seemingly regarding him, a mere novice hunter, with disdain. With a chill in his gaze, Lu Ming summoned his awakening power and strength amplification technique without hesitation. Boom! Blue energy surged from his brow, coursing through his veins to invigorate his limbs. Red energy erupted from his heart, radiating through his entire being. Explosive power surged as Lu Ming lifted his blade and soared down with a mighty strike. Swish! The razor-sharp, broad blade, imbued with tremendous force, struck the mutated scythe owl's blade. What had once been as solid as steel now felt as flimsy as paper. With a single slash, it shattered, simultaneously breaching its resilient body. Splash! Viscous green fluids mingled with internal organs as half a body plummeted to the ground, its weight kicking up a cloud of dust. The half-formed body within the pupa attempted a final desperate counterattack, but Lu Ming seized the blade, swung it down, and severed its head and forelimbs. The astonished eyes of the larva dimmed, its rapid evolution slipping away. Perhaps it would die bewildered, unable to fathom why, despite being a mutated elite. It had not even glimpsed the world before being felled by a human in 2 swift strikes. Did this human lack the spirit of a warrior? Ambushing it before it could emerge from its pupa? Lu Ming fell from the air with a resounding thud, facing the half-head filled with resentment, devoid of any emotional response. Lack of martial ethics? No grandstanding or shouting skills as they clashed. Please, this was war, a life-and-death struggle between survivors and mutant creatures. What purpose do skill enhancement and power serve? To admire? No, it is to eliminate the opponent. The quicker, the more efficient, the less loss incurred, the better the method. Upon witnessing the relentless pursuit of the mutated sickle weevil, he realized that retreat was no longer an option. Faced with the dire necessity of a desperate gamble, he resolved to summon all his strength and seize the best opportunity for a decisive strike. Who would simply stand by and wait for you to emerge from your cocoon and assume a battle stance? Was this a competition in a ring? With a resounding thud, he cast the weevil's carcass to the ground, revealing its entire form. Its anatomical structure bore a striking resemblance to the mantis of Blue Star, yet there were considerable differences. It must be said, however, that the combination of awakened power and strength multiplication was truly terrifying. Just in terms of raw strength, it amplified 8-fold in an instant. Facing an elite, one might even feel as though they held the upper hand against even higher-tier aberrations. Crucially, both awakened power and strength multiplication could be ultimately transcended and refined. What was even more gratifying was that the crystallization of strength multiplication and the costs of transcending awakened power were both ample. If he wished, he could instigate a qualitative transformation of these 2 skills at this very moment. However, he refrained from doing so immediately, for experience had taught him that impulsive actions taken under the influence of heightened emotions often lead to regret in a fleeting moment. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Lu Ming raised his hand towards the corpse of the mutated sickle weevil and softly uttered, "Greed." Successfully decomposed the mutated sickle weevil corpse, obtaining 30 specialized crystals for sickle blades, 10 sickle carapaces, and 200 milliliters of mutated aberrant blood. Successfully decomposed 12 sickle weevil larvae corpses, obtaining 24 specialized crystals and 24 high-purity aberrant proteins. Previously, when he received the notification about insufficient space in his bag, he had dismissed it. Now, he found himself in a situation where he had no choice but to enhance his storage capacity. Fortunately, he now possessed substantial resources. Thanks to the contributions from the larvae on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the factory, his stock of specialized crystals had soared to an astonishing 750 pieces. And there were still 4 larvae on the ceiling yet to be decomposed. Opening the spatial pouch, he initiated the level-up process. Notification: upgrading the spatial pouch requires the consumption of 80 specialized crystals. Upon upgrading, the capacity will double. Would you like to upgrade now? Yes. The spatial pouch expanded dramatically, successfully doubling its size. Notification: spatial pouch upgrade successful, current capacity 4080. The next upgrade will require 160 specialized crystals. As one might expect, the consumption of specialized crystals increased correspondingly. Yet, it was akin to casually purchasing a $100 skin. While contemplating whether to add a chicken leg to a lunch required meticulous calculation. For the sake of enhancing specialization, weapons, and skills, he could readily expend 1,000 crystals. But for a storage item like the spatial pouch, parting with 160 felt a tad excessive. As long as it sufficed, that would be enough. With the limitation of his carrying capacity resolved, the next task at hand was, of course, the coveted level 3 supply box. Additionally, he could not overlook the 4 larvae clinging to the ceiling. Greed: successfully decomposed the withered sickle weevil pupa, obtaining 10 specialized crystals and 2 high-concentration aberrant body fat essences. Successfully decomposed the withered sickle weevil pupa, obtaining 10 specialized crystals and 2 high-concentration aberrant body fat essences. Successfully decomposed the withered sickle weevil pupa. After decomposing the sickle weevil pupae surrounding the supply box, a supply box, pulsating with a purple hue and crackling energy, was revealed on the ceiling. Lu Ming leaped up to retrieve the box, feeling its substantial weight, and activated the Eye of Truth. Level 3 supply box, special item, category, container. Description, contains an B-grade contractable aberrant larva egg. An aberrant larva egg? B-grade? Contractable. This is practically a pet. Oh my, I must open it quickly. Lu Ming reached out to press the purple button. However, as his finger descended halfway, a frenzied thought surged forth. Wait. The supply box is also an item and falls within the realm of objects. Could it possibly be subject to ultimate transcendence and evolutionary enhancement? Chapter 34. The Spider Queen. With this in mind, Lu Ming fixed his gaze upon the level 3 supply box and silently intoned ultimate transcendence. Notification, please select the transcendence tier, tier 2 or tier 1. Upon receiving this prompt, Lu Ming felt both exhilaration and regret. The thrill stemmed from the realization that, in the future, any supply box he acquired could be elevated by 1 or 2 tiers, yielding even more exquisite treasures. The regret arose from his earlier excitement in the clothing store, where he had completely forgotten to utilize the transcendence upgrade, wasting a precious tier 2 embryo. Tier 2. Notification, transcending the level 3 supply box requires the consumption of 500 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 500 specialized crystals to elevate the level 3 supply box to a level 5 supply box. Confirm. Cancel. Oh my goodness. 500 crystals. Is there some sort of backpack detection at play here? Surely this program isn't spying on me from some damp corner. Keep in mind that, with the 4 larvae just gathered, he only had 710 specialized crystals. Staring at the confirm and cancel options, Lu Ming, a Libra by nature, found himself in a dilemma. If only the crystals were outright insufficient, he wouldn't be so torn. To upgrade would leave him utterly destitute. And he was uncertain whether the contents of the supply box would change. If they did, he might receive a top-notch but rather obscure item, such as an ultra-luxurious nanny expert. On the other hand, not upgrading would leave him feeling discontent. What if the level 5 supply box yielded something extraordinarily luxurious and powerful? Wouldn't that be cause for tears? Glancing at the time display, it was already 5:34, and in 26 minutes, night would fall. Notification, this item cannot be stored. Cannot be stored? Cradling the supply box, Lu Ming bolted down the hallway. However, yet another exasperating event occurred. As soon as he stepped out of the third-floor workshop area, the supply box in his hands disintegrated and vanished. Well, it seems I can only process it right here. Removing the box again, Lu Ming pondered, ultimately closing his eyes, gritting his teeth, and thought, to hell with it. Let's gamble. He refused to believe that his luck, having altered his lineage, could be that abysmal. He was betting. Ultimate transcendence. Notification, please select the transcendence tier. Tier 2. Notification, transcendence in progress. Confirm. The purple supply box disassembled and reformed in Lu Ming's hands, and when it reappeared, it had transformed into a golden box. Oh, golden legend. Notification, level 3 supply box successfully transcended into a level 5 supply box. Identification. The Eye of Truth activated autonomously, and the information window for the level 5 supply box popped up. Level 5 supply box, special item, category, container description, contains an S-grade aberrant larva egg. It's done. It turns out that after transcendence, the contents of the box remain unchanged. Only the tier of the items is elevated. From B-grade to S-grade, from purple to gold. What a lucrative gain. With a firm press, Lu Ming activated the golden button of the supply box, and a rush of air pressure expelled outward. The lid of the box retracted and folded, revealing a core that slowly ascended, showcasing an egg the size of a fist, covered in soft fuzz, glimmering like snow with a hint of pink. Gazing at the pale pink aberrant larva egg, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with a bewitching gleam. Wasn't it said to be an aberrant larva? He had expected it to resemble a sickle weevil pupa, dark, unsightly, and grotesque, but to his surprise, it was quite aesthetically pleasing. Taking the larva egg in his hands, he marveled at its exquisite texture. It was soft and springy, exuding an unusual fragrance. Lost in enjoyment, Lu Ming suddenly paused, instinctively glancing around, only to remember that this was the apocalypse, and no one cared about his actions. He then pressed the larva egg against his face, considering that 500 specialized crystals deserved to be cherished. Oh, but he shouldn't go overboard. What if he ended up in trouble? After reassessing the time display, he noted that only 10 minutes remained until nightfall. The larva egg was a living being and could not be stored in the spatial pouch. Lu Ming, undeterred, tucked it into his pants pocket, and dashed to the window, leaping from the third floor. The impact of the fall from several meters high left him with no sensation of discomfort. Leaping over the factory courtyard, he vaulted into the second floor of the staff dormitory, swiftly gathering the 27 composite bows scattered on the floor before flipping through the window into the fourth-floor room. The night was known for the activity of aberrant creatures, with high-ranking entities venturing out for amusement. However, whether they merely passed by on foot or lingered atop the building remained uncertain. Thus, he deliberately chose a dormitory situated in the midsection of the floor. Closing the window, he expended 20 specialized crystals to upgrade the doors and windows, walls, and curtains. Now, the windows had transformed into bulletproof, soundproof glass. The hinge components elevated to an exceptional grade, the walls fortified, the door explosion-proof, and the curtains crafted from perfectly sealed nano-light-absorbing material. Once drawn, even with the dormitory bathed in bright light, no hint of illumination would escape to the outside. Calming his mind, he glanced at the bed, which lay in a state of disarray, the sheets and blankets stained beyond comprehension. After a moment's reflection, he recognized that one must not compromise on the essentials of life, even in a world ravaged by apocalypse. Thus, he invested 3 more specialized crystals to elevate the bed, bedding, and sheets. Instantly, an opulent, sophisticated, and high-end luxurious sleeping arrangement emerged, occupying half the dormitory. Gazing at the soft, exquisite trifecta of comfort, he could not resist the urge to sit down. The sensation enveloped him, as if drawing his very soul into its embrace. It seemed that a brief repose was now an irresistible necessity. Setting aside his weariness, he turned his attention to the egg before him. Placing the fist-sized aberrant young egg in front of him, he spoke softly. Identification. The information panel unfurled with a flourish. Queen spider, S-class royalty category, insect royalty description. Upon hatching, it will yield a gifted, S-class aberrant spider queen endowed with superior attributes in talent, strength, speed, endurance, vitality, and intelligence. Hatching requirements: 1,000 units of high-purity aberrant protein, proficiency in basic childcare, close incubation for 3 hours, and the first sight to fall upon the hatcher after emerging. Current status: not yet hatched. Chapter 35. The contract established what on earth? While the requirement for close proximity during hatching was reasonable, the need for the first sight to be upon the hatcher was even more so. It was far more logical than blood oaths of recognition. However, the demand for proficiency in basic childcare felt excessive. Had he not read that book? Was the experience of nurturing human young truly interchangeable with that of aberrant creatures? Why not demand breastfeeding as well? A wave of frustration welled up within him, but thankfully, the Spider Queen's egg was undeniably adorable. Cuteness is justice, and all else could be overlooked. The key factor was its semi-human form. Do you comprehend the value of a semi-human entity? Coughing to clear his thoughts, he reminded himself to act with decorum, be a gentleman, be serious. And he met all the hatching conditions, particularly the basic childcare proficiency. How he had once scoffed at acquiring it, yet now felt immensely grateful. Let the hatching commence. With a mere thought, a prompt immediately appeared. Prompt: detection of hatching intent from the young egg has been established, and conditions for hatching are met. Shall the thermoregulation protective layer be released? Upon release, immediate hatching is required, during which it must remain in close proximity for 3 hours. If separated from the maternal body, the egg will enter a state of hypothermia and perish within half an hour. Confirm. Cancel. Upon reading the word perish, his previously buoyant mood plummeted. It seemed that regardless of the world, the birth of new life was a grave matter, not to be taken lightly. Confirming would be prudent. Just as he was about to finalize his decision, he hesitated. Cancel. The prompt vanished, and as he gazed at the Spider Queen egg, he tentatively uttered, ultimate elevation. Prompt: please select the elevation grade. To his surprise, he could elevate it. He had assumed that once the resource box was elevated, the contents within would also be deemed elevated. However, it turned out that the resource box and its contents existed independently. Second grade, prompt: elevating the S-class Spider Queen egg requires the consumption of 30 million specialized crystals. You possess a universal discount coupon. Shall you confirm the use of the coupon to elevate the S-class Spider Queen egg by 2 grades? Confirm. Consume a universal discount coupon. Confirm. Consume 30 million specialized crystals. Cancel. Silently, he contemplated the information prompt, then glanced at the Spider Queen egg's information panel. With a quiet resolve, he withdrew the universal discount coupon. It was not that he had grown tired of his awakening power or desired the Spider Queen for frivolous reasons. The simple truth was that it was exorbitantly expensive, 30 million crystals. Well, that was an excuse. There was no other reason. It was for the Spider Queen. An S-class entity was semi-human. Surely elevating it 2 more grades to a fully human form was not excessive? Absolutely not. Surely, you agree it is not excessive. What was there to hesitate over? A man must conquer the Queen. Confirm. A flash. The universal discount coupon disintegrated. The golden Spider Queen egg shimmered and reformed. When it reappeared, a massive egg, approximately 60 centimeters in size, lay before him. Its shell gleamed with a brilliant, iridescent radiance. An object possessing such effects could hardly be mundane. Identification. The eye of truth activated, and the information of the massive egg unfolded clearly. Primordial spider egg. Category. Description. Seeing only a series of question marks, he felt a twinge of disappointment, even a hint of despondency. The grade was obscured, the information incomplete, and the name change left him puzzled. Where was the Queen he had envisioned? Cold and domineering. The term primordial spider, while undoubtedly impressive, muddied the waters regarding gender. Holding the massive egg, he felt a pang in his heart, forcing himself to suppress tears as he read the hatching conditions. Hatching requirements: 5,000 units of high-purity aberrant protein, mastery of advanced childcare, close incubation for 12 hours, and the first sight to fall upon the hatcher after emerging. Current status: not yet hatched. The hatching time had quadrupled, and the demand for high-purity aberrant protein had increased 5-fold. Glancing at his spatial pouch, he noted he had 5,748 units, barely sufficient. However, achieving advanced childcare mastery required 2 levels of elevation from his current basic proficiency. Peering at his 190 specialized crystals, unease washed over him. Was that enough? Surely it would suffice to elevate from E to C grade, and the expenditure would not be exorbitant. He opened his information panel, locked onto basic childcare proficiency, and initiated 2nd grade elevation. Prompt: elevating E-class basic childcare proficiency requires the consumption of 50 specialized crystals. Nice. Was this not the epitome of perfection? Confirm. He consumed 50 specialized crystals, elevating basic childcare proficiency to advanced. Renewed determination to hatch surged within him. Prompt: detection of hatching intent from the young egg has been established, and conditions for hatching are met. Shall the thermoregulation protective layer be released? Upon release, immediate hatching is required, during which it must remain in close proximity for 12 hours. If separated from the maternal body, the egg will enter a state of hypothermia and perish within 10 minutes. What? Had it not evolved? How could its grade increase, yet its constitution weaken? When it was S-class, it could endure separation for half an hour, but now it could only last 10 minutes. Was that acceptable? He stroked the surface of the egg, which appeared smooth yet possessed a soft, fuzzy texture, a curious phenomenon. Well, it seems that only I, as the surrogate caretaker, can protect you. Confirmed. Hatching has commenced, which meant bidding farewell to freedom of movement. Bathroom breaks would be a challenge. Alas, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself. How unfortunate that he couldn't hold it through the night. The moment of inspiration was fleeting, and he rushed to take care of it. As the conversation unfolded, Lu Ming found himself chuckling, inwardly mocking his own naivety. After all, it was merely an egg. What could it possibly comprehend? Perhaps it was wiser to watch the World Channel, indulging in idle gossip to pass the time. Tomorrow morning, he would bid farewell to his solitary survival journey. And upon reflection, he felt a tinge of anticipation. Little did he know, while Lu Ming was engrossed in the World Channel, the egg beneath the covers flickered imperceptibly. Within its shell, a pair of eyes gradually opened, revealing ruby-like irises. Unfortunately, its strength was far too feeble. Its eyelids could only lift halfway before they fell shut again. Its delicate mouth stirred gently, murmuring in an infantile form of the Huaxiao language. Contract established. Chapter 36. The specialized grass luo seeds. The World Channel remained as vibrant as ever, filled with eloquent discourse, as if the broader environment had solidified. Turning to the national channel, a refreshing change greeted him. Once a space for negative venting, it now buzzed with normal conversation. Fixing the message feed, Lu Ming began to peruse manually. Pu Di, a word of encouragement for those who have yet to take their first step. You may encounter initial anomalies that are grotesque, bizarre, terrifying, or even hideous, possessing strength, speed, armor, and vitality far beyond the ordinary. This can instill fear and trepidation within you, making confrontation seem daunting. However, those who have succeeded in slaying these creatures know that they possess low intelligence, lack tactical acumen, and can be defeated. As long as we discern their attack patterns and fatal weaknesses, with a modicum of physical capability and a suitable tool, we can achieve victory independently. For those lacking physical prowess or specific targeting tools, it is still possible to form groups, leveraging numerical superiority to overcome foes. If all else fails, utilize cunning, ascend to higher ground, and strike with heavy objects. Regardless, ensure that you or your trustworthy leader accumulates 10 specialized crystals to elevate your specialization level to that of a mid-tier soldier. This will significantly enhance your physical attributes and reduce the disparity with the anomalous beings. Once you and your team attain mid-tier soldier status, your efficiency and margin for error in slaying these creatures will increase dramatically, leading to rapid resource accumulation. Survival will become a certainty, with the subsequent goal being to grow stronger. You must hasten to amass the specialized crystals required for ascension to high-tier soldier status. When everyone achieves this level, the current anomalies will no longer obstruct your path to survival. Therefore, muster your courage, seize your weapons, and defend your right to exist. Lu Sanlong, Brother Pu Di is correct. We must not only bravely take that first step, but also swiftly gather reinforcements to conquer a certain area and construct a human sanctuary. From this haven, we can methodically advance in all directions, ultimately securing the entire region and establishing a base for human survivors, steering everything back on course. Our region is currently implementing this operational strategy. Mere survival is not a long-term solution, and slaughtering our fellow beings is utterly foolish. I hope all other regions will plan accordingly. Chenlin, establishing a base sounds simple, but what about food? What about supplies? Rely on scavenging? On distribution? How long can that last? If this cursed place has never had enough resources for everyone to survive, ultimately only the strong among you will endure. At that point, what will happen to us who are gathered by you? Will we be ranked and utilized, belittled and discarded, or even secretly eliminated? Who can guarantee our safety? There are no laws, no order. Verbal promises hold little weight. Lu Yu, what are you saying? Who are you referring to when you mention the strong? Aside from the military and a handful of exceptional civilians in the Blue Star, how many in the entire Huaxiao or even Blue Star exceed the initial mid-tier soldier level? Do not harbor resentment towards those brave souls risking their lives due to your own cowardice. The notion of conspiracy is ludicrous. Gathering is voluntary. If you wish to join, then do so. If not, remain where you are. Why spread fear? Lu Sanlong, you enough. I declare that gathering personnel is entirely voluntary. Those interested in our region can message me privately. We will conduct rescue missions across various locations. For those not interested, feel free to share your location. We will distribute sufficient supplies to last 3 days. As for the gathering's treatment, it will certainly favor the capable. Exceptional talents will receive preferential treatment. Although it may seem harsh, it is entirely reasonable. Otherwise, if everyone received equal treatment, who would willingly share their knowledge and strength? We will also accept the elderly, weak, and infirm. While their treatment may not be luxurious, basic sustenance will be guaranteed. Others without special talents will inevitably pursue the warrior path. We will adhere to the principle of elders guiding newcomers, with strong leaders at the helm, continuously enhancing everyone's abilities. Those who merely wish to lounge about should reconsider. We cannot afford idlers. Regarding supplies, at 1:36 p.m., someone revealed on the World Channel that an individual from the Windmill Nation obtained locally cultivable agricultural products. The specialized grass luo seeds, when opening a supply crate. The specific details remain undisclosed, including its appearance, but one thing is certain. This world may indeed harbor cultivable crops. If that is the case, as long as we address the water issue, the apocalypse is not entirely devoid of hope. Life still persists. Tian Yanan, do you honestly believe that? That news has circulated in our region too, yet there is no proof of its authenticity. How can we take a mere statement seriously? Lu Sanlong. Indeed, as you said, there is no evidence to substantiate it. However, having hope is preferable to despair. Moreover, the truth of this matter can be easily discerned, within a few weeks or months, if we observe whether such supplies appear in the trading post and in sufficient quantities. The news is likely genuine. Sun Yang, who would sell such things? In the apocalypse, who would expose their resources? If they were targeted, How could they continue to live peacefully? Furthermore, if the fruit is indeed the seed, wouldn't selling it be tantamount to relinquishing it? Lu Sanlong. Targeted? Targeted by whom? Transactions in the trading post are anonymous. One cannot discern the identity of the other party or their region. The outside world is fraught with unknown dangers. Without dedicating time to explore maps and understand the anomalies in other areas, how can one hope to conquer them? Who would dare venture forth without the skills of an elite warrior? As for the notion that fruit equates to seed, it cannot be entirely dismissed. Yet the likelihood is exceedingly slim. According to the rules of this world, exceptional items always possess logical significance. If the fruit were indeed the seed, it would not be labeled as grass luo seeds, but simply as grass luo, annotated to indicate its viability for planting. Furthermore, your claim that no one would sell such items, does that seem credible? The emergence of such resources would monopolize the market and serve as a necessity. Keeping them solely for personal use would be wasteful. Their true value lies in exchanging them for other resources. Perhaps initially, selling would be ill-advised. But once the resources in the area become insufficient, these items would be life-saving, presenting a wealth of opportunity. Do you truly believe a competent regional manager would let that slip by? Chenlin, how do you know that person is a regional manager? They could simply be a private individual, cultivating and selling for their own benefit, which would be far more advantageous. Lu Sanlong. Then speculate on who leaked the information and their motives for doing so. However, discussing this now is merely idle chatter. After all, to validate these topics, we must first prove that the information shared is indeed true, correct? Chapter 37. Invasion of the region. Upon reading this, Lu Ming grew somewhat contemplative. This world has never lacked for clever minds, particularly within Huaxia. It seems that those who wield influence within a region possess not only strength, but also exceptional wisdom. Lu Sanlong, Pu Di, and Chun Hai exemplify this, embodying both a spirit of selfless dedication and a desire for gain. These matters could undoubtedly be discussed privately or within a localized forum. There is no necessity to analyze them on a national platform or to elucidate them for contrarians and pessimists. Yet, Lu Sanlong chose to proceed in such a manner. Is it merely a display of concern for others? Beyond elevating his own prominence to gain influence in this apocalyptic world, he likely aims to solidify his regional standing, encouraging more members within his vicinity to respond to his operational strategies. Observe how our esteemed leader commands respect. His discourse leaves others speechless, every word resonating with reason, enticing followers to align with him. This is the essence of the sentiment. Of course, Lu Ming would not mock this. It is a commendable endeavor. The more united humanity becomes, the swifter its advancement, and as a result, he, possessing this unique advantage, stands to gain even greater benefits. Who would not appreciate affluent clients? At the very least, he has gleaned insights into the thoughts and trajectories of most regions, and, crucially, he has discovered what can be cultivated from the resource boxes. Regardless of its veracity, what harm is there in believing it once, provided there is no loss? As he continues to scroll, he encounters the throngs of admirers drawn to Lu Sanlong's charisma and eloquence. Upon reaching the end of the chat log, where the most recent messages reside, one particular communication captures his attention. Gu Changha, attention everyone. While our region may be comprised of compatriots, adjacent areas could harbor individuals from other nations. Just moments ago, a group of southern Han invaders infiltrated our territory. Initially, they feigned vulnerability, seeking our assistance. However, as we prepared to firmly decline, several of them abruptly turned hostile, attacking our compatriots and seizing their spatial satchels. One among them possesses a remarkably high level of skill, far exceeding that of a standard elite soldier. Many have fallen victim, including several high-ranking individuals who had previously pursued us. As night approaches, they have concealed themselves. Thus, I advise everyone to remain vigilant when encountering foreigners. Do not be deceived. Attack them directly. Damn it, Lu Ling, no way. I thought all surrounding areas were our own. How could there be individuals from other nations? Isn't it peculiar for them to attack other regions at this time? Fu Di, they likely crossed from the suburban border. Elite soldiers would not dare, so it must be led by an exceptional soldier. Gu Changha, I suspect it is indeed an exceptional soldier. Their overall strength clearly surpasses that of our local champions. They may very well be formidable figures from the Southern Han or individuals from specialized sectors, exhibiting brutal efficiency and extraordinary physical prowess, with jumps exceeding 4 meters. Lu Sanlong, that settles it then. I hadn't anticipated such a scenario. Do you know which district you belong to? Gu Changha. I am unaware of the district name, but I am located in Jiuhua Tianjia, which is a commercial street. Fu Di, this complicates matters. We can scarcely ascertain our district names, as much of the area remains in an unexplored state. Direct intervention is currently beyond our capacity, but your warning is timely. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to the presence of foreigners in our neighboring district. Therefore, Brother Changha, I will trade some resources with you. Please find a discreet location to conceal them. Once we have a clearer understanding of our position in a few days, we can explore the possibility of rescue. Lu Sanlong, I shall contribute some resources as well. Your warning was indeed timely. Please take good care of those in your street. If there is no opportunity for counterattack, avoid confrontation. Once we stabilize our own region, we can extend assistance to others. At that point, we won't let a single Southern Han invader escape. Lu Ming, that sounds wonderful. I am also being pursued by individuals from other nations. Brother Fu Di, Brother Sanlong, could you spare me some resources? Gu Changha, what do you mean? Are you casting aspersions, suggesting I am lying? Lu Ming, haha. Gu Changha, video files, video files, video files. He sent 3 video files in succession, leading to a moment of silence in the chat. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he clicked on one. It indeed depicted the assailants, and although their words were intelligible, the pronunciation unmistakably belonged to the Southern Han, especially their classic feigned pleas for help. Verification ensued, focusing on the most distinguished individual, and Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. Information instantly materialized. Park Dongxiu, 26 years old, a prominent figure from the Southern Han, scion of a financial conglomerate and an exceptional soldier. Gu Changha's assessment was accurate. He was indeed an exceptional soldier. Gu Changha, is there anything else you wish to convey? Lu Ming, I never claimed you were deceitful. That is your own misinterpretation. If you wish, review the information to see if I ever used the word lie. Fu Di, enough of this triviality. Our compatriots are suffering, and we are bickering over it? Do you not fear being the subject of mockery among our people? Changha, trade with me. This matter is far from resolved. I shall not rest until I confront someone from the Southern Han. If I do, I will take them down. Lu Sanlong, indeed, we should not create internal discord among ourselves. If anyone is facing difficulties, speak up. There is no need for sarcasm. Should you be overwhelmed, record a video to prove your plight, and I will not ignore those I can assist. I must now convene with my brothers. Gu Changha, thank you, Brother Di. Thank you, Brother Long, and thanks to everyone trading resources with me. I will ensure that the supplies are distributed among others in the region. Thank you. No further messages were scrolled upward. The chat's focus remained fixed on the incursion by foreign members. Jin Shi, the Southern Han's invasion is terrifying. I hope our neighbors are not foreigners as well. Fong Peng, uncertain, but with Uncle Chen around, we need not fear. Chen Hai, tomorrow morning, I will lead the main force from Chongping Street to conduct search and rescue operations in the surrounding areas. I hope everyone will cooperate fully and gather together. As those compatriots have rightly said, only by uniting can we respond to any unforeseen changes. Fong Peng, certainly, we support Uncle Chen. Before his arrival, I will gather people from Mengzi Street. We will follow Uncle Chen directly. Bao Zhengqing, haha, is this the same young man who initially opposed Brother Chen Hai? He seems like a different person now. Fong Peng, oh, Uncle Bao, spare me your teasing. I am now a mid-level soldier capable of single-handedly defeating the scythe larvae. Show me some respect and refrain from bringing up my past. Laughter ensued. Lu Ming chuckled softly, perceiving from the exchanges that a harmonious development was unfolding within the region. Moreover, with Fong Peng's capability to single-handedly defeat the scythe larvae, it appeared that Chen Hai had successfully discerned how to identify the core of the larvae and disseminated that knowledge. Chongping Street, Mengzi Street. Repeating these street names in his mind, Lu Ming retrieved the regional map. He pinpointed Jintian District, identifying the locations of both streets. If Jintian were to be viewed as a cohesive entity, his own position at the Kongbao shoe factory lay in the eastern outskirts, while Chen Hai resided in the western outskirts of Chongping Street, facing each other across a central point. Mengzi Street was situated quite near the western outskirts, making gatherings relatively straightforward. The northern outskirts bordered Xinghui District, while the southern outskirts neighboring area remained uncertain. In terms of invasion, these two regions were the most predictable. Jiuhua Tianjia. Lu Ming attempted to input this name into the map search bar. The map zoomed in, revealing the entirety of Pinga District. located at the northernmost part of the third area. A coordinate landed at the intersection of the southern outskirts of Pinga District and the northern outskirts of Xinghui District. Upon this realization, Lu Ming's expression grew grave. Thus, Jiuhua Tianjia, which had been invaded, was indeed a street located within Pinga District, while the invaders from the southern Han were transgressors from Xinghui District. With this thought, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the boundary between the northern outskirts of Jintian District and the southern outskirts of Xinghui District. Assuming this invasion is not merely the personal act of an individual, but rather a regional operation orchestrated by the Starshine District, it is likely that the neighboring Jintian District will face a similar fate. Zooming in on the northern outskirts of Jintian District on the map, a conspicuous purple marker is distinctly visible, indicating another Tier 3 resource box within the area. Excellent. I shall venture to the northern outskirts of Jintian tomorrow, not for the sake of avenging my compatriots or upholding justice. Such noble motivations are beyond the grasp of a selfish citizen like myself. I am merely intent on claiming what is rightfully mine. However, should I happen upon any gluttonous scoundrels coveting the resource box along the way, they must not blame me for my fierce protectiveness. I shall eliminate them without hesitation. I assure you, there is no malice intended. I am merely equitable, particularly towards so-called foreign friends. Chapter 38. Have you ever been through rehabilitation? After perusing regional messages several times without finding any pertinent information, Lu Ming promptly exited the chat channel. With ennui settling in and unable to sleep, he opened his spatial backpack to inventory its contents. Among his consumable items, he possessed 140 specialized crystals, 748 lumps of high-purity alien protein, 2 compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of 500 milliliters multifunctional sports drink, various quantities of drinking water, a dozen boxes of instant noodles, and an assortment of tobacco and alcohol. In terms of weaponry, he owned a broad-bladed heavy sword, a precision crossbow, an eagle-eye compound bow, 27 raw compound bow limbs, and aside from the 50 arrows traded away, most remained intact. Overall, basic survival posed no challenge. The difficulty lay in amplifying his own capabilities. In his full state as a novice hunting warrior, he could at most suppress an E-rank elite alien. Yet, within the entire alien hierarchy of the apocalypse, this merely marked the beginning, as there existed far more formidable entities classified as D, C, B, A, and S rank. If each level were to be stratified akin to the scythe larva, scythe, mutated scythe, and royalty, this would yield a total of 24 distinct tiers, if not more, potentially ascending to 30 or beyond when factoring in further subdivisions. One can only imagine the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Thus, he must become stronger than all things, to seize control in this unknown world. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming clicked on the relic of the mutated scythe within his backpack. He had been too preoccupied earlier to examine it, but now he had the opportunity. Scythe blade, E-rank, category, mutated alien material description, the forearm of an E-rank elite mutated scythe, possessing hardness and sharpness equivalent to that of high-quality steel. Suitable for crafting, specialized biological weapons. Usage requirement, intermediate forging proficiency, specialized biological weapons. What is that? Lu Ming's interest piqued immediately, and he clicked on Specialized Biological Weapons for further details. Specialized Biological Weapons, category, specialized equipment description, bioweapons crafted from alien biological materials processed through technology from the Galax System, capable of inheriting the skills possessed by the alien beings in their lifetime. The number of inherited skills depends on the level of forging proficiency and the rarity of the alien materials. The higher the forging proficiency, the rarer the materials. The greater the number of inherited skills, and the more formidable their power. Goodness! Inheriting the skills of mutated beings. How astonishing! Compared to this, the steel-grade weapon in my possession is hardly worth mentioning. Although the mutated scythe never utilized any skills during its existence, Lu Ming distinctly remembered the names of the skills it harbored, particularly the scythe pulse obtained through mutation, which sounded far from a mere melee technique. It could very well be a ranged capability, such as an area of effect shockwave or a sword aura, if a weapon could inherently possess such an AoE skill. Regardless of its efficacy, the mere spectacle of sword energy surging through the air and the ensuing energy shockwave would be enough to ignite one's passion. As fellow Blue Star inhabitants, which man could possibly resist the ultimate visual of an unrivaled sword display? I must forge it. Isn't it merely a matter of acquiring high-level forging proficiency? I can simply trade for it. The future belongs to biological weaponry. While brimming with excitement and anticipation, Lu Ming could not resist vigorously rubbing the egg he possessed, yearning to inhale its contents, knowing full well that an alien lay within. Suppressing his glee, Lu Ming opened his inventory of weapons, resolved to sacrifice one for the sake of acquiring forging proficiency. Broad-bladed heavy sword, steel grade, durability, 1460-1500, precision crossbow, mithril grade, durability, 1848-3000, eagle-eye compound bow, mithril grade, durability, 2364-3000. Upon comparison, he found nothing suitable. The broad-bladed heavy sword, though the lowest tier, was his primary weapon. The utility of the precision crossbow was self-evident, as it was essential for conquering the entirety of the Kongbao shoe factory. The eagle-eye compound bow, although it consumed durability swiftly, depleting 2 points with each kill of a larva and carrying the risk of breaking, offered exceptional safety and output, enhanced by advanced archery proficiency, making it a truly excellent weapon. After deliberating for a couple of minutes, Lu Ming ultimately decided to sacrifice the broad-bladed heavy sword. It was not merely a matter of value. He felt that the mithril weapon was not yet meant to make its debut. At the very least, he required the emergence of a steel-grade weapon to justify the introduction of the mithril grade. He opened the trading interface, listed the broad-bladed heavy sword, specifically requesting forging proficiency, with no restrictions on level. He also noted that if anyone possessed intermediate or higher level proficiency, they could leave a message below, as he would check every half hour. If there were any intentions for trade, they could also offer specialized crystals, food supplies, or other weapons in exchange. Just as he posted the item, the message board erupted with activity. It seemed everyone was avoiding the nightfall, idling in the safe harbor, fixated on the trading interface and chat channel. Anonymous, don't bother thinking. It's that big shot from before who posted a steel-grade weapon 10 times. This one looks like it's been used. Either the big shot feels it's not handy, or they genuinely have no room left. But why is this big shot so fixated on proficiency skills? Those have no lethality whatsoever. Anonymous, the reason the big shot is a big shot is that they possess an imagination beyond our reach. It's best we mere mortals refrain from speculation. Anonymous, big shot, have some pity on the little brother here. I've finally managed to acquire a beginner's tailoring proficiency and have been waiting for you to list weapons. Why did you suddenly specify forging proficiency this time? Anonymous, big shot, you're formidable. Can you please list a few more, like you did at noon, and set up other exchange methods? The kids are yearning for steel weapons. Anonymous, big shot. The comments were filled with flattery, sycophancy, and requests for exchanges. Lu Ming wished he could comply, but alas, the specialized crystals within his backpack were limited, and he would not part with the heavy sword that had accompanied him. With a soft sigh, he closed the trading interface. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a message alert sounded from his friend list. Lu Ming opened the message bar and found a note from Chu Feng offering his condolences. Friend private chat. Chu Feng, are you collecting proficiency books again, my friend? Lu Ming, anonymous, why do you have some? Friend private chat. Chu Feng, not exactly. Just curious why you are gathering so many proficiency skills. Planning to open a technical school? Lu Ming, anonymous, open a school? I'm just learning to have fun. Is that so wrong? Friend private chat. Chu Feng, come on. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. Learning for fun is a bit excessive, don't you think? Lu Ming, anonymous, no worries. I'll take my leave. Friend private chat. Chu Feng, don't go. I'm not just here for idle chatter. Lu Ming, anonymous, speak your piece. Friend private chat. Chu Feng, I don't have any proficiency skill books, but how about this? Random skill book. Upon seeing the item label, Lu Ming paused for 2 seconds. Lu Ming, anonymous, you're willing to sell this? It's a random skill book. Chu Feng, I have never been fond of random elements. Thus I have decided to exchange it for something tangible. Will you accept the trade? Lu Ming, anonymous, can you really hold out against this? At least activate the randomness. Chu Feng, after years of being immersed in penguin games, I have had my fill of randomness. Plainly speaking, will you buy it? Lu Ming suddenly comprehended. Penguin games, I see now. Lu Ming, anonymous, what is your asking price? Chu Feng, I want to make an exorbitant demand, from E grade to A grade. I'll settle on a mid-range value and sell it as a C grade skill book, along with 8 fine steel weapons. The price is quite reasonable, I assure you. But the initiative remains with me. Lu Ming, anonymous, 4 weapons. Chu Feng, my friend, let us not play games. Can't you offer a fairer price? This ISNT clothing we're selling. These items are rare. To open this box, our team had to sacrifice one member, so 7 is the minimum. Lu Ming, Anonymous, I sympathize with your team's loss, but that is irrelevant to this transaction. The outcome is based on luck. Transferring the risk of a guaranteed opening onto me cannot justify your perceived value. What if the result is an E-grade skill I already possess? That would be a loss for me. How about this? I'll compromise and offer 5 weapons. Chufeng, brother. Lu Ming, Anonymous, that's the best I can do. You can specify the type of weapons, but beyond that, the deal 1T proceed. For Lu Ming, 8 or 10 fine steel weapons are trivial, merely 200 specialized crystals. What he seeks is to convey a strong stance. Given that fine steel weapons are monopolized by him, not inflating the price is a considerable act of kindness. Especially since he did not initiate this trade. Lu Ming is straightforward. What type do you need? Straight sword, short sword, broad heavy sword, long sword, or dagger? Chufeng, 3 straight swords, 1 broad heavy sword, and 1 broad heavy sword. Lu Ming, please hold. He opens the trading post, places 5 bottles of drinking water, and swiftly acquires 4 assorted knives and 1 fruit knife. Spending 100 specialized crystals, he elevates the knives to Chufeng's specifications and initiates the trade. The trading window opens, and Lu Ming places 5 fine steel weapons in the exchange area. Chufeng adds the colorful cover random skill book. The trade completes in an instant, and the skill book is now in Lu Ming's possession. He doesn't rush to use it, but instead engages Chufeng in conversation. Lu Ming, Anonymous, you can reach out to me next time you have something good. Lu Ming, Anonymous, at the very least. I can give you priority notification for fine steel ranged weapons. Chufeng, ranged weapons? Fine steel. Priority notification? What does that mean? Lu Ming chuckles, realizing that this youth is likely quite young and easily manageable. Lu Ming, Anonymous, it means that once I acquire that batch of fine steel ranged weapons, I will inform you first and list what I need. If you have those items, we can trade preferentially. Chufeng, acquire. Wait a moment. Are you saying you already have a lead on these fine steel ranged weapons? No way. Is that for real? Lu Ming grins wickedly. Not only does he have a lead, but that lead is thanks to Chufeng. Lu Ming, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? That's all I have to say. I need to check on the child. With that, Lu Ming uncovers the blanket, feeling as if the egg in his arms has stirred. Was it an illusion? Chufeng, a child? Brother, do you have a child? Did you transfer them over? Lu Ming, oh, it may also be my wife. Chufeng, Lu Ming, no more chatter. I must focus on mastering forging. We'll talk later. With that, Lu Ming closes the chat window and checks the broad heavy sword he has listed, searching for keywords related to forging mastery in the message board. He had expected some surprises, but all he found were irrelevant discussions cluttering the board, wasting his time. He decides to activate the random skill after all. Who knows, he might just strike it lucky and obtain forging mastery, thus resolving his dilemma. Meanwhile, Chufeng, after completing the trade, stands in place, utterly perplexed, his expression reflecting a myriad of complexities. What kind of absurdity is this? A child might also be a wife. Back with Lu Ming, he picks up the random skill book. Prompt: a random skill book has been detected. Would you like to use it immediately? Upon usage, you will randomly obtain a book from the EA grade skill collection. Lu Ming is about to make a choice when he suddenly halts. Thinking back, the first random skill book was obtained due to overexcitement from acquiring a resource box, causing him to overlook the existence of skill elevation, resulting in significant losses. Now, due to overthinking, he nearly falls into the same trap again. From now on, he must remember to elevate whatever he acquires, no matter the cost, lest he waste the original item. No, he declines the usage prompt and silently recites the ultimate elevation. Prompt: please select the elevation grade, 2nd grade. Prompt: elevating the random skill book requires 200 specialized crystals. Would you like to consume 200 specialized crystals to elevate the random skill book to a random skill book? Elevating a random skill book to another random skill book? And the cost is merely 200 specialized crystals. So inexpensive, something must be amiss. Random skill book, special item, description. Upon use, you will randomly receive 1 book from the CA grade skill collection. So that is how it is. His doubts dissipate instantly. It turns out that the elevation of the random skill book does not raise the upper limit, but rather lowers the lower limit. Removing the ED grades with 200 crystals is undeniably a profit. However, this realization further underscores the preciousness of S-grade skills and items. As he flips through the book, He glances at his meager collection of 40 specialized crystals. Well, it seems he cannot afford to elevate the random skill book after all. He tosses the skill book into his spatial bag and begins to focus on incubating the egg, occasionally caressing the surface of the shell and inhaling its delightful scent. Reminiscent of petting a cat, a feeling he could indulge in for a year. Chapter 40. The Ruthless Owl King. He casually glances at the chat bar to check the time. The current display reads 18:58. Outside, there are no abnormal sounds. But that is to be expected, as his window curtains are soundproof. However, as the clock strikes 1900 hours, a peal of bells, defying soundproofing, resonates from the heavens. Instantly, everything around him grows dim. Lu Ming's room has little light to begin with, relying solely on the glow from the chat bar. Without that light, one would struggle to see even an outstretched hand. He has yet to explore the power system, and whether specialized crystals can substitute for electricity remains untested. Otherwise, he would indeed wish to turn on a light to endure the long, dark night. Unbeknownst to him, just as this thought crosses his mind, a radiant spectrum of colors suddenly emanates from beneath the blanket, transforming into a gentle white glow in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming peeks under the blanket, momentarily stunned, as warmth envelopes him. This little one, even before birth, is so considerate. How could he ever bear to make them toil? He tucks the blanket around himself more snugly, as if only this way could he convey his feelings. Simultaneously, messages flood the chat bar. Lu Ming glances over to find the conversation in disarray. Ron's book? Oh my, did you all hear that? Since the bell rang, it's as if a tide of beasts has surged outside, with all sorts of strange howls and cries, as well as the sounds of blades slicing through flesh. Sigh, not just that. I can hear the buzzing of wings and the swift rush of winds. Just now, something landed on my rooftop. The noise was like metal grinding together, utterly grating. Li Tong, the shop door is being slammed. I am terrified, feeling as if they are about to burst in. Shanghai, everyone, remain calm. It is likely the restlessness of the aberrations under the cloak of night. Those sounds are not directed at you. They are probably caused by accidental collisions as they pass by. The initial audio warning advised against revealing ourselves at night. The implication is that as long as we stay hidden, remain silent, and avoid detection, we will not face mortal danger. So, everyone, mind your words, suppress your inner fears, and do not make a sound. If we endure tonight, tomorrow will bring better tidings. Fong Peng, listen to Uncle Chen. I share your fear. Just moments ago, a terrifying aberration left a massive scratch on our shelter's door, yet it seemed to have no intention of entering. Therefore, maintaining a steady mindset is of utmost importance. Bao Zhengxing, trust in yourselves. If fear overwhelms you, find a corner, hide beneath the bed or in a cupboard. Open the regional chat channel. With so many companions, you will be safe. Indeed, let us open the regional chat channel. If we are afraid, let us converse. Not to mention, previously, who had the time for such matters? With mortgage payments, car loans, and living expenses, there was scarcely a moment to breathe, let alone engage in socializing. By the way, what were you all doing before this? I am an elementary school teacher, supervising the children's morning reading. What about the children? Fear not. Brother Chenhai has already taken a head count, although many did not participate. The youngest in our area is 18 and the oldest 60. This means our children and the elderly should not have been relocated, which is indeed a silver lining amidst our misfortune. That is reassuring. Otherwise, in this cruel world, the children would stand no chance of survival. Sigh right now. We must focus on our own survival. I hope we all make it through. My door has been slammed several times again. I cannot tell if it will withstand the night. The chat meanders through various topics, predominantly filled with positivity, which is certainly a good sign. But is it truly as terrifying outside as they say? Lu Ming turned his gaze to the window, activating the eye of truth. Instantly, countless aberration tags flitted about. Scythe owl, scythe owl, scythe owl. Everywhere he looked, mature scythe owls were present. No wonder the initial electronic alerts stressed the importance of not acting recklessly at night without the strength to confront them. Who would dare to act recklessly? He could handle one scythe owl, but hundreds? That was a different story altogether. Brutal Scythe King identified. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming decisively intercepted the information. Brutal Scythe King, E-Class Monarch, Type, Insect Monarch Description, the supreme ruler of the Scythe Owl clan. Measuring 4 meters in length and possessing the strength to sweep away hundreds of elite aberrations. It has an extreme penchant for hunting and combat, marking it as one of the most aggressive entities within the insect tribe. During the day, It lurks in its lair, guarding the queen's brood, while at night, it patrols its territory, hunting other aberrations to provide energy for the queen. It has a volatile temperament, destroying anything that obstructs its path, whether it be towering buildings. Although currently, it is under the influence of a certain specialized energy that temporarily prevents it from wreaking havoc on structures. Skills: wielding forelimbs comparable to mithril in sharpness with the skill, mithril cutting, opening its arms to execute the spinning and piercing, scythe penetration. Capable of corroding mithril-grade armaments and piercing through multiple buildings with giant acid compression cannon, and accumulating aberrant energy unleashed through forelimb strikes with cross-pulse. Traits: possessing the instinct of a hunter that grows stronger with each battle, slaughter harvest. Capable of rapid regeneration even when severely damaged, advanced regeneration. And able to unleash a final destructive blow even in death, vengeful strike. At this point, Lu Ming gasped in shock. He had previously thought that the E-class elite mutated scythe owls were already invincible, yet he had not anticipated the existence of something even more terrifying. This was the high-level aberration that came out to play under the cover of night? An E-class monarch, even a novice hunting warrior, upon awakening their powers, would likely last but a few seconds against it. If E-class monarchs are already this outrageous, what monstrous entities must S-class monarchs be? Cataclysmic? Devastating? Such descriptions hardly seem exaggerated. He had once believed himself to be extraordinary among humans, yet here, before aberrations, he felt utterly insignificant. The feeling was far from pleasant. He must grow stronger, undeniably stronger. He could not afford to be complacent with minor achievements like others. To progress further, he must advance steadily, making no missteps. With this thought, Lu Ming closed the information panel on the brutal Scythe King and the chat box, beginning to utilize his ultimate sublimation to explore everything he could touch, including parameters such as height, weight, age, and gender. He sought to understand the transformations that occurred upon ascension, thereby unlocking the potential he possessed. Thus, time passed inexorably. The long night, albeit drawn out, was gradually consumed by the passage of time. The following morning at 6 o'clock, just as Lu Ming was on the verge of succumbing to fatigue, the primordial spider egg, which had been incubating throughout the night, cracked open. However, at the moment the fissure emerged, 8 figures at the planet's core simultaneously opened their eyes. Chapter 41. First snow after a brief pause. 8 eyes of varying colors and distinct forms closed once more. Impossible. There cannot exist any beings with a genetic lineage stronger than theirs. It must be an illusion. Returning to the periphery, upon hearing the sound of the eggshell cracking, Lu Ming nearly leapt up. Yet, fearing that the egg had not fully hatched and risked losing warmth, he sat back down, supporting the egg and gazing at the minute fissure, awaiting the moment of life's birth. Crack. The shell continued to fracture, web-like patterns spreading horizontally from the initial crack. In mere seconds, it had encircled the egg. Crack, 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 crack. The shell trembled incessantly, tiny fragments cascading down the edges of the fissure. Finally, with a crisp crack, it split in two, revealing a gap of approximately 3 centimeters. Through the gap, Lu Ming could clearly see silken strands adorned with faint star-like glimmers, pristine and crystalline white. Undoubtedly, this indicated human characteristics. Thus, it was at least semi-humanoid. Even if it were a young male, such lustrous, snow-white hair would undoubtedly be striking. At this moment, the shell began to rotate, and the exposed section exhibited discernible head-turning movements. First, it tilted to the left, then to the right, leaving Lu Ming perplexed. Was it attempting to see? But he was right before it. Why not first gaze upon the handsome visage of its master? Could its view be obstructed by its hair? Just as he was about to try and brush aside the strands, the egg suddenly began to shake. The top of the eggshell slowly spun halfway around, and in the next moment, a pair of deep red, jewel-like eyes, clear as water, met Lu Ming's gaze. Oh, it turned out it had been facing away from him. Gazing into those eyes, Lu Ming found himself entranced. They held a mix of languor, tranquility, and curiosity. When the crimson eyes captured Lu Ming's features, the languor dissipated, replaced by warmth and familiarity, as if they were long-lost companions. Alert! The primordial spider egg has successfully hatched. The bonding ritual is complete, Master, Lu Ming. Humph. A tender, low, and languid hum emanated from within the shell. Then, it leaned forward slightly, toppling over along with the egg. The shell, which it had used as a hat, rolled away, unveiling a fluffy, soft mane of snow-like hair that nearly covered its entire back. Humph! The soft hum echoed once more, and it patiently rose from its fallen position, sitting cross-legged in front of Lu Ming. It was then that Lu Ming discerned the definitive features of its gender. His expression swiftly transformed from astonishment to shock, culminating in sheer elation. Indeed, the heavens have heard his prayers. It was an unadulterated humanoid spider maiden. Excitement aside, there was indeed a sense of embarrassment. He swiftly pulled the blanket over, enveloping the little one snugly. In his oversight, he had forgotten to prepare appropriately fitting garments for her. Fortunately, his spatial pouch contained several spare outfits. While they were unlikely to fit perfectly, he still possessed 40 specialized crystals. After undergoing sublimation, the clothing could alter its appearance, allow for custom designs, and even replicate styles. He might lack many things, but his experience with women's fashion was extensive. As a primordial spider, it was essential to incorporate elements of fluff, and for a girl, a dress was a must. However, she couldn't be left with bare legs, as they were bound to engage in combat. He was unwilling to risk any exposure due to an overly bold pose, so undergarments and tights were necessary, while boots would complete the ensemble, instilling a sense of regal elegance from an early age. The entire design process took no more than a minute, yet it consumed a full 30 specialized crystals. Unfortunately, while replicating garments was not overly costly, the attribute settings required additional expenditure. He was reluctant to let the little one feel uncomfortable, striving to make the outfit as exquisite as possible. After finishing, Lu Ming was poised to unveil the blanket to dress the little one. However, just as he grasped the fabric, a series of crisp cracking sounds emerged from within. Assuming something was amiss, he lifted the blanket only to find the little one calmly gnawing on an eggshell, producing a delightful crunch. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. The little one appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of distress even when suddenly covered, entirely devoid of the typical restlessness of a newborn. Was it due to her elevated intellect? To gather more information about her, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. To his astonishment, instead of the usual clear panel appearing instantly, the screen flickered, displaying nothing but garbled nonsense. Prompt: information probing requires target consent. Lu Ming was taken aback. Was consent from the target truly necessary? What an absurd level of confidentiality. The primordial spider paused her munching, casting a glance at the astonished Lu Ming, as if comprehending something. With a subtle inclination of her chin, she resumed her nibbling. Prompt: consent obtained, identification successful. Primordial spider? Divine level, race, deity description, the most ancient divine beast born in the realm of truth. Height: length human form 121 centimeters. True form 2 m, can grow. Weight: human form 25 kilograms. True form 300 kilograms, can grow. Universal functions: storage space, ultimate identification skills, silk manipulation, E-level. Spider spear, E-level. Web weaving, E-level. Devour, E-level. Weakness perception, E-level. Annihilation ray, E-level. Traits: morphing, mastery of insight, max. Combat instinct, max. Learning instinct, max. Current alteration level, E-level juvenile. Can devour the energy of alien species to advance. Advancement progress, 3,000 10,000. Was it astonishing? No, it was more accurately described as shocking. He never anticipated that the biological grade of the primordial spider would be divine. A primordial being. The most ancient divine beast. How remarkable. Furthermore, she had only just been born, possessing not only 2 universal functions, but also 6 skills and 4 traits. Though the skill names were brief, they evidently progressed with levels, especially the Annihilation Ray, which sounded immensely powerful. Yet, he found himself particularly intrigued by the 3 question marks in the panel name. Information was visible, but why not the name? Out of curiosity, Lu Ming clicked on the question mark, and a prompt immediately appeared. Prompt: the primordial spider has not yet received a name from its master. Would you like to name it now? Ah, so it was up to him to assign a name. That made sense. A newborn child naturally wouldn't have a name. For some reason, a particular anime he had once watched flashed through Lu Ming's mind, featuring a protagonist named Shirakumo, later changed to Shirori. Upon this thought, he scrutinized the primordial spider and noticed some resemblance. However, calling her Shirori felt oddly off-putting, as it wasn't a name he had personally chosen for her. Setting aside the idea of borrowing, Lu Ming pondered for a moment before solemnly declaring, "Primordial snow has come into being. I shall name her." Prompt: please provide a name. Chushua. Prompt. Please confirm again. Confirm. Prompt. Naming of the primordial spider Chushua successful. Chapter 42. The perfect shaping of a divine race. Looking at the panel, the question mark section had transformed into Chushua, which was utterly perfect. Crack. Half of the eggshell was consumed, and she turned to search for the other half. Although Lu Ming had previously witnessed certain creatures consuming eggshells for nutrition, he had never truly understood how they supplemented their nourishment. As his thoughts wandered, Chushua's panel abruptly shifted. Lu Ming gasped softly, turning to look, momentarily stunned. Primordial spider Chushua, divine level, race, deity description, the most ancient divine beast born in the realm of truth. Height, length human form 122 centimeters, true form 2.3 m, can grow. Weight, human form 25 kilograms. True form 360 kilograms, can grow. Universal functions, storage space, ultimate identification skills, silk manipulation, E level. Spider spear, E level. Web weaving, E level. Devour, E level. Weakness perception, E level. Annihilation ray, E level. Traits, morphing, mastery of insight, max. Combat instinct, max. Learning instinct, max. Current alteration level, E level ordinary, can devour the energy of alien species to advance. Advancement progress, 2,000-15,000 just from consuming a small portion of the eggshell. Her alteration level had risen a full tier? What extraordinary contents lay within that eggshell? Was it infused with immense power? In a state of bewilderment, Lu Ming fixated on the eggshell, the effects of the eye of truth quietly manifesting. It was imperative to investigate. Identification. Primordial spider eggshell, category, special item description, a sturdy shell protecting the primordial spider embryo, possessing remarkable defensive capabilities and containing astonishing energy. Serving as the first batch of sustenance for the primordial spider post-birth. Contains energy from alien species. 18,000. Did that mean she could level up once more? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the energy reserve of 18,000 diminished by 1,000 in the blink of an eye. Looking at Chushua, he observed her biting off a piece. Well, the data was indeed updating in real time. However, Lu Ming suddenly faced a dilemma. It appeared that she must devour items containing energy from alien species to enhance her advancement progress. The alien protein and body fat purification in his bag didn't seem to have such energy values, yet they were labeled as favored by alien species. Given the conditions of Chushua's birth, it shouldn't be impossible to enhance her progress. With that in mind, Lu Ming retrieved the protein from his bag for another examination. High-purity alien protein, category, special food description, a nutrient-rich substance adored by certain alien species. Consuming it provides a substantial energy boost, accelerating their growth. However, it contains potent toxins for humans, posing a life-threatening risk if consumed directly. It is recommended to utilize an alien protein processing machine to eliminate toxins, or to resist them only after reaching a Combat King level with sufficient resilience. Contains energy from alien species. Want him? What was going on? He recalled that when he first retrieved the information of this item, there hadn't been an energy value. Had he simply misread it? He then turned his attention to the 8 masses of body fat essence collected from the phasmid pupa. High concentration exotic body fat essence, category, special food description, a highly caloric nutrient favored by certain extraterrestrial organisms. Its usage provides a substantial energy boost, accelerating their growth rate. Human contains exotic biological energy. 5. Indeed, all values have been accounted for. What is the reason behind the birth of Chushua? It does not seem to have an immediate effect on her. Thus, it must stem from the changes occurring between the first examination of the protein information and now. Level or skill? Skill. With a sudden impulse, Lu Ming glanced at the advanced parenting expertise and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Surely it couldn't be. A cursory look revealed, advanced parenting expertise, C-level, category, mastery skill. It can discern the nutritional energy values of objects. Undoubtedly, it is this very statement that holds significance. Consequently, the parenting expertise is not as incongruous as imagined, but rather an immensely powerful nurturing mastery skill. Just as Lu Ming was astonished by the efficacy of the parenting expertise, he felt a slight pressure in his chest, followed by a soft, warm sensation. Looking down, he saw Chushua, having finished all the eggshells, nestled in his embrace. Her cheek pressed against his chest. Being treated so intimately for the first time made Lu Ming somewhat nervous. yet recalling his bold declarations before hatching. He quickly regained his composure. After all, she was not a stranger. There was no need for pretense. Gently stroking her silky long hair, Lu Ming examined her panel once more. The mutation level had naturally reached E-level elite, with a promotion progress of 5,000 out of 20,000, and her height had grown to 130 centimeters. Though she still appeared delicate and charming, her actual strength could rival that of a mature scythe owl. Given the disparities in race and exotic biological hierarchy, it was even conceivable that she could surpass the scythe owl in combat. This is likely the distinction between UR characters and N-level characters. Patting Chu Xue's back, Lu Ming gradually helped her sit up, meeting her gaze with calmness. Softly asking, "Can you understand my words?" "That's good." The likelihood of her not understanding was minimal. Lu Ming was merely curious about how Chu Xue would respond to his words. He took out all the upgraded clothing, dressing her from undergarments to a dress and boots. It was then that he finally relaxed and focused on Chu Xue's appearance. Her fair, translucent skin, the delicate contours of her cheeks devoid of childish chubbiness, nor any inappropriate allure for her age, radiated tranquility and elegance. Her half-closed eyes bore a subtle languor and innocence, and clad in that white dress, she exuded an air of purity. The multitude of factors accentuated her exquisite features, prompting even Lu Ming, an atheist, to marvel at the divine craftsmanship of her race. Moreover, her striking white hair only added to her allure. One couldn't help but wonder what divine beauty she would unveil upon maturing. Lu Ming was uncertain, yet he felt a stirring in his heart. At that moment, Chu Xue was examining her garments, occasionally tugging at her skirt or feeling the fluff on her sleeves, appearing quite intrigued. Initially, Lu Ming thought this was sufficient, but he sensed something was amiss. Rubbing his chin and reassessing, he finally pinpointed the issue. Her hair was too disheveled. He rummaged through his spatial pouch for a short-sleeved shirt and elevated it. After a series of operations, it transformed into a light blue headband. Utilizing the advanced techniques of parenting expertise, he selected a strand of her long hair at her ear and braided it into a thin plait. Chapter 43, Murdering a Husband. The overt kind. Much better. Reviewing his handiwork, Lu Ming was filled with delight. He couldn't help but wonder what others would think of a sturdy man nearing 190 centimeters, dressing a little girl and braiding her hair. Would someone comment, "A fierce heart, delicately sniffing roses"? Chu Xue seemed particularly fascinated by the braid, playfully toying with it. Observing her obedient demeanor, Lu Ming felt a sense of relief. He no longer had to cradle her constantly, nor carry her on his back. What a fortunate circumstance. Glancing at the time, it was already 6:40 a.m., dawn breaking. Yet, through the eye of truth, he could still see the mature scythe owls flitting about. As expected, the night's veil would not lift until 7 o'clock. A 12-hour cycle for each race. The distribution was indeed fair. With only 20 minutes left, he could not afford to wait idly. So he decided to make up for the dinner he had missed the previous night. Assessing his supplies, he found nothing but compressed biscuits and instant noodles. After all, the local convenience store could not compare to a grand supermarket or a slaughterhouse cold storage. Moreover, without the essentials for cooking, preparing a decent meal required more accumulation. Instant noodles would suffice. The compressed biscuits were a fine backup, primarily for quick sustenance during battles. In this scenario, instant noodles were more suitable, as hot water could be produced using a multifunctional heater, truly convenient and efficient. Having prepared the noodles and heated the water, Lu Ming glanced at Chu Xue, who was sitting by the bed, intently watching him prepare breakfast. Reflecting on how she had consumed an eggshell, he felt a pang of sympathy and retrieved a ball of high-purity exotic protein, offering it to her. Chu Xue seemed to possess an instinct for consuming such items, taking it and delicately nibbling on it. What appeared to be an unappealing product was transformed by her graceful demeanor into something akin to cotton candy. Could this be palatable? Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming took out another piece. It felt soft to the touch, with a fluffy texture, free of grease or stains. Bringing it to his nose, he was surprised to detect a sweet aroma, unmistakably reminiscent of cantaloupe. Were it not for the warning that it was toxic to humans, he might have been tempted to taste it. Turning back, he noticed that Chu Xue had finished her portion and was now staring at the one in his hand. Lu Ming scratched his head and handed it over, then crouched down to ask, "Little Snow, can you use the storage space?" She nodded, then pointed, and a deep, dark portal appeared before Lu Ming, approximately half a meter in diameter. This wondrous sight left Lu Ming momentarily stunned, taking a while to process, during which countless thoughts and questions flashed through his mind. He then continued to inquire, is there a limit to what can be stored inside? Chuxue tilted her head, seemingly not quite understanding. Lu Ming rephrased, I mean, how much can you store? Chuxue gently shook her head, likely indicating she did not know. Feeling a bit helpless, Lu Ming recognized that her inability to speak posed a significant challenge. Much of their communication relied on conjecture, which was not always accurate. However, he considered that she had only been born for a few minutes. Even a divine being would need a grace period, wouldn't they? Contemplating this, he decided to ask questions patiently one by one, but realized that would not only waste time, but also put considerable pressure on Chuxue. It would be better to finish breakfast promptly and commence today's exotic hunting, both to enhance himself and to elevate Chuxue's mutation level. Perhaps, in the process, they would resolve the communication issue. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming took a ball of high-purity exotic protein and asked, can this be stored? Chuxue slightly nodded. Receiving her affirmative response, Lu Ming placed over 700 units of exotic protein and 8 units of body fat essence into the portal. In the operation space, he spotted the vial containing the mutated exotic blood produced by the scythe owl. At the time, he had not given it much thought, nor had he checked it later. Now, reflecting on it, he surmised it must be the energy substance produced by the scythe owl. Identification: mutated alien blood. Category: special material description. A rare substance with a low probability of being produced by mutated alien species, possessing immense alienation energy. Its applications are exceedingly vast. It can be consumed by alien creatures to accelerate their growth, and can also be utilized in the creation of biological weapons, significantly enhancing their potency and increasing the probability of acquiring mutation skills. The contained alienation energy value, 100. The energy content is indeed commendable, but as a food source, its cost-effectiveness is rather low. Since the decision has been made to forge specialized biological weapons, it is prudent to reserve it for that purpose. Not to mention, the potential to enhance the acquisition rate of mutation skills is quite alluring. As for Chuxue, she can bear with it for now. Later, I'll have her hunt some larval scythes as compensation. Taking a quick bite, the flavor remains unchanged, nothing extraordinary. As for the explosive nostalgia, I regret to say, it is entirely absent. Having just relocated a day prior, instant noodles belong to the category of food that lingers in memory for weeks or even a month after a single consumption. Those who understand, understand. However, the fragrant aroma deeply captivated Chuxue, prompting her to set aside the high-purity alien protein in her hand. What, do you wish to partake as well? Lu Ming inquired tentatively. Chuxue's expression was complex, her eyes shimmering with eager anticipation, yet her face betrayed a nuanced reluctance. It was akin to her initial encounter with silkworm pupae. She knew others relished them, yet she could not bring herself to taste, endlessly speculating on their flavor, and to this day, had never truly tried. Just take a bite. Whether out of morbid curiosity or a genuine desire to share the joy of the Blue Star inhabitants, Lu Ming offered a piece to her lips. Chuxue cautiously sniffed, deemed the taste acceptable, and bit down, even mimicking Lu Ming's slurping. Lu Ming, the key is, this is not the end. After a couple of hesitant bites, she looked at Lu Ming with concern, then stuffed the half-eaten alien protein into his bowl. Lu Ming, all right, he understood the reasoning. Akin to a cat witnessing its owner enjoying snail noodles. But he could not consume alien protein either, had it not been for ignorance. This would be tantamount to murder in a marriage, brazenly so. Little Shui, thank you, but I cannot eat this, you should have it instead. Retrieving the half-ball of alien protein from her bowl, he found it had not absorbed any broth, and under the eye of truth, the noodles remained uncontaminated. He returned the protein ball to Chuxue and continued to relish the noodles. What? You ask why not prepare another bowl? Nonsense. This is the apocalypse. Wasting food is disgraceful. Do you know how many lives a bowl of instant noodles can save? What? Little Shui just spat it out? Fool. So what? Does that justify your waste of food? No, absolutely not. Moreover, how could one disdain their future spouse? Right? Ha ha ha. Chapter 44. Frenzied Slaughter Ahem. Perhaps I have become a bit too unrestrained. Reigning in his true feelings, Lu Ming continued to immerse himself in his noodles. Just as he finished the last of his noodles and prepared to sip the broth, the resounding chime of bells rang once more. In the next moment, The familiar melody of tomorrow will be better echoed across the land like a wake-up call. Initially, as an electronic synthesized background score, Lu Ming paid little heed. As it was merely an old tune, his mind was more occupied with the perplexities of the great transfer. Listening to this piece again, however, evoked a sensation of immersion, as if he were a character within the song. The sunrise awakens the morning. The earth is reborn in splendor. Let the gentle breeze carry forth the sound. The song concluded, but it did not culminate in the anticipated sentiment of hope for a brighter tomorrow, instead imparting an eerie feeling, as if it harbored no desire for humanity to attain a better future. Silently finishing the last sip of broth, Lu Ming set aside his thoughts for the moment. The pressing matter was to swiftly replenish the specialized crystals. Besides elevating his specialized level, there were numerous tasks to accomplish. The random skill book needed to be enhanced and opened as soon as possible. Weapons required timely upgrades, and the ascension of awakened powers demanded substantial resources, placing immense pressure upon him. Thus, en route to the northern suburbs, he aimed to draw closer to the inner ring. According to the distribution of the translocators, the density of alien creatures would undoubtedly increase as one approached the inner ring. Currently, facing a swarm of scythe larvae could prove challenging. However, dealing with unactivated scythe larvae would be akin to slicing through vegetables. Speaking of the northern suburbs, one could not overlook the Tier 3 supply crate. The mere thought of that Tier 3 supply crate made his head spin. To upgrade it to level 5 required a staggering 500 specialized crystals. Acquiring 500 was exceedingly difficult, a task that would confound even an average person. With a resigned sigh, Lu Ming drew back the curtains. He intended to gaze upon the morning wasteland scenery, but to his surprise, his line of sight revealed numerous plump scythe larvae. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled upward. His initial disgust upon encountering these larvae had transformed into fondness, even alleviating his fear of crowded spaces. Overnight, the previously empty alleyways had been filled to the brim with larvae. The factory across the way was completely covered in 3 layers of them. Though the regular larvae typically remained in a prone position, their overall numbers were unlikely to surpass the impressive sight of the previously upright and clustered scythe larvae. However, combined with the larvae in the alley, their total count would undoubtedly match or exceed that of yesterday. As he opened the window, a putrid odor wafted toward him. Yet, Lu Ming felt no revulsion. Rather, he inhaled deeply. After all, these were walking specialized crystals, a bounty presented right before his eyes. How could he refuse? With a thought, the eagle-eye composite bow materialized in his hand. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, he activated the Eye of Truth, locking onto the alley for a rapid barrage. Puffed, 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 puffed. Arrows rained down, accurately penetrating the core of each larva. Countless larvae collapsed in succession, their vitality extinguished, leaving behind pools of lifeless flesh. Glancing back at Chushue, who had been diligently supplementing her protein, she noticed his gaze and returned it with clarity, seemingly laced with curiosity. With that, Lu Ming leapt into the gaps between the corpses and began voraciously collecting specialized crystals. Greed. After 4 consecutive area collections, the previous mound of corpses was suddenly cleared. The surrounding larvae, as if sensing the scent of flesh, swarmed toward him in a writhing mass. Lu Ming scoffed. How could these legless prey attempt to encircle a 2-legged hunter? Amusing. Little Shui? He was taken aback, just as he pondered how she had descended. Several scythe larvae lunged toward her. Lu Ming's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly drew out a precision crossbow, preparing for a rapid kill. His eyelid twitched. He refrained from asking what had transpired, for upon seeing the wounds on the corpses, he understood entirely. The weakness of the spiders had been exposed, precise and decisive. Is this the prowess of a god-level being? Truly extraordinary. Slaying ordinary aliens was as effortless as plucking fruit. Little Shui reached out into the void, and a golden thread extending to the 4th floor quietly materialized. So that's how it is, a thread of connection? Indeed, even Spider-Man can traverse tall buildings with ease. How could our divine beast be any less capable? However, this revealed to Lu Ming that little Shui possessed formidable combat instincts, eliminating the need for him to accompany her while slowly picking off enemies from above. He could simply stand his ground and unleash rapid fire with his precision crossbow. Little Shui, stay safe. I'm about to begin a fishing frenzy. The precision crossbow sprang into action, relentlessly targeting the advancing larvae. Observing that his shooting speed could not keep pace with the larvae's advance, Lu Ming quickly took the opportunity to enhance 3 steel-grade portable crossbows and 150 steel-grade crossbow bolts. He then alternated his hands and crossbows for rapid fire, switching out the 2 spare crossbows for reloading. Greed. Successfully decomposed scythe larva corpses, obtaining 200 specialized crystals, 200 high-purity alien proteins, and 100 portable crossbow bolts. Greed. Successfully decomposed the carcass of the scythe moth larva, acquiring 200 specialized crystals. Greed. The larvae were exterminated in relentless waves, their anguished cries drawing in their companions. They surged forth like a rising tide, with no respite in between. Only when the entire street was once again empty, and the larvae slaughtered within the factory were entirely eradicated, did Lu Ming finally set down his somewhat aching arms. It was rather absurd. After all, he was a novice hunting warrior capable of lifting 1,000 pounds. How could he feel fatigued after merely slaying such insignificant scythe moth larvae? Moreover, he was ravenous. As if what he consumed for breakfast was not instant noodles, but mere water that vanished without a trace after swirling in his stomach. Greed. Successfully decomposed the carcass of the scythe moth larva, acquiring 200 specialized crystals, 200 high-purity exotic proteins, and 100 portable crossbow bolts. After harvesting the last wave of corpses, Lu Ming opened his spatial pouch, eager to review his spoils, only to be startled by the time displayed beside the pouch. 8:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m. An hour and a half had already passed? Lu Ming could scarcely believe it. In his memory, the entire slaying process had only taken about 10 minutes. Had he truly been so engrossed in the killings that he lost track of time? Glancing back at the quantity of specialized crystals, he was met with a second wave of astonishment. 11,668. Chapter 45, Swift Steps. 11,668. The number of specialized crystals had reached a staggering 11,668. This meant that during this hour and a half, he had dispatched a total of 5,869 scythe moth larvae. Good heavens! If the corpses were laid end to end, they could circle the Kongbao shoe factory 3 times. The efficiency of such slaying was indeed a phenomenon that transcended dimensions, an achievement beyond the wildest imagination of others. Silently gazing at the precision hand crossbow in his hand, its durability displayed as 10,823,000. The other portable crossbow had a durability of 7,341,500. Both spare weapons in his bag were identical. Even when divided among 4 weapons, the consumption of durability was still visibly significant. Exhaling deeply, Lu Ming turned to see Chushua, who remained quietly observing him, nibbling on a melon-flavored protein ball, as if merely being by his side fulfilled all her needs. With the crystals fully replenished, far exceeding expectations, it was only natural to put them to good use. With a leap, he ascended to the 4th-floor dormitory. Looking back, he saw Xiaoxua effortlessly holding onto the golden thread, as if riding an elevator, and then gracefully jumping onto the bed like a feather. Lu Ming secretly gave her a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for her elegance. Right. Xiaoxua had opened the storage space. Collecting so many larvae, the windfall was not limited to specialized crystals, but also high-purity exotic proteins. 11,738 balls. Upon seeing this astonishing number, Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. It indicated that Xiaoxua was but a final sprint away from becoming an E-class monarch. 1 ball of protein would sustain her for quite some time. How long would it take to consume over 10,000 of these high-purity exotic proteins? Nonetheless, he transferred the surplus exotic proteins into Xiaoxua's storage space for her convenience. However, the next moment brought Lu Ming a fresh wave of exasperation. No sooner had the 10,000 high-purity exotic proteins entered the storage space than countless energy veins surged forth from Xiaoxua's body. When Lu Ming checked the information panel, her advancement progress had leaped from 5,050 to 16,788, leaving only a step away from breaking through the 20,000 barrier. Thus, it seemed that consuming food was merely her preference. If she chose not to eat, she could instantly complete energy conversion, much like he had during his own advancement. Realization dawned upon Lu Ming. There was no need for excessive worry. He could simply indulge her in lavish offerings. Well done. With a comforting pat on Xiaoxua's head, Lu Ming began to focus on his own matters. The foremost priority was undoubtedly the enhancement of his specialization level. The advantages of leveling up had already been vividly demonstrated during his first breakthrough as a novice hunting warrior. Particularly, The existence of 3 lottery draws and universal discount vouchers had elevated the priority of specialization levels to its zenith. Opening the panel, he tapped on the specialization level. Prompt: sufficient quantity of specialized crystals detected in the spatial pouch. Would you like to consume 5,000 specialized crystals to elevate your specialization level to intermediate hunting warrior? Yes. Instantly consuming 5,000 crystals was undeniably painful. However, the anticipation of augmenting his own strength swiftly overshadowed this discomfort. Whoosh! The 5,000 specialized crystals merged and coalesced within the spatial pouch, transforming into 5 droplets of azure liquid that merged into his brow. There was no pain, no discomfort. Only a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body. His consciousness sank into his mind, unexpectedly granting him a third-person perspective from which he could observe his own transparent form. The azure liquid flowed within him, ultimately permeating his spine. In an instant, his spine cracked and transformed, becoming delicate and exquisite. Upon closer inspection, faint azure hues began to emerge upon his spine. Just as Lu Ming sought to scrutinize the changes further, the wondrous third-person perspective abruptly contracted. Was that it? The entire process lasted no more than 5 seconds, and his enhancements were tripled. 3 times that of a novice hunting warrior, or 90 times that of an ordinary human. Was there a more exhilarating feeling than this? Breathing heavily, Lu Ming clenched his fists and swung them casually. His punches cut through the air, creating a whistling sound. And with each strike, he could see a conical force enveloping his fists. The sensation of this power coursing through him was intoxicating, and in his excitement, he turned to shout, "Did you see that, Xiaoxua?" The sound of breaking air. Am I not impressive? After shouting, he energetically swung his fists a couple more times, intending to showcase his prowess to Chuxua. But could a little spider, born mere hours ago, grasp the concept of being impressive? Within half a second, Lu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized his folly. To his surprise, Chuxua showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, she nodded earnestly, affirming his display with her characteristic hum. That innocent gaze nearly brought tears to Lu Ming's eyes. A warmth enveloped his heart, and he couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate it was to have a companion who understood, supported, and embraced all his actions. Thank you, Xiaoxua. Perhaps you do not fully comprehend yet, but I will certainly stand by your side, now and in the future. Chuxua nodded again, then retrieved a protein ball to nibble on, appearing to have little reaction. Lu Ming chuckled softly, instinctively feeling that Xiaoxua was indeed too young to comprehend his promise. Yet he understood the weight of those words spoken from his lips. Pressing his lips together, he turned his attention to the remaining crystals and their planned allocation. However, just as Lu Ming diverted his gaze, Chuxua paused in her eating, lowering her delicate head slightly, her clear eyes shimmering with a gentle light. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already taken out the colorful covered random skill book. This had been a temptation he had endured throughout the night. Ultimate Transcendence. Without preamble, Lu Ming decisively proceeded with the ascension. Prompt: please select the rank of Transcendence. Second rank. Prompt: ascending the random skill book requires the consumption of 200 specialized crystals. Would you like to consume 200 specialized crystals to elevate the random skill book? Yes. Swish. The skill book was disassembled and restructured, returning to Lu Ming in a state covered only by blue, purple, and orange hues. Prompt: the random skill book has been successfully transcended to a random skill book. Prompt: detected a random skill book. Would you like to use it immediately? Upon usage, you will randomly obtain 1 book from the C-level skill books. Use it immediately. Prompt: congratulations, you have obtained a B-level skill book, Swift Steps. Chapter 46, Divine Speed. Swift Steps? It seems to be a skill related to agility. Let us see the effects. Swift Steps, B-level, type, agility technique effect, upon use. It instantly enhances foot strength by 50%, achieving a rapid acceleration effect. There is no cooldown, but it significantly consumes stamina. Indeed, it is an agility skill. His intuition has always been remarkably accurate. The effect is straightforward. It instantaneously boosts explosive speed by 50. The absence of a cooldown indicates that the timing of its application is unrestricted. During combat, a sudden burst like this would likely catch the enemy off guard. Even if they do react, the chaotic timing of its use can disorient them, putting pressure on their mental state. If used skillfully, it is undoubtedly a divine technique. The only concern is the considerable stamina consumption. This world does not indulge in superfluous descriptions. Significant consumption is no trifling matter. Let us attempt at once to feel its effects. Swift steps. Muttering to himself, with his weight leaning forward, Lu Ming felt an explosive surge in leg strength, propelling him instantaneously towards the wall. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the dormitory trembled, dust cascading from the ceiling onto Chushue's head, sliding away as if it met an invisible barrier, settling on the bed. Looking at Lu Ming, he had embedded himself into the fortress-grade wall, struggling to free his arms. He pushed against the wall and extricated himself, appearing somewhat disheveled. He had miscalculated, forgetting that he had just ascended to an intermediate hunting warrior. His body had not yet adapted to the enhancements, and the explosive speed was simply unmanageable. He had not fully grasped the stamina depletion of swift steps, only feeling a heightened sense of hunger more acutely. However, there was a silver lining. It indirectly validated that his current physical strength was indeed formidable. To break through a fortress-grade wall without any buffs, enhancements, or weapons, and to engage in close combat with mutated elite beasts, while E-level elites could hardly be considered a challenge, were mere trivialities. Turning to glance at Chushue, he offered a sheepish smile, reassuring her not to frighten the little spider. He wiped the dust from his face and opened his personal information panel, reviewing the strength description of an intermediate hunting warrior. Intermediate hunting warrior, capable of single-handedly hunting E-level elites in numbers akin to a small team, and when cooperating in a team, can confront E-level monarchs. A powerful elite among hunting warriors, consuming specialized crystals can promote one to a senior hunting warrior, with progression 6668-15000. This was not far from his expectations, but it merely pertained to ordinary intermediate warriors. Generally speaking, due to the drop rate of specialized crystals, ordinary individuals exhaust all efforts to elevate their specialization levels, leaving scant crystals to enhance their awakening power, resulting in most only achieving level 1 awakening power with limited skill diversity. For himself, with 4th tier awakening power combined with strength multiplication and swift steps, he could dominate in broad daylight. If he were to further elevate the multiplication of strength and raise his awakening power by 1 tier, it would not be impossible to single-handedly hunt monarch-level mutated beasts. With this thought in mind, he activated strength multiplication and chose to elevate it to the 2nd tier. Prompt: confirm consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate B-level skill strength multiplication to S-level skill strength bestowal. Confirm. Cancel confirmed. With a flash, the purple strength multiplication dissolved, only to re-emerge as the golden strength bestowal. Strength bestowal, S-level, category, active enhancement skill effect, grants oneself threefold strength for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Characteristics: this enhancement can simultaneously bestow multiple target units, with the number of targets depending on the user's specialization level. Current user's specialization level, intermediate hunting warrior. Number of target units that can be bestowed, 2. A threefold strength enhancement for 2 targets makes sweeping through daylight considerably more assured. No, it's not just about sweeping through daylight. He now possesses ample confidence even for brief ventures at night. Furthermore, he has a spider maiden on the verge of evolving into an E-level monarch. At this moment, the outskirts hold no trace of danger for him. Checking his specialized crystals, he had 4,668 remaining. The priority now was to enhance his awakening power and swift steps. Elevating awakening power by 1 tier requires 1,000 crystals. He had yet to test swift steps. Let us see. Ultimate elevation. Prompt: please select 2nd tier. Prompt: elevating B-level skill swift steps requires consuming 2,000 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate swift steps to S-level skill Godspeed. Confirm. Cancel. The number of crystals required for all B-level skill elevations is the same, which is perhaps the most equitable aspect of ultimate elevation. Click to view Godspeed information. Godspeed, S-level, category, agility technique effect. Upon use, it instantly enhances speed by threefold, achieving a leap in velocity with no cooldown, but will severely deplete stamina. Threefold speed. The description has shifted from precise foot strength to a general sense of speed, indicating a transition from localized to holistic enhancement. The stamina consumption has escalated from considerable to severe, suggesting that the frequency of use would diminish. However, it imposes no time restrictions, and one can reasonably expect some side effects. Moreover, these side effects could likely be mitigated by multifunctional sports drink supplements. akin to stamina potions in games. Should I elevate it? Lu Ming pondered. Or should I first utilize swift steps to allocate more crystal resources towards awakening power? After a moment's hesitation, he cast aside his doubts and decided to elevate. Skill proficiency is indeed better when stronger, even if its usage frequency may sharply decline. The qualitative transformation of its effects remains. In the same scenario, if you require 10 uses of swift steps to complete a kill, leading to exhaustion, but with Godspeed, you can eliminate the enemy in one swift strike. The outcome remains unchanged, but the process is simplified tenfold. How many unnecessary variables on the battlefield could be avoided? Sometimes, mere seconds can lead to drastic changes. Isn't it common for an advantage in a dragon raid to be snatched away, leaving a base vulnerable to a counterattack? Confirmed. Prompt. B-level skill swift steps successfully elevated to S-level Godspeed. Within the skill bar, the purple swift steps dissolved, replaced by the golden Godspeed, adding a touch of opulence to the skill bar. Comforting. Next is awakening power, not elevation, but upgrade. Prompt. Sufficient specialized crystals detected in spatial pouch. Confirm consumption of 1,000 specialized crystals to elevate awakening power by 1 tier. Confirm panel information updated. Awakening power has reached 5th tier. Awakening power, category, awakening skill effect, upon use, briefly enters a genetic awakening state, with a 5-fold increase in overall physique. Effect lasts 5 minutes, resetting cooldown daily at dawn. Characteristics. Consumes specialized crystals, can elevate the tier of awakening power, and the effects and duration of genetic awakening improve with the tier of awakening power. Up to a maximum of 10 tiers. Current tier, 5th tier, 2 initial, 3 additional, upgrade progress. 1668200, Chapter 47. An ideal future 5-fold, 5 minutes. Recall when he defeated the mutated Scythe Owl. He utilized a 4-fold enhancement for a mere 5 seconds. Now, with the multiplier duration extended, it only serves to bolster his confidence further. Of the remaining 1668 specialized crystals, aside from spending 50 to elevate ordinary blade skills to exceptional blade skills, he would reserve the rest for emergencies. Glancing at the time, it was already 9 o'clock. Waves of hunger hit him, making it impossible to concentrate without food. He casually grabbed a packet of instant noodles, preparing to make do. As Lu Ming prepared to take it out, a sudden spark of realization struck him. How could he have forgotten that this item could also undergo sublimation? With a self-deprecating slap to his forehead, he chastised himself for his foolishness. While food could indeed be sublimated, he had overlooked the fact that high-purity exotic proteins could also advance. Consequently, over 10,000 units of exotic protein had entered Chushua's stomach in their original form. Turning around, he noticed Chushua still munching on the protein clusters, presumably out of fear of boredom, as she savored them slowly. He couldn't indulge in extravagance while his future wife subsisted on junk food, so Lu Ming cautiously inquired, "Chushua, do you still have any protein clusters left? Could you spare me one?" Upon hearing this, Chushua turned her head, and, upon spotting the instant noodles in Lu Ming's hands, her expression shifted dramatically. She quickly produced a clump of exotic protein and stuffed it into Lu Ming's embrace, her eyes reflecting the sentiment of "you've finally come to your senses." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Ming accepted the protein cluster and silently chanted ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select the sublimation grade, 2nd grade. Prompt. Sublimating high-purity exotic protein requires the consumption of 20 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 20 specialized crystals to elevate high-purity exotic protein to mutated grade exotic protein. Confirm. Cancel. What on earth? Is it really that expensive? The consumption of 20 crystals. Are they made of gold? Mutated grade exotic protein. Category. Special food description. A rare item produced by the low probability output of mutated exotic species, containing immense aberration energy. It is a high-energy food favored by all exotic creatures. Consumption significantly enhances growth speed, but for humans, this substance is highly toxic. A single bite can be fatal. It is recommended to use an exotic protein processing machine to eliminate toxins, or to rely on one's resistance after reaching the King of War level. Characteristics. There is a minuscule chance of mutation upon consumption. Contained aberration energy value, 100. No wonder. This represents a leap from 1 to 100 in value. Obtaining mutated exotic blood with the energy equivalent through just 20 specialized crystals is a tremendous profit. Moreover, only mutated exotics can produce it, and mutations are exceedingly rare events. The rarity alone justifies the price, not to mention the added characteristic of increasing mutation probability, which elevates its value even further. By the way, would Chushua experience mutation from consuming this? Being a primordial level divine beast, she likely would not. Chushua, how much exotic protein do you have left? Lu Ming inquired, hoping that if there were enough, 50 units, it could help her elevate to level king. Chushua paused for a few seconds, unsure of how to express herself, then directed her gaze toward Lu Ming. Prompt. The primordial spider Chushua has sent you a trade request. There is such a function? Does this mean I can also choose to trade with her? Lu Ming accepted the request. The trading interface opened smoothly, and Chushua promptly placed 650 units of exotic protein into the system. Lu Ming quickly waved his hands. No, just 50 will suffice. He felt a mix of speechlessness and gratitude. This child was still concerned that he was not eating enough. He decided not to reject Chushua's goodwill. He wouldn't want to give her the impression that he disliked her. The trade concluded. Lu Ming attempted a bulk sublimation, and the system confirmed it was possible. Sublimating 50 units of mutated exotic protein would require 1,000 specialized crystals. He dismissed any thoughts of extravagance. Providing for Chushua's material needs was his rightful responsibility. Seeing the additional 50 purple protein clusters in his bag, Lu Ming curiously took one out and sniffed it. This time it was blueberry-flavored, resembling a cloud-like marshmallow, something the child would undoubtedly adore. Noticing Lu Ming holding a more enticing protein cluster, Chushua immediately felt her own exotic protein lose its appeal. Lu Ming recognized the little one's gaze and promptly offered her the mutated exotic protein, encouraging her to open her storage space. As always, Chushua obediently complied with his request, extending her hand to open the spatial entrance. Lu Ming then stuffed the remaining 49 clusters inside. It seemed that Chushua sensed the ample energy supply sufficient for elevation and understood Lu Ming's intent. She absorbed the energy of the mutated exotic protein through consumption. Her entire body glowed with vibrant energy veins, emanating a profoundly overwhelming pressure. This time, Lu Ming watched her intently, and in mere seconds, her height visibly surged, her physique undergoing noticeable changes. Truth I. Chushua, deity level, race, divine description. The primordial spider born from the world of truth, the most ancient divine beast. Height, body length human form 140 centimeters, original form, for M, can grow weight, original form human form 30 kilograms. Original form, 600 kilograms, can grow, universal functions, storage space, ultimate appraisal skills, silk pull, ill-level. Spider spear ill-level, web weaving ill-level, devour ill-level, weakness insight ill-level. Destructive Death Ray, ill-level. Crimson Gaze, ill-level. Characteristics. Form Transformation. Mastery of Comprehension, max. Combat Instinct, max. Learning Instinct, max. Status. Recognized Master. Master Lu Ming. She has now transitioned from her juvenile stage, with slight enhancements to her attributes and abilities. Most skill attributes remain sealed and can be unlocked as her aberration level increases. Current aberration level, ill-level King, can absorb energy from exotic creatures to advance. Promotion progress, 050000, a 10 centimeter increase in height and a 5 kilogram increase in weight. She gained an additional skill, Crimson Gaze, and her state altered slightly, but the energy required for promotion surged dramatically. However, what truly mattered were the preceding values. The little girl was indeed quite thrifty. If he recalled correctly, the previous promotion progress had been 1,678, 820, 000. She had consumed some high-purity protein along the way. Considering the current data, it was evident that she had cleverly combined the absorbed mutated protein and high-purity protein right at the threshold. She must have secretly tucked some away, knowing that absorbing it all wouldn't allow for an upgrade, keeping it as a reserve. Such remarkable frugality in a future wife, not a hint of wastefulness. In this materialistic world, it would be hard to find such an ideal future. Just then, a loud protest emanated from his stomach. With a sense of satisfaction and delight, Lu Ming turned his attention to the beef instant noodles and silently chanted ultimate sublimation. He had to celebrate. Chapter 48. The Great Ring Knife. Prompt. Sublimating beef instant noodles requires the consumption of 5 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 5 specialized crystals for the second grade sublimation of beef instant noodles. 5 crystals. It seems that the sublimation of food is not inexpensive. Just moments ago, Lu Ming had lamented Chushua's rations, but now he felt considerably more at ease. Confirm. The packaged beef noodles disassembled and reformed in his hands. And once fully sublimated, Lu Ming was astonished by the substantial item he held. It was a meticulously crafted lunchbox measuring 40 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in height. With 3 layers, remarkably, it was still warm. Prompt. Beef instant noodles successfully sublimated to luxurious ready-to-eat meal. Luxurious ready-to-eat meal. Oh, it seems I've inadvertently acquired a premium set. Finding a suitable spot to sit, Lu Ming opened the lunchbox layer by layer, immediately captivated by the lavish dishes inside. Salt and pepper shrimp, scallion beef, poached chicken, crispy roasted duck, assorted braised platter, boneless fish fillet, oyster sauce lettuce, Hakka stuffed tofu, stir-fried spring bamboo shoots, and a large bowl of ginseng black-bone chicken soup. The first 2 layers featured 10 dishes, a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, while the top layer was generously filled with rice. If this had been the Lu Ming before his transformation, he would have marveled at it, feeling that even a quarter would be a remarkable feat to consume. Now, however, he found it just right, neither too much nor too little, perfectly sufficient. Just as he was about to dig in, he couldn't help but think of Chushua behind him. Instant noodles might not suffice, but surely a proper luxurious meal would do? Well, it appears that the previous experience with instant noodles has left a shadow, and perhaps human food also poses a burden to extraterrestrial beings. Nevertheless, considering human habits, differing diets can indeed affect the relationship of a couple. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly attain the combat king level. With a robust physical constitution, they can engage in more profound interactions. Devouring food with fervor, his mind raced, simultaneously scanning the trading market. The broad-bladed heavy sword had not been sold, and the comments below had amassed into the hundreds of thousands. The search for the keyword forging mastery still yielded trivial chatter. The endeavor to create biological weapons seemed unlikely to materialize swiftly. Flipping through a few pages of the casual discussions, his old habit prompted him to view them in reverse order. Originally intending to unearth overlooked treasures, Lu Ming unexpectedly stumbled upon a clue. The last comment had an astonishingly high dislike rate, amounting to tens of thousands. The message read, "Big shot, I possess the skill book you seek, but I do not require a weapon. I would like you to assist me with a task, and upon completion, I shall grant you the skill book directly." Oh, granted directly? How generous. Yet, he chose to decline. The reason was simple. He found it bothersome. He preferred transactions that were swift and devoid of entanglements. Prolonged discussions wasted precious time. Navigating to the weapons section, he scoured through, discovering that after a night's time, ordinary weapons had begun to surface. Remarkably, he found decent-looking long swords and daggers among them. However, the price was outrageous. 100 specialized crystals? People seemed to lack a clear understanding of value, merely displaying items haphazardly. Thus, he employed the same tactic, listing 10 bottles of drinking water, with the goal of exchanging them for blade-type weapons. While the precision crossbow could indeed slay larvae of the scythe moth, it would falter against elite-level scythe moths. If it could not breach their defenses, reliance on close-range heavy weaponry would still be necessary. Notification: your consignment of Farmer's 3-punch pure water has been successfully traded, receiving a rusty long sword. There it was. New items at high prices were scarce, yet the battle-worn versions were readily available. Extracting the long sword, he stored it in his spatial pouch and closed the trading market, gazing at the sword while murmuring, "Ultimate sublimation." Notification: please select sublimation tier. Second tier. Notification: sublimating the rusty long sword requires the consumption of 50 specialized crystals. Confirmed. Please select sublimation direction. Giant ring sword, moon blade, secret silver Maldal. The secret silver tier, both blade and hilt, had begun to evolve towards a magnificent and intricately designed form. The giant ring sword, as its name implies, is a large ring sword, achieving an astonishing length and width. The moon blade is the prototype of the martial saint's weapon, visually striking but belonging to a long-handled category, which did not align with his personal preference, so he decided to skip it. The final option, secret silver Baodal, had been demonstrated on a certain platform, its narrow blade swinging powerfully, making it a good choice. However, he opted for the giant ring sword. No man can resist something grand. And he, a true masculine figure. Crack, crack, crack. The rusty long sword shattered into pieces within the spatial pouch. 50 specialized crystals transformed into an enveloping energy aura around the blade fragments. The structure reformed, and a formidable, imposing giant sword materialized. Identification: Giant Ring Sword. Secret Silver Tier. Category: Weapon Description: Blade length 150 centimeters, hilt length 35 centimeters, weight 200 kilograms. Crafted through the intertwining craftsmanship of the blue technique, a secret silver weapon where each swing is imbued with the power to move mountains. Only the strong can wield it. Only the mighty can handle it. Only the truly powerful can master it. Durability: 3,000. At 200 kilograms, even a mere throw could crush an ordinary person, not to mention the might of a mid-level warrior wielding it. 1 word: strong. 2 words: invincible. 3 words: overwhelmingly strong. Finishing the last sip of soup, he patted his belly, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. With abundant energy and fully equipped, this sense of fulfillment was his most vibrant state. He rose to stretch his limbs, facing the direction of the northern suburbs, and Lu Ming felt it was time to set off. If he could find some second-tier storage boxes along the way, that would be immensely beneficial. However, the map only indicated third-tier supply boxes, dismissing the second tier. Taking out the 3-region map to plan a route, Lu Ming suddenly recalled that this item had yet to be sublimated. Shall I give it a try? Ultimate sublimation. Notification: Please select tier. Second tier. Notification: Sublimating the 3-region map requires the consumption of 100,000 crystal blocks. Confirm. Cancel. As expected, the cost was exorbitant. It was no wonder this item had been singled out during its transfer. However, considering it consumed crystal blocks, compared to those supermod items costing millions or tens of millions of crystals, it seemed relatively reasonable. Speaking of which, regarding the sublimation of specialized crystals, he had already conducted an experiment the previous night. First-tier sublimation could transform specialized crystals into specialized crystal blocks, consuming 100 specialized crystals. Second-tier sublimation could elevate specialized crystals to specialized crystal entities, but the consumption rose to 10,000 specialized crystals. The previous 2 types of crystalline substances had been explained. One specialized crystal entity contains the energy of 100 specialized crystal blocks and 10,000 specialized crystals. What does this mean? It implies that for the sublimation of specialized crystals, not only does it require the original proportional conversion, but it also necessitates 1 specialized crystal as a base, akin to a processing fee. Chapter 49. Unfortunately, a pervert reflecting on the past, 1 day ago. The targets for sublimation had never displayed such outrageous phenomena. Yet it also led him to a possibility that specialized crystals might not be blendable or convertible into higher-tier crystalline substances. In layman's terms, they cannot be mutually exchanged. It was entirely due to the ultimate sublimation bug that he had the opportunity to advance lower-tier crystals to higher-tier ones. Others wishing to obtain them would likely have to harvest them from the corpses of higher-level extraterrestrial beings, such as D, C, or even B-grade elite creatures. This rule significantly increased the difficulty of acquiring specialized crystal blocks and entities, thereby greatly enhancing their value. For him, this was undoubtedly advantageous. When the mainstream currency of the future elevates to crystal blocks or entities, merely engaging in the business of trading crystals could allow him to earn while reclining in bed. Another thought struck him. Would the consumption of upgrading specialized levels involve a shift in the tier of specialized crystals? For instance, after reaching a certain level, if he wished to advance the specialized level, the consumption would no longer be specialized crystals, but rather specialized crystal blocks. In this manner, it would become a compelling point for humanity to challenge higher-tier extraterrestrials. Feeling contemplative yet at ease, he decided to focus solely on becoming stronger and living a vibrant life, letting everything else unfold naturally. Xiaoxue, we must depart. Approaching Chuxue, Lu Ming gently reminded her. Chuxue remained unchanged, exhibiting not a hint of hesitation, even taking the initiative to grasp Lu Ming's hand. This affectionate, clingy sensation filled Lu Ming with a sense of elation and observing her current height. She had already reached the appearance of a 10-year-old. With this growth rate, she would soon attain D-grade combat king status and enter adulthood. The future looked promising indeed. However, it seemed she was gazing at the bed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming suddenly understood. That was where she was born, evoking a sense of nostalgia. This was wonderful, as such sentiment reflected her loyalty and combined with her previous behavior, he could hardly find a flaw in her. Finding a place to rest would no longer necessitate upgrading the bed, achieving multiple benefits. What could be better? Let us go. The bed was no longer a point of attachment for Chushua. Lu Ming focused on the map, silently memorizing the planned route. The distance is not particularly far. The so-called area feels akin to a larger county town on the blue planet, including the suburban boundaries. It spans merely about 100 to 80 kilometers from north to south, while one could swiftly traverse this expanse by leaping between rooftops. Such a method does not align with his style. As a representative of the new era, one should leverage tools and avoid unnecessary exertion. Physical stamina is meant for engaging in various forms of combat, especially considering the inherent risks of missteps. Thus, he resolved to procure a vehicle, perhaps a stylish ride. He opened the window and stood on the ledge, taking hold of Chushua's waist, lifting her into his embrace. Just as he prepared to leap down, an overwhelming sense of déjà vu washed over him. Gently placing Chushua down from his arms, he earnestly inquired, "Little Snow, can your silk thread fly?" Chushua tilted her head, her eyes clear and inquisitive. With a slight sigh, he pressed his fingers to his temples, then gestured with his hands, explaining, the kind that shoots out silk threads to latch onto the walls of skyscrapers, using gravity and inertia for a graceful swing, allowing one to effortlessly traverse distances and find a landing spot. Do you understand the convenience of that? Upon uttering the last 3 words, he felt a bit embarrassed, realizing his imagery was somewhat chaotic. If Chushua did not comprehend, he would understand. If all else failed, he could still resort to conventional transportation. Just when he was about to concede, Chushua nodded gently. You understand? How does it sound? Can you do it? His heart swelled with joy. As a man, who wouldn't he desire to roam the heavens and soar through the skies? Chushua nodded again, guiding his arm to her waist and signaling him with a glance. Do you wish for me to hold on to you? She confirmed with a soft Not one to decline, he promptly grasped her firmly. They returned to the window ledge, and Chushua reached into the void, a golden thread appearing in her grasp. With a leap, she propelled herself forward, harnessing inertia to glide through the air. Woohoo! The exhilarating rush of wind enveloped him, filling him with ecstasy. Now's the moment. Let us swing the silk to the other side. As their balance shifted, he directed Chushua with precision. Upon hearing his command, she released the golden thread, launching it towards the wall of another building. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the wall shattered. The golden thread pierced through, wrapping around the rooftop and forming a knot. Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What incredible power is this? You call this silk? It feels more like a missile. Before he could process this, Chushua repeated her impressive feat, her movements resembling that of Spider-Man. However, while Spider-Man's web clings to surfaces, she, on the other hand, destructively damaged each point she anchored to. Fortunately, in this desolate wasteland, the structures lay abandoned. Otherwise, he might have faced grave consequences. Boom, boom, boom. Amid this explosive backdrop, Lu Ming and Chushua swiftly darted through the streets. Swoosh. Passing through a residential area, they spotted a group of individuals hunting caterpillars. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept past him, causing him to think a caterpillar was attacking from behind. Turning around, he beheld a robust figure soaring past, expertly maneuvering a golden thread and executing a textbook aerial transition. He had been recording a video of the caterpillar hunt, intending to showcase it later, and the angle perfectly captured the entire sequence, prompting him to exclaim, "Holy moly!" His shout resonated loudly, immediately alerting the nearby caterpillars, which began to swarm towards him. Startled, he darted into a shop, shutting the door behind him as he gasped for breath. Yet, amidst the fright, exhilaration surged within him. Once this video surfaced, its popularity would undoubtedly soar. He decided to downplay his own role in the footage and promptly uploaded it to the community board. Did you see that? Spider-Man, a real-life version of the swinging silk. Absolutely no imitation. Oh my gosh, amazing. I want to learn. What specialization level allows for such a skill? Or is there a specific ability to acquire? Who knows? I should have stopped to ask just now. As if I could. I didn't even catch up to him. What does your brief glimpse matter? All we captured was a silhouette. Let me tell you, that was not Spider-Man. Look closely. This is the truth video file. Half a minute later. What the? Is that an angel? How can someone be so beautiful? How old could she be? Didn't Uncle Chun just survey ages? No transferees under adult age. Does it matter? It doesn't. Check her out in slow motion. That girl with white hair and crimson eyes. Her features rival CGI. Can a human possess such looks? Wow. Now that you mention it, you're right. By the way, who is that handsome guy? He looks quite fit. Indeed. He rivals Uncle Chun. Too bad he's a pervert. Indeed. Indeed, 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 indeed. Chapter 50. Huatai Life Shopping Plaza. Amidst the soaring silk, Lu Ming glanced at the video file, aware that his joy was being shared by countless others, earning him the label of a pervert. But what of it? It mattered little. After all, what is wrong with being slightly eccentric as a man? As for drawing attention, so be it. Previously, he had been cautious about revealing himself, wary of envy and betrayal. Now, his strength had reached a level where he no longer feared such exposure. For both him and Shuxiue, they were no longer within the realm of humanity's capabilities. If uncertainty still lingered, he could always elevate his status further. When the disparity between individuals reaches the heavens, thoughts of betrayal vanish without a trace. They would no longer regard him as one of their kind. Rather, they would revere him as an unapproachable entity, granting him the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Lost in thought, the rush of wind against him sharpened his senses. Lu Ming erupted with the exuberance of a master chef. Woohoo! Yet, as the initial thrill subsided, clarity of thought emerged, embodying the legendary sage mode. At this moment, Lu Ming focused solely on guiding Shuxiue, dedicating the remaining time to scanning the buildings with his eye of truth. He was not in dire need of food supplies. The basic necessities of life had ceased to be a pressing concern. A bag of instant noodles accompanied by 5 specialized crystals constituted a lavish feast. What more could one desire? Thus, he shifted his focus to locating resource boxes and weaponry. Perhaps due to the initial area's barrenness or their position within the outer ring, the streets they traversed revealed no resource boxes, nor even a single weapon. He wondered if everything had already been discovered, given the day's experiences and a night of ample rest. Those with strong adaptability had begun forming teams to hunt caterpillars. Though their techniques were unrefined, their kill rates were commendable. Since transferees had begun to mobilize, it was merely a matter of time before surrounding resources were claimed. However, that was merely the periphery. His destination was the stars and the sea. Having realized this, he no longer lingered in the residential areas, but redirected his course toward the various police stations. Regrettably, despite searching thoroughly, he found no electric shock guns or even batons. Perplexed, he could only speculate that during the disaster's outbreak, the military might have consolidated them, or that they fell victim to the assaults of aberrant creatures. The likelihood of the former seemed greater, as the complexities of human nature in times of crisis could lead to riots if weapons were to surface. Thus, each region's central command and control centers became crucial strongholds for the stockpiling of firearms. Reviewing the map, he searched for the regional headquarters, and the results left him astounded. In the Jintian district's regional headquarters, the location is unmistakably marked by a red cursor on the map, with the other 2 districts entirely consistent. Is this not a clear indication? Do you desire formidable weapons? If so, they shall be yours. Go seek them out. I have placed all the weapons within the region there. One piece, you say? How absurd. Though I may be speechless, I still yearn for those firearms. However, before venturing to the headquarters, I must ascertain the situation. After all, this is the very heart of the region, and the variety and caliber of the aberrant species will undoubtedly differ from those in the outskirts. Given my cautious nature, I must prepare more thoroughly. After all, there is no fear of theft. The better prepared I am, the simpler the conquest here will be. In contrast, that Tier 3 supply box in the northern suburbs, located in the outskirts, is certainly at risk of being pilfered. Moreover, in the hands of others, it is merely a decrepit box yielding B-grade products, but in my possession, it transforms into a treasure chest capable of producing S-grade gems. The disparity is monumental. How could I allow others to squander it? As time passed, noon arrived. A delicate thread fluttered through the streets as Lu Ming and Chu Shui descended upon the rooftop. Across the street stood an immense structure, crowned by a large, somber sign, Huatai Life Shopping Plaza. It is hard to fathom that such a grand shopping center exists in the outskirts, and it marks the location of the Tier 3 supply box. Lu Ming gently massaged Chu Shui's shoulders, alleviating her non-existent fatigue, while his gaze swept over the desolate plaza. There were no juvenile aberrants present, but countless viscous, acidic liquids lay strewn about. His eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened, Someone had been here. Humans, weapons, aberrant creatures, supply boxes. Identification. He murmured softly, his dark pupils glimmering with golden light as the entire shopping mall's tags manifested before him. Human, 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 human longsword, katana. Dagger, dagger, katana, katana scythe larva, scythe larva, scythe larva scythe, 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 scythe mutated scythe, mutated scythe, mutated scythe, mutated scythe Tier 3 supply box, Tier 2 supply box. Tier 1 supply box. Upon witnessing this astonishing multitude of tags, Lu Ming instinctively parted his lips. 3 supply boxes, astonishingly, were all situated in a corner on the 5th floor, and overlapping with them was a massive red tag shimmering faintly, inscribed with the words, Quasi-Queen, Quasi-Queen, detailed identification, Quasi-Queen, E-tier monarch, race, insect monarch description, an impending mature queen, measuring 10 meters in length, possessing formidable reproductive capabilities, extremely voracious and lethargic, a vital core of the entire Scythe family, abandoning powerful offensive abilities. She inherits the glorious mission of her lineage, accompanied by the guardian warriors appointed by the Scythe King, who will readily sacrifice their lives to protect the Quasi-Queen. Skills: unleashing 3 mandibles capable of corroding steel-grade armor, penetrating buildings with triple barrage. Accumulating aberrant energy into her forearms, she strikes with blade pulse. Additionally, the desperate self-detonation upon death. Traits: absolute command over her kin via Queen's command. Rapid regeneration even when torn asunder, as long as she has not truly perished. Due to advanced regeneration, when her life is threatened, she can unleash aberrant energy to encompass her territory, awakening the latent potential of all her kin, compelling them to sacrifice themselves to evolve into mature forms for her defense through Queen's grace. Weakness: lacks mobility and cannot move autonomously. To eliminate her, one must shatter the 3 core bodies located in her head, chest, and abdomen, with a hardness equivalent to steel. Such a creature exists. The key is not just her presence. Surrounding her are 4 E-tier elite mutated scythes and 15 elite scythes. The latter are not worth mentioning, but the former could rival a novice hunting warrior. Who are these people that dare to assault a location of such caliber? Wait, what is the formation of this group? The 11 armed individuals stand at the rear of the line, while the 45 unarmed members form a half-surrounding wall at the front. Chapter 51. Instant kill. Something is amiss. Moreover, that wall of bodies is continuously sacrificing themselves. In less than 20 seconds, they have already lost a layer. Yet, in the face of such sacrifices, those acting as the human wall show no signs of retreating. Is it necessary? They are not death seekers, even if they know that 3 supply boxes lie hidden there. What is the purpose of such sacrifices? Or perhaps, it is not that they do not wish to retreat, but that something compels them to press forward? As if to confirm Lu Ming's suspicions, a human tag suddenly broke away from the wall, rushing toward safety. In the next moment, Lu Ming's expression turned grave. For through his eye of truth, he saw a human bearing a katana tag swiftly approach and make contact with the fleeing individual. Subsequently, the tag of the escaping human faded to gray and vanished entirely. Upon witnessing this, no further explanation was necessary. Lu Ming instantly understood the source of the peculiar behavior exhibited by those individuals. Their madness in the face of death was not born of courage, but rather a resigned acceptance of their fate. Death was inescapable. Chu Shui. Lu Ming lowered his body, drawing close to her ear, and whispered, "Let us ascend to the rooftop of that building across the way." Chu Shui softly acknowledged, her ethereal hands weaving as she calmly activated her thread skill. With an adept grace, they traversed the hundreds of meters effortlessly. Upon landing on the rooftop of the shopping plaza, Lu Ming gazed downward. In the brief passage of time, the wall of bodies had diminished by another layer, and they had pushed into the 4th floor of the mall. Are they attempting to resist? Lu Ming considered this. But after waiting a minute, the wall did not advance toward them. If only he could hear the sounds within. In his frustration, he unconsciously voiced his desire. Chu Shui, upon hearing this, knelt down and placed one hand on the rooftop. With a soft rustling sound, countless golden threads extended downward as if they possessed a life of their own. Some seeped into the walls, others into the crevices of windows, and within mere seconds, they had completely infiltrated the entire building. Once accomplished, Chu Shui took Lu Ming's hand, and 2 strands of golden thread climbed his arm to his ears. Instantly, clear dialogue flooded his ears. "Everyone, Please refrain from wearing such expressions. Your earlier display was observed by Kim Tae, our leader. At this, Lu Ming's brow furrowed sharply. The 11 armed humans are from the Southern Cold faction? He had promised that if they could assist in conquering this mall, not only would they gain their freedom, but they could each receive 100 specialized crystals, 100 of them, that would elevate them to advanced soldiers, granting them the power to dominate. Thus, we hope to avoid any more of those disharmonious scenes. We are all human, of the same kin, merely differing in nation. If it is unnecessary, we desire not to spill the blood of our kin, do we not agree? But we lack even a proper weapon. The wooden spears you provided possess little lethality. Over 100 of our compatriots have perished since the plaza. You must at least furnish us with some armor. This time, it was the voice of an adult male speaking in Huaxia. Or provide us with some weapons. A sharp blade pierced flesh, and the man let out a muffled groan. There were no cries of alarm, no wails of despair, only an oppressive silence. In Lu Ming's gaze, a label faded to gray. Ah, so you harbor such significant grievances? What? You are not content with the chance to preserve your lives? You desire more, do you? Truly, you are quintessentially Huaxia, embodying an inexplicable selfishness and arrogance, as if this were Blue Star. Collection. Nanhan's words followed in quick succession, the gray label vanishing entirely. Oh, you even clandestinely hoarded 7 or 8 specialized crystals. How can you Huaxia people possess such a flaw? I have previously informed you to surrender all your possessions. Why do you always claim to have done so, yet some still remain in your spatial bags? Is it a matter of deafness, or perhaps a lack of intelligence? Or do you believe us to be the foolish ones? Ah, you wretches. Enough, enough, Chui Yongjun. It's merely 7 or 8 specialized crystals. Don't be so furious. If you continue to fume, who will assist us in conquering this marketplace? Heh, a woman from Nanhan interjected, her voice uniquely coarse and unpleasant, laced with an insufferable pretense that turned one's stomach. All right, you Huaxia refugees, I have pleaded on your behalf. Why don't you hurry and get up to move forward? If you provoke our Appa Jin Taixiang, the previous promises will become null and void. Furthermore, let me kindly remind you once more, do not entertain the thought of escaping from here. Jin Taixiang is a genuine novice hunting warrior, a level you could never hope to attain. Besides, he possesses a handgun. Do you comprehend what a handgun signifies? We are not even on the same tier. A handgun. At this, Lu Ming abruptly emerged from his dark thoughts, a greedy smile illuminating his eyes. Xiaoxua, that's enough, we shall descend now. On the 4th floor of the marketplace, 26 Huaxiao individuals were huddled on the ground, their eyes filled with venomous resentment as they glared at the 11 individuals before them, who stood with an air of arrogance and amusement. Among them, a burly man spat with utter disgust, cursing aloud. Damn it, Nanhan dogs, what a charade. What empty promises, merely a way to lead us to our deaths. You motherless wretches, don't let me catch you at an opportune moment. Otherwise, I will dismantle you piece by piece. Oh dear, I am so frightened, I may just cry. Jinappa, please comfort me, exclaimed a woman, clearly sculpted by artifice, as she shamelessly flaunted her allure around a bespectacled man. The man caressed her back, sneering coldly. Chui Yongjun, dismember him, but allow no death. Chui Yongjun, belly trembling, approached with a knife, his eyes gleaming with malice as he grinned. Leave it to me, Taixiangji. I guarantee a perfect execution of the task. Heh, Huaxia people. Do try to maintain your valor. Do not scream, for to do so would be to insult your own dignity. Just as Chui Yongjun raised his knife to strike, 3 steel arrows pierced the adjacent window, accurately penetrating his skull, neck, and heart. In disbelief, he stiffly turned his head, only to collapse to the ground, lifeless, never having seen the one who had brought about his demise. Who did this? The Nanhan team, witnessing Chui Yongjun's sudden death, simultaneously turned their gazes toward the window, where a man clad in black and red attire, cradling an angelic beauty, grinned with a devilish glee, brandishing a finely crafted crossbow, regarding them with a warm gaze. A chill instantaneously enveloped the air. Jin Taixiang drew a handgun, his expression filled with murderous intent. Alas, before he could raise his weapon, that figure uttered 2 words in flawless Huaxia, Godspeed. Whoosh. The figure vanished like a phantom, twisting and contorting until nothing remained. All present felt a wave of bewilderment wash over them. Chapter 52. Do you even qualify? Taixiang. The artificial beauty exclaimed in shock, her eyes reddening as she rushed forward. Yet, Before she could take 2 steps, a massive bloodied blade was pressed against her throat as she watched Jin Taixiang collapse to the ground, his eyes vacant, crumpling like a lifeless dog. At that moment, even the dimmest among them could comprehend the gravity of their situation. They were in the presence of a true powerhouse, an undeniable force. Lu Ming sneered. Revenge? What are you avenging? Do I know you that well? Upon hearing this, not only the dozens of Huaxiao individuals, but even the Nanhan people were momentarily taken aback. So he was not one of them. The Nanhan individuals felt a shift within them. Despite his formidable strength, it appeared he was not there to rescue them. Was there still a chance to negotiate? A middle-aged man's expression faltered. You are not here for us? Lu Ming laughed heartily. For you? Don't be ridiculous. Over 300 of you. And you can't even withstand a fight. What value do you hold that would compel me to save you? Hurry, take those useless lot and leave. If you dawdle any longer, you'll become mere meat shields. You. The middle-aged man's face darkened, but just as he was about to chastise Lu Ming, an arrow whizzed by, leaving a deep gash across his face. Do not make me repeat myself. Leave. In pain, the man covered his wound. Astonished by the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes, he truly was not there to save them, nor did he consider them his kin. The remaining individuals, already gripped by fear, exchanged glances before bolting down the stairs. The man cast a complex look at Lu Ming before hastily following the crowd out of the marketplace. Once everyone had fled, Lu Ming turned to the 9 remaining Nanhan individuals, a smile gracing his lips. The artificial beauty, witnessing Lu Ming's utter lack of patriotic sentiment, instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Cautiously, she pressed down on Lu Ming's massive blade, simultaneously revealing her assets, and with a sultry tone, said, Appa, you are truly valiant. Jin Taixiang pales in comparison to you. I imagine you would appreciate a devoted and skilled servant to cater to your needs. What do you think of me? As she spoke, she even licked her lips, flaunting her seductive allure. Unfortunately, just as she believed she had captivated Lu Ming's favor with her beauty and charm, her expression morphed from allure to agony. She furrowed her brow, twisting her features, her gaze dropping gradually. At her chest, the massive blade she had pressed down had penetrated deeply into her heart. When she looked up again, she was met with Lu Ming's cold gaze, one that regarded her as mere refuse. Then, a robust foot obscured her vision, trampled upon her prideful face. Thud! With forceful pressure, the blade was withdrawn, blood gushing forth as she collapsed into a pool of her own blood, convulsing until she became just another lifeless body. TSK, how repulsive. She is worth less than a single strand of my Xiaoshua's hair, and yet she dared to covet my appearance? Do you even qualify? With a flick of his wrist, Lu Ming's blade shimmered with cold light as blood and power surged forth from it. Having faced death and witnessed countless slaughters, he bore no remnants of trauma. They were merely bodies, mere shells. Xiaoxua, bind them. With a delicate gesture, Xiaoxua spun a web of silk, effortlessly ensnaring the remaining 8 Nanhan individuals. Successfully decomposed the corpse of novice hunting warrior Jin Taixiang, obtaining 1410 specialized crystals and 200 milliliters of novice warrior energy liquid. Successfully decomposed the corpse of extreme soldier Park Hannah, obtaining 410 specialized crystals. Successfully decomposed the corpse of extreme soldier Chui Yongjun, obtaining 410 specialized crystals. What does this mean? Human corpses can also yield specialized crystals? The quantity aligns precisely with the total requirement for advancement. Oh wait, greed doubles the yield. So, it follows that ordinarily, one could only obtain half of the total advancement sum from human corpses. At last, I understand why these mere Nanhan individuals could ascend to novice hunting warriors in such a short span. They must have accumulated resources from slaying their own kind. After all, with a higher level, defeating advanced soldiers and extreme warriors could yield 50 to even 150 specialized crystals. Engaging in this manner is surely more efficient than slaughtering aberrations. I assent it? Heh! Lu Ming nearly chuckled, glancing at the 8 individuals firmly bound by spider silk. Feeling a surge of excitement, the moment he cast his gaze upon them, each of the captives was gripped by a profound chill, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Notification: unclaimed spatial bag detected nearby, 3 units. Would you like to acquire them? Certainly. The resources he found earlier filled him with joy. Yet the peculiar items that followed left him utterly speechless, utterly incomprehensible. Notification: detected 160 slots in the spatial bag. Would you like to inherit the bag's capacity? Oh, such an operation exists? Yes. Notification, inheritance of the spatial bag successful, current slots, 108, 160. Lu Ming, Chapter 53, you should be quite proficient. In the land of the bullet, each participant outshines the last. What on earth is this? Have they plundered some establishment? His bag was filled to the brim once more. The key question was, how could these items have such a long shelf life? Would they not spoil? Organizing the bag, he decided to destroy everything on the spot, especially those colorful items of unknown origin that he had no desire to even touch. Spatial crystal? What on earth is that? His gaze shifted to the last slot of the spatial bag, where a purple triangular crystal in a state of accumulation caught his eye. Click to view, spatial crystal, special item, category, consumable description, a special crystal obtained from the decomposition of unclaimed spatial bags, infused with wondrous spatial power. Gather 1,000 units to unlock a unique feature of the spatial bag. To decompose an unclaimed spatial bag unlocks a unique feature of the spatial bag? Repeating this to himself, Lu Ming felt a flicker of interest. Notification, spatial crystals detected in the bag. Unique feature section of the spatial bag is now accessible. With a rustling sound, akin to the turning of a page, a new page resembling a League of Legends talent list unfurled on the right side of the spatial bag. It presented two columns of options, auxiliary features and functional features. Each feature contained 5 options, arranged in 5 tiers from top to bottom. Currently, only the 2 features in the first tier were highlighted, while the remaining 4 tiers remained locked. The first tier features included spatial mark and vehicle storage. Spatial mark enables the unfolding of a blank map, allowing one to leave markers at visited locations. Vehicle storage grants an additional slot in the spatial bag for storing one mode of transportation. Wow, this is rather impressive. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming felt an immense sense of novelty. Auxiliary and functional. One assists oneself while the other enhances the bag. Both features are extraordinarily useful, though the fact that such advantageous traits require the sacrifice of lives seems somewhat dark. However, observing the number of spatial crystals accumulated by this group of southern cold individuals, it was clear that their love for slaughter was not in short supply. Entering could be justified as enacting justice while conveniently collecting spoils. Conversely, retreating could allow him to exploit the greed of others, creating discord and reaping the benefits. Regardless of the approach, he could easily harvest spatial crystals without any burden. Unfortunately, the current spatial crystals were insufficient to unlock a feature, rendering the ultimate enhancement ineffective. Otherwise, he would have loved to witness the extraordinary evolution of the 2 features. Casting his gaze at the 2 80-slot bags positioned within the space, Lu Ming took a moment to inspect them. Unclaimed spatial bag, category, spatial container description, a spatial backpack that has lost its owner. Direct storage operations are not possible. It can inherit capacity to a smaller spatial bag or be directly decomposed into spatial crystals. This aligned perfectly with the description of the spatial crystals. The note regarding the inability to perform direct storage operations amused him, presumably to prevent outrageous stacking operations, which was quite reasonable. As for decomposition, that could wait. There were more pressing matters at hand. Xiaoxue released them. Adjusting his hold on the little girl in his arms, Lu Ming spoke softly. With a wave of her small hand, the spider silk binding the 8 southern cold individuals dissipated. Lu Ming scrutinized them anew. Among the 8 were 2 women and 6 men. The men's faces pale, and some had wet their pants. The women were trembling, appearing somewhat disoriented. Hey! Lu Ming spoke coldly, causing all 8 to flinch simultaneously, dropping their weapons to the ground. Why so tense? Offering a warm smile, he fixed his gaze on the one who seemed the least appealing, inquiring, "Tell me, was your incursion into this area a personal choice, or were you following orders?" In a sudden moment, the individual he questioned vanished with a whoosh. By the time the others realized, a loud crash echoed behind them. Turning to look, they saw the man who had stood there just a moment ago now pinned to a beam, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, writhing in agony. Do not misunderstand. In my inquiries, silence is not an option. The 2 southern cold women, already terrified, immediately dropped to their knees, trembling. One of them stammered, "If we speak, will you let us go, Appa?" Lu Ming replied with a benevolent smile, "Of course not." Upon hearing the first 3 words, the southern cold woman displayed a moment of relief, but as the last 2 words followed, despair washed over her countenance. At this revelation, All the southern cold individuals stood bewildered, the words sounding eerily familiar, as if they had just been uttered moments ago. Come now. Do you wish to share the same fate as that unfortunate fellow, or will you embrace my proposal? You have 3 seconds to decide. Ready? 3. I will talk. I will talk. Nothing is more terrifying than death. At this moment, they finally understood the sheer horror of being oppressed and haunted by mortality. It was initiated by Jin Taishan's brother, Jin Jinghe. He came across a map indicating the connection between regions and proposed the hunting of humans. He claimed that hunting humans is far simpler than hunting aberrations and guarantees 100% yield of specialized crystals. Thus, So you opted for a different strategy, abandoning the fight against aberrations to target humans instead. Lu Ming interjected, continuing to question. Does this mean you also kill your fellow countrymen? The woman hesitated for 2 seconds before softly nodding. Jin Jinghe said that the weak do not deserve to live. They waste resources. It is better to sacrifice themselves and become nourishment for the strong, becoming part of the strong. A profound statement, indeed. Were it not for his arms cradling Xiaoxua, Lu Ming might have applauded this individual's philosophy on survival. Was there anything wrong with it? Certainly not. Rather, this survival philosophy perfectly aligned with the worldview of a post-apocalyptic scenario. However, knowing of such a person nearby could not be overlooked. He could not allow their growth to continue unchallenged. Thus, he pressed further. What level is Jin Jinghe at now? The woman shook her head and quickly added. Once we left the Starry District and entered this area, we could no longer communicate with the previous region, so we don't know Jin Jinghe's current level. However, when we exited the Starry District, he was at the peak of a soldier. Lu Ming pondered. If he was at the peak of a soldier when they left, and given that they had been away for a night and a half, Jin Taishan, as the younger brother, had already become a junior hunting warrior. Jin Jinghe could only be stronger, perhaps at an intermediate level? That seemed unlikely, but not impossible. He had not undergone ultimate enhancement. If he focused solely on leveling up without improving his awakened powers, he might just reach the intermediate warrior level. After all, as his saying went, killing guaranteed 100% drop of specialized crystals, with no impact from drop rates. The weak sustain the strong. You are quite impressive. Lu Ming offered sincere praise. The others should pick up their weapons and advance in a semi-encirclement, while you. Chapter 54, You Knew All Along. The Southern Cold Woman's expression shifted as she reluctantly picked up a katana, aiming it at her former comrades. Upon witnessing the scene, the teammates wore expressions of complex emotions. Realizing she had no choice, she reluctantly grasped her weapon and ventured into the depths of the 4th level. Lu Ming, cradling Xiaoxua, followed at the rear, passing by the pillar embedded with the giant ring blade, his gaze fixated on the corpse of a southern cold individual, silently contemplating greed. Successfully decomposed the body of An Jaehyun, acquiring 410 specialized crystals. Another extreme warrior has fallen. It seems that hunting humans is indeed remarkably convenient. As long as one possesses a healthy physique, they qualify as a basic soldier, with some training, fitness, or even a natural aptitude for physical prowess. They may ascend to the ranks of a mid-level soldier. By eliminating mid-level soldiers to accumulate specialized crystals, 20 individuals would yield 100, thus elevating oneself to the status of a high-level soldier. Then, leveraging the advantage of numbers with weaponry, they could hunt high-level soldiers, each yielding 50 specialized crystals. 6 individuals would amass 300, enabling a promotion to the extreme warrior rank. If one were to devise an even darker scheme, fostering internal competition akin to raising a puppet, ultimately concluded by Kim Taesang and Kim Young-hyuk, it would be a venture with no risk and immense profit. Thus, it is said that once a person abandons their principles and humanity, shortcuts can be found in any endeavor. Once again, it was Park Hina, silently destroying the unsightly props. Lu Ming leapt up and unsheathed the giant ring blade from the pillar. He caught sight of Lu Ming, holding the angelic little sister, in a bizarre posture wielding the massive weapon. The chill in his heart instantly froze, the shadow of that figure etching itself into his very soul. What are you looking at? Accelerate forward. With weapons raised, the 7 individuals hastened in fear, slicing through the approaching larva with ease. Having learned the creature's weaknesses from the previous wave, they felt no pressure to kill. Yet the gaze from behind constantly instilled a sense of urgency, as if they might lose control at any moment. Wait. Observing the numerous larvae falling, Lu Ming called out to them, "Leave the corpses as they are. You need not collect them." What a farcical notion. As the epitome of greed's hand, disregarding the ownership of prey, doubling the acquisition of corpse essence. Why should he allow this group of unfortunate souls to collect at a loss? The crowd was perplexed. They had slain the larva, and if they did not collect, no one else could. Leaving them here would be a waste. However, with the devil himself speaking, they dared not voice dissent and could only comply, forging ahead. It must be said, the extreme warrior's efficiency in dispatching low-level aberrations was remarkable. In less than half an hour, the majority of the larvae on the 4th level had been slaughtered, their bodies accumulating to form a safe passage to the 5th floor. Lu Ming expressed his approval and commanded, "Continue upward." The group exchanged glances, offering no resistance as they stepped onto the halted elevator. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the reality dawned upon them. It was, in fact, an internal cinema within the shopping mall. The vast counters and halls were sparsely populated with a few wriggling larvae. Yet, in the long corridors leading to the various viewing halls, not a single aberration could be seen. Could it be that the 5th floor was entirely devoid of threats? Had they successfully conquered it? Joy surged within them, for this signified a high likelihood of survival. Look at your relaxed demeanor. You must not be feeling overly fortunate, are you? Lu Ming's voice echoed once more. With a smile, he sighed. In truth, even if I had not appeared to disrupt your plans, you would meet your demise here. For the moment you set foot on the 5th level, the scythe of death had already been poised at your throats. With a swift motion, the leading 7 were cleaved in half, their innards spraying across the floor. They watched helplessly as their vision plummeted from its usual height to the ground. The agonizing pain of their bodies being torn apart surged fiercely. A chorus of anguished wails echoed throughout the cinema, resonating even further through the emptiness of the mall. Lu Ming descended from midair, landing before the dismembered southern cold person, unhurriedly stating, "The mutated scythe, an E-class elite. Once you step into its territory, it will relentlessly pursue you until none remain. Its strength surpasses that of ordinary basic hunting warriors, and within this 5th level, 3 such entities still exist. Among the 7 southern cold individuals, aside from the 2 unfortunate souls on the far left, who had met their end due to the angle of the cut, the remaining 5, though mortally wounded, could still endure for a few seconds before succumbing to their blood loss." Upon hearing Lu Ming's detailed explanation, the woman favored by him smiled bitterly. "So you knew all along." After uttering those words, her life force ebbed away with her blood. With a silent incantation of divine speed, Lu Ming's figure flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he had already circled behind the mutated scythe, raising the giant ring blade high. He concentrated all his strength and struck down. The blade cleaved through the scythe, piercing its heart's weak point. Faced with Lu Ming's overwhelming might, the mutated scythe could no longer inflict any harm upon him. A tremendous crash reverberated through the hall as the mutated scythe collapsed, its dark green blood and colorful organs spilling across the ground. Lu Ming did not hasten to decompose the body, for another wave of assault was imminent. This time, it was not the mutated scythes, but rather 15 elite-level ordinary scythes. With their translucent wings fluttering and cold blades brandished, they surged from all directions. Lu Ming evaded and maneuvered, wielding his great blade with precision. Each clash of cold light and every flicker of movement resulted in the fall of a scythe, severing its heart. In a mere 20 seconds, not a single elite scythe remained. Only 3 mutated scythes and 1 quasi-scythe remained, along with the little snow. Glancing down at Chu Xue in his arms, Lu Ming spoke gently. "I apologize for the inconvenience. Please stay behind me for now. It will be over soon." Chu Xue shook her head, clenching her small fist, indicating that she was ready to fight. However, Lu Ming inserted the giant ring blade into the floor, lifting her chin and pinching her cheek with a soft smile. "When I can handle it myself, how can I let my future wife dirty her hands? Be good." He lifted her above his head and gently placed her on his back. With her cheeks flushed, Chu Xue instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, holding on tightly. Concerned that her movements might be too vigorous, Lu Ming hastily cautioned her. Yet, Chu Xue tightened her grip, using her threads to securely bind herself to him. Chapter 55. Scythe Larva Eggs. Noticing the little one's actions, Lu Ming's smile grew even warmer. His mind remained focused, as he had preparations to make before the battle. Ultimate Transcendence. He directly selected 2 katana from his spatial satchel, both transformed into secret silver giant ring blades. Retrieving one, he also pulled another from the ground. activating the Eye of Truth as he headed straight for the last viewing hall. Empowerment. During the charge, Lu Ming's thoughts surged. Red energy radiating from his heart to all his limbs. Awakening power. Blue energy enveloped his entire being from his brow. Suddenly, he paused, adopting a bow stance before launching. Divine speed. Whoosh. His figure transformed into a flying rainbow of red and blue, darting into the final viewing hall. As he wove through the 3 mutated scythes guarding the quasi-scythe, he offered them no chance to react, slicing them into 6 pieces. Completing this, Lu Ming did not pause for even a moment, nor did he spare a second to examine the quasi-scythe's appearance. For in his eyes, 3 fist-sized cores glimmered with a strong red light within the quasi-scythe's body, marking its weak point. When facing an enemy, knowing its weak point is paramount. The rest is mere superficiality. It was all about a swift attack, catching the adversary off guard, ensuring that the quasi-scythe could unleash no skills beyond self-detonation. Divine speed. Once again, he surged toward the quasi-scythe, both arms swinging wide. The 2 secret silver giant ring blades, infused with tremendous force, transformed into silver streaks piercing through the quasi-scythe's head and abdomen. Influenced by his proficiency in marksmanship, Lu Ming delighted in executing such precise strikes. Not a single misalignment occurred, accurately destroying both cores. With a thought, the 3rd giant ring blade from the spatial satchel materialized in his hand. The blade flipped, and with both hands grasping the hilt, he plunged it fiercely into the chest of the quasi-owl behind him, utilizing the force of inertia. Bang! The sensation of shattering the core resonated, and Lu Ming realized that the kill was secured. Unaware of the self-detonation's potential, Lu Ming was not foolish enough to remain stationary. After inserting the blade, he swiftly turned and fled. During his frantic escape, he did not forget to collect the remains of 3 mutated scythe owls. Ah! The high-pitched wail seemed as if it would tear the ceiling of the entire mall apart. It was likely that they stood in shock for quite some time before realizing they had been ambushed and killed, their resentment palpable. As the killer, Lu Ming, now donned with red and blue buffs, collected the corpses of the southern cold people, mutated scythe owls, and elite scythe owls that he had previously placed here. There was no need to review the battle. From the moment he ascended to the 5th floor, he had already prepared for a flawless kill simulation. The enemy's troop types and numbers were fully exposed under the Eye of Truth. He was well aware of his own strength. As long as he suppressed the emergence of variables to 0, his probability of victory was 100%. This was indisputable. Hence, he began by stacking all enhancements to their maximum. This way, even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could retreat in his most optimal state. Even if he couldn't escape, he would not regret not having exerted his full strength before meeting his end. Boom. Just as he was reflecting, the quasi-owl self-detonated. Its power was indeed formidable, yet it was not enough to obliterate the entire mall. Greed. Successfully decomposed scythe owl corpse. Obtained specialized crystal 20, scythe owl blade 4. Scythe owl shell 10, ordinary alien blood 200 milliliters. After decomposing the last ordinary scythe owl, Lu Ming repositioned Chuxue from his back to his front, holding her securely once more. You might wonder why he didn't let Chuxue walk on her own. It was because the ground was smeared with various fatty fluids from the scythe owls. Indeed, it was not because he wished to foster a closer bond with Chuxue, as that would be rather peculiar. Upon witnessing the scene at the entrance, he honestly felt a wave of hesitation. The yellow-green bodily fluids, greasy and fragmented fat, and lymphatic membranes left no place to step. He was uncertain whether collecting these remnants counted as harvesting the main body. Greed. The names of the materials had all changed, thus it required further inspection. Scythe King Blade, E-Class Royal Level. Type. Royal Alien Material Description. The forearm of an E-Class Quasi-Owl, possessing hardness and sharpness equivalent to that of mithril. Can be used as a material for crafting specialized biological weapons. Usage condition. Intermediate forging proficiency or above. Scythe King Shell, E-Class Royal Level. Type. Royal Alien Material Description. The shell of an E-Class Quasi-Owl, possessing hardness and sharpness equivalent to that of mithril. Can be used as a material for crafting specialized biological armor. Usage condition. Intermediate forging proficiency or above. Next, let us examine the blood. E-Class Royal Alien Blood. Type. Special Material Description. Blood produced by E-Class Royal Alien creatures, possessing strong alienation energy, with a wide range of applications. It can be consumed by alien creatures to accelerate their growth, and there is a minuscule chance of obtaining royal bloodlines, resulting in alien gene evolution. It can also be used in crafting biological weapons, significantly enhancing their power, with a certain probability of acquiring royal skills. If used for crafting lower-level biological weapons, it will inherit one alien biological skill from the original material. Alienation energy value, 500. No doubt, this must be properly stored for significant future use. The last item, and the one of greatest concern to him, Scythe Owl Larva Egg, E-Class type. E-Class larval egg description. Upon hatching, it will give birth to a Scythe Owl larva, which, when properly nurtured, will evolve into a highly aggressive and loyal E-Class elite alien Scythe Owl. Hatching recognition conditions. 5 units of high-purity alien protein, mastery of basic nurturing skills. Close incubation for 10 seconds, and the first being seen by the hatchling must be the incubator. Current status, not yet hatched. As expected, it was indeed an alien creature's egg, 10 in total. Scythe owls, when fully grown, possess significant power and do not appear unattractive, resembling a flying mantis in their evolved form. At the royal level, they can effortlessly hunt several intermediate hunting warriors. Unfortunately, this creature's final evolution leads only to elite scythe owls, which, at best, can serve as elite warriors. In the hands of others, they represent considerable combat strength. In his possession, they would merely be burdens. However, it is the fortune of these larval eggs that they have fallen into Lu Ming's hands, offering him a chance to defy fate. Ultimate Ascension. Chapter 56. Selection of Primary Proficiency Books. Prompt. Please select the Ascension grade, 2nd grade. Prompt. Ascending the Scythe Owl Larva Egg requires the consumption of 1,000 specialized crystals. Did you add an extra 0? When ascending a B-class mutated larval egg to S-class, it only cost 3,500. Oh wait, at that time, he was ascending not the mutated larval egg but the material from the resource box. It was a design flaw of the resource box that allowed him to raise the box's level while simultaneously changing the contents within. Otherwise, at this ascension rate, directly elevating a B-class mutated larval egg to S-class could cost over 10,000. Instantly feeling a sense of immense profit, Lu Ming glanced at the number of specialized crystals in his spatial satchel, 12320. He could be considered part of the affluent class. Before reaching the northern suburbs, he had nearly exhausted his crystals, leaving him with a dismal 663. Now, after decomposing 11 southern cold people's corpses and inheriting their legacies, he had exceeded 10,000 crystals once again, prompting him to reflect that slaying humans was indeed highly lucrative. Prompt. Would you like to consume 1,000 specialized crystals to ascend the Scythe Owl Larva Egg to the ancient Scythe Emperor Egg? Just as Lu Ming was reveling in multiple joys, the Ascension prompt roused him. Ancient Scythe Emperor? Click to view. Ancient Scythe Emperor, C-Class Royal. Type. Royal Larval Egg Description. Upon hatching, it will give birth to a lineage of ancient scythe owls, which, when properly nurtured, will evolve into an exceptionally powerful and uniquely loyal innate hunter, the C-Class Royal Ancient Scythe Emperor. Hatching recognition conditions. 100 units of alien energy, mastery of basic nurturing skills. Close incubation for 30 minutes, and the first being seen by the hatchling must be the incubator. C-Class, Royal Impressive. Without question, it must be ascended. Just not at this moment. Cancel. The current specialized crystals need to be prioritized for the resource box. After all, once the box ascends, the items within can be further enhanced. Should a substantial consumption arise, he wouldn't be able to immediately relish the shock brought by new items. He tucked the 10 scythe owl larva eggs into his pocket for safekeeping. If there were any remaining later, he would hatch them on the spot. The sooner they emerged, the sooner he could nurture them, turning them into his combat power, which would be far more useful than humans, given their unique loyalty and absence of complications. Stepping into the viewing hall, the entire space was in disarray. The movie screen had vanished without a trace, leaving only 3 boxes arranged in a triangular formation, untouched, in the location where the quasi-owl had fallen. Reflecting on the alien state of the Kong Baoshu factory and combining it with the alien distribution here, Lu Ming suddenly experienced a strong sense of déjà vu. It was as if the space had been deliberately constructed as a nest by a sub-boss to guard the treasure chests. After scanning the entire area with the eye of truth and confirming that there were no remaining traces of alien creatures, he finally approached the front of the screen with Chushua. Purple, blue, white. Level 3, Level 2, Level 1. The resource boxes shimmered with corresponding colored halos, as if energy danced within every corner of the containers. Following his usual protocol, he began with the lowest level to see what was available. Identification. Level 1 resource box, special item, type, container. 5 pieces of delightful chocolate and a bottle of multifunctional sports drink lay within. Undeniably, this is a first-tier supply box, offering items that are grounded in practicality. While one might argue that elevating such items holds little significance, merely a couple of tiers higher in the hierarchy of food, the principle of fairness dictates that no distinction should be made. A first-tier box is still a treasure, is it not? Ultimate elevation. Prompt. Please select the elevation tier, Tier 2. Prompt. Elevating the first-tier supply box requires the consumption of 200 specialized crystals. Do you confirm the consumption of 200 specialized crystals to elevate the first-tier supply box to a third-tier supply box? 200 crystals? Well, let us proceed. It's somewhat pricey, particularly since the box cannot be taken away. Yet, to not elevate it feels somewhat regretful, as if leaving something undone. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Ming sighed and decided it was not worth fretting over the 200 specialized crystals. Confirmed. With a flash, the first-tier supply box disintegrated and swiftly restructured, akin to a printed design. The white box transformed into a purple one, and its contents evolved accordingly. Third-tier supply box, special item, category, container. Description, contains 5 packs of delectable chocolate and a 100 milliliters intermediate warrior energy liquid. The chocolate quantity increased from 5 pieces to 5 packs, with both quantity and quality significantly enhanced. As for the intermediate warrior nutrient liquid, it seemed reminiscent of something obtained from the decomposition of Jin Taixiang's corpse, albeit at a primary level. Opening the supply box, Lu Ming momentarily disregarded the chocolate and instead retrieved the energy liquid. The test tube was sealed impeccably, and the pale blue liquid emanated a refreshing visual allure, possessing an inexplicable attraction. Identification. Intermediate warrior energy liquid, 100 milliliters, category, consumable. Particularly beneficial for those endowed with extraordinary speed. It is regarded as an essential remedy for stealthy escapes and survival. Let us attempt a Tier 2 elevation. Ultimate elevation. Prompt. Elevating the intermediate warrior energy liquid requires the consumption of 100 specialized crystals. Do you confirm the consumption of 100 specialized crystals to elevate the intermediate warrior nutrient liquid to the ultimate warrior nutrient liquid? Indeed. The progression aligns seamlessly with the elevation of specialized tiers. It solely reflects the elevation influenced by personal realms, rather than a significant leap in tiers. Thus, he had refrained from attempting to elevate the specialized tiers. Even if a substantial leap were possible, it would undoubtedly yield greater benefits as one advances further. Ideally, one should wait until reaching the utmost limit before embarking on another elevation operation, ascending to the highest echelons. Ahem. That might be a touch overdramatic. Cancel. Products of the same category need not be scrutinized. Aside from the restrictions on recovery levels, they are essentially replicas. Casting a glance at the chocolate. The packaging bore a whimsical charm, adorned with multicolored ribbons, encasing monochromatic chocolate pieces that presumably corresponded to the label of delectable variety. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had never held much interest in food, perhaps stemming from childhood deprivations, which evolved into adult burdens. Thus, he simply stowed it away in his spatial satchel without a second thought. Next, his gaze shifted to the second-tier supply box, and his eye twitched slightly. This item had left him with an immense regret. Today, he was determined to make amends, even if it contained merely a feather. Identification. Second-tier supply box, special item, category, container. Description, contains a book on beginner proficiency selection. What is this? Upon seeing the contents of the box, Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. Then his heart blossomed with joy. What is this? Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Relying on oneself is inferior to destiny. The coveted forging proficiency had finally arrived. Moreover, it presented a unique opportunity for dual elevation. What are we waiting for? Let us get straight to it. Ultimate elevation. Prompt. Elevating the second-tier supply box requires the consumption of 1,500 specialized crystals. Do you confirm the elevation of the second-tier supply box to a fourth-tier supply box? Isn't this leap a bit abrupt? Well, it's no matter. It was anticipated, as the crystals were prepared for such a purpose. Confirmed. The second-tier supply box disintegrated, reconstituting into a fourth-tier supply box. Unlike the fifth-tier supply box's dazzling brilliance, the fourth-tier supply box radiated a warm orange hue. Henceforth, Lu Ming had experienced all tiers from 1 to 5. They were categorized by color from lowest to highest: white, blue, purple, orange, and gold. Identification. One must never neglect the established procedures, for often, fatal errors stem from habitual thinking. Fourth-tier supply box, special item, category, container. Description: contains a book on advanced proficiency selection. Excellent. The item remains the same, merely upgraded from beginner to advanced. Pressing the orange-red button, the lid of the box shrank and folded. The inner core slowly rose, revealing a blue skill book. Advanced proficiency selection book, special item, category, skill book. Description: upon use, one may choose a skill from advanced parenting, advanced driving, advanced tailoring, advanced culinary arts, advanced gardening, or advanced forging. The option to select rather than directly acquire reignited a bold idea in Lu Ming's mind. If the supply box is elevated once, and the selection book is elevated once, could the singular skill obtained be elevated once more? Having thought it, he acted. Practice reveals truth. Ultimate elevation. Please select Tier 2. Prompt: elevating the advanced proficiency selection book requires the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals. Do you confirm the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate the advanced proficiency selection book to a master level proficiency selection book? Master level? Oh my, that sounds rather impressive. However, the consumption of specialized crystals seems somewhat excessive. Advanced proficiency falls within the C-level skill category. For Tier 2 elevation, master level likely qualifies as an A-level skill. Transitioning from C to A for a singular skill, if focused on elevation, the cost would peak at 1,000. Typically, it could be around 500. Given such exorbitance, it is reasonable to assume that the proficiency selection serves as the foundation for all proficiency skills, thus holding greater rarity. It feels a bit steep. Should the elevation fail, he could potentially lose 1,000 or even 1,500 specialized crystals. Is this a sound investment? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming shook his head internally. One must adopt a broader perspective. Upon reflection, even if it fails, the loss would merely be 1,000 crystals. However, should he succeed, he would acquire a foundational proficiency that could surpass S level in the future. In terms of long-term benefits, the potential gains are boundless. Confirmed. With a flash, the blue advanced proficiency selection book dissolved, and the particles reformed into a purple master-level proficiency selection book. Prompt: master-level proficiency selection book detected. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes. Prompt: please select the proficiency skill to acquire. With a rustle, the book disassembled into a page panel. From blades and spears to axes and hooks, from agility and firearms to medicine and mechanics, education and technology, among countless others, it detailed hundreds of proficiency categories. This volume could rightfully be termed an encyclopedia of proficiencies. Regrettably, this encyclopedia contained only a table of contents. Each proficiency skill, when opened, revealed a succinct summary, mastering the technology upon acquisition. Thus, it extinguished any thoughts of reading or analysis. I shall choose forging proficiency. To be honest, upon seeing the medical and pharmaceutical skills, Lu Ming felt a slight stir within. After all, medicine can save lives, and pharmaceuticals can resolve health issues, likely serving as combat assistance as well. For instance, restoring stamina, boosting strength, enhancing speed, expanding endurance, stimulating the mind, extracting toxins, and crafting poisons. Especially in the creation of toxins, combined with long-range weaponry, in a scenario where the current medical system has collapsed and no antidote is available. It becomes a death sentence. Whoever is touched shall perish. Alas, Lu Ming is an unwavering loyalist. Having pledged to master the art of forging, he is resolute in his choice. He cannot allow the exotic materials within his spatial pouch to go to waste. He absolutely must not let his persona unravel. Other proficiencies can be learned later. He intends to acquire them all. None shall escape his grasp. Congratulations. You have acquired the A-level skill, master-level forging proficiency. Would you like to learn it immediately? No. There remains one step to complete, the ultimate sublimation. Is this a joke? A sense of foreboding gripped him. Reluctantly, Lu Ming repeated in silence, ultimate sublimation. Notice, this item has already undergone sublimation and cannot be further sublimated. Damn it. Just as he was about to express his frustration, his gaze fell upon the initial snow in his arms. His anger diminished significantly. He could not lose his composure over a mere 1,000 specialized crystals. Inhale, exhale, and once more. Excellent, perfectly adjusted. Holding the master-level forging proficiency in his hands, Lu Ming found clarity in practice. The designated skill book encompassed all similar skills, representing a collective that thrives together. Utilizing sublimation on this collective is tantamount to applying it to all individual components contained within. In contrast, the random skill book appears to focus on grade ranges, emphasizing the intervals. Thus, the skills obtained through sublimation can be further enhanced. With this understanding, Lu Ming's discontent waned considerably. In truth, this risky investment was bound to happen sooner or later, if not now, then later, perhaps with even higher stakes, leading to greater losses. Adjusting his mindset, Lu Ming initiated the learning process anew. Notice, are you certain you wish to learn master-level forging proficiency? Confirmed. Just as Lu Ming finalized his proficiency, outside the Starshine district, in an abandoned building, Jin Zhenghe, drenched in blood, sat atop a pile of 3 or 4 corpses, coldly gazing down at a South Han man lying on the ground. He spoke calmly. Cheng Xian, given our childhood together and our close friendship, I can grant you a final word. Song Cheng Xian, with bloodshot eyes, rasped, Jin Zhenghe, you will surely be punished. Just as he uttered half of his requiem, the sharp blade pierced the back of his skull, twisting to deliver a fatal blow. This final word was unworthy. I will pretend you never spoke it. However, the power provided by you and your compatriots will remain etched in my heart for eternity. I vow to ascend to the pinnacle of this world with the invaluable gift from my dear friends. The achievements that the great South Han could not realize on Blue Star, I, Jin Zhenghe, shall accomplish here. Collect. Whoosh. The body scattered and dissolved, and Jin Zhenghe's demeanor shifted from cold calm to frenzied excitement. Fixating on the specialized crystals within his spatial pouch, he grinned widely. I need just 1,000 more. Only 1,000 specialized crystals stand between me and the elevation to advanced hunter-warrior. At that moment, I shall slay dream moth larvae while awaiting Zhao Renjun from Pinga district and my foolish brother's triumphant return, and with a single strike, I shall ascend to the limit of warrior status. In this new world, I, Jin Zhenghe, shall be the king. I, Jin Zhenghe, shall be the emperor. How exhilarating. Ha! This is the paradise I have long desired. This is the world worthy of my existence. Chapter 58, Biological Weapons, the King of Crow's Battle Blade returning to Jintian district. The skill book in Lu Ming's hands dissipated, a purple light gradually coalescing. As it merged into his brow, he felt an influx of countless experiences and information about forging, as if awakening sealed memories. Successfully acquired master-level forging proficiency. Opening his character panel, the master-level forging proficiency was prominently displayed as the final skill. Master-level forging proficiency, a level, category, proficiency skill description, mastery of the forging techniques for equipment made from exotic biological materials, with master-level certification. The forging techniques are exceptionally refined, capable of crafting source-level equipment. Usage, silently invoke the forging function to access the equipment forging interface. After inputting exotic biological materials, the corresponding equipment recipes will automatically appear, identifying the equipment type based on the main material category. The success of forging is subject to a success rate, which increases with a higher proficiency level. Traits. Forging Master increases equipment forging success rate by an additional 40. Traits. Forging Master increases the probability of inheriting exotic biological skills by an additional 10. Traits. Forging Master, if equipment forging is successful, the probability of inheriting 2 or more exotic biological skills is increased by an additional 1. What on earth? Equipment forging has a success rate. The era of luck is omnipresent, isn't it? Glancing at the level 3 supply box before him and then at the master-level forging proficiency, Lu Ming stifled the impulse to open the box and silently invoked the forging function, eager to explore the intricacies of equipment forging. A vast interface unfolded before him. Lu Ming had anticipated a complex array of success rates, skill inheritance probabilities, and multi-skill probabilities, but he was surprised to find the entire interface remarkably simple, consisting of only 3 sections. On the left were 25 slots labeled Main Material. On the right were 25 slots labeled Auxiliary Material. In the center lay a technologically advanced mechanical forging furnace, featuring 5 slots arranged in a pentagonal formation, with the word weapon inscribed at the center. Surrounding it were 4 slots labeled probability material. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming felt grateful. Truly, the child had regurgitated. This was a mere modification of a certain game's enhancement system, wasn't it? Could they not put a little more thought into such an impressive function? Cursing aside, he had to utilize it. He retrieved the King of Crow's blade from his spatial pouch and tossed it into the main material area of the forging interface. Considering the previous relationships of inclusion and exclusion, Lu Ming chose to proceed cautiously with his first weapon, opting not to elevate the materials. A white light scanned the King of Crow's blade, and a prompt suddenly appeared. Notice, forging function scan complete. Main material identified as a weapon, recipe pairing successful. Please select a forging recipe. With a rustle, pages flipped, and a list of crafting recipes cascaded down from the left side of the interface. King of Crow's battle blade, King of Crow's scythe, and that was it. Yes, you read it correctly. The illustrious material could only forge 2 categories. Amused yet exasperated, Lu Ming was fortunate that one of the 2 options happened to align with his expertise in bladed weapons, where he would have needed to acquire proficiency in another weapon type. The King of Crow's battle blade, by name, undoubtedly exudes an aura of majesty. As for the scythe, based on past impressions, it likely exudes a cool and flashy vibe. Tall, elegant women, fierce yet beautiful, wielding such weapons would be a sight to behold. What? You ask about Lolis? Lolis should undoubtedly wield heavy hammers. With pink hair dragging along the ground and deep-set eyes, smiling sweetly. Ahem, I digress. The scythe leans towards the niche, but it should still fall under the category of polearm weapons. Unfortunately, he lacked proficiency in polearms, and he had no interest in weapons that relied on striking the enemy with the weapon's head. A grand, sweeping battle blade with a vast killing surface was most suitable. The King of Crow's battle blade was the perfect match. Clicking on the King of Crow's battle blade, he confirmed the recipe selection. Notice, forging the King of Crow's battle blade requires 8 units of the main material, King of Crow's blade, 2 units of auxiliary material, and 500 specialized crystals. What the hell? 500 specialized crystals is one thing, but it requires 8 of the King of Crow's blades. He only has 12 in total, thanks to the double output from his greed. Fortunately, he did not elevate the materials. Otherwise, should the quantity required for the main material change, he would have to elevate each individual King of Crow's blade, which would be an immense burden, with the risk of unforeseen changes looming. Thus, it is prudent to engage in a conventional forging for the first attempt. Reluctantly, I cast 7 Scythe King blades and 2 Scythe King shells into the primary and auxiliary material slots. Suddenly, the mechanical forging furnace illuminated with a pulsating energy effect. Enhancement. Sufficient primary and auxiliary materials along with specialized crystals for the Scythe King's war blade. Amplification materials have not yet been added. Would you like to commence forging in this state? Current success rate, 110, base 70, additional 40 from Master Forger. Probability of inheriting Scythe King skills, 15, base 5. Additional 10 from Master Forger, can be further enhanced by adding foreign blood. Probability of inheriting 2 or more skills, 15, base 5. Additional 1 from Master Forger. Can be further enhanced by adding foreign blood. Remarkable. I am somewhat surprised that the basic success rate for mithril-grade biological weapons can reach as high as 70. Coupled with the mastery of a forger, it skyrockets to 110. However, the probability of inheriting foreign skills seems rather low, merely 15. The odds of inheriting more than 2 skills are preposterous. 15%? It feels like a cruel jest. I possess some foreign blood, yet I am reluctant to use it on my first weapon. This blade is intended as a backup to mitigate any unforeseen issues when crafting more advanced materials later. It is wise to retain a safety net. Confirmed. The furnace roars to life, and as the brilliant light transitions, a dazzling golden glow flickers, leaving me momentarily stunned by the program's prompt. Perfect forging. Congratulations, you have created a fully inheritable Scythe King Warblade. What on earth? Perfect forging? Full inheritance? What is this? As I retrieve the weapon, my initial bewilderment is swiftly replaced by astonishment. By heavens, is this blade not excessively magnificent? As a denizen of Blue Star, particularly from Huaxia, my perception of blades is profound. This gleaming weapon I now hold, with its hilt and guard reflecting a rich essence of the Scythe King's shell, features a blade that resembles a broad, straight sword. Its tip is not curved, but rather meets at a sharp angle, and the blade is adorned with intricate, vein-like fissures. I eagerly grasp the hilt, and an inexplicable sensation floods my consciousness, imparting the feeling that this blade is not merely an object, but a living entity. Simultaneously, upon contact, the previously dull fissures along the blade erupt with a resplendent green luminescence, as if awakened to consciousness, pulsating rhythmically with my heartbeat. Chapter 59. Alloy Grade. Upon further inspection, I am still left in awe. Appraisal. Scythe King Warblade. Mithril Grade. Category: E-Class King Level. Biological Weapon Description: blade length 150 centimeters, hilt length 33 centimeters, blade width 22 centimeters, net weight 500 kilograms. Master Level Forging Craftsmanship. E-Class King Level. Exotic Materials, integrated with top-tier bioengineering from the Galax Star System. Designed as a new weapon for specialized warriors to harness exotic energy. Characteristics: triggers a rare perfect forging, fully inherits all brutal Scythe King skills. Inherited skills: mithril cutting, blade piercing, giant acid compression cannon, cross pulse, specialized biological energy, 1000 exotic biological activity, 6000 gulp. My throat constricts as I bask in the brilliance of my surprise. This perfect forged biological weapon is indeed formidable. Firstly, it is colossal, measuring a total length of 183 centimeters, which is significant. Secondly, its weight. At 500 kilograms, unless one is a mid-level hunting warrior, handling it fluidly may prove challenging. With a casual swing, the sound of slicing air resembles celestial music, enchanting me. Glancing down, I notice Chushua's eyes are glazed, perhaps drowsy or captivated by the radiant glory of the blade. Regardless, I must find a suitable place to set her down, though I enjoy the comfort of holding her soft form. It may not be pleasant for her if I exert force while wielding the blade. Retrieving the weapon does not occur in a void. Rather, it manifests as a shadowy silhouette, akin to furniture within a game sanctuary. An idea strikes me. I wonder if I can position the furnishings in midair, allowing the bed to float freely. Unfortunately, that is not permitted. Even an uneven surface is unacceptable. A slight disappointment lingers. If such an operation were feasible, it would add a new dimension to combat tactics, such as high-altitude drops. Alas, the spatial pouch offers no loopholes, and I must adhere to a stable descent. Having arranged the bed, I gently place Chushua down, initially intending to continue my exploration of the Scythe King Warblade. I am taken aback when Chushua grasps my hand and places it atop her head. I pause briefly, then smile. "Do you wish for me to lull you to sleep?" "Humph." I chuckle, but Chushua earnestly nods, then releases my hand, pulling the blanket up to her nose and gently closing her eyes. In that fleeting moment, my heart begins to melt. Even the grandeur of the Scythe King Warblade pales in comparison. A smile unconsciously curls my lips as my fingers weave through her snowy hair, captivated by the tranquility emanating from her. I feel as though I could gaze upon her forever. Only when her breaths become steady do I gradually cease my movements, not out of reluctance, but out of concern that my roughness may inadvertently rouse her. Just as I withdraw my hand, a golden thread emerges from my ring finger, extending towards her hand, connecting at the same spot on her finger. Faced with this phenomenon, I am initially taken aback, surprised by Chushua's unprecedented action. Yet, upon reflection, I dismiss this notion. It is impossible. How could Chushua, as an original exotic being of this world, comprehend the matrimonial symbol exclusive to Blue Star? It must be mere coincidence. Her fear of distance and the bond we share led her to misalign our hands. This misunderstanding is irrefutable proof of her ignorance regarding its significance. Understanding this, I feel no sorrow. Rather, I am filled with joy. Such unintended coincidences are indeed precious, affirming that fate has intertwined our paths. As I await Chushua's awakening, I intend to impart a small lesson on the proper symbolism of our bond, ensuring that any future entanglement of golden threads wraps around the ring finger of my left hand. There are no ulterior motives. I merely wish to lend greater significance to this gesture. When I attempt to distance myself, I discover that Chushua has not restricted my movement. The golden thread appears infinitely extensible, showing no signs of tension even as I reach the entrance of the Shadow Hall. Having expended 2 specialized crystals to elevate my luxurious viewing seat, I cannot abandon Chushua here alone. While the young scythe creatures below must indeed be dealt with, there is no need to compress every available space. In this desolate wasteland, devoid of mercy, one must seek their own tranquility amidst the strain, otherwise, they risk succumbing to their own oppression. Holding the luxurious chair as I approach the opposite side of the bed, I position myself facing the entrance of the shadow hall. Standing vigil beside Chushua, I open my spatial pouch and retrieve the Scythe King Warblade. Its ability to be stored in the pouch indicates it is not a living entity, yet the peculiar sensation it imparts leaves me in a state of confusion. Could this truly be an illusion? Regardless, I shall not dwell on whether it is a living or inanimate object. If it proves useful, it is indeed a treasure. Calming my thoughts and clearing my mind, I refocus my attention. While dynamic experimentation may not be fitting at this moment, I am eager to explore new information. However, before delving into research, I wish to attempt the sublimation of the Scythe King Warblade. Ultimate sublimation. In the depths of his mind, a silent chant echoed as the program's prompt materialized. Prompt. Please select the sublimation tier, second tier. Prompt. To subliminate the E-Class Secret Silver Bioweapon, the Owl King Battleblade. 500 specialized crystallization blocks are required. Confirm the consumption of 500 specialized crystallization blocks to elevate the Owl King Battleblade to C-Class Alloy-Grade Ancient Emperor Blade. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, leaning forward by 2 inches, fixating on the items required in the prompt, articulating each syllable. Specialized crystallization blocks? Alas, it seems the materials needed for sublimation have escalated. 500 specialized crystallization blocks equate to 50,000 specialized crystallization units. Are the costs of sublimating bioweapons truly this exorbitant? A glance at the C-Class alloy. Identification. Ancient Emperor Blade. Alloy Grade. Category. C-Class Ancient Emperor Bioweapon. Description. Blade length 145 centimeters. Handle length 36 centimeters. Blade width 22 centimeters. Net weight 5,000 kilograms. Composed of C-Class Ancient Emperor exotic materials. Master-level forging craftsmanship. Infused with the pinnacle of technology from the Galax star system. Possessing a subtle intellect. Exhibiting primal instincts from its former life. Users must gain the bioweapon's recognition to wield it, and forceful usage will result in recoil. Recommended mastery level, Apocalypse War King. Characteristics. Triggers a 1 in a million perfect forging, fully inheriting all skills of the ancient Owl Emperor. Inherited skills. Alloy Cutting, Blade Storm, Miniature Convergence Cannon, Death Cross / Specialized Bioenergy. 1, 000, 010, 000 Bioweapon Activity. 3, 000, 030, 000 Chapter 60. This is perfection. What in the world is this? A subtle intellect, exhibiting primal instincts? Does it require recognition to wield? Recommended mastery level, Apocalypse War King? My goodness. Has the weaponry of the Galax star system reached such heights? Will we one day converse with our weapons? This technological prowess is indeed mesmerizing. Examining the data of the ancient Emperor Blade closely, Lu Ming acknowledged its impressive attributes. The unique perfect forging of the original Owl King Battleblade can be inherited by the ancient Emperor Blade, with its 4 skills receiving comprehensive upgrades. Next, understanding this new term, specialized bioenergy, became his focus, and he clicked to investigate. Specialized bioenergy, the specialized energy consumed when unleashing bioskills. Rechargeable using specialized crystallization blocks, with each block equating to 10 points of specialized energy. Well, it seems we have yet another insatiable beast consuming resources. Thankfully, the ancient Emperor Blade's ascent is currently beyond his means. Even if it were attainable, he would lack the capability to utilize it. Subconsciously, Lu Ming glanced at the specialized crystallization blocks in his satchel, his expression instantly darkening. 8118. The threshold for a 10,000-unit household has been breached. Considering the subsequent high expenditures, Lu Ming could only lament inwardly. He still had armor to forge and a level 3 resource box yet to open. The specialized level had stagnated, the awakening power remained unutilized, and the rations for Chushua were woefully inadequate. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to devote the afternoon to relentless hunting of exotic species. Vowing to become a high-tier hunting warrior without respite, he scrutinized the 4 skills one by one. Secret Silver Cutting, released through Silent Incantation, consuming 10 points of specialized bioenergy. Scythe Penetration, released through Silent Incantation, consuming 10 points of specialized bioenergy. Giant Acid Compression Cannon, released through Silent Incantation, consuming 10 points of specialized bioenergy. Cross Pulse, released through Silent Incantation, consuming 20 points of specialized bioenergy, and thus concluded the inquiry. There were no skill effects or descriptions of execution, only the consumption details. It appears that, rather than mere observation, bioweapons advocate for the user's direct experience. For the time being, he would set this aside and examine the next item. Exotic bioactivity. Frequent use of bioweapons will deplete the bioactivity within them. When bioactivity reaches zero, the exotic powers will fall into dormancy, rendering the weapon incapable of manifesting its exotic characteristics, devolving into a standard blade, revealing its true durability. Protected under the guise of bioactivity. Once durability hits zero, the bioweapon is rendered useless. Feeding it exotic blood can restore bioactivity, with the recovery value equivalent to the energy contained within the blood. This mechanism is quite ingenious. In other words, as long as one possesses ample exotic blood, a bioweapon could last indefinitely. Indeed, Lu Ming felt he had grasped the essence of bioweapons. They outclass ordinary blades in every conceivable aspect, truly deserving of their status as the pinnacle of Galax Star System technology. Closing the information panel on the Owl King battle blade, he rummaged through his satchel for the Owl King shell, momentarily setting aside his desire to forge armor. He had succumbed to the allure of bioweapons and had joined the queue for the Level 3 resource box. Now, he must revert to his original plans. Level 3 resource box, special item, category, container description, contains a dose of mental stimulation elixir, 1 use. Mental stimulation elixir? A new product. Mental stimulation elixir, category, consumable effect. When injected, it revitalizes potential, resetting all abilities to their unused state. Uses, one-time cooldown item. Lu Ming instantly recognized the prototype of this elixir. The Level 3 resource box never fails to surprise. With it, he could utilize the awakening power twice within a day, sustaining an hour of enhanced strength. Its only drawback is that it can only be used once. However, it can be sublimated. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select the sublimation tier, second tier. Prompt. Sublimation of the mental stimulation elixir, 5 uses, requires 4,000 specialized crystallization blocks. Confirm the consumption of 4,000 specialized crystallization blocks to elevate the mental stimulation elixir, 5 uses, to mental stimulation elixir, 20 uses. Confirmed. This is one of the rare instances where he did not grumble about the exorbitant cost of sublimation. In fact, upon witnessing such a substantial increase in usage, even 10,000 specialized crystallization blocks would not deter him from acquiring it. This is a genuine lifeline for survival. With 20 uses of the mental stimulation elixir, under maximum awakening power, one could wield it for 200 minutes. Moreover, his awakening power has not yet undergone sublimation. Otherwise, with the sublimated version of awakening power, utilizing the elixir at full capacity, he could easily slay even the divine. Perhaps that sounds a bit too boastful. Let us say he could conquer those beneath the divine. As for why the awakening power has not yet been sublimated, there are meticulous considerations in his mind. He is wary, concerned about the dramatic increase in the consumption of specialized crystals required for each level of awakened power after sublimation. One might find that the initial requirement of 1,000 crystals to advance from level 1 to level 2 could escalate to as much as 10,000, or even tens of thousands post-sublimation. Consequently, one could spend an entire day without progressing a single level, rendering the power inferior to a fully leveled awakened force, a considerable loss indeed. It would be more prudent to fully upgrade the awakened power first, and then utilize ultimate sublimation to elevate its tier, thereby directly attaining a high-tier power at maximum level, which would indeed be a perfect strategy. In Chapter 61, the world does not provide, so I create. The mental stimulation elixir gradually transforms during the ultimate sublimation process. The potion, originally the thickness of a thumb, expands to the size of a wrist. The syringe, too, undergoes a sublime refinement, ultimately enveloped in a peculiar energy pulsation. Notification: mental stimulation elixir, 5 times. Successfully sublimated to mental stimulation elixir, 20 times. Lu Ming carefully retrieves the suspended mental stimulation elixir for safekeeping. Can he afford to be careless with the expenditure of 7,500 specialized crystals? Casting a glance at the remaining crystals, Lu Ming reclines, closing his eyes and pressing his lips tightly together. 618 crystals. This number is now too painful to behold. The cost is exorbitant. Indeed, immense power comes at a price. The forging of armor takes a back seat. Yes, there is still the ancient egg of the Harbinger. At this moment, it resides in his pocket, awaiting hatching but lacking the necessary crystals. After a brief silence, he ultimately opens the trading interface. The list of goods continues to grow, with an increasing variety of items. The tools category is vast, and the weapons category is beginning to flourish as well. Yet, 99 of the offerings are of black iron grade, with most items being necessities for daily life, and those available for trade are primarily of this nature. Requests for the exchange of specialized crystals and skill books languish at the bottom of the list, untouched for hours. What is this called? A price war. Who would use specialized crystals to trade for weapons when they can exchange for essential supplies? For an ordinary person, a single crystal is a treasure earned through life and death struggles. How could they easily part with it? Presently, his combat power allows him to effortlessly dispatch larvae, yielding only 2 crystals per kill. Even elite-level mature harbingers are similarly dispatched, yet they yield tenfold the crystals of the larvae. If only there existed a locale teeming with elite harbingers, slaying thousands in one go would surely lead to immediate advancement. Unfortunately, such places are rare. Perhaps only the core area's police headquarters might offer a chance. But to access that realm, one must at least reach the apex of hunting warriors. As he ponders this, Lu Ming suddenly freezes. Sitting up straight, his left hand instinctively moves to his forehead, only to quickly cover his mouth and nose, glancing around before bursting into laughter. He is far too slow. His reaction is astonishingly sluggish. It is challenging to find a dense cluster of elite harbingers, but aren't there swarms of harbinger larvae everywhere? If anything can be sublimated, why not these alien creatures? The world does not provide. I, Lu Ming, shall create. With this thought igniting his excitement, Lu Ming can no longer contain his eagerness. He gazes at the peacefully napping Chushua, gently pulls back the covers, and cradles her in his arms. Discarding the lavish 3-piece set and the luxurious viewing chair, turning to exit, he must test this idea. Otherwise, the itch of curiosity will be unbearable. Meanwhile, he cannot help but praise Chushua for being so adorably obedient. Upon realizing she has been lifted, her eyes flutter open slightly. Seeing her master, she wraps her arms around his neck and drifts back into slumber, displaying no hint of annoyance at being disturbed. Truly, she is an angel, gracing his presence. The corpses left by the Southern Cold People's slaughter divide the entire 4th floor area into 2 sections. Roughly estimating, there are still around 1,000 harbinger larvae on this floor. If sublimation is successful, it would yield a gross profit of 20,000. Approaching the nearest harbinger larvae, Lu Ming silently intones, Ultimate Sublimation. Notification, please select Sublimation Tier, 2nd tier. Notification, sublimating E-grade larval harbinger requires the consumption of 100 specialized crystals. Confirm the expenditure of 100 specialized crystals to elevate the harbinger larvae to E-grade elite harbinger? 100. Is this reasonable? It takes only 20 crystals to collect from a single harbinger. So, after augmenting the strength of the alien, I must still pay an additional 80 crystals? This is absurd. Cancel. Direct sublimation to a harbinger seems unfeasible. Perhaps I should try the harbinger pupa. Ultimate sublimation. Notification, please select sublimation tier, 1st tier. Notification, sublimating E-grade larval harbinger requires the consumption of 20 specialized crystals. What the? Lu Ming's face darkens, feeling thoroughly frustrated. Cancel. This is ridiculous. The cost of sublimating an alien creature is wholly disproportionate to the output. Honestly, he feels a bit disheartened. He had thought he discovered an incredibly brilliant sublimation technique, only to find that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Must he truly resort to the mundane task of killing monsters in a methodical manner? Silently sighing, Lu Ming is about to casually collect the corpses he had previously left behind when a spark of inspiration flickers in his mind. The cost of sublimating a living creature is immense. What about sublimating a corpse? Might there be a difference? With this thought, Lu Ming himself finds it hard to believe. Aren't they the same thing? Could a corpse be sublimated into a few crystals? Chuckling to himself, he adopts a lottery-like attitude and decides to give it a try. Uttering, Ultimate Sublimation. Notification, please select Sublimation Tier, 2nd tier. Notification, sublimating the corpse of a harbinger larva requires no consumption of specialized crystals. Confirm to elevate the harbinger larva corpse to harbinger corpse? Huh, I knew it. What the? Blinking in surprise, Lu Ming rereads the program information, his heart racing with exhilaration. How is this given for free? Confirm. Damn it. This roller coaster of emotions has shaken my confidence. Confirm. To ensure his masculine dignity. He shouts once more. As the Harbinger larva corpse disintegrates and reconstitutes, it transforms into a 2-meter-long elite Harbinger. The corpse remains intact, yet its chest bears a gaping hole, precisely at its weak point, with the wound and scars mirroring those from its larval stage. Greed. Successfully decomposed Harbinger corpse. Obtaining 20 specialized crystals for Harbinger blades, 10 Harbinger shells, and 200 milliliters of ordinary alien blood. Seeing the crystals definitively enter his inventory, Lu Ming feels as though he is in a dream. However, these 20 crystals seem peculiar, as they do not stack with the remaining 618 crystals. Upon examining the Harbinger blades and shells, he finds them identical in nature. Frowning deeply, a striking hypothesis emerges in Lu Ming's mind. To validate this theory, he retrieves a single, separately stored specialized crystal and silently intones ultimate sublimation. Notification: case solved. They are items of the same origin, without a doubt. Materials birthed from the sublimated corpse cannot undergo sublimation again. This is akin to bound and unbound items in game mechanics. The binding determines tradability, while the origin determines sublimation eligibility. Chapter 62. Promotion. Advanced Hunting Warrior. There are no objections. This is entirely reasonable. Sublimating a corpse may seem to forfeit the opportunity for further sublimation of the crystals and materials. Yet, the quantity of materials and crystals acquired has shifted from low-grade alien outputs to the current high-grade alien yields. Is this not a different form of material sublimation? The key aspect is that it is free. In stark contrast to the expensive free-to-play games of Blue Star, this is genuinely free. Lu Ming was unaware of the vast disparity between living beings and corpses, nor did he comprehend how the ultimate sublimation determined its pricing standards. However, according to his understanding, the sublimation of vibrant life represented an extraordinary evolutionary leap. It encompassed not only the apparent enhancement, but also altered the future potential of the living organism, akin to defying destiny. In contrast, what is a corpse? Merely a soulless mass of flesh, a mere ingredient, or perhaps fertilizer. The sublimation of ingredients and fertilizer would undoubtedly be far less costly than that of genes and future potential. Yet, to be rendered free suggests that the ultimate sublimation does not regard the current alien corpses as suitable food or fertilizer for humanity. Ultimately, they were deemed waste. Even if waste were elevated to the status of high-grade waste, it would still remain waste. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the ultimate sublimation, he perceived the waste shimmering with a golden hue. With a click, the hand crossbow was drawn, and the bolts were loaded. The desire for slaughter surged. Whizzing through the air, a flurry of crossbow bolts was unleashed. The writhing Reaper larvae collapsed like grass being cut, evoking the vivid sensation of high-level humans slaughtering novice village monsters. Within 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 larvae succumbed to Lu Ming's hands, transforming into the original corpses left behind. Ultimate sublimation. The second stage commenced. Due to the inability to select corpses in bulk, he could only process them one by one. Lu Ming felt a pang of helplessness, realizing that this was perhaps the price of treading an unconventional path. With 1,000 Reaper larvae, he pondered how long it would take to achieve sublimation. Greed. Successfully decomposed Reaper corpse, obtained specialized crystal 280, Reaper blade 56, Reaper shell 140, portable crossbow bolt 14. Successfully decomposed Reaper corpse, obtained specialized crystal 360, Reaper blade 72, Reaper shell 180, portable crossbow bolt 18. As the corpses expanded in size post-sublimation, it became impossible to resolve them all at once. He could only sublimate a portion and collect the rest. From the beginning until now, a full 40 minutes had elapsed. To claim he was not frustrated would be disingenuous. Yet, upon seeing the glittering specialized crystals in his satchel, that hint of frustration seemed trivial. In 40 minutes, he had processed 150 Reaper corpses, yielding a total of 23,000 specialized crystals, 600 Reaper blades, 500 Reaper shells, and 150 bottles of ordinary alien blood, each 200 milliliters. Such staggering rewards left him with no room for complaint, even if he were to spend another 40 minutes on it. Perhaps he felt a bit of regret for the corpses that had been processed. He mused over how much more crystal yield he could have accrued had he thought of this method sooner. Not to mention the 11 Southern Han individuals whose corpses, if elevated 2 tiers, could have yielded a staggering 20,510 crystals. Shaking his head, Lu Ming let it go. At the very least, he would be perfectly prepared for similar situations in the future. Exhaling deeply, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth, surveying the entire shopping mall for threats posed by alien creatures and humans alike. He located a lounge designated for authorized personnel only, opened the panel, and activated the specialization level. Prompt: detected sufficient quantity of specialized crystals in the spatial satchel. Would you like to consume 15,000 specialized crystals to elevate the specialization level to Advanced Hunter Warrior? Yes. The 15,000 specialized crystals were directly decomposed and refined from the spatial satchel, transforming into 15 drops of crystalline blue liquid that penetrated his satchel and surged into his back. A refreshing sensation enveloped him once more. His consciousness settled, and that mysterious inner vision emerged again. The 15 drops of crystalline blue liquid permeated through his clothing and flesh, evenly saturating his spine and gradually dispersing. As the liquid coursed through him, it left behind crystalline blue marks on his vertebrae, as if breaking free from the shackles of bone and blossoming into crystalline gems. This intricate transformation captivated Lu Ming, entirely unaware that in the realm outside, his spine was radiating an unusual blue light through his skin and flesh. The girl nestled in his arms. Chu Shui sensed the changes within Lu Ming as he advanced and gradually awakened from her slumber. Glancing at him, she reached out her small hand, and a multitude of golden threads extended from the lounge, morphing into transparent shapes, swiftly spreading throughout the entire mall within seconds. After completing this action, she leaned back against Lu Ming's shoulder. Outside the mall, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a few leaves from the greenery nearby. As the leaves brushed past the shopping plaza, they suddenly split into two, only to reveal a network of intersecting cuts the next moment, ultimately disintegrating into ash that scattered with the wind. Meanwhile, the scattered reaper larvae occupying the surrounding streets all surged toward the direction away from the mall, as if fleeing from an innate terror. Returning to the lounge, 5 minutes elapsed before Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a captivating glimmer of crystalline blue in his gaze. However, the brilliance faded as swiftly as it had appeared, reverting to his original black pupils in an instant. The clarity of his vision met with a pair of red eyes gazing up at him. Xiao Shui had awakened. Lu Ming greeted her with a smile. Chu Shui responded, wrapping her arms around Lu Ming's neck and resting her forehead against his cheek. This clingy nature delighted Lu Ming, and with a soft chuckle, he ruffled her hair, beginning to sense his evolved strength. Clenching his fist, he felt the surge of power and astonishment washed over him. He swung open the lounge door, locking onto a direction and dashing forward rapidly. The explosive speed left him in awe. If a mid-level hunter warrior possessed 3 times the strength of a junior hunter warrior, then an advanced hunter warrior boasted tenfold that strength. In terms of ordinary humans, that equated to a staggering 300 times their physical prowess. A punch delivered with such force was more terrifying than a bulldozer. For a fleeting moment, Lu Ming felt a sense of loss, as if he could no longer consider himself human. In that instant, he deeply understood that ascending to divinity was not beyond reach. As long as one's specialization level was sufficiently high, achieving feats akin to moving mountains and parting seas in the realm of fantasy was not merely a dream. With this thought, Lu Ming accessed the information panel and tapped on Advanced Hunter Warrior, prompting a description to appear. Advanced Hunter Warrior, a seasoned expert among hunter warriors. E-grade elite alien creatures are now a thing of the past. The king-level beings are his new target. An experienced individual, he can now face E-class king-level aliens head-on and even gain the upper hand. Consuming specialized crystals can elevate him to the ultimate hunter warrior, with progress at 861, 825, 000. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming glanced past the formidable progression requirement and withdrew the Reaper King Battleblade from his spatial satchel. Initially, it was to allow Xiao Shui to rest without disturbance. Previously, he had opted for the hand crossbow for its speed, but now, with time on his hands, he could not let the biological weapon-esque skills go untested. Gripping the battle blade, he steadied his mind, his expression sharpening as he silently chanted, "Cross pulse." With a flash, azure light erupted, enveloping the entire blade in a solidified halo. Suddenly, A surge of information flooded Lu Ming's mind. As if enlightenment had struck him without a teacher. He felt his center of gravity lower, his wrist rotate, and the Reaper King battle blade was drawn swiftly, unleashing 2 beams of particle light that shot forth, each spanning 10 meters. Chapter 63, The Battle Blade Feasts. Dust and debris flew as the particle light sliced through all in its path. A massive chasm cleaved through the entire 4th floor of the mall, penetrating walls and continuing for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Observing the aftermath, steel lay scorched red, concrete blackened, and all the facilities in the children's play area on the 4th floor had been incinerated. Such overwhelming destructive power astonished Lu Ming, while simultaneously providing him with a visceral understanding of the might possessed by king-level aliens. The kill radius extended 300 meters. The speed of flight nearly reached its maximum range. Was this supersonic? In his eyes, as a seasoned hunting warrior, the cross-pulse was not an insurmountable lethal strike. Yet it remained a whimsical endeavor for an intermediate hunting warrior. Even in unexpected circumstances, a senior hunting warrior could still deliver devastating blows. However, one aspect felt somewhat wasteful: the manner in which the cross was released. The question lingered whether this skill could be independently dismantled. The information acquired felt ethereal, akin to an undeveloped instinct for release, likely stemming from the biological traits of the brutal Hawk King. He resolved to try once more. Cross-pulse. The instinctive information within his consciousness prompted his wrist to move, reflexively drawing the blade to carve the cross. Indeed, it was a fixed release. Yet, this felt too discordant. A weapon is deemed a weapon because it can be wielded by humans, not the other way around. Thus, he needed to harness this instinct to release it according to his will. Therefore, just before the cross was fully formed, Lu Ming forcibly altered the trajectory of his blade, deflecting the upward arc of the blade away from the cross path, creating an angled strike. The skill remained unbroken. It was feasible. Lu Ming expressed his delight. As long as he could change the trajectory without terminating the skill, he could indeed assert control. Little did he know that as soon as a smile graced his face, a resistance began to seep from the hilt of the blade into his palm, traveling through his nerves to his brain. Frowning, Lu Ming gazed at the Hawk King warblade, particularly at the blade guard engraved with the Hawk King's head, where the blood-red eyes emitted a crimson glow. Whether it was an illusion or not, the glow appeared significantly brighter than before. Curiously, as he focused on the eyes, they seemed to gaze back at him, imbued with a hint of anger. Contemplating this peculiar sensation, Lu Ming intended to concentrate on his research, but the blade suddenly trembled, the crimson eyes dimming swiftly, and the anger dissipated in an instant. Lu Ming examined the blade closely, yet no anomalies were visible, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of imagination. But was it truly an illusion? Clearly not. It was the instinctive resistance of the biological weapon responding to his manipulation. However, the resistance was not substantial, likely due to the low tier of the biological weapon, which lacked the intelligence to retaliate effectively. While Lu Ming analyzed the peculiarities of the warblade, he failed to notice that the petite figure of Chushu, resting in his arms, had shifted her gaze away from the Hawk King warblade. The vibrant crimson in her eyes faded, her icy demeanor returning to one of ordinary tranquility and languor. Stealing a glance at Lu Ming, who remained perplexed by the transformations of the warblade, Chushu's lips curled into a gentle smile. Well, since he could not discern anything further, it was imperative to continue dismantling the skill. If another anomaly were triggered, it could lead to deeper exploration. Adjusting his mindset, Lu Ming steadied himself with the blade and once more intoned, cross-pulse. The azure light filled the blade, and the particle sword light surged forth. This time, the instinct for release in his mind did not manifest. 2 particle sword lights flew out in perfect parallel, unobstructed, without any sensation of passive release, which took Lu Ming by surprise. The outcome was indeed what he desired, yet the abruptness of the process felt somewhat jarring. The warblade had resisted. Surely, there should have been a period of acclimatization. Its compliance was rather sudden, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Therefore, he decided to unleash several more cross-pulses to regain his composure. Cross-pulse, cross-pulse, cross-pulse. 3 iterations unleashed 6 beams of sword light, intricately slicing through the wall before him. He was not exaggerating. The sensation of drawing the sword was exhilarating, especially since the skill seemed to have no cooldown, allowing for continuous use. Just as Lu Ming reveled in this discovery, the Hawk King Warblade became exceedingly hot to the touch. Upon inspection, the entire blade glowed a fiery red. Lu Ming fell silent as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, while the skills of a biological weapon had no cooldown, they came with inherent limitations, namely, their capacity. The frequent use of biological skills would generate heat, accelerating wear and tear. A glance at the Hawk King Warblade's information revealed specialized biological energy, 880-1000, alien biological activity, 3000-6000. As anticipated, after 6 cross pulses, the consumption of specialized biological energy was normal, yet the biological activity had halved, equating to nearly half its vitality. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he reassured himself that he possessed an abundance of alien blood, providing an opportunity to observe how the Hawk King Warblade absorbed it to replenish its vitality. Chushua, I'll set you down now. With one hand proving inadequate, Lu Ming gently placed Chushua beside him. He retrieved 200 milliliters of alien biological blood from his spatial bag and directed it towards the Hawk King Warblade, initially intending to pour it directly onto the blade. He was taken aback when the moment the alien blood approached, the entire blade seemed to come alive, sprouting several mercury-like tendrils. The tendrils coiled and intertwined, forming a cavity the size of a bowl. With a single glance, Lu Ming recognized it as the feeding channel of the Hawk King Warblade. Removing the stopper from the vial of ordinary alien blood, he poured its contents in. Instantly, a gulping sound resonated from within the cavity. To be candid, it was indeed peculiar yet undeniably fascinating, a weapon that consumed sustenance, and its manner of eating was surprisingly refined, far surpassing the gluttonous nature of the hawk larva. As the crimson energy of the blood gradually filled the blade, the biological activity of the Hawk King Warblade restored by 50 points. Attributed to the 200 milliliters of ordinary alien blood, the equivalent of mutated alien blood offered 100 points, while E-Class Royal Alien blood yielded 500 points. The latter two were too precious to expend, as they could amplify the likelihood of equipment inheriting alien skills. The former, however, was abundant and easily produced, allowing for replenishment after hunting larvae, thus serving as a renewable resource. With a crisp sound, the empty vial shattered in Lu Ming's hand, crumbling into dust. He observed the fine green powder in his palm, tilting his hand to let it cascade from his grasp, reaffirming the stringent nature of this world. The production of alien blood came with its own vial, which disintegrated upon use, leaving not a single trace behind, emphasizing a principle of reciprocity. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his voice, the feeding cavity paused momentarily before extending once more towards his hand. Chapter 64. I am indeed a romantic man. Wait, you can understand human speech? A mere mithril-level biological weapon, Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Lu Ming refer to it as merely a mithril-level weapon, the feeding cavity quirked in indignation. Can it even express emotions? How intriguing. This entity seemed starkly different from the descriptions provided. Only the ultimate sublimated ancient royal blade possessed a semblance of intellect, exhibiting instincts from its former life. What manner of being are you? A mere mithril-level weapon, yet you dare to display attitude. Grinning, Lu Ming teased the Hawk King Warblade, pouring the ordinary alien blood into the feeding cavity with fervor. He continued to feed until the biological activity of the Warblade was replenished, finally releasing the feeding cavity. However, he felt a complex mix of emotions. It could actively consume, comprehend human speech, and express emotions, yet it remained unacknowledged by the spatial bag, which regarded it as an inanimate object. Where, then, lay the distinction between life and death? Opening the world channel, he glanced at the time, 1635. Only 2 hours and 25 minutes remained until nightfall at 1900 hours. He had not anticipated that engaging with a weapon could occupy him for 40 minutes. He truly was a romantic man. Feeling the 10 hawk larva eggs in his pocket, he recalled that the number of specialized crystals of varying origins in his bag had dwindled to 8,816, insufficient for a complete sublimation. Turning, he lifted Chushue into his arms and said, "Let us go acquire some hawk larva corpses." In light of his reflections on the spatial bag's determination of life and death, he conceived another opportunity to exploit. As the larvae were being exterminated while sublimation was taking place, the efficiency of collecting specialized crystals was rather low. Why not dedicate the entirety of the daylight hours to eradicating larvae or other alien species? Then, One could utilize the lengthy night to engage in intensive sublimation and decomposition, thus accumulating specialized crystals, a veritable trifecta of benefits. Chushua nodded gently, her delicate fingers grasping the air, conjuring a golden thread that appeared in her hand. With ample experience, she understood that this was her moment to shine. However, just as she was about to take flight with Lu Ming using the thread, he adjusted her skirt and, with a swift motion, lifted her into his arms. This time, it's my turn, he declared, casually draping her hand around his neck. Mirroring the previous occasion when she had urged him to hold her tightly, contributing to his waist. He tightened his grip, signaling readiness as he focused ahead, accelerating rapidly. As he approached the fourth-floor wall, he unleashed a burst of speed. The combination of his swift dash and the enhancement of momentum transformed him into an arrow, piercing through the wall shattered by blades of light, soaring towards the opposite building. Indeed, it was not a mere leap but a flight. In an instant, he traversed hundreds of meters, landing upon the rooftop of the adjacent building, the sheer force of inertia causing him to glide several meters before coming to a halt. The soles of his shoes had vanished, yet the friction against the concrete rooftop merely warmed his bare feet. Was this the strength of a high-hunting warrior? Standing before the larvae, their acidic sprays were of little concern. Even if they unleashed their corrosive secretions, it would only be a trivial annoyance. Regrettably, for the thrill of speed, he had sacrificed a fine pair of shoes. Kicking off the tattered remnants, Lu Ming found himself barefoot again. Contemplating his next move, he realized he needed to forge a set of biological weaponry armor. Otherwise, ordinary clothing could not withstand the demands of his formidable physique. Perched at the edge of the building, he surveyed his surroundings, muttering, "Where might the dense clusters of larvae be?" Hearing his inquiry, Chushue raised her head, pointing towards the southwest, indicating that Lu Ming should proceed in that direction. He gazed into her clear eyes and smiled. "Let us head there." With a deep breath, he leaped, abandoning reliance on enhanced speed and sprinting, effortlessly bounding across rooftops. Within a mere 20 seconds, he covered a distance of over 1,000 meters, spotting a veritable horde of the scythe larvae congested in the streets below. Despite the vast emptiness extending a kilometer outward, these larvae showed no intent to disperse, clustering tightly together, some even stacking upon one another. Could there be treasures among them? This notion flickered in Lu Ming's mind, and the possibility seemed high. A recollection of the Kongbao shoe factory and the shopping plaza flashed before him, revealing a striking similarity in the situation. Activating the Eye of Truth, he set it to scan for supply boxes, weapons, and humans. Yet, after sweeping the area within 100 meters, he found no target labels in sight. How peculiar. Chushua, nestled in his arms, noticed Lu Ming's perplexed expression and cast her gaze outward, seemingly indifferent. Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming dismissed his concerns. He was here to exterminate insects, and witnessing this swarm was akin to possessing mountains of gold and silver. "Xiaoxua, will you accompany me down?" he inquired, though the question felt somewhat redundant. With Chushua in tow, he leaped from the high building, utilizing several landing points to reach the ground. Setting her down, he retrieved the Scythe King battle knife from his spatial pouch and swung it with vigor. Cross-pulse. A cerulean aura enveloped the blade, releasing a colossal arc of light that ravaged the area. Spanning 10 meters wide and extending 300 meters deep, one slash obliterated hundreds of larvae in an instant. Indeed, leaving not a trace behind. Narrowing his eyes, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Ming as he raised his hand to pinpoint the empty space before him, stating solemnly, Greet. Notification, no collection targets available in the current area." This meant that the corpses vanished without a trace. How ironic. In the end, wielding such a powerful weapon became a vexation, as the destruction of hundreds of larvae equated to a significant loss of crystals. Activating the Eye of Truth, Lu Ming engaged the weakness observation, loading his crossbow with arrows, and sprinted 500 meters forward to commence his extermination of the walking gold mine. He became a nemesis to the larvae, traversing from one street to another, and after 2 hours and 4 blocks, the streets lay barren, devoid of any writhing creatures. At this moment, his spatial pouch contained a staggering accumulation of 3,400 deceased scythe larvae. Chapter 65, Self-Service Dual Enjoyment Package. As the sun retreated beyond the horizon, twilight descended. Lu Ming took Chushue's hand and sought an apartment with a pleasant ambience. He expended 20 specialized crystals to reinforce all the basic facilities. Given his current level of specialization and accumulated foundation, the Scythe King was no longer a source of dread. However, such alien species could still manifest as E-class rulers in the outer circles. No one could ascertain whether it was a covert visit by an emperor or the patrol of a D-class strong species. With no complete information on true forms of D-class, one must always maintain rationality and caution. Floating is something everyone can do. Some soar like sandstorms, while others ascend as ashes, yet he aspired to be as steadfast as a boulder. Drawing the blackout curtains, he arranged Chu Xue's favored luxurious bedding set. He assembled a multifunctional water heater in the bathroom, preparing to pour in enough pure water for two to bathe. However, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable strangeness. Each step of this process was entirely normal, yet collectively, it exuded a hint of pink. No, he must not lose his composure. His thoughts must remain clear. He was a serious individual. Was it due to a day of growth, his body becoming gradually firmer, or the exhilarating thrill of the hunting escapade that left him feeling invigorated? Chu Xue sat at the bedside, swinging her little feet and gazing at the tea table, where he had placed several hundred specialized crystals. In a clustered formation, the crystals emitted a pleasant glow akin to atmospheric lighting. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Having just been born a day ago, this girl seemed to carry a sense of image burden when in his presence. Xiaoxue, would you prefer to have dinner first or take a bath? The question felt oddly familiar. Wasn't that a line she should have said? Clearing his throat, he reminded himself to remain elegant and not lewd. Let us dine first. Hiding his inner tumult behind the decision, Lu Ming retrieved several vials of ordinary alien blood. Could these substances be consumed directly, much like protein packs? Observing Chu Xue's delicate mouth and then the vial labeled alien blood, he found it hard to accept. Thankfully, although the blood in the test tube shimmered with a bluish hue, it was remarkably clear, resembling Sprite in a green bottle. Curiosity piqued. Lu Ming uncorked the vial and brought it to his nose, his expression shifting to one of perplexity. Was it a psychological effect, or was his sense of smell malfunctioning? The vial marked alien blood emitted no foul odor. Instead, it bore a faint, sweet fragrance that only became apparent upon closer inspection. Reflecting on his previous experience feeding the Scythe King battle knife, there had been no pungent scent. Was this truly blood? Gulping, Lu Ming realized he was in trouble. He felt an overwhelming appetite for this vial of blood, as if it were more tempting than any gourmet meal he had ever consumed. Quickly, he set it aside to avoid succumbing to temptation. After all, it was blood, not a beverage, and his physical condition did not permit consumption without leveling up. He handed the vial to Chu Xue, who naturally accepted it, parting her lips and raising her hands as the alien blood flowed into her mouth, elegant and serene. Lu Ming swallowed hard again, not from the allure of the blood but from the beauty of both before him. Dinner first, after the meal. There would still be work to do. Steadying his thoughts and shifting his gaze, Lu Ming retrieved a bucket of instant noodles. He had consumed packaged noodles in the morning, which had transformed into a luxurious ready-to-eat meal after sublimation. Now, he was eager to see what the sublimated bucket version would yield. Ultimate sublimation. Notification: please select the sublimation tier. Tier 2. The process of elevating the spicy noodles to a self-service dual enjoyment package requires the consumption of 7 specialized crystals. Is it confirmed that 7 specialized crystals will be expended to upgrade the spicy noodles to this self-service dual enjoyment package? What exactly is this? It is a dish. But must it be so cryptic after the upgrade? Notably, this item is even 2 crystals more expensive than the luxurious ready-to-eat meal. As per the first law of the galactic blue star, there is always a reason for high prices. Confirmed. A sound of particle cutting emanated from the table as the spicy noodles dissolved and reformed, expanding to more than 10 times its original size. The first sight to behold was a pot that every inhabitant of Blue Star would recognize at a glance. Indeed, it was a hot pot. Who would have thought that the so-called self-service dual enjoyment package referred to a yin-yang hot pot? Below the pot was a small single burner, resembling a multifunctional water heater, equipped with a crystal energy-driven inlet. Accompanying it were a small ladle, chopsticks, and dishes. Then came the piece de resistance: 10 portions of fresh ingredients and 2 packets of hot pot base. No need to elaborate on the base. The key lay in those 10 portions. Unpacking them revealed an assortment of 5 meats and 5 vegetables for the hot pot: beef rolls, lamb rolls, tripe, duck blood, and quail eggs, along with napa cabbage, enoki mushrooms, romaine lettuce, asparagus, and tofu. There were no shrimp paste or beef tripe, but what did it matter? In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy hot pot was a luxury in itself. Let us get started. The yin-yang pot was set up, pure water was poured in, and the temperature was adjusted to bring it to a boil. A minute later, the water was warm, and the hot pot base was added as the fresh ingredients were unwrapped. 3 minutes later, Lu Ming was already indulging in the steaming hot dishes, a smile lighting up his face. Truly, the upgrade from instant noodles to hot pot had maintained the 3-minute meal characteristic. Though there was a slight regret, no dipping sauce to accompany the dish. Chu Xue, catching a whiff of the hot pot, shifted from concern to resignation, as if she was beginning to adjust to the situation. Just then, Lu Ming turned his head with a bowl in hand, holding up a slice of cooked beef, inquiring if she would like some. Chu Xue shook her head vigorously, retrieving a lump of protein from her storage space, elegantly consuming it with some exotic blood. Lu Ming shrugged, feeling it was a pity that Chu Xue could not appreciate the joy of Blue Star inhabitants. Thus, he would have to take it upon himself to finish the entire pot of food. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jintian district, Chen Hai sat in a room of a villa. In one hand, he held a dry compressed biscuit, and in the other, a photograph. His thumb grazed the face of the woman in the photo, his eyes revealing deep remorse and tenderness. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Chen Hai carefully set the photograph aside and rose to open the door. Standing outside was a slightly tall young man, around 21 or 22, wearing a humble smile as he looked at Chen Hai, saying he thought Chen Hai was resting. Chen Hai stepped aside, allowing him to enter, chuckling lightly. I'm middle-aged. Not old. Who can sleep at this hour? Where's Bao? How is he faring? The young man sat on the edge of the bed, greeting after disinfection. His fever subsided, and he is currently dreaming, being taken care of by a bunch of people, so I couldn't help at all. He then jokingly complained. At his age, he should know to be cautious. When dealing with the larvae, he always rushes to the front, afraid he won't survive. When it comes to resource distribution, he only wants enough for himself, worried he might take too much. Chapter 66. We will all survive. Chen Hai smiled. Do you think this is a bad thing? The young man pouted. What is good about it? To put it nicely, it's called bravery. To put it bluntly, it's foolish, immensely foolish, like a saint. In Blue Star, one could be bullied. If it weren't for you, Uncle Chun, I wouldn't have survived 2 days in this apocalypse. After saying that, the young man slightly lowered his head, his toes rubbing against the ground. And after a brief silence, his voice softened. But seeing someone like Uncle Bao, I can't help but admire him. In all my years, I have never seen such a good person. He may look weak, but his words are always polite. And yet, when it comes to battle, he is like a war god. Uncle Chun might not have noticed that initially, the newcomers were too timid to approach the larvae. But upon witnessing Uncle Bao's combat stance, they seemed to be stimulated, especially the younger ones, charging forward like locusts, taking down one after another. After taking that first step, each of them appeared to have found their confidence, fighting like madmen. Now, they all worship Uncle Bao. I do too. Of course. I admire you even more. Chen Hai chuckled warmly at the young man's animated expression. In that moment, he was reminded of the warriors under his command. Their ages not far removed from the young man before him. They bore the heavy responsibility of the nation, disregarding life and death, yet they maintained their enthusiasm and liveliness, always sharing amusing anecdotes from their missions. Now, he wondered where they might be and if they were safe. Suddenly, in the dim light of a flickering candle, Chen Hai noticed the young man's face bore corrosive scars from acid splashes, and he reached out to inspect. The young man, sensing Chen Hai's gaze, dodged his hand and boldly said, "What is this?" Compared to Uncle Bao, these minor injuries are nothing. Chen Hai paused, placing a hand on his shoulder. They say scars are the honor of a warrior, but in my view, not getting injured is the true mark of an exceptional soldier. Now, you didn't come to chat about these things, did you? Let us hear it. Oh, almost forgot. The young man opened the chat panel and said to Chen Hai, "Earlier, while everyone was gathered, I compiled a detailed data report. After a day of search and rescue, our team has grown to 307 members, including 1 novice hunting warrior, which is you. We currently have no extreme martial masters, 2 advanced soldiers, myself and brother Wang Yong, who is a martial arts coach, 200 intermediate soldiers, and 107 novice soldiers, most of whom are females." Wow. Chen Hai opened his mouth in surprise, chuckling. I didn't expect you to be capable of such tasks. Is this the same Fong Peng who used to have a heavy demeanor in the regional channel? Fong Peng's face flushed with embarrassment. Uncle Chun, please spare me. That black history is almost turning into a group song. Every time someone joins, it's like a chorus. Even someone directly shouted they wanted to take down Uncle Chun. I explained that I had just transferred over and was both anxious and irritated. In reality, I'm also a good young man who respects the elderly and loves the young. Just a bit of exaggeration, all misunderstandings. Chen Hai laughed heartily. Isn't that a sign of surprise? Don't mind it, continue. Fong Peng, feeling helpless, continued. Throughout the day, we traveled far and wide, hunting about 5,400 larvae, acquiring a total of 2,672 specialized crystals, all stored with me. If we aim to develop our members towards extreme martial mastery, counting me and brother Wang Yong, we can precisely train 7 individuals. If we aim for advanced soldiers, we can produce 26. However, we unanimously agreed on the third plan, which is to save up to 5,000 crystals before promoting you to an intermediate hunting warrior. Nonsense. Chen Hai admonished in a low voice. Are you all still weaning? Aiming for advanced soldiers, 26 plus you and Wang Yong, makes a total of 28 advanced soldiers. Each can lead 7 intermediate warriors for a squad-style carpet hunt, significantly increasing the rate of crystal acquisition. But we've held you back for so long. Fong Peng lowered his head. What? Do you mean you wish to hold me back even longer? Chen Hai retorted. No, that's not what we meant. Fong Peng hurriedly clarified. Chen Hai squeezed his shoulder. I understand. You wish to repay me. Then it's even more crucial to strengthen the team. Once everyone becomes advanced soldiers, we will have solidified our footing. Stronger individuals will lead the weaker, transforming them into strength, progressing gradually. I can achieve my promotion on my own without your assistance. Fong Peng stood still. This is an order. In the dimly lit room, Fong Peng stood at attention, saluting. Chen Hai gently poked him in the chest with a fist, remarking with a hint of approval, You're showing some promise now. Go take a rest. Yes, Fong Peng replied, turning to leave, a flicker of grievance in his eyes. Just as he stepped out the door, Chen Hai called him back. Fong Peng, he said solemnly. We will all survive, everyone. At this, Fong Peng's gaze sparkled, and he turned back to stand at attention once more. Yes. With that, he closed the door behind him. Chen Hai touched the photograph hidden within his clothing, murmuring softly, You will surely make it as well. As Fong Peng traversed the corridor, a sense of relief washed over him, and he hummed a little tune as he descended the stairs. Am I right? You'll be turned down. Uncle Chun will definitely refuse. At the corner, a voice laden with weariness reached Fong Peng's ears, startling him nearly into a shout. Wang Yong, do you not know that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? From the shadows emerged a tall, handsome man holding a cigarette. He threw an arm around Fong Peng's shoulders, chiding him playfully. Whereas the brotherhood? You little rascal, add me as your brother. Fong Peng scoffed. Does that even matter? It's the apocalypse, and you're still smoking. Instead of that, why not teach me some martial arts? Wang Yong took a sip from his drink, laughing. Of course, I'll teach you. Not just you but everyone. That fighting stance, TCH, it's a sight for sore eyes. But you have to promise me something. Fong Peng frowned, a hint of wariness creeping in. What is it? Wang Yong flicked his forehead lightly. What kind of expression is that? What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that sort of person? When we scavenge for cigarettes, keep a few packs for me. Team leader Fong. Fong Peng punched him lightly. I told you not to call me that. If you want to keep them, then fine, but you should quit. Every cigarette you smoke is one less for the future, and there won't be any more production. Wang Yong shrugged, brushing off the ash from his cigarette. I enjoy this too much to quit. I'll think about it when there's none left. Besides, who knows how long I can keep smoking. Shut up, Crow. We will all survive. All right. Who doesn't want to live? I'm not even married yet. Let us go check on Uncle Bao. In another area, a woman in a suit cradled a bowl of instant noodles, a hand-drawn, incomplete map spread out before her. She glanced at the map, then at the full moon outside the ruins, marking a new location on the paper. The improvement in her physical prowess had become unexpectedly simple. Having reached her limits on Blue Star, she now found herself breaking through one after another. Intermediate hunting warrior, she mused, hoping for a few elite warriors or beginner hunting soldiers to appear tomorrow. They were all murderers anyway. She considered it her duty to eliminate them. After finishing her noodles, the woman in the suit lay down fully clothed, a heavy steel sword resting beside her, her portable crossbow firmly in hand. Back at his apartment, Lu Ming rubbed his stomach, feeling satisfied. If it weren't for the fear of ruining his image, he would have burped loudly. Glancing at the remnants of his meal on the table, he grimaced. It was quite an unappealing sight and would linger with a strong odor. Once one had eaten their fill of hot pot, the flavor turned into a greasy torment. He planned to pack away the dishes into his spatial pouch for tomorrow's disposal. Unfortunately, the spatial pouch wasn't able to clean up after him. Otherwise, aside from maintaining a clean environment, it might have other mysterious uses. After a hearty meal, he felt the urge to lie down. However, the 400 larval corpses in his bag and the 10 larval eggs in his pocket urged him to work overtime. With no other choice, Lu Ming rose, releasing the corpses in batches for sublimation, greedily collecting the results. An hour passed, and he had processed around 2,000 larval corpses. Muscle memory began to set in, but with it came a scattering of focus and the onset of drowsiness. He opened the trading post, finding a finely crafted broad blade resting securely in the item storage. Suddenly recalling that he had intended to research biological weaponry after mastering forging. He realized he had forgotten about this weapon while focused on slaughtering and sublimating larval corpses earlier in the day. The fact that it hadn't sold after being listed for so long indicated the rarity of the forging expertise. Indeed, it was a skill capable of altering the nature of weapons. Clicking on the broadsword to check its details, he noted its durability at 1/160 out of 1/500, essentially brand new. He decided to keep it in his bag and see if that kid Chufeng would bring any surprises in the future. Transferring the broadsword to his spatial pouch, Lu Ming prepared to close the trading post and continue with his sublimation and collection tasks. Yet in the next moment, he hesitated and pulled a larval corpse to drag it into the listing area. Of course, if the corpses of other species could be traded, I wouldn't have to venture out to hunt them. I could simply sit in a factory, place the specialized crystals in the trading post, and exchange them for larval corpses. All the transmuters on Blue Star would become my laborers. He chuckled at the fanciful thought, smiling at his self-deprecation. Lu Ming resumed, placing the corpses for ultimate sublimation and greedy collection. Another hour passed, and he finally processed the 400 larval corpses. He obtained 68,000 unusable specialized crystals, 13,600 unusable larval blades, 34,000 carapaces, and 400 vials of alien blood. This bounty, combined with the capital in his pouch and the specialized crystals on the coffee table, brought his total to 76,591 specialized crystals, 18,260 larval blades, 45,650 carapaces, and 4,504 vials of ordinary alien blood. The harvest was bountiful, and his wealth was substantial, enough to be regarded as a local magnate. Especially with the larval blades and carapaces, he had more than he knew what to do with. These materials were essential for crafting biological weaponry, even at the steel grade. They were not items to sell at his current stage. He decided to keep them for now. As for the 200 milliliters of ordinary alien blood, it translated to a staggering 200 points of alien biological energy, undoubtedly sufficient for Chushua to break through multiple times in succession. Raising 10 future ancient owl emperors would surely not pose a challenge. Looking over at Chushua, he intended to check her panel information, but upon seeing her current posture, he couldn't help but chuckle. She had grown bored and was now lying sideways on the bed, fingers fiddling with the fluff of the blanket, creating a yarn ball. "Little Snow," Lu Ming called. Hearing his voice, Chushua paused for a moment before springing up to look at him, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. At that moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a tightness in his chest. It reminded him of the joyous reunions he had witnessed when children welcomed their parents back from work. At that time, he had felt a mix of annoyance and heartache. He realized he must have envied them, until the old man had appeared, until trust was established, until he heard his name called. Despite his struggle with expressing emotions, he was unable to mask the joy in his heart when he heard the old man's voice, much like Chushua now. This feeling was called waiting, a yearning that transcended words. Chushua shook her head earnestly, her gaze as clear as ever. "You're lying." Lu Ming, of course, did not call her out on it. "Just a moment longer. Once I help you level up and hatch those 10 eggs, we can prepare to rest together." Chushua's eyes lit up, nodding enthusiastically. Lu Ming's smile widened as he silently activated the identification. Chushua's panel appeared, revealing no changes in her data, and her advancement progress was minimal. Current evolution level, 11 Monarch. capable of devouring the energy of aberrant creatures for advancement. Advancement progress 20,050,000. The demand for energy is 50,000, which is manageable. Her energy reserve should suffice for her to ascend 2 levels. Xiaoxue opened the storage space. With a swift motion, a black vortex appeared before her. Lu Ming observed the vortex for 2 seconds, reflecting on how adept this child had become at skill execution. Previously, there was a casting delay, but now it was a silent instant release. She summoned 996 vials of ordinary aberrant blood and fed them into the black vortex. Xiaoxue's crimson eyes glimmered, and countless azure lights danced around her form before settling into tranquility. Lu Ming surveyed the surroundings, sensing some changes, though they seemed subtle. The panel data had undoubtedly shifted, but he focused solely on the evolution level and advancement progress. Current evolution level, D-level larva, capable of devouring the energy of aberrant creatures for advancement. Advancement progress, 0, 100. 000. It had doubled, as expected. 100,000. The next level would likely start at 200,000. There was nothing surprising about this, for a deity-level being. Such growth requirements were quite reasonable. Xiaoxue, please open the space once more. This time, Lu Ming stuffed in 2,000 vials. The azure radiance transformed into a flowing breeze, spiraling upward around Xiaoxue. In Lu Ming's eyes, Xiaoxue had evidently grown taller. The scythes in the eyes of the harbingers reflected deep confusion. They could not comprehend why a D-level aberrant with strength far exceeding theirs had manifested in their midst. Even more incomprehensible was the fear they felt when confronted with a being that transcended multiple levels, a fear they had never known before. Inside the room, Lu Ming stroked his chin, observing Xiaoxue. Aside from her increased height, she appeared more charming, with longer legs and a slightly enhanced physique. There were no significant changes. He scrutinized the specific values. Identification: Xiaoxue, deity level, race, god description, an original spider born from the world of truth, the most ancient divine beast. Height: body length human form 150 centimeters, original form 8 m, capable of growth. Weight: original form human form 36 kilograms. Original form 12 t, capable of growth. Universal functions: storage space, ultimate identification skills, silken thread D-level, spider spear D-level, web weaving D-level, devour D-level, weakness perception D-level, annihilation death light D-level, crimson gaze D-level, hidden silk D-level. Traits: morphing, max proficiency, combat instinct, max, learning instinct, max, status, recognized by the master. Lu Ming, currently beyond the initial stage, with slight enhancements across various attributes, most skills sealed and unlockable with the increase of evolution level. Current evolution level, D-level ordinary, capable of devouring the energy of aberrant creatures for advancement. Advancement progress, 0, 200,000. Chapter 68. Hidden silk. Her height surged another 10 centimeters. It was uncertain how tall she would ultimately grow. Her weight had not increased significantly in human form. One new skill had emerged: hidden silk. Was it the ability to conceal silk threads? Intuitively, it seemed to be an exceptionally useful skill. Lu Ming remained silent for 2 seconds before gesturing. Xiaoxue, use hidden silk. Upon hearing his command, Xiaoxue extended her right hand, and countless threads shot forth from her fingertips, wrapping around him. Initially, Lu Ming was taken aback, thinking Xiaoxue was using him as a target. However, he soon realized that his movements were entirely unrestricted. Confused about the effect, he raised his hand and discovered his body had transformed into a semi-transparent state. A moment of clarity struck him. He pointed to the coffee table and instructed Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, apply hidden silk to that pile of specialized crystals. Xiaoxue complied, and indeed, the pile of specialized crystals also turned semi-transparent, their glow vanishing. Now remove the threads from me. Xiaoxue followed his command again, the golden threads dissipating from his form. The specialized crystals, which had previously appeared semi-transparent in his view, had now completely vanished. This was camouflage. Such a skill could facilitate covert operations or ambushes against foes. However, he needed to clarify further. Xiaoxue, while covered by hidden silk, can I move freely? Xiaoxue nodded. How far can I go? A redundant question. The skill was controlled by Xiaoxue, naturally expanding outward from her core. As long as she moved with him, the range could be vast. 5 meters could be considered an entire world. Regrettably, it was currently only at D level. Given the stature of a deity, aberrants below C level would likely be unable to see through the disguise of hidden silk, unless they possessed extraordinary vision. Those above C level might be misled, though there remained a possibility of immediate detection. Similarly, specialized warriors with strength comparable to C level aberrants would likely sense something amiss. Nonetheless, the issues were not overly concerning. As long as he abstained from reckless actions and did not intrude without certainty, they would have no means to contend with him. The latter was merely a cautious assessment. He was still far from matching C level aberrants. How could other transmuters possibly achieve such a feat? This was not arrogance. It was a limitation imposed by reality. Clarifying his thoughts, Lu Ming resolved that among the 76,000 specialized crystals, aside from the elevation of the scythe larva eggs, there must be an accompanying enhancement of specialized levels. For tomorrow, he intended to attempt an assault on the core, the regional headquarters. Additionally, there was another crucial matter. A caution brought by hidden silk. Since Xiaoxue could create a state of disguise, and the skill was not labeled as unique, it implied that other aberrants could possess similar capabilities. Even humans could potentially achieve this through skill books. If he were to be caught off guard, ambushed by hidden aberrants or humans, he could not predict the outcome, though it was certain to be frustrating. Thus, he needed to prepare in advance, eliminating such possibilities. His reliance lay in the Eye of Truth. Activating the Eye of Truth, he set the parameters for disguise and cloaked units. Locking onto the coffee table and silently invoking identification. Swish, swish, swish. 100 specialized crystal tags materialized one by one. Even the specialized crystals ensnared by hidden silk were clearly discernible. This demonstrated the exceptional efficacy of the Eye of Truth. He directly established these two conditions as permanent settings for the Eye of Truth. Alright, Xiaoxue, now it's their turn. Prompt. Please select the grade of evolution, 2nd grade. Prompt. To batch evolve 10 scythe larvae eggs, 10,000 specialized crystals will be consumed. Confirm the consumption of 10,000 specialized crystals to evolve the 10 scythe larvae eggs into 10 ancient scythe monarch eggs. Confirm. Particle decomposition and reconstruction commenced. Beyond the egg size doubling, the previously green pattern larvae had transformed into a new version dominated by red, adorned with black patterns. Ancient scythe monarch, C-level royalty, category, royal larva egg description. Upon hatching, it will give rise to an ancient scythe monarch of royal bloodline. With proper nurturing, it will evolve into an exceptionally powerful, uniquely loyal natural hunter. The C-level royal ancient scythe monarch. Hatching recognition conditions. Aberrant biological energy 100, proficiency in basic childcare, close incubation for 30 minutes. And the first being seen upon hatching must be the incubator. This consumed 10,000 specialized crystals, sufficient to elevate 2 extreme warriors to intermediate hunting warriors, or 10 extreme warriors to beginner hunting warriors, in the hands of others, without resorting to underhanded methods to hunt humans. Merely relying on slaying aberrants might not yield such returns in 2 days. Yet, he had invested all at once, a testament to the ease of the affluent. Ancient Scythe Monarch, you must not disappoint me. Cradling the egg-sized larvae, Lu Ming placed them on the coffee table. Prompt. Detection indicates that the juvenile eggs have the intention to hatch and meet the hatching conditions. Should the constant temperature protective layer of the juvenile egg be released for close hatching? The process will involve keeping it close for 30 minutes. Once separated from the maternal body, the juvenile egg will enter a state of hypothermia, and after 5 hours, it will perish. 5 hours? Such vitality for a Class C life form? The time for the first snow to separate was only 10 minutes. Perhaps it's true that worthless lives are easier to sustain. Without hesitation, I chose to immediately release the constant temperature protection. Lu Ming reached into his spatial bag and took out a packaged pure cotton t-shirt. With the advanced nurturing techniques he had mastered, he skillfully fashioned it into a nurturing pouch. Truly, when he completed it, he was filled with admiration. It was exquisitely crafted, to the point that it could be sold in a maternity store. It was said that while the eyes might be trained, the hands could falter. Now, however, it seemed that the hands had succeeded, while the eyes were left bewildered. Shaking his head in silence, he naturally hung the nurturing pouch around his neck and placed the insect eggs inside one by one. With the release of the constant temperature protection layer, the hatching commenced, and Lu Ming fully embraced his role as a caregiver. He held the tail of the nurturing pouch in one hand and cradled its body in the other, gently patting it. Observing the situation, Lu Ming found it rather peculiar. No, extraordinarily peculiar. Would the first snow be jealous? Feeling slightly guilty, he casually cast a glance at the first snow. To his surprise, she appeared not the least bit annoyed. Rather, she exuded a sense of happiness akin to a husband watching his wife care for their child. There was no mistaking it. It was indeed that sort of feeling, one he had seen portrayed on television. Oh no, he had gotten it all wrong. Little Snow. His face flushed slightly as Lu Ming pretended to be stern, saying, "If you keep looking at me like that, I might just go to the bathroom to hatch it myself." Lu Ming felt satisfied. Little Snow remained the obedient Little Snow. Chapter 69. The Slaughter of the Tyrant. Suddenly, half an hour slipped by. The crisp sound of cracking shells emerged from the nurturing pouch. Lu Ming had been glancing sideways at Little Snow, who was peeking at him. Crack, crack. A series of sharp sounds rang out, and Lu Ming sprang to his feet. It's hatching. He hurriedly took the nurturing pouch off and placed it on the coffee table, carefully unfolding the t-shirt and utilizing the blue light from the specialized crystals. He focused on the changes in the insect eggs. All 10 ancient owl emperor eggs hatched, revealing 10 round red insect heads. Judging by the diameter of their heads, their bodies were likely only the thickness of a finger. Upon revealing their heads, they immediately turned their gazes toward Lu Ming. After staring intently for 3 to 5 seconds, they began to ravenously devour their own eggshells. This sight reminded Lu Ming of the first snow's hatching. However, their manner of eating was incomparable to that of the first snow. What surprised Lu Ming was their method of feeding. In the current world, the sickle owl larvae fed using mouthparts located on their chests, similar to face-hugging insects, which was rather unsettling. In contrast, the ancient owl emperors genuinely used their mouths to eat, much like silkworms nibbling on mulberry leaves, a familiar and normal sight. Thus, the faint sense of aversion he had felt before hatching gradually dissipated. The crunching sounds of their consumption and the diminishing shells were incredibly relieving, almost hypnotic. As they consumed the egg bodies, their overall forms began to emerge. They measured approximately 10 centimeters in length, with dark red skin pulsating with energy, glowing intermittently. Each ancient owl emperor larva bore a uniquely positioned black stripe on its surface. The stripe was profoundly dark, seemingly capable of absorbing light. Lu Ming was quite curious and leaned in for a closer inspection. Unexpectedly, 2 horn-like structures suddenly sprouted from the top of the larva's head. Then, with a sudden duong, 2 black and red antennae, resembling phoenix feathers, sprang forth. Casting aside the rigid impressions of biology, this sudden occurrence was rather amusing. He watched with keen interest, contemplating the energy supplementation, which must adhere to the principle of fairness. However, he did not expect that after consuming the egg bodies, the 10 larvae would swiftly charge at one another. They became entangled, biting and fighting. In the briefest moment, 2 larvae had already perished in the chaos. What the heck are you doing? Is there not enough food? If you need more, come to me. I have plenty. Why fight each other? Lu Ming was bewildered and reached out to intervene. Just as he stood up, he was stopped by the strands from Little Snow. Confused, Lu Ming looked at her, only to find her shaking her head earnestly. He pointed at the carnage on the coffee table. Is this normal behavior? Little Snow nodded gravely, retracting the strands. Lu Ming fell silent, slowly sitting back down, watching the fallen bodies with a heavy heart. Each of those was a group of specialized crystals, and it pained him deeply. The internal conflict continued until only one ancient owl emperor larva remained alive. Observing the near-death victor, Lu Ming deduced the reason behind their brutal fighting. In a royal lineage, a group only needs one leader. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, let alone 10. At this moment, the final winner, battered and missing a third of its body, lunged toward a deceased sibling, desperately gnawing at the corpse. Even as its torn body was splattered with blood from the strain of the tearing, it remained unfazed. After consuming one corpse, the owl emperor larva radiated brilliance. In an instant, its external wounds healed completely. The originally singular black stripe now multiplied into 2. What followed was the brutal process of dismemberment. With each ancient owl emperor larva devoured, its black stripes increased, its size doubled, and its form transformed. After consuming all 9 larval corpses, the owl emperor larva underwent a complete metamorphosis. It grew from the initial size of a thumb to a full length of 2 meters. Its entire shape bore no resemblance to the sickle owl larvae. Instead, it resembled a venomous snake. The dark red skin was overtaken by the deep black stripes. Its fragile, soft exterior evolved into a sturdy, smooth armor. The crystalline blue radiance released by the specialized crystals reflected a cold, metallic sheen. Now having completed its preliminary evolution, it raised itself, revealing a chest and abdomen covered in dark red scales. Even in its larval state, a palpable sense of pressure began to take form. Lu Ming locked eyes with it and slowly extended his hand. The Owl Emperor larva, as if sensing Lu Ming's intention, nudged its head adorned with feather-like antennae against his palm. Witnessing this intimate display, Lu Ming, despite the pain of losing 9,000 specialized crystals, felt it was all worth it. He checked its information data. Identification: slaughtering Owl Emperor larva. C-class. Category: mutated insect emperor offspring. Description: a bloodline of the ancient Owl Emperor, which typically allows a mother to give birth to a maximum of 3 offspring. In cases of 3, they will engage in mutual combat until a leader is established. However, due to unknown reasons, this one has consumed 9 of its blood relatives and obtained a lineage surpassing that of the ancient Owl Emperor clan, mutating into the slaughtering Owl Emperor. Its offensive capabilities, murderous instincts, and hunting skills have increased several-fold. It is absolutely loyal to its master, never betraying until death. Length: 21 m. Weight: 10 kilograms. Skills: puncturing shot, venomous needle. Status: acknowledged master, Master Lu Ming. Current promotion energy is full, ready to undergo pupation at any time. However, the slaughtering Owl Emperor refuses to pupate due to an unfulfilled wish related to its sense of belonging. Current aberration level: C-class larva, can consume energy from other species to advance. Promotion progress: 900, 000, 800, 000. Slaughtering Owl Emperor. Upon reading the information about the Owl Emperor larva, Lu Ming was once again astonished. He finally felt that the deaths of those 9 larvae were not in vain. In fact, it was a substantial profit. Mutation, a lineage of slaughter, and a generous reward of 900, 000 biological energy. Otherwise, relying solely on his own accumulation, he might not even manage it in a single day. Simultaneously, the explosive energy emanating from this extraordinary creature compelled Lu Ming to glance towards Chuxue. The absurdity of a Class C royal ascending to such heights was staggering. How terrifying would it be for a god-level Chuxue to elevate to Class C? Fearful of the implications, Lu Ming redirected his gaze to the young Xionghuang larva. The status bar indicated a sense of recognition and desire, strongly suggesting a wish for him to bestow a name. Would you like me to name you? Lu Ming ventured to engage in dialogue, only to discover the larva possessed considerable intelligence, comprehending his words entirely, and promptly bowed its head in submission. Growing increasingly pleased, he clicked on the 3 question marks in the panel. Prompt: the Xionghuang larva has not been named by its master. Would you like to name it now? Yes. Prompt: please provide a name. Tyrant. Prompt: please confirm your choice. Confirmed. Prompt: naming of the Xionghuang larva as Tyrant successful. Chapter 70. Unforeseen developments. Upon receiving its name, the larva, now dubbed Tyrant, swiftly circled Lu Ming, its elongated body gliding across the floor, leaving deep grooves in its wake. Lu Ming's expression turned complex as he observed the damage. He mused that had the floor been made of steel, it would have sparked with every movement. Yet, this was merely a larva, albeit one of royal lineage and possessing mutations, still just a Class C creature, not even reaching B class. Such destructive potential rendered the already inconceivable A and S-class creatures even more enigmatic. Could a class represent interdimensional beings or ultimate life forms? An S-class, the ancient dominators? Otherwise, how could the previous 66,665 batches of transients have perished without exception in this world? What, precisely, was this so-called Galax System 618? Just as Lu Ming's thoughts began to wander, a sudden sharp pain shot through his calf. Reflexively, he straightened his right leg and looked down, only to find Tyrant affectionately nuzzling against his calf. The force was at least tenfold stronger than the previous gentle nudges, each contact feeling as if he were being scraped by steel wool. This won't do. I simply cannot endure this. Such affectionate interaction was beyond his current physical capacity. Tyrant. Lu Ming called out its name with authority. As expected, regardless of the species, a firm tone would elicit an instinctive response of attentiveness. Tyrant stood upright, gazing up at its master with a demeanor reminiscent of a loyal servant awaiting orders. Lu Ming bent down to pat its head, sighing, I appreciate your affectionate gestures. but the physicality between species differs. Your steel exoskeleton is something I am not yet equipped to withstand. Please cease. Tyrant tilted its head, its antennae twitching as if struggling to grasp his meaning. Lu Ming, disinterested in further clarification, pointed towards the corner of the living room, stating plainly, "Go, pupate." This time, it comprehended, pausing momentarily as if recalling its need to evolve. As it eagerly dashed towards the corner, pressing its body against the wall to create a protective membrane from its bodily fluids, Lu Ming remained silently observant. He inwardly prayed that this creature would not exhibit the traits of a foolish breed. Otherwise, he would have to consider eliminating it to prevent future complications. After the formal shoes, his pants also succumbed to destruction. He glanced at the floor, now resembling a path trampled through mud by a wheel. Lu Ming sighed internally, lamenting that the signs of home destruction had begun to manifest. Well, this apartment is a gift from nature. As for clothing, I have ample biological materials for new gear. Besides, Tyrant has only recently hatched. It deserves a chance. If, after evolution, it truly embodies foolish traits, then I shall have to bid it farewell. After all, while traversing other worlds is one thing, having a pet that could become a source of uncertainty here in the apocalypse is unacceptable. Looking back at Tyrant's location, he now noticed a massive black chrysalis, 1/2 meter in diameter and 2 meters tall. Lu Ming focused intently, silently invoking identification. Xionghuang chrysalis, Class C weak. Type: mutated royal bug chrysalis. Description: the chrysalis form of a Class C mutated Xionghuang. Developed after the larva consumed vast amounts of mutated biological energy, completing its pupation process, it will evolve into a Class C elite Xionghuang. Currently, it possesses no skills or offensive abilities and is extremely fragile, due to the bond with its master. It is considered a traitor by other larvae and will not receive protective gatherings. Characteristics: none. Weakness: death upon severe injury. Pupation progress: 0-10 hours. Upon checking the time, it was already 10:32 p.m. The evolution would reach completion by 8:32 a.m. tomorrow, perfectly timed. Now, with the night deepening, it was time to rest. Xiaoxue, are you going to take a bath? Lu Ming inquired, turning to Chuxue. She immediately hopped off the bed, took his hand, and appeared eager for him to lead the way. Lu Ming felt flustered. That's not what I meant. I meant for you to go first, and I'll follow. Releasing his hand, Chuxue quickly made her way into the bathroom. Lu Ming thought she understood his intention and was about to lavish her with praise. However, to his surprise, just moments after entering the bathroom, her head popped out, her eyes blinking as she urged him on, as if to say, "I went first. Why aren't you here yet?" Lu Ming facepalmed. 40 minutes later, clad in a buttoned nightgown, Lu Ming lay beneath the covers, his left hand resting on his forehead, his face slightly flushed, his mind replaying the lingering scenes. Unexpectedly, he ended up in the bathroom with Chuxue. It wasn't a simultaneous wash, but rather a mutual assisting. While Chuxue washed, he helped her by scrubbing her back, rinsing her off, and drying her hair, all the while teaching her how to use the water heater, shampoo, and body wash. With her learning instinct max trait, Chuxue grasped everything almost instantly. When it was his turn, wrapped in a newly acquired towel, he kept his head down as she scrubbed his back, rinsing him off, and drying his hair. Though nothing particularly intimate occurred, the situation was undeniably awkward. Even though he repeatedly referred to her as wife, it required her to exhibit a more mature demeanor for it to hold true. Given Chuxue's current appearance, Lu Ming's upbringing and education as a Huaxiao person forbade any transgressions. Nevertheless, Chuxue found everything in the bathroom fascinating and was brimming with excitement. Although she did not splash water like a mischievous child, her emotional highs and lows were clearly visible. She seemed to be eagerly anticipating the next evening. When she finally exited the bathroom, she appeared reluctant to leave, wishing to linger a bit longer. Lowering his hand from his forehead, Lu Ming turned onto his side, finding Chuxue peacefully asleep before him. Gazing at her serene and flawless face, Lu Ming felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. He could not resist the urge to stroke her long hair, but feared awakening her. Yet, as if sensing his presence, Chuxue instinctively nestled closer into his embrace. But how could a sleeping person find the right position? Lu Ming paused momentarily, then, smiling softly, drew her closer into his arms. Thus, he caressed her hair, inhaling the scent of her shampoo, gradually closing his eyes. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Heavy breaths followed, and his vision flickered and shook. Someone was pursuing him. A crash, It seemed he had collided with something, and his perspective shifted to the ground. Muffled voices and indistinct faces appeared as if viewed through a veil. The sounds of bodies colliding were relentless. He felt pain, yet could not awaken. Chapter 71. Inheriting traits. The words were a bit harsh. Indeed, they were harsh. But if my child were bullied, I might react similarly. This child, too, was in a predicament. How could he still be so unruly? Hadn't he said his belongings were taken, and hadn't he harmed anyone? Alas, enough of the commotion. Why indulge in such discussions? The situation is already pitiable enough. We must consider the child's feelings. Let us disperse. It would be best to seek assistance from the local authorities. Remaining on the streets is not only lamentable, but also poses a risk for accidents and potential health hazards. Indeed, that is the course of action we shall take. The words echoed as if through a brass tube. My ears felt as though they were submerged in water. Flickering lights revealed faceless figures, followed by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. At last, in the throes of near asphyxiation, Lu Ming jolted awake. With a clear sound, his nostrils cleared instantly. Air surged into his lungs like a deluge, rejuvenating every cell in his body. Lu Ming gasped for breath, relishing the exhilarating sensation of being revived. What on earth is happening? He lifted his gaze, and before him were a pair of bright little feet. Propping himself up slightly, he looked forward to see Chu Xue resting her hands behind her head, chin raised, asleep between his knees. Those feet had likely just been resting on his face, or rather, his mouth. How curious. You slept so peacefully in the first half of the night, yet revealed your true self in the latter half, did you? Is this the divine decree of sleeping postures? How many turns must you take to arrive at this position? How many adjustments to perfectly nestle those two thumbs within my nostrils? And what of myself? Am I truly so exhausted that I could sleep through such circumstances? The physique of a seasoned hunter, merely ornamental, it seems. He brought Chu Xue's small feet to his nose and inhaled. This was no biochemical weapon scent. It was reminiscent of the aroma of eggshells. Could it be that this fragrance holds an intoxicating allure? He inhaled again. Indeed, it appeared somewhat addictive. I must not continue. Beyond this lies the abyss. Gazing at her exquisitely illuminated face, enhanced by the specialized crystalline lamp, he found her serene beauty untouched, as if her previous posture were but a figment of his imagination. It even led him to question whether he had inadvertently nudged her into such a position. He gently brushed aside a stray lock of hair from Chu Xue's forehead and covered her with a blanket once more before lying back down. The clarity of his recent dream lingered, coaxing a smile from him. The fault was not his own, but rather a reflection of the world's whimsical notions he once entertained. However, as he spent time with the old man, as he faced the reality of loss, and as he learned to navigate life independently, he found those experiences trivial. Everyone struggles to live with purpose. The facade of pretense, the sacrifice of dignity. Forever donning a mask labeled for the sake of parents, family, children, and appearances, read as mere survival. This mask, though worn upon his own visage, had drowned out his true self. It was through this clarity, born from adversity, that he chose a limited selfishness while maintaining his principles. For it was the only means to be kinder to oneself. With these thoughts, Lu Ming chuckled to himself. A man awakened in the middle of the night often finds his mind alight with ideas. A profound life philosophy, an original melody, a brilliant maneuver, or a spectacular tenfold draw of vitality cards. At present, he leaned towards the first, perhaps overly sentimental. His thoughts sharpened, banishing fatigue. Checking the time, he noted it was already 4 a.m., with 3 hours remaining until the dawn of the third day. To squander these 3 hours in idle reverie would be a disservice. His pants and shoes were beyond salvage. It was time to prepare his biological gear. Opening his spatial satchel, he retrieved the Owl King shell and accessed the information panel. Owl King shell, E-class royal material, category, royal variant material description, the chest shell of an E-class quasi-owl, possessing hardness and resistance on par with mithril. Suitable for crafting, specialized biological armor. Usage requirements. Intermediate tailoring proficiency or higher. Tailoring proficiency? Has the function changed? I had thought it was all under forging proficiency. Thankfully, he had acquired tailoring proficiency early on. He opened the information panel, clicked on basic tailoring proficiency, and sought to elevate it to the second tier. Notice, elevating basic tailoring proficiency requires the consumption of 50 specialized crystals. Do you confirm the consumption of 50 specialized crystals to elevate basic tailoring proficiency to advanced tailoring proficiency? Confirmed. With a whoosh, the gray text of basic tailoring proficiency gradually dissolved, replaced by the blue text of advanced tailoring proficiency. Advanced tailoring proficiency, C-class, category, specialized skill description, mastery of crafting protective gear from variant biological materials, now certified at an advanced level, capable of producing alloy-grade armor. Usage, recite the activation phrase for the tailoring function to access the armor crafting interface. After inserting variant biological materials, the armor recipe will automatically appear. Based on the type of primary material input, the crafting of armor will be recognized and executed automatically. The success rate of armor production increases with proficiency level. Advanced trait, additional 10 success rate for armor production. Advanced trait, 2 increased probability of inheriting variant biological traits. Advanced trait, probability of inheriting more than 2 variant biological traits is further enhanced by 0. 2. After reviewing the attributes, Lu Ming felt immensely satisfied. Biological weaponry inherits the skills of variant organisms, while biological armor inherits their traits. The two crafts complement each other perfectly, a harmonious division of expertise. He had a vivid recollection of the ferocious Owl King, its details still fresh in his mind. It possessed 3 distinct traits. 1. The hunting instinct of relentless vigor, growing stronger with each battle, slaughter harvest. 2. The ability to rapidly regenerate even when torn asunder, as long as true death has not been reached, advanced regeneration. 3. The capacity to unleash a final strike of vengeance even after actual death, vengeful slaughter. Such exaggerated descriptions could hardly apply to the human form. It was inconceivable that donning armor would allow one to inject 3 cores into their body, enabling rapid regeneration even in a shattered state, was it not? That would be utterly absurd. Thus, he boldly speculated, the so-called trait inheritance likely pertains to the armor itself. For instance, the slaughter harvest trait. Gaining strength from the armor's absorption of battle intent would enhance the wearer's physical capabilities. To put it plainly, the biological equipment grants a buff. Meanwhile, vengeful slaughter signifies the armor's ultimate explosion upon destruction. Chapter 72, Biological Armor. The prospect was thrilling. Without further ado, let us commence. He activated the tailoring function. Reciting the familiar incantation, an interface he knew all too well materialized before him. Is there no limit? Can it not be more elaborate? Yu Wouldn't even replace the mechanical forge in the center. At the very least, a sewing machine would be understandable. Expressionless. He tossed the Owl King shell into the interface, which promptly began scanning. Notice, tailoring function scan complete. Primary material identified for armor, recipe pairing successful. Please select a crafting recipe. With a rustling sound, a list of crafting recipes cascaded down from the left side of the interface. Owl King helmet, Owl King armor, Owl King gauntlets, Owl King boots. It was merely a selection of parts, with no mention of types. Given the circumstances, the material quantities required were likely not as demanding as those for weapons. He opted for the armor first. In the absence of separate specifications for the lower body, it was reasonable to assume the pants were included within the armor. Regrettably, without the finished product, he could not preview its design. Selecting the Owl King armor, he noted, notice, crafting the Owl King armor requires 5 units of primary material Owl King shell, 1 unit of auxiliary material Owl King blade, and 300 specialized crystals. Having previously experienced the pricing of the Owl King blade, he found the material requirements for the Owl King armor quite reasonable. More importantly, he had precisely 4 Owl King blades remaining, just enough to craft a complete set of biological armor. With a swift motion, he tossed 4 pieces of the Xiongwang shell and a singular Xiongwang blade into the primary and auxiliary material slots. The mechanical forge pulsated in the center, releasing a brilliant reaction. Enhancement. The primary and auxiliary materials for the Xiongwang battle armor and specialized crystals are abundant, with a current success rate of 80, base 70. Enhanced by advanced tailor 10. Characteristic inheritance probability, 7, base 5. Enhanced by advanced tailor 2. Can be further increased by adding foreign blood. Probability of inheriting 2 or more characteristics, 0.7, base 0.5. Enhanced by advanced tailor 0.2. Can be further increased by adding foreign blood. Notice, enhancement materials have not yet been added. Would you like to proceed with the crafting in this state? Of course, he would proceed. Not only would he proceed, but he would also enhance it before doing so. First, he tossed a vial of E-class royal blood, sourced from the quasi-xiong. Into the enhancement materials slot. Notice, adding 200 milliliters of E-Class Royal Foreign Blood increases the success rate of crafting mithril-grade armor by an additional 60. Current success rate, 140. Notice, characteristic inheritance probability increases by an additional 20. Current probability, 27. Notice, probability of inheriting 2 or more characteristics increases by an additional 10. Current inheritance probability, 107. Thus, the enhancement data of the E-Class Royal Foreign Blood became entirely transparent. This foreign blood could be added in quantities of up to 4 vials at a time. The success rate would undoubtedly be 100%, and the maximum characteristic inheritance could rise to 87, while the probability of inheriting 2 or more characteristics could reach 407. Although these probabilities appeared substantial, in the presence of an unfortunate individual, even a failure rate of 1 could befall him. However, it mattered not. In his spatial bag, he had enough shells and blades to enhance 20 more scythes from the Kongbao factory, 5th floor, shop 19, and a stockpile of 20 vials of ordinary foreign blood. He had saved these for this very moment. Subsequently, he took out the 20 vials of ordinary foreign blood and selected to enhance them in bulk to the second tier. Notice, enhancing 20 vials of 200 milliliters ordinary foreign blood, E-Class, requires the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to transform 200 milliliters of ordinary foreign blood, E-Class, into 200 milliliters of E-Class Royal Foreign Blood? Confirmed. With a flash, the E-Class ordinary foreign blood dissolved, and the E-Class Royal Blood was reconstituted. Without hesitation, Lu Ming inserted 4 vials of E-Class Royal Foreign Blood and confirmed the crafting. Buzz. The forge word to life, the light transformed, and with a dazzling burst of violet radiance, a series of prompts followed. Advanced forging, congratulations. You have crafted the dual characteristic Xiongwang battle armor. Dual characteristics? He removed the successfully forged garment. Lu Ming was momentarily bewildered. What he held was not fabric, but a diamond-shaped crystal, 5 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. The base of the crystal was smooth, and its tip was 3-dimensional. Like the Xiongwang battle blade, the crystal bore several azure cracks, through which energy flowed, exuding a vibrant vitality. Battle armor? Lu Ming immediately examined the information. Xiongwang battle armor, mithril grade, category, E-Class Royal Biological Armor. Description, requires no measurement. It unfolds upon skin contact, perfectly adapting to any body shape. Crafted by an advanced tailor, it integrates biological engineering from the Galax System, designed for specialized warriors to harness foreign energies. It can disguise itself as desired everyday attire, offering remarkable convenience. Inherited characteristics, slaughter harvest, advanced regeneration, armed synergy, armor resonance, specialized biological energy, 500500, foreign biological activity, 120001, 2000 weight. Arm synergy, armor resonance. When all 4 pieces of the same biological armor are equipped, it can awaken armor resonance, activating the biological armored suit, allowing all pieces to share inherited characteristics, biological energy, and foreign biological activity. Astonishing, indeed. With the armor fitting snugly, Lu Ming gingerly set it down, shedding his sleepwear to press the diamond-shaped crystal against his chest. A series of clicking sounds ensued as countless black fibers surged over Lu Ming's body, and within mere seconds, a perfectly fitting black battle suit formed. It was snug, comfortable, and felt almost non-existent. Most importantly, he could sense the temperature feedback from the suit. Alive. Chapter 73, Armed Synergy, Armor Resonance. How to describe it? If one were to liken it to a living entity, it could indeed seem peculiar. For instance, one might ponder the construction of the area around the groin. As his thoughts settled, the black tide of fibers continued to creep upwards. They enveloped Lu Ming's neck, climbed to his mouth and nose, finally resting at the bridge of his nose, covering his face, achieving a true armed state. A slight attempt at breathing revealed no obstruction whatsoever. Breathing even felt remarkably refreshing. Filtering? It was at this moment that the sound of the encroaching black tide ceased. Following this, the entire Xiongwang battle armor revealed countless azure blue energy patterns. They were intricately etched on the surface of the suit, harmonizing with the diamond-shaped crystal at the chest, radiating a futuristic aesthetic. As for the ability to autonomously transform and disguise as everyday attire, he would address that once all the armor was completed. With that thought, Lu Ming redirected his focus to the forging interface. Expertly expanding the recipe list, he selected the Xiongwang gauntlets. Notice, crafting Xiongwang gauntlets requires 3 Xiongwang shells, 1 Xiongwang blade, and 200 specialized crystals. The material requirements were significantly less than the battle armor. Lu Ming placed all the primary and auxiliary materials at once and simultaneously tossed in 4 vials of E-class royal foreign blood, confirming the crafting. Advanced forging. Congratulations. You have crafted dual characteristic Xiongwang gauntlets. Another instance of advanced forging with dual characteristic inheritance. A probability of 407 was neither exceptionally fortunate nor particularly unfortunate. He simply hoped that one of the dual characteristics would be resentful slaughter. After all, once the entire Xiongwang armor set was donned, it would activate arm synergy. Regardless of skills, specialized biological energy, or foreign biological activity, everything would be shared collectively. He retrieved the successfully crafted gauntlets, which this time manifested as 2 diamond-shaped crystals, each measuring 2 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide. Identification. Xiongwang gauntlets. Mithril grade. Category. E-class royal biological armor. Description. Requires no measurement. It unfolds upon skin contact, perfectly adapting to any hand shape. Crafted by an advanced tailor, it integrates biological engineering from the Galax System, designed for specialized warriors to harness foreign energies. It can disguise itself as desired everyday attire, offering remarkable convenience. Inherited characteristics: advanced regeneration, resentful slaughter, armed synergy, armor resonance, specialized biological energy, 300-300, foreign biological activity, 9000-9000. Excellent. The resentful slaughter was secured. The remaining helmet and boots would only require a single vial of ordinary foreign blood to guarantee a 100% success rate. Without haste to equip them, Lu Ming continued crafting the armor. Notice, crafting Xiongwang boots requires 3 Xiongwang shells, 1 Xiongwang blade, and 200 specialized crystals. Notice, crafting Xiongwang helmet requires 3 Xiongwang shells, 1 Xiongwang blade, and 200 specialized crystals. Successfully crafted Xiongwang boots. Successfully crafted Xiongwang helmet. The reality of the situation was that in terms of crafting probabilities, one either relied on potent bloodlines or gambled on luck, stopping the infusion of royal foreign blood. The crafting interface offered no favors, tossing back 2 plain failures without mercy. The attributes of the 2 pieces of armor were unremarkable, with the only notable differences being terminological distinctions in the descriptions. Otherwise, the data was entirely consistent with that of the gauntlets. At this moment, 3 pieces of equipment and 5 diamond-shaped crystals were all in Lu Ming's grasp. Among them, the 2 crystals from the gauntlets had already been mentioned, requiring no further elaboration. The battle boots measure 3 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in width. The helmet is quite intriguing, as it is no larger than a fingernail, giving it a delicate appearance. First, the 2 protective crystal pieces were affixed to the backs of his hands. The 2 fully enclosed gloves, made of the same material as the battle suit, spread and enveloped his hands, ultimately merging with the armor. The boots adhered snugly around the sides of his ankles, forming a pair of black battle boots that enclosed his feet and connected to the lower garments. Finally, for the helmet, Lu Ming activated the self-mirror feature within the character information. After some contemplation, he chose to place it on his forehead. Initially, he merely intended to find a random spot to observe its unfolding effects. Placing it on his forehead was perhaps a reflection of a man's romantic inclinations. To his surprise, as soon as the crystal made contact with his skin, it vanished without a trace. There was neither a dark tide spreading nor the formation of a helmet. It seemed to have simply disappeared. What was happening? As he pondered this, a surge of information penetrated his consciousness, and Lu Ming paused, soon wearing a look of realization. For aesthetic purposes, the helmet was designed to remain in a default hidden state, while the armor could autonomously sense threats and danger. Additionally, the wearer could manually activate the defensive state for seamless protection around the clock. In simpler terms, it was akin to the difference between automatic and manual driving. He decided to try the manual mode first. Activating the armor's defense, he silently focused, and the runes across his body glowed with energy. A shield of azure energy, reminiscent of a biological force field, swept from head to toe in a scanning motion before fading away. Lu Ming attempted to touch his chest with his finger, only to find that the vanished energy shield suddenly reappeared at the tip of his finger, resisting his efforts to penetrate it, regardless of how much force he applied. Even when he increased his strength to strike, the energy shield did not yield a single ripple. Impressive. He was thoroughly satisfied with this level of defense. Disengaging the defense, he shifted to the armor's autonomous sensing mode, causing the energy shield to dissipate. The energy runes of the Owl King armor transitioned from an active to a dormant state. At this point, Lu Ming had grasped the defensive mechanisms. The remaining task was to switch between two states, one being the armed coordination, resonating with the armor, and the other being the armor's disguise, transforming into everyday attire. If he were to choose which to test first, it would undoubtedly be the armor's resonance. Armed coordination. He silently commanded, and the armor responded. The energy runes that had just settled into stillness now surged with a frantic energy. Lu Ming's expression froze as he instantly sensed a tremendous power flooding into his body. Clang, clang, clang. Creak, creak, creak. A series of rapid and crisp mechanical sounds erupted. Mechanical components continuously formed on Lu Ming's surface, autonomously constructing his battle gear. In a mere 10 seconds, an exquisite mechanical battle armor adorned him completely. The deep blue metallic finish, the triangular helmet infused with the essence of the owl, and the sleek, futuristic tactical armor all resonated with the original design concepts from League of Legends. As he felt the surging energy within, an uncontrollable excitement sparked in Lu Ming's eyes. He could distinctly perceive the substantial increase in the armor's defensive thickness. Undoubtedly, this was intrinsically linked to the shared biological activity. Identification. Holding on to this thought, Lu Ming directed his attention to the armor's information. Armed coordination, Owl, mithril grade, category, E-class King level biological armor description. The Owl King armor unleashes its resonance, entering a combat-ready armed state that significantly enhances defensive capabilities. Inherited traits, resonance, harvest of slaughter, advanced regeneration, vengeful killing, specialized biological energy, 1400 alien biological activity, 3,939,000 Chapter 74. Sees the core area. There was little left to comment on. Although there were no comparatives for armor, the figure of 39,000 in biological activity instilled a sense of security. The key point was that this armor even came equipped with weapons. He had questioned the need for the Owl King blade in crafting armor, only to discover the hidden intricacies. With a flash of thought, Lu Ming glanced at the outer side of his arm, and a blade gleaming with particle effects sprang forth. With such quality and sharpness, it was undoubtedly a mithril-grade weapon. Hidden in such a treacherous place, it was clear it was not meant for honorable duels. Just imagine, in the midst of a sword fight, if one suddenly grew such a long blade, the opponent would likely be dispatched on the spot. Imagining the battle scenario, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel, exclaiming, "Truly, this biological armor is fearsome." Disengaging the armed coordination, the armor reverted to its original fitted state amidst a cacophony of mechanical disassembly sounds. To be honest, if he did not mind appearances, this state of the battle suit was undeniably the most comfortable. Unfortunately, he still preferred to maintain a semblance of dignity. Armor disguise, he silently commanded, and the armor's surface began to shift, mimicking the ebb and flow of tides, as if awaiting Lu Ming's mental instructions. After some thought, Lu Ming ultimately felt that one should maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Consequently, he opted for a black tactical trench coat with a hood, paired with black tactical trousers and punk-style boots. The Owl King armor transformed in accordance with Lu Ming's will. However, when the result was revealed, Lu Ming felt that the armor understood style better than he did. At least after the disguise transformation, it appeared more optimized than he had conveyed, akin to the difference between 1080p and 4K. The inner lining of the upper garment maintained the original fitted armor state. The diamond crystal shimmered brightly, energy runes meandered slowly, and the black mask that covered his mouth left no room for criticism. Surveying his three-dimensional reflection, Lu Ming noted that after several rounds of evolution, he had indeed undergone a transformation, now imbued with an air of mystery. His only concern was that this departure from a rugged appearance towards a stylish ensemble might hinder his ability to wield heavy blades. Instead, it seemed more suited for a Tang sword than a broadsword. The Tang sword. Perhaps he should wait until the Ancient Emperor blade was summoned before deciding. What if the Ancient Emperor blade turned out to be a competent weapon? Perhaps due to the satisfaction following his excitement. He felt a wave of lethargy wash over him, and a yawn escaped him, accompanied by a sense of drowsiness. Glancing at the time, It was already 5 in the morning. 5 o'clock, a rather awkward hour. Should he sleep? It seemed he wouldn't be able to rest long, and it might lead to puffy eyes. If he refrained from sleeping, he would be left with 2 hours of uncertainty. He feared that upgrading his level might create too much noise and trigger unforeseen events. Checking the chat box, he figured that even the night owls would likely be absent. Casting a glance at Chushue, who lay in a deep slumber, he noted that his armor's resonance had certainly not been subtle. Yet, she seemed utterly unfazed. As a juvenile deity, did she possess too much confidence in her sense of safety? With a resigned sigh, Lu Ming conveyed his thoughts, causing the Owl King armor to disguise itself as sleepwear and slide onto the bed. In a state of half-consciousness, he drifted into a dream. This time, it was no longer a childhood nightmare, but rather an exhilarating fantasy of sitting upon a throne, revered by many. When he awoke again, the insistent sound of the alarm clock shattered his slumber once more. Lu Ming jolted awake, ready to curse at the intrusion, only to find that the first sight greeting his clear vision was Chushue's fair and flawless face, along with the snowy tips of her hair, which she was about to poke into his nostrils. He chuckled. Last night, she had used her toes, and this morning, she was resorting to her hair. It was as if she were conducting a nucleic acid test. Yes, that little girl was now perched on his chest, attempting to pull off some mischief. Realizing her actions had been exposed, Chushue froze in place, her gaze wandering, refusing to meet his eyes, as if her invisibility depended on his lack of sight. The End of the World Limited Edition Blindfolded Thief. Lu Ming pressed his lips together. She was genuinely adorable. Under normal circumstances, he would have let it slide, but today, he decided to retaliate. He reached out to grasp Chushue's waist, his fingers dancing as he tickled her. Chushue could not hold back, collapsing in less than half a second, wrapping her arms around his neck and laughing like a silver bell. Lu Ming did not cause too much of a disturbance. A slight reprimand would suffice. Little did he know, after Chushue had her fill of laughter, she stood up and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Her eyes curved in a cheerful smile as she greeted him with a soft good morning. The sound of her voice was ethereal and distant, imbued with an enchanting charm that seemed to penetrate his consciousness, soft and delightful. Startled, Lu Ming sprang to his feet, steadying her as he exclaimed, "You can speak now?" Chushue merely shook her head, her expression radiant with joy. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating the moment. It seemed that Chushue had indeed not uttered a word. Had he misheard? After a few moments of silence, he massaged his temples, feeling a slight pressure in his head. Perhaps it was merely a case of auditory misperception. Chapter 75. The onslaught of the unusual with a clear objective in sight. All that remained was preparation. Observing Chushue in her cartoon pajamas, Lu Ming couldn't help but reminisce about the white dress she had worn yesterday. He had not noticed before, but upon removing it, he realized it had 6 gaping holes in the back. Regardless, even if it were intact, it was no longer suitable for wear. Both her height and figure had changed, necessitating a new outfit. Considering Chushue's current appearance, Lu Ming had made a decision. In terms of attire, he envisioned a meticulously crafted blue and white Lolita dress. The lower half would feature white knee-high socks and lantern pants, complemented by round-toed flat shoes. The total cost for this ensemble, embellished with various attributes, would amount to 40 specialized crystals. While not inexpensive by everyday clothing standards, he would gladly pay 400 crystals if it ensured Chushue's comfort. He handed Chushue the clothing in the order she should wear them, informing her of the change, and then turned around with utmost propriety. As a gentleman, such decorum was only fitting. It was certainly not because the opposite side of the bed conveniently housed a full-length mirror that reflected the scene behind him. You inquire about how I manage the curtains? They are one-way blackout curtains. Dust on the mirror? I saw no dust. Only Chushue discarding her pajamas and donning her new attire, piece by piece. Xiaoxue, I'll wash my face. I'll come back shortly to help you with your hair. With his eyes cast down, Lu Ming made his way to the bathroom. After splashing his face with purified water, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and found himself pondering the wisdom of the elders from Huaxia. Indeed, mirrors should not face the bed. Just moments ago, he had felt his heart race and his cheeks flush. Had he not been in a hurry to leave, he feared something untoward might have occurred. Stepping outside, he felt a refreshing breeze brush past him, only to settle in an instant. His gaze drifted toward the living room window, where a vision in blue and white caught his eye. Chushue, with hair cascading like a curtain of snow, stood graceful and poised. Illuminated by the gentle morning sun, a sight of indescribable beauty. Xiaoxue, he called lightly, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he was taken aback when she autonomously opened the window. But why would she fear anything? After all, she was a dignified D-class deity, unperturbed in this suburban realm suited for juvenile entities. Realization dawned on Lu Ming, and he could not help but chuckle. The adornments of her Lolita outfit were not merely for aesthetics. They served to cinch her form while adding flair. There were bows at her arms, neckline, waist, hem, and even at her back. He deftly arranged them all, and then turned to his favorite task, styling her hair. Xiaoxue's hair was not only of remarkable quality, but also abundantly thick, cascading down to her waist, light as cotton candy. Tying it all up into a ponytail would have felt discordant. Therefore, he chose to maintain her flowing locks, elevating them with two blue and white satin ribbons that complemented her attire, creating two slender ponytails on either side. This arrangement allowed her voluminous hair to appear less overwhelming while ensuring the twin ponytails were not jarring, a perfect balance. Admiring his handiwork, Lu Ming felt a surge of accomplishment. Ding ding ding. Just as he was relishing this tranquil morning moment, a notification chimed in the chat window, alerting him to a video file. Were he engaged in slaying unusual entities, he would have dismissed it without a second thought. However, since he had yet to proceed to the next step, he was curious to see what transpired in the vicinity. He opened the chat window and switched to the regional channel. Zhu Rongli. Uncle Chun, how long until you arrive? No pressure, but everyone in the western suburbs has gathered. Fong Pong. We are currently en route to the western suburbs, moving a bit slowly, but we expect to arrive before nightfall. Zhu Rongli. Thank you. Please be cautious, especially regarding the mature larvae. I just saw this video file on the national channel. It should be from yesterday afternoon. Mature larvae? Lu Ming clicked on the video. The angle of the footage was from a high vantage point. But this time the shooter was on a lower floor, no higher than 4 stories, capturing the street with remarkable clarity. Outside the street, dozens of Huaxia citizens were sprinting, each armed with proper weaponry, desperately trying to break free. It was uncertain whether they had stumbled into an area with a level 3 resource box. But the street was teeming with countless swarms of juvenile ants. The young ants, pale and with underdeveloped armor, measured about half a meter in length, resembling the larvae of the sickle weevil. The fleeing citizens wielded their weapons to fend off the encroaching swarm, suggesting they had a commendable level of specialization. Unfortunately, the street was too densely packed with ants, and those closest to the roadside were nearly stacked upon one another. Finding refuge from the ant swarm was nearly impossible. Their only option was to escape the area as swiftly as possible. Just then, a blaze erupted suddenly outside the frame of the video. The shooter sensed the anomaly and swiftly panned the camera toward the source of the inferno. There, a massive crimson ant, approximately 1 meter tall and 3 to 4 meters long, was locked in a fierce battle with 2 men enveloped in blue energy. Awakening power. This was the strength of a junior hunting warrior. In that instant, Lu Ming perceptively noted the levels of both combatants, keenly observing the first real encounter between a junior hunting warrior and an E-class elite. One of the men wielded a steel katana, leveraging the wall's reflection to deliver a slashing strike toward the head of the crimson ant. The sound of metal clashing erupted as sparks flew, the blade embedding itself half an inch into the ant's cranium. However, such a superficial injury was hardly consequential. Instead, it incited the ant's wrath. With its front body rearing up, it swung its forelimbs down with tremendous force. The man who struck at its head was sent reeling from the tremendous impact. While he shouted, "Now's our chance!" Suddenly, the other man surged from behind the giant ant, arms raised with his weapon, aiming for a devastating blow at the ant's waist. In that moment, he wore a triumphant expression, as though he believed this strike would surely vanquish the crimson ant. Had he not been viewing the video from an omniscient perspective, Lu Ming might have shared in that belief. Yet, he knew the blade would never reach its intended target. For within the frame, a colossal ant, larger than the crimson one and radiating a faint blue glow from its rear, charged in from the distance. It lunged forward, seizing the man's head with deadly precision. Crack! The head shattered as the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Countless juvenile ants swarmed, tearing the body apart in an instant. The man who had previously wounded the crimson ant stared in disbelief at the blue-tailed giant, his face an amalgamation of terror and incredulity. Yet, he quickly snapped back to reality, preparing to abandon the fight and escape to higher ground. Little did he know, the crimson ant raised its tail high, targeting his escape route with a torrent of flames. The man reacted swiftly, using the momentum to evade the fiery onslaught. His evasion was flawless. He eluded the flames. However, in the next heartbeat, he was intercepted by a red-blue figure. Indeed, from the moment the crimson ant had raised its tail, it had never intended for the flames to strike the man. Its sole purpose was to seal off his escape route, creating an opportunity for the blue ant to strike. Thus, in the face of the most cunning hunters, it executed a masterful maneuver of ambush. The man in the frame revealed an expression of profound resentment and regret in his final moments. The severed upper and lower halves of his body plummeted to the ground. Ensnared by the enormous crimson ant with surgical precision, much like a hippopotamus effortlessly crushing a watermelon, the creature consumed him with ease, and a surge of energy coursed through its form, causing it to grow in size almost instantaneously. A faint blue aura began to emanate from its tail. The scene shifted once more to the dozens of compatriots who had attempted to break through. Their silhouettes had vanished, leaving behind the remnants of countless crushed young ants and the ominous sight of the red-blue giant ant, diligently wiping its mandibles after feasting upon the corpses. Chapter 76. Breakthrough. Limitless hunting warriors. Despite her best efforts to stifle her sobs, the sound of a girl's whimpering was captured on video. She did not call for help, nor did she express any glimmer of hope. Her voice was merely a haunting wail, instilling despair in all who beheld the footage. This shattered the tranquility that Lu Ming had previously derived from the presence of Chuxue. Indeed, this was the true visage of apocalypse, the authentic battleground for ordinary individuals against otherworldly beings. There was no instant annihilation, no crippling blows, even in the face of weaponry constraints. They could only manage to inflict minor breaches upon the armored foes. The skills of the mature insects could not be mitigated, nor could their onslaught be thwarted. They executed their abilities and attacks in flawless synchrony. Lu Ming had faith that the two junior hunting warriors had exerted their utmost efforts and possessed a viable chance to vanquish the crimson ant. The larvae represented both the utmost favor and the greatest deception bestowed upon the transmuters. The mature forms, mutated and kingly, were anything but trivial. His ease in hunting stemmed merely from a fortuitous accumulation of advantages. Were it not for his ultimate transcendence, how would he differ from them? Such advantages, once acquired, must be eternally preserved. Beyond E-grade lay D-grade, and beyond D-grade, C-grade. Should he ever falter, any minor disruption could result in catastrophic repercussions. He closed the chat panel, letting his gaze naturally alight upon Chuxue. Her smile had faded, replaced by a look of concern. Lu Ming understood that his own emotions had inadvertently influenced the atmosphere around them. Regaining his composure, he forced a smile and reassured her, "I've encountered something rather heavy. But there's no need for you to worry." After gently ruffling her hair, he continued, "I'm about to undergo a level breakthrough. Please wait for me a moment." Chuxue nodded obediently, and Lu Ming playfully tugged at her ponytail, pleased to see her spirits lift slightly before he activated his information panel and initiated his specialization upgrade. Notice, sufficient specialized crystal quantity detected in spatial pouch. Would you like to expend 25,000 specialized crystals to elevate specialization level to limitless hunting warrior? Affirmative. Whoosh. The same extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. 25,000 specialized crystals were swiftly disassembled and refined within the spatial pouch, transforming into 25 droplets of crystalline blue liquid that penetrated his back. A sensation of coolness and comfort enveloped him as his consciousness began to settle. Once more, the divine perspective of internal scrutiny emerged. He observed those 25 droplets seeping into his spine, no longer content with merely altering it, but spreading outward to encompass every bone in his body, striving to leave crystalline blue mineral markings upon each one. This process was excruciatingly slow, akin to the meticulous crafting of a masterwork of art. Lu Ming remained intensely focused, captivated by this enigmatic transformation, utterly oblivious to the hundreds of elite mantis warriors that surged towards the apartment like moths drawn to a flame, only to be instantaneously obliterated upon crossing the threshold of the building's radius. Time slipped away, and when the crystalline markings reached his toe bones, illuminating his entire skeletal structure in a radiant blue glow, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully transcended to the rank of limitless hunting warrior. However, before he could fully revel in his achievement, a grotesque visage, reminiscent of an alien monstrosity, appeared directly before him. By the heavens! Lu Ming exclaimed, jolting in surprise. It was not a matter of his composure. Truly, no matter how audacious or self-assured one might be, encountering such a sight upon awakening would unnerve anyone. Yet, there exists a distinction between the strong and the weak. While the weak would flee in terror, the strong would draw their blade. With a swift motion, Lu Ming brandished his battle blade, initiating a combat stance. Just as he prepared to cleave that monstrous maw, its owner abruptly retreated, or rather, collapsed in on itself. Simultaneously, it raised two enormous blood scythes, shimmering with arcs of particle light, to shield itself. The sharply angled blood-red eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance and vulnerability, trembling uncontrollably. It was at this moment that Lu Ming beheld its entire form, and the name escaped his lips. Kha'Zix, the tyrant alien. Its black-red metallic exoskeleton was designed for the relentless harvest of life, a perfect match to the lethal scythes it wielded, save that Kha'Zix was never this timid. Calmness washed over Lu Ming as he turned to see Chuxia, standing gracefully behind him, her laughter echoing in the air. Identification: Tyrant of Slaughter. C-grade. Classification: Mutated Ancient Insect Emperor. Description: Having consumed 9 blood relatives of the same origin, it has acquired a bloodline that surpasses that of the ancient Mantis Emperors. Possesses a metallic exterior capable of withstanding titanium-grade weaponry, particle-cutting blades equivalent to titanium, and energy wings enabling rapid aerial navigation. Its offensive capabilities, murderous intent, and hunting prowess have been exponentially amplified. Utterly loyal to its master until death, merciless towards enemies, it embodies the ultimate predator that reveres strength. Length: 31 meters. Weight: 1 ton. Skills: Particle Cutting C, Quad Ion Cannon C, Slaughter Stab C, Scythe Storm C. Traits: High-speed flight, Shadow Stealth, Death Harvest, Superior Regeneration, Brutal Slaughter. Status: Bonded to Master. Lu Ming, current mutation level, C-grade Ordinary, can consume alien life energy for advancement. Advancement progress: 1-000-0004-000-000. Chapter 77. Core Area, Part 1. Indeed, it was a tyrant. Yet, the transformation between its pre- and post-evolution was astonishing. At 31 meters in length and weighing 1 ton, was it a black hole? Lu Ming glanced around, realizing the burden this piece of land bore, enduring a weight it was never meant to carry. Seeing the tyrant deep in contemplation over the source of his anger, it appeared as if a great weight had been lifted. Its hands ceased trembling, and its eyes were no longer filled with grievance, as it approached with a metal head gleaming with joy. Although its metallic visage revealed no expressions, Lu Ming could perceive a foolishly endearing demeanor, its eyes sparkling with eagerness for affection. Unable to resist the charm of its expression, Lu Ming reached out to pat its forehead, soothingly saying, "It's my fault for startling you, but you are now a mature emperor of the Mantis tribe. You must learn to gauge the atmosphere. Next time, please don't get too close while I'm sleeping or evolving. I might lose control of my hand." Indeed, Lu Ming found great satisfaction in this obedient creature. It seemed that even after its evolution, its loyalty remained steadfast, devoid of the worry he had anticipated. For a creature like it would never know fear. Soothing the tyrant, Lu Ming opened his information panel and glanced at the time displayed, 8:45. The advancement from Advanced Hunting Warrior to Extreme Hunting Warrior had consumed a full hour. Fortunately, the results were astonishing. The power he felt was already more than thrice that of an Advanced Hunting Warrior, equivalent to 10 times that of a mid-level Hunting Warrior and 30 times that of a beginner Hunting Warrior. Upon clicking the information for Extreme Hunting Warrior, a description appeared. Extreme Hunting Warrior, having entered the D-grade echelon, with matched weaponry and abundant combat experience, one can decisively slay E-grade monarchs and contend with D-grade elites, representing the pinnacle among hunting warriors. Consuming specialized crystals allows one to ascend to the status of beginner Doomsday War King. Advancement progress: 384-976-0000, D-grade threshold. Capable of slaying E-grade monarchs and contending with D-grade elites. The wording of the description varied, showcasing different effects. Decisively slay implies assured victory, while contend merely suggests a standoff, often not in an advantageous position. Furthermore, from this information, it can be inferred that D-grade elite aberrations surpass E-grade monarch aberrations. Analogously, C-grade elite aberrations can overpower D-grade monarch aberrations. Thus, even a standard mature form, as a C-grade mutated royalty, should have a fair chance against a D-grade monarch, if not an upper hand. Casting a glance at the tyrant, Lu Ming's lips curled into a reassuring smile. With no further worries. Even with the Golden Field Core commanding a D-grade monarch, he possessed sufficient capital to explore. Success would mean a preemptive strategy in the regional dungeon, while failure would allow for a safe retreat. Exhaling lightly, Lu Ming closed the panel. The quantity of specialized crystals was unnecessary to check. The requirements for ascending to the Doomsday War King were clearly stated. However, storing them felt somewhat wasteful. After pondering briefly, his gaze landed on the skill bar. Aside from some mastery skills that were temporarily unnecessary, most other skills had been upgraded. His attention was caught by the advanced archery mastery. This skill had remained stagnant as it had always sufficed. Now, reflecting on it, he recalled that he still possessed a significantly outdated yet powerful firearm, the Type 54 pistol. He could practice with it on the way to the core area. Xiaoxue, he called to Chuxue. I'll be relying on your aerial skills again today as we head to the core area. He expected her immediate agreement, but to his surprise, she shook her head and pointed behind him. Following her indication, Lu Ming turned to face the tyrant, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, there was a ready-made flying mount. Standing 3 meters tall with a sufficiently broad back, it could easily carry both him and Chuxue. Excellent. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, then it settled. The tyrant expressed immense joy, as if feeling honored by its newfound role. It promptly rose, eager to fulfill its purpose. However, as it made a grand movement, the entire floor creaked and shattered, its colossal form vanishing with a thunderous crash in the living room. The thunder rolled again, the booming sound resonating continuously for 7 times before finally ceasing. Coincidentally, Lu Ming lived on the 7th floor. Exchanging a knowing glance with Chuxue, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He had anticipated an unexpected occurrence, but it turned out to be the standard outcome. The structure would collapse as expected. With a disguise of battle armor, the crystalline patterns flickered, fibers twisting as the black tactical cloak enveloped him. The dark tide swirled, concealing his chiseled visage below the nose. Leaving behind the remnants of last night's hot pot, Lu Ming grasped Chuxue's hand and leaped from the 7th floor. Without employing any blades or techniques, they crashed through the wall with sheer force, as if it were fragile paper. Honestly, if the tyrant were not his servant, this entrance alone would evoke a sense of dread. Coupled with its towering presence once it stood upright, it would indeed be terrifying. This was not mere bravado. It was an instinctive perception of danger. Yet, it was short-lived, as the tyrant quickly reverted to being Lu Ming's devoted servant. Approaching him, it lowered itself, inviting Lu Ming to mount. Lu Ming, slightly embarrassed, accepted without hesitation, securing Chuxue. The tyrant effortlessly rose. A burst of red light emanating from its back as crimson wings unfurled, propelling them skyward. Feeling the rush of wind against them, Lu Ming noted that this flying speed far surpassed that of Chuxue's aerial maneuvers. They would likely reach the core area in no more than 20 minutes. Stabilizing his center of gravity and securing his feet, Lu Ming informed the tyrant of their flight direction and reopened his information panel, focusing on advanced archery mastery. Silently contemplating ultimate ascension. Notice, please select the ascension tier, tier 2. Notice, ascending advanced archery mastery requires 500 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 500 specialized crystals to elevate advanced archery mastery to master-level archery mastery. Confirm. The skill description vanished, and master-level archery mastery re-emerged. Lu Ming glanced at it. Master-level archery mastery. A grade, category, mastery skill effect. Master all advanced techniques of ranged weaponry, enabling control over biological long-range weapons. Characteristic: increased damage range of ranged weapons by an additional 60. In addition to the extra damage range increase, there was now a qualification to wield biological long-range weapons. The presence of such weapons indicated the existence of aberrant creatures focused on ranged attacks. Intriguing. If given the opportunity, he must capture a couple for study. With this thought, Lu Ming retrieved the Type 54 pistol from his bag, casting a glance at it. Type 54 pistol, steel grade. Lu Ming did not peruse further descriptions. Compared to Colt, Beretta, and Desert Eagle, it surely fell short by a considerable margin. However, what he sought was not merely a pistol, but this steel-grade firearm prototype. Ultimate Ascension, Tier 2. Notice, Ascending the steel-grade Type 54 pistol requires the consumption of 200 specialized crystals. Confirm. Notice, please select the ascension direction. RPG rocket launcher Gatling gun M82A1 sniper rifle. After reviewing the three options, Lu Ming sighed softly. In Blue Star, all three weapons would be regarded as among the strongest. Yet, in the face of aberrations, there always lingered a sense of inadequacy. The Gatling had insufficient ammunition. He chose the M82A1 sniper rifle, also known as Barrett. Titanium grade, effective range of 1,800 meters, maximum range of 2,500 meters. Currently, in his possession, he had the Eagle Eye compound bow for mid-range and the precise crossbow for short range. Unless he ascended the steel crossbow, he lacked any lethal weapon capable of striking from over a kilometer away. Now, acquiring a sniper rifle exceeding mithril in grade was undoubtedly suitable. Whoosh! The Type 54 pistol disassembled in his hands, reconstructing into the Barrett. Weighing nearly 15 kilograms, it felt like a toy in Lu Ming's grasp. With master-level archery mastery, he had achieved an astonishing proficiency with firearms. Raising the rifle, aiming, his movements were exceptionally refined. Notably, this weapon came equipped with a silencer. Although the Barrett's silencing was minimal, having it was certainly better than none. After fondling it a few times, Lu Ming stowed it in his spatial pouch. The quantity of specialized crystals was exceptionally ample, and with no other skills left to upgrade, only the awakening power remained. Awakening power, Tier 5, 2 initial, 3 additional, upgrade progress, 3809720000. Staring at the progress, Lu Ming contemplated and then dismissed the thought. Enhancing the awakening power would not impact one's consciousness as the specialized tier would. Upgrading now or when needed would yield the same result, yet he risked losing flexibility. If this expedition into the core area did not require an elevation in awakening power, then it was prudent to hold off. The remaining crystallization allows for a swifter ascent to the apocalyptic warlord level, followed by the sublimation of the Hawk King's Battleblade. Having made his decision, Lu Ming dismissed the information panel, casting aside any lingering distractions. As time flowed, he soared to heights unattainable by the Scythe Hawks, encountering no hindrances along the way. The tyrant had already penetrated the inner ring of the Jintian district. Yet, from this lofty vantage point, Lu Ming was taken aback by the scene before him. He had anticipated that the suburban areas would have a more grounded reality, with the central zone being somewhat more prosperous. However, what unfolded before his eyes was merely a circular fortress encircled by steel walls, with a diameter of approximately 3,000 meters. Scattered across the streets and in midair were thousands of elite, mutated, and even quasi-royal Scythe Hawks. This multitude was merely within the range of his line of sight. If one were to account for the other sectors not immediately visible, there would be at least 10,000 Scythe Hawks, with tens of thousands not being an exaggeration. This was the true caliber of the enemies in the Jintian district, a scene that demanded confrontation following the elevation of the World-S status. One could only be grateful for the month-long suppression buffer. Otherwise, if these elite, mutated, and quasi-royal specimens were to charge uncontrollably at the transmigrators, how many of Blue Star's inhabitants would survive, given their current overall level? Intermediate hunting warriors. A month from now, intermediate hunting warriors would be the baseline level for transmigrators. Those above this threshold could safely endure and transition to the next world level. Below this baseline, unless protected, death was inevitable. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming solemnly instructed, Xiaoxua, use the Veil of Mist. We shall glide past these Scythe Hawks and directly enter that core fortress. Chapter 79. The final Iron Fortress. It was not out of fear of the sheer number of Scythe Hawks. Utilizing the Veil of Mist provided by the first snow, combined with the Tyrant's C-grade quality and his current capabilities, Lu Ming felt confident. Given ample time, even if confronted with 100,000, he could employ standard guerrilla tactics to gradually eradicate them. He simply did not wish to waste time or encounter unforeseen circumstances. Having experienced the larvae, pupae, mutated forms, and quasi-royal Scythe Hawks, he knew well that the Scythe Hawk species was characterized by a high degree of unity. Larvae could serve as a flesh wall for the pupae's evolution, while Scythe Hawks and mutated forms transformed into guardian warriors for the quasi-royal stage. A single Scythe Hawk pupae could possess between 200 to 500 guardian larvae. The gathering of quasi-royal entities ranged from 2,000 to 5,000 larvae, alongside 15 Scythe Hawks and 4 mutated Scythe Hawks. The Hawk Queen, revered as the mother of the species, surpassed the quasi-royal stage by half a tier, potentially commanding 3, no, 5, 10, or even 20 times the guardians. It was inconceivable for it to be flanked by tens of thousands of mature bodies. Moreover, among these mature bodies not only were there elite and mutated scythe hawks, but even quasi-royal ones existed in their midst. With such a grand display, to suggest that only E-grade kings and queens presided here was utterly implausible. Thus, he felt compelled to witness firsthand the core guardians stationed here, for within his team, none were capable of dealing with a C-grade king at present. As the tyrant approached the Iron Fortress, having previously maintained a distance, the sheer number of scythe hawks had drawn his attention, obscuring nearby structures that had collapsed and decayed, hindering a detailed observation. Now, as he drew closer, he could truly appreciate the fortress's monumental and formidable presence. The steel walls alone reached a staggering height of 200 meters, far exceeding the maximum leap of elite scythe hawks. Furthermore, the fortress's pinnacle was adorned with a dense array of high-voltage electric nets. The establishment of such defensive measures indicated that the incursion of alien species was not a sudden event. It must have followed a certain progression, with the epicenter of the outbreak likely situated not in the suburbs, but within the heart of this world. Of course, one could argue alternative uses for the fortress, albeit with a slim probability. Regrettably, despite possessing such an imposing and secure stronghold, it had failed to avert the catastrophic outcome, evoking a sense of melancholy. Halting, Lu Ming signaled the tyrant to remain in place. He rose upon its back, casting his gaze upon the central city, waiting for the blue outline to envelop the entire fortress. In his heart, he silently invoked the identification of the alien species. Scythe hawk, mutated scythe hawk. Scythe hawk, scythe hawk. In an instant, thousands of elite scythe hawks appeared before Lu Ming's eyes in layers. Faced with this dense throng, he felt not only a tinge of anxiety, but also profound bewilderment. The anticipated C-grade king was absent, and even the D-grade king was nowhere to be found. Within the entire structure, aside from the scythe hawks and their mutated forms, there were merely a savage hawk king and a savage hawk queen. Was that all? Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Instinctively, he sensed that matters were far from simple. Yet, his eyes revealed the unsettling truth. Could it be that the vast assembly of mature scythe hawks surrounding the fortress was genuinely there to protect the E-grade hawk king and queen? That seemed illogical. Continuing to survey the surroundings, he scrutinized every corner, but disappointment settled in. Everything appeared unchanged, devoid of any anomalies. I refuse to believe this. As if in defiance, Lu Ming altered his identification method, shifting from a spatial perspective to an individual focus, pinpointing the central city. Identification. If information could not be gleaned from the spatial realm, he would seek clues from the structure itself. Central City, Final Iron Fortress, Category, Level 1 Sanctuary Description, 5 years ago. The mysterious opening of the Otherworld Gate heralded the sudden invasion of aberrant entities, which ravaged this once peaceful world, mercilessly exterminating its inhabitants. Upon learning that the invasion was spreading to the suburbs, District Chief Dong Wei, while frontline warriors bought time and disseminated information about the alien species, mobilized all available forces. After 3 months of effort, this specialized steel fortress was constructed to resist the alien incursion, complete with a fully functional underground sanctuary to shelter all residents of the Jintian district. Initially, the Final Iron Fortress successfully repelled the onslaught of the alien scythe hawks. However, due to the assault of D-grade mutated individuals and the overwhelming force of the fearsome Hawk King, the sky net was breached and the fortress's interior was invaded, leading to the destruction of the steel walls and the influx of scythe hawks, ultimately resulting in the fortress's fall and its transformation into a nest. Now this resonates. Having absorbed the entirety of the central city's information, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. The D-grade mutated individual, the fearsome Hawk King, indicated that it still belonged to the lineage of the savage Hawk King. It was merely a case of an extraordinary opportunity, akin to a protagonist in a novel, transforming from E-grade to D-grade. It was not on par with the ancient Hawk Emperor and could be dealt with at will. However, he could not overlook that familiar triangular symbol, which signified hidden information. Upon touching the triangular symbol, a page of information unfurled before him. After the fearsome Hawk King breached the sky net, District Chief Dong Wei realized that failing to eliminate it would lead to the massacre of all residents within the sanctuary. Out of duty and responsibility, he became bait, turning himself into the fearsome hawk king's prey to trigger its hunting instinct and lure it away. He then utilized the titanium-grade protective measures of the Central City's South Core drive chamber, in conjunction with the Central Energy System, to seal it deep within the underground chamber, leaving a warning to survivors to never open the core drive chamber. Yet, in its fury, the fearsome Hawk King struck out with a soul-cleaving cross before the chamber sealed, cleaving through the upper layers of the ground and the fortress walls, allowing the Scythe Hawks to swarm in and slaughter all survivors. Was it sealed? This was the sole point of significance that Lu Ming gleaned from the information. How could one not recklessly eradicate the Scythe beasts within the central city? The thought brought a broad smile to Lu Ming's face, one filled with unrestrained anticipation. He had effectively taken ownership of the entire central city. Tyrant, charge in. Upon receiving Lu Ming's command, the tyrant unfurled its wings and surged forward into the iron fortress with tremendous force. Little did Lu Ming know that just as he drew the Scythe King Battleblade, ready to commence his slaughter, a sudden prompt appeared. Prompt: you have entered the central area of the city, activating the core mission to liberate the shelter. Current liberation progress, 0. Chapter 80. The Giant Acid Compression Cannon. The poised and vigorous Lu Ming was abruptly interrupted by the program prompt. Glancing at the notification, he felt somewhat speechless. A core mission for the city? Liberating a shelter? What nonsense! He merely wished to engage in combat with a D-rank monarch to gauge his true capabilities. The sudden addition of a task felt rather insincere. Could he refuse it? Well, it seemed there was no choice. He might as well pretend he hadn't seen it and let things unfold as they may. With a resounding crash, the tyrant landed in the iron fortress. Facing the massive gates of the steel stronghold, the noise akin to that of a debt collector. Sure enough, the tyrant's audacity roused a group of mutated scythe beasts, led by an elite scythe. Lu Ming's eyes darkened as he activated the cross-pulse framework. However, before he could unleash his strike, the clear sound of a blade being drawn echoed beside him. A crimson arc of light sliced through the bodies of 7 scythe beasts, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake, revealing the elegant silhouette of the Scythe King Tyrant behind them. One arm hung naturally, while the other was poised like a sword, a stance worthy of being immortalized in a poster. At that moment, Lu Ming noticed that the tyrant's particle blade was far longer than half a meter. It typically remained retracted. In true combat, the particle blade could extend to nearly a meter. With a clang, the blade retracted. Boom. The bodies of the 7 scythe beasts collapsed in a split. The tyrant tilted its head towards Lu Ming, seemingly inquiring. Was that strike impressive? Lu Ming, who had intended to commend it, felt a vain throb at his temple. Truly, he wished to hammer this creature, yet he had to admit it was indeed striking. Taking a step forward, he patted the tyrant on the rear and said in a deep voice, "Next time, I'll go first. Or else you'll steal the spotlight and end up sleeping in the streets tonight." The tyrant's pose instantly slumped, its head drooping in disappointment. Otherwise, it would have to undergo immediate enhancement and utilize its greedy hands to gather resources, wasting precious time unnecessarily. In a moment of good spirits, Lu Ming stepped past the tyrant, generously offering praise. However, that last strike was truly commendable. With that, Lu Ming entered the gate of the iron fortress, heading towards the corridor that led to the Scythe King's throne. The tyrant paused, then suddenly understood, letting out a roar of disbelief as it looked at Chuxue. As if to confirm it hadn't misheard, its master was indeed praising it. Chuxue remained silent, merely offering a serene smile, before hastening her steps to catch up with Lu Ming. Entering the corridor, they found themselves in a vast space reminiscent of a high-speed train station's waiting area. Before them lay a steel bridge leading in multiple directions, spanning 100 meters and stretching 1,000 meters long. It could be described as both a platform and a thoroughfare. Countless circuits hung around, and numerous steel bridges extended on either side. In terms of design, it certainly bore the style of a survivor base from humanity's wasteland era. Yet now, apart from the abundance of mature scythe beasts, no traces of history remained. Roar. Upon discovering Lu Ming and his companion, a swarm of elite scythe beasts launched a collective assault, their numbers exceeding 100. Indeed, facing such trivial foes, only a few ranks above larvae. Lu Ming ordered Chuxue to remove her camouflage. This way, the scythe beasts, known for attacking anyone in sight, would surely swarm towards them. This was the scene he eagerly anticipated, as the more they clustered, the more efficiently they would perish. With blade raised, He aimed at the densest cluster of elite scythe beasts, focusing his mind. Giant acid compression cannon. Bang! The Scythe King battle blade erupted with a blue glow. Dark blue viscous liquid gushed forth, swirling and intertwining at the blade's tip. In an instant, a half-bodied mutant coalesced at the tip of the blade. Its size was massive, twice that of a regular scythe beast. This formidable form was undoubtedly the parasitic creature known as the brutal Scythe King. With its sharp blades protruding, it plunged them into the steel bridge surface. The liquid biological entity connecting the blade frantically drained the biological energy within the weapon. A pale yellow energy accumulated in its chest and abdomen, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The grotesque vertical maw in its chest flared open violently. A deafening roar erupted, unleashing a barrage akin to a cascading waterfall. The cannon blast soared 3 meters high, lasting 5 seconds, sweeping across the broad main thoroughfare and obliterating nearly 70% of the clustered elite scythe beasts. Crack! Crack! The shattered remains plummeted, some missing their upper halves, others their lower, while some were reduced to mere scraps of flesh. Lu Ming awakened from his stupor, witnessing the brutal Scythe King revert to biological slime and merge back into the blade, leaving him momentarily bewildered. A skill consuming 10 points of biological energy? This was remarkably impressive. Chapter 81. The Scythe King's throne, however, after just one use, the blade's handle felt somewhat heated, indicating that the acid cannon skill, with its area damage, exerted immense strain on the vitality of the mutant creatures, perhaps even more than the cross pulse. A glance at the weapon's vitality confirmed a reduction of 500. 500 for a single use. 12 times was the limit. 12 times. That was astonishingly powerful. Regrettably, the scythe beasts could not withstand the onslaught of the compression cannon, and using it even once would incur significant losses in crystallized energy. For the next use of biological skills, he would need to experiment individually to ensure maximum returns. Roar! The death of one wave of scythe beasts incited the fury of countless more, with thousands of them creating a combat environment that restricted movement. Lu Ming was more than capable of handling it alone. However, in the current open space, restricted to the steel bridge, unleashing his full potential would be challenging unless he could infinitely extend his blade's reach or possessed an explosive skill. Fortunately, he had a loyal servant. Tyrant. Swoosh. The dark crimson figure emerged from the shadows. Lu Ming pointed at the fearless elite scythe beasts and commanded in a deep voice, "Leave not a single one alive." Clang. The particle blade unsheathed with a resounding chime. The shadows swiftly darted forth. The air crackled as the bodies fell apart, some crashing onto the elevated bridge, their fluids splattering, while others plummeted into the lower levels of the base, their innards spilling out. Yet, despite this, the scythe beasts continued to surge forward like relentless reapers. Though the tyrant was formidable, it could not single-handedly vanquish the multitude. Seeing the tyrant's unstoppable advance, the remaining scythe beasts circumvented its attack and charged towards Lu Ming, perceiving him as the softer target. "Chushua," Lu Ming called softly, "handle those backstabbers behind us." He held no doubt about Chushua's abilities against these E-rank elites. Having evolved to an ordinary D rank, she was no longer the fragile larva. When necessary, she could become a formidable force. With that, Lu Ming charged forward, the cross pulse swirling in his hand, clearing the oncoming elite scythe beasts with each swing. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, as he instructed Chushua and turned around, countless golden threads, like flying shuttles, pierced through the hearts of all the scythe beasts in the rear. The sheer number was staggering, nearly 1,000. They are linked together like a string of pearls, lifeless after the initial snow has settled upon the elevated bridge behind them. It is as if the resources have been meticulously arranged for Lu Ming, awaiting his personal retrieval. Once the scythe hawks behind him have been dealt with, Chushua, aside from assisting in collecting the fallen scythe hawk corpses, refrains from intervening in the battle ahead. She simply gazes at Lu Ming, who is moving back and forth with a delicate expression, her admiration and adoration radiating in the soft hues of dawn. Lu Ming is fervently engaged in combat. Though not yet at the level of an unparalleled warrior, he is not far from it. After all, his specialized level as an extreme hunting warrior is evident, especially with the Scythe King's battle knife in hand. The tyrant resembles a deity of war, dispatching enemies one by one, sometimes even taking down multiple smaller scythe hawks with a single blow. Within a mere 15 minutes, he has obliterated thousands of elite Scythe Hawks and their mutated counterparts. As bloodied steam rises from the battle knife, it is evident that its biological vitality has dwindled to a mere 1,000. He retrieves 100 bottles of ordinary mutant blood from his pack in batches, replenishing his resources. At this moment, he realizes that the landscape before him is a mountain of Scythe Hawk corpses. After a brief contemplation, he understands Chushua's actions. Gratefulness feels overly formal. So he pats Chushua on the head and chuckles, "You've worked hard." Upon seeing this, the tyrant quickly approaches, fixing its gaze on Lu Ming, clearly expressing, "What about me? I want some too." Lu Ming, bemused, realizes that this irresistible expression must have been learned from somewhere. After all, it is a born predator. Where is its noble demeanor? "All right, come here," he concedes. Reluctantly, he reaches out to the tyrant, which squints its eyes and leans down. Lu Ming pats its metallic forehead, then softens his demeanor and gently caresses it. This creature, surprisingly endearing upon further acquaintance, is indeed formidable. "Seeing your bravery, I'll entrust the kill of the brutal Scythe King to you." With such a powerful ally at hand, he feels he deserves to enjoy the privileges of a master. The tyrant nods vigorously, signaling its readiness to take on that responsibility. After all, crushing an ant with 1,000 pounds of force is no different from crushing a beetle with the same. Minutes later, the combined spoils are as follows: 805 elite Scythe Hawk corpses and 42 mutated Scythe Hawk corpses. Even without any enhancement, the yield has surpassed 75,000. After enhancement, the profit will be substantial. As he gazes at the Scythe Hawk corpses in his pack, a sense of joy illuminates his eyes, and his mood is exceedingly buoyant. Yet, amidst desolation, a vague sense of unease lingers. While Lu Ming and the tyrant have indeed demonstrated remarkable efficiency, the notion of slaying nearly 4,000 creatures in just 15 minutes seems implausible. For one, he had refrained from using his empowered abilities to prepare for the D-level monarch, employing his speed only twice. Moreover, elite Scythe Hawks are not the same as their larvae. They will retaliate when attacked. Although their resistance may prove futile, it offers their companions opportunities to counterattack, causing Lu Ming to occasionally waste precious seconds adjusting his tactics. Could it be that he is simply in an unusually good state of mind, becoming overly engrossed in the slaughter? Lu Ming finds himself questioning this. Activating his Eye of Truth, he focuses on the deeper levels of the base. There, his first target stands quietly, seemingly unaware of the chaos above. "Let us descend," Chushua suggests, releasing her strands to guide Lu Ming down, with the tyrant following closely. As they descend, the light dims further. Upon reaching the ground, visibility is reduced to less than 10 meters. Fortunately, although the Eye of Truth does not grant night vision, it can outline the contours of all nearby objects. Constructing a transparent structure. Forward, Lu Ming directs, instinctively guiding them toward the location of the brutal Scythe King. Chushua and the tyrant exchange glances, one filled with mirth, the other with unwavering loyalty, allowing Lu Ming to lead them onward, none revealing their ability to perceive the darkness as if it were daylight. As they traverse the 5-minute route, they navigate the shadows like a midnight stroll. Gradually, Lu Ming acclimates to the darkness. Suddenly, two figures come into view, one in front of the other. The first is the same length as the tyrant, cloaked in a deep blue hue, adorned with red energy runes that drift about its form. The second is slumped on the ground, its length estimated at least 13 meters, though its upper half resembles an ordinary Scythe Hawk. Its lower half, however, is grotesquely swollen, disproportionate to the upper body by dozens of times. At this moment, the massive lower half begins to contract and writhe. A pale yellow energy orb courses within it, and through its luminescence, one can glimpse the hundreds of Scythe Hawk larvae eggs hatching within. Some are already moving within their shells, while others remain in a dormant state, twitching erratically. This creature is the Scythe Queen, the complete form of the being Lu Ming had regrettably failed to observe in the shopping plaza. Yet, as is often the case with humans, the allure of the unknown can be compelling. When finally confronted with the reality, one often yearns for eyes that have never seen it before, wishing to forget the vision altogether. Had it not been for his resilience, honed through various experiences with slaughtering mutants, he might have found it difficult to withstand the sight before him. From this creature's behavior, Lu Ming perceives a striking difference. It shows no signs of initiating an offensive. Its gaze remains fixed on the tyrant, perhaps due to prolonged observation. Lu Ming discerns a calm acceptance in the brutal Scythe King's expression, akin to someone who knows their end is near yet faces fate with dignity. A low growl escapes the brutal Scythe King's mouth. The tyrant, upon hearing this, raises its antennae, taking a cautious step forward, casting a questioning glance toward Lu Ming. Although the meaning behind the brutal Scythe King's growl eludes him, Lu Ming nods gently, indicating that the tyrant may proceed freely, his voice imbued with respect and confidence. The brutal Scythe King's eyes flash a vibrant green, its blades clashing in a resounding echo as a surge of energy erupts from within it. Three sharp cracks resonate through its form. Observing this, Lu Ming is momentarily taken aback, activating his eye of truth to reveal the brutal Scythe King's vulnerabilities. However, where there were once 4 core bodies, only the heart remains. It has seemingly destroyed 3 of them itself. What could this mean? As Lu Ming ponders this perplexity, the brutal Scythe King raises its blade, pointing it toward the tyrant. The tyrant, in turn, raises its right arm to clash with the blade. A sharp clang resonates like a battle horn. In contrast, the tyrant stands firm, its crimson eyes fixed on its adversary. The brutal Scythe King's eyes flash again, its particle blades erupting with a clattering sound as it lunges towards the tyrant with great speed. The tyrant sways slightly, effortlessly evading the full force of the Scythe King's strike, and its red blade strikes upward, piercing through the Scythe King's chest. A resounding crash ensues as the 2 figures intertwine. The Scythe King is cleaved in half, sliding 100 meters before crashing into a steel wall, coming to a standstill with no further motion. At this moment, clarity dawns upon Lu Ming. The brutal Scythe King's tranquility stemmed from its understanding that defeat was inevitable from the beginning. It had merely chosen a more dignified manner of death. With a sigh of melancholy, Lu Ming collects the Scythe King's body, resolved to ensure it can still serve a purpose, honoring its pride in life. As he turns, the tyrant has already unsheathed its blade, striding forward toward the Scythe Queen, the last of its kind. Lu Ming does not intervene, but instinctively casts his eye of truth toward the Scythe Queen. After all, information on mutants is always invaluable. Identification. The tyrant Scythe Queen, E-class monarch, race, insectoid royalty description. This mature queen measures an impressive 15 meters in length, possessing an immense physique and extraordinary reproductive capabilities. She is venerated and guarded by the entire Scythe family, exhibiting a voracious appetite and a propensity for slumber, serving as the unequivocal heart of the Scythe lineage. Having forsaken her formidable offensive abilities, she embraces the noble duty of ensuring the proliferation of her kin, often accompanied by the tyrant Scythe King, rendering her nearly impervious to harm. However, upon achieving the pinnacle of her hatching potential, she faces the grim fate of life exhaustion, leading to the deterioration of her bodily functions and eventual demise. Skills. She can unfurl 3 mandibles to unleash a corrosive assault capable of eroding mithril-grade armor and penetrating structures. Known as Triple Barrage, by channeling her mutated energy into her forearms, she executes a sudden strike called Cross Pulse, and in her final moments, she may resort to a desperate self-destruction. Characteristics. She wields absolute authority over her kin with Queen's command, possesses advanced regeneration, and when her life is threatened, she can unleash her mutated powers to envelop her territory, awakening the latent potential of all her kin, compelling them to sacrifice themselves for the chance to evolve into mature forms within 6 hours for her cause, referred to as Queen's Grace. Weaknesses. She lacks mobility and cannot move independently. Defeating her requires shattering the 3 core nuclei located in her head, chest, and abdomen, which possess mithril-grade hardness. Current remaining reproductive power, 80,000. 80,000 remaining reproductive power. A sudden thought emerged as the tyrant took flight. Lu Ming looked up to see the tyrant's crimson particle blade was now less than 10 meters from the queen's head, the standard slam-dunk posture. This distance was but a fleeting moment for the tyrant. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically as he extended a hand, exclaiming, "Tyrant, no, it can still live." Boom. As his words fell, the tyrant abruptly veered and crashed into the iron wall behind the queen with a resounding thud, slowly sliding down afterward. Lu Ming felt a bit awkward but was relieved to have saved the tyrant Scythe Queen. 80,000 in remaining reproductive power equated to 80,000 scythe larvae. The minimum yield would be 160,000 specialized crystals. If he utilized sublimation, that could escalate to a staggering 1,600,000 wealth. Furthermore, employing the trait Queen's Grace, which forcibly evolves larvae, he would acquire 80,000 unsublimated scythe corpses. With another sublimation, it could yield a mountain of gold. If the tyrant's strike had truly landed, regret would haunt him for a lifetime. Chapter 83. The core drive chamber, however, seeing the tyrant approach with slumped shoulders and a dejected expression, Lu Ming felt a pang of sympathy. He patted the tyrant's chest, offering consolation. Don't dwell on it. Crashing into walls is something all men experience, myself included. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Think of it this way. Though the wall collision wasn't the most graceful act, it safeguarded a treasure trove. A treasure that is rich in energy and meant for me. In short, you did splendidly. I am proud of you. The tyrant showed little reaction to his words. But upon hearing the final sentence, it instantly perked up. Its expression transformed as if fully rejuvenated, even receiving a buff of empowerment, exuding exuberance. Lu Ming's demeanor softened. Realizing that nurturing the tyrant was indeed worthwhile, it was remarkably easy to manage. Turning his attention back to the tyrant Scythe Queen, she had lost the protection of the Scythe King and her subjects, rendering her unusually quiet. Perhaps she sensed that her life had been spared, or perhaps she had surrendered to her fate. In any case, she displayed no signs of aggression. Her gaze lingered on the tyrant, her face slightly pale. Pale? Wait a moment. This was not akin to human pallor. The blood of ordinary scythes is inherently blue. If her complexion had turned pale, Lu Ming pondered, could it be that the tyrant Scythe Queen has taken a liking to the tyrant? He found it perplexing. Perhaps this was the allure of the strong. If it could lead to a unique development, he found himself intrigued. Setting the entrance for identification, Lu Ming prepared to eliminate the Scythe King and secure the Queen. As the next step involved confronting the mutated individual, a D-class monarch. Activating the Eye of Truth, he need not survey his surroundings. The location of the tyrant Scythe Queen illuminated the entrance to the core drive chamber. The Queen's massive form obstructed the passage. This presented a challenge. If his own size were sufficient, the strength of an extreme hunting warrior might be able to shift the Queen aside. Unfortunately, his current stature was evidently inadequate, and lacking contact points rendered it impossible to exert force, unless he could lift her from above. But that would cause her upper half to collapse under the weight of her lower half, leading to her demise. It appeared that the Queen served as a formidable obstacle. Defeating her and collecting her remains would grant access to the depths below. After all, who would willingly turn their back to a powerful foe? To await a backstab? The design was too coincidental, deepening Lu Ming's sense that the entire world resembled a game. This was not unfamiliar. After all, their other identity as transmuters was that of conquerors. Yet, with current feeble strength, there was little qualification to delve further. One day, he would overturn the world and unearth those behind his transmutation. For now, he must focus on his own will. Observing the tyrant. Its entire being was a weapon of battle. Sending it to dissect a corpse would yield high efficiency. However, moving a body was a different matter entirely. Initial Snow. Can you weave a net to envelop the tyrant Scythe Queen completely? Initial Snow understood instantly, smiling slightly as golden threads flowed, wrapping the Queen entirely. Before Lu Ming could provide further instructions, Initial Snow had already hoisted the Queen to a nearby corner. The ease with which she accomplished this made Lu Ming acutely aware of her superior strength. Impressive. The interplay of actions led Lu Ming to lose restraint and plant a kiss on Initial Snow's cheek. She beamed like a blooming flower, while Lu Ming felt a pang of embarrassment, reminding himself to maintain composure. Just as he managed to calm his thoughts, a metallic visage approached from the side. No, it was more accurate to describe it as a cheek. Lu Ming sighed and pushed the face away, stating firmly, "You cannot. You are a man. Look over there." He pointed towards the tyrant Scythe Queen, who was indeed a more suitable object of affection. Having said that, Lu Ming took Initial Snow and headed towards the entrance to the depths. He remained quietly vigilant, realizing that any affectionate gestures would need to be discreet in the future. While innocent displays could be overlooked, any other actions discovered might lead to the tyrant turning its back on him. How would he explain that? The tyrant observed Lu Ming's retreating figure and glanced toward the tyrant Scythe Queen, who was gesturing sweetly with its forelimbs, seemingly expressing affection. The tyrant stared blankly at her for 3 seconds, its gaze drifting down to her ample midsection, before turning away with indifference and spitting. Indeed, Even a non-human creature could exhibit such behavior. After spitting, the tyrant appeared momentarily taken aback, hastily raising its blades and sprinting toward the entrance of the core drive chamber. Resembling a child who had lost sight of its mother, arms raised and crying as it chased after her. Returning to Lu Ming's side, he held several specialized crystals as makeshift illumination. These seemed designed to facilitate the entrance of survivors and various tools. The descending passage was not only gently sloped, but also remarkably spacious, at least with just the specialized crystals in his hand. He could not discern the entirety of the corridor. Suddenly, a red glow erupted behind him, illuminating the space within a 5-meter radius. Lu Ming glanced back to see the imposing figure of the tyrant clearly outlined. The light emanated from the energy inscriptions on its body and the particle blades in its hands. Observing its robust physique and the nearly silent approach, Lu Ming felt a profound recognition of the title Natural Hunter. Excessive words were left unspoken. The current atmosphere favored tranquility. Step by step, he advanced, delving inward bit by bit. As 20 minutes elapsed, a faint blue light emanated from an exit that appeared before him. Lu Ming accelerated, racing towards the final stretch. However, upon crossing the threshold, he was met with the sight of a towering, battery-shaped edifice, standing several dozen meters high and 50 meters in diameter. Its surface, clad in a robust metallic shell, was interspersed with energy columns brimming with high-energy plasma. It was these energy columns that illuminated the subterranean space. Undoubtedly, this was the so-called core drive chamber, which housed the D-class mutated entity known as the fearsome Hawk King. Surrounding the drive chamber was a series of hemispherical structures, severed in half, extending throughout the underground expanse. The Eye of Truth revealed that this was the temporary dwelling of survivors. Notification: you have delved into the survivor base. Area Core Liberation Progress, 40. The program's prompt suddenly appeared. Lu Ming glanced at it before dismissing it. The situation was critical. Who had time to concern themselves with task progress? Leading Chu Shue and the tyrant away from the platform outside the exit, he stepped onto the rough, cement-paved road. Observing the tire marks left from 4 years prior, it was as if the scene of District Chief Dong Wei guiding the fearsome Hawk King into the drive chamber could be reenacted. Chapter 84, Mutation Assessment. Gazing at the core drive chamber, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. Central City Underground Core Drive Chamber. Category: Energy Hub. Description: the core energy hub of the final Iron Fortress in Central City, governing the proper functioning of the entire structure. For years ago, it was utilized by District Chief Dong Wei to contain the D-class mutant, the fearsome Hawk King. Currently, all energy is dedicated to the internal containment. However, for 4 years, the fearsome Hawk King has never ceased its struggle. It oscillates between strenuous efforts to break free and periods of dormancy, repeating this cycle. As of now, the energy reserves of the hub are alarmingly low. Based on the fearsome Hawk King's power, it could breach the containment and return to the surface in a month. A month until its return to the surface? Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Wasn't that precisely 3 days after the world level escalated? If this was not a mere coincidence in Jintian District, but a standard across all districts, the previously calculated minimum threshold for transgressors would be utterly flawed. The criteria for advancing to the next world level would no longer hinge on being a high-level hunting warrior, but rather require the presence of a D-class mutant king. The Doomsday Warrior. In other words, each region would necessitate at least one Doomsday Warrior to secure its survival. Yet, the number of specialized crystals required for a novice soldier to ascend to a Doomsday Warrior is a staggering 106,410, with a halved base drop rate. That translates to the need to eliminate 212,820 larvae of the Scythe Hawk within 30 days. That averages to exterminating 7,094 larvae each day. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Moreover, the population of larvae is not substantial enough to meet such demands. With these stringent conditions and elevated requirements, what kind of existence is this? Why not simply eradicate everyone during the transfer instead of subjecting them to this torment? However, upon a moment's reflection, Lu Ming calmed himself. His thoughts had been somewhat extreme. Merely exterminating Scythe Hawk larvae might not suffice. But upon reaching the status of a mid-level hunting warrior, one could independently defeat mature scythes. The yield of crystals would multiply tenfold. Furthermore, whether the 50 yield rate pertains to whether or not crystals appear or to the quantity remains yet to be determined. Initially, He had assumed the 50 referred to the probability of yield. However, if it pertains to the quantity of yield, the results would differ significantly. For instance, should an ordinary individual slay a scythe hawk larva without having the drop rate, they would yield 1 crystal. Halved, it would yield half a crystal. Hence no drop at all. Conversely, when slaying a mature scythe hawk, the ordinary yield is 10 crystals. Halved, that would yield 5. This would greatly ameliorate the situation. Clearly, this hypothesis aligns more logically with established rules. Otherwise, the defeat of high-level mutants would also lead to no crystal yield, which would be nonsensical. Thus, time is ample. It merely hinges on whether the region can seize the opportunity. With a sigh, he reined in his thoughts. The situation appeared somewhat ambiguous. Or rather, the description of the drive chamber instilled in him a sense of unease. The fearsome Hawk King is itself a mutated entity, an anomaly among the ordinary Scythe Hawk clan. After being confined within the core drive chamber and tormented for 4 years, its relentless struggle attests to its formidable willpower. According to the narrative designs of novels or films, such a character invariably suggests that survival through adversity begets future fortune. Should it be released and evolve once more, attaining C-class status, they would all be doomed. Buzz. Unbeknownst to him, as Lu Ming stepped towards the exit, a familiar pale yellow light barrier abruptly materialized before him, emitting a tremendous repulsion that forced him a step back. Lu Ming steadied himself, staring at the barrier in astonishment for 2 seconds before exclaiming, "A biological force field?" Notification. The core task of liberating the District S refuge is underway. Until the task is completed, liberators cannot leave the current scene. Current liberation progress, 40. Wang Defa? Observing the information presented in the prompt, Lu Ming's expression nearly mirrored that of the Tyrant Hawk King, his brows furrowing to the point of being able to crush a fly. Is this how it works? Do they have no shame? If only this wretched program allowed for communication. Otherwise, he would have surely transformed into the Doomsday Hunter right then and there. Amidst his indignation, Lu Ming suddenly conceived an idea. Gathering, spatial satchels, and trading could all undergo enhancement. Could this malfunctioning program not do the same? Hiss indeed. I shall try that next time. If I can create a communicative intelligent program, I'd surely subject it to a few logical infinite loops. Dismissing the program's prompt, Lu Ming continued to search around, undeterred. Regrettably, his retreat was entirely blocked. Chu Xue and the tyrant, intrigued, attempted to pass through, only to be met with failure. His mood was utterly dismal. Glancing back at the battery-like core drive chamber, Lu Ming realized that, aside from continuing his endeavor, he had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. Since the world demands progress, he would impart a severe lesson. He would break through to become a doomsday warrior right here. Opening his spatial satchel, Lu Ming began to extract the corpses of Scythe Hawks one by one. The inability to do this in bulk rendered the task cumbersome. Fortunately, the space was ample enough to release all the corpses at once. Chu Xue's threads were long enough to quickly lay the bodies in designated positions. The two worked in seamless harmony, while the tyrant sat dejectedly in a corner, feeling useless. At that moment, it felt as though it were a discarded hawk, unable to assist in any way. After 1 hour and 10 minutes, Lu Ming finally released all the corpses. Though it was merely a mechanical task devoid of physical exertion, he felt as if he had been laboring all day. The key was that this action was forced upon him. There was a stark difference between being compelled and acting voluntarily. The emotional response was entirely different. A simple analogy: if you were already prepared to study, halfway down the road, only to be accosted by someone sternly instructing you to hurry and study or face dire consequences, your enthusiasm would surely evaporate in an instant. Looking at the pile of Scythe Hawk corpses nearly stacked to the core drive chamber, Lu Ming felt somewhat speechless. Those in the know would realize this was for the purpose of enhancement. Those unaware might think it was a burial for the fearsome Hawk King. Sighing, with a hint of fatigue on his face, Lu Ming selected an elite Scythe Hawk corpse before him and murmured, "Ultimate enhancement. Prompt: please select sublimation tier. Tier 2. Prompt: sublimating the E-rank elite Scythe Owl corpse requires consuming 100 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 100 specialized crystals to elevate the E-rank elite Scythe Owl corpse to a D-rank giant Scythe Owl larva corpse." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why is there another fee? Chapter 85. Gene Leap, Birth of the War King. Is it due to the tier? The elite Scythe Owl's rank has directly transcended E-rank. Hence, in the eyes of ultimate sublimation, A D-rank corpse is no longer considered worthless, but rather a treasure of significance? Observing his amassed wealth of 38,097 crystals, Lu Ming decided to proceed. Confirm. The elite scythe owl corpse disintegrated, reconstructing into a massive larva measuring 1.5 meters in length, approximately 80 centimeters tall, with a dark red body, parts covered in armor, and a fearsome visage. Identification: giant scythe owl larva, D-rank larval form, category: insectoid. Description: sacrificing long-range acid spraying. It has evolved into a formidable melee combatant, possessing immense strength, robust defense, and remarkable recovery. Only weapons of mithril grade can breach its armored sections. Upon maturity, it evolves into the mid-tier species of the scythe owl lineage, the giant scythe owl. Skills: rapid charge, utilizing its armored head to crush targets with brutal charge, spinning in place to sweep targets with its tail, in tail slam, and suddenly rising to unleash a powerful shockwave through weight and energy discharge in furious stomp. Traits: rapid regeneration, fury. Weaknesses: 2 core bodies located at the intersections of energy veins, typically protected by armor. Shattering both will result in a kill. Upon reading this, Lu Ming could not help but speculate. According to this description, the mature form of the giant scythe owl is essentially a melee brute. Red, brutish, like Ultraman. Hence, the ancient scythe owl must undoubtedly represent the supreme or dark type. I am beginning to understand the classification of these species. Greed. Slightly sarcastic, Lu Ming targeted the giant scythe owl for collection. Successfully disassembled the giant scythe owl larva corpse, obtaining 100 specialized crystals, 2 high-energy proteins, 2 giant scythe armors, consuming 100 crystals and receiving 100 back, thanks to the double collection. Otherwise, I would have incurred a loss. It seems that for the corpses of ultimate sublimation, the tier must be suppressed within E rank. Otherwise, the risk of loss is substantial. Ultimate sublimation. Selecting another elite scythe owl corpse, Lu Ming continued the sublimation process. Prompt: please select sublimation tier. Tier 1. Prompt: sublimating the E-rank elite scythe owl corpse requires consuming 30 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 30 specialized crystals to elevate the E-rank elite scythe owl corpse to the E-rank tyrant scythe king corpse. E-rank also requires a fee. Is it because sublimating corpses is too extraordinary and has been moderated by the program? That should not be the case. Otherwise, operations even more outrageous than sublimating corpses would not have been targeted, such as resource chests. Multiple operations have not been addressed. It can only be concluded that the E-rank royal corpses also possess value. 30 specialized crystals are entirely acceptable. After all, the output of crystals after transcending the scythe is 50. The tyrant scythe king should yield at least 60 to balance. Confirm. The elite scythe owl corpse once again disintegrated, reconstructing into an even mightier tyrant scythe king corpse. Greed. Successfully disassembled the tyrant scythe king corpse, obtaining 60 specialized crystals, 16 scythe king blades, 24 scythe king armors, and 200 milliliters of E-rank royal variant blood. Excellent. Consuming 30 and earning 60, a profit of 30 specialized crystals per corpse. This is a gain of 10 crystals compared to merely disassembling scythe owls. This is the advantage of ultimate sublimation, allowing for flexible selection between first or second tier. First tier sublimation. Confirm. The rest was a highly skilled assembly line operation. Initially, he intended to subliminate all corpses at once before collecting. However, after sublimating over 1,000, his stock of 38,000 crystals had been entirely depleted. He had to conduct a collection, which discomforted him, given his compulsive tendencies. The remaining ordinary scythe owls did not present significant variances. However, a peculiar occurrence emerged when the mutated scythe owl corpses transitioned to the tyrant scythe king. They did not generate an additional mutation tag. They still yielded the tyrant scythe king corpse. This left Lu Ming somewhat baffled. Ultimately, it must be defined that ordinary scythe owls lack the robust bloodline to support such transformations. Upon evolving to the pinnacle, they autonomously eliminate mutation factors. Unless, like the fearsome scythe king, another mutation occurs at the tyrant scythe king level. Finally, after 1 hour and 20 minutes, all corpses transformed into crystals. Initially, his bag contained 38,097 specialized crystals. The total output from all scythe owl corpses was 115,380. Grand total, 153, 477. Following the breakthrough of 10,000 crystals, Lu Ming welcomed his first crossing of the 100,000 threshold. Furthermore, he additionally acquired 61, 552 Scythe King blades, 92, 328 Scythe King armors, and 200 milliliters of E-rank royal variant blood. The materials for crafting biological weapons had become overwhelming. At such a scale, personal consumption was utterly impractical. Given that it was still the third day of the apocalypse when ordinary people barely managed to survive, selling was merely a dream. He could only continue to stockpile. Closing his spatial bag, he glanced at the time. It was precisely 1 p.m. 4 hours had elapsed since he arrived at this location from his apartment. Of course, a significant portion of that time was devoted to processing the Scythal corpses. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming opened his character panel and clicked on the specialization level. Prompt: sufficient quantity of specialized crystals detected in the spatial bag. Will you consume 60,000 specialized crystals to elevate the specialization level to the Junior Doomsday War King tier? Yes. 60,000 crystals disintegrated and amalgamated from the spatial bag, transforming into 60 drops of crystalline blue liquid that penetrated the space, hovering before him. He expected them to bypass him and seep into his spine. To his surprise, the 60 drops of crystalline blue liquid underwent a second transformation in midair. They continued to compress and refine, until the 60 drops coalesced into a single pure energy crystal that perpetually decayed yet did not diminish. Upon seeing this object, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable sensation as if his consciousness was being drawn into it. Just as he was lost in this reverie, the pure energy crystal suddenly darted past his line of sight, burrowing into the nape of his neck and transforming into a sharp spike that pierced into his vertebrae. Lu Ming was utterly unprepared. The pure energy crystal had pierced through his bones, shattering into countless fragments that distributed throughout every bone in his body. They shredded his marrow, merging into it, transforming into marrow. Lu Ming distinctly observed his marrow transition from a reddish-yellow hue to a crystalline blue. Streams of blue energy surged from the marrow, traversing through the crystalline blue bones and entering his bloodstream. The original red blood, upon encountering the blue energy, evaporated instantly, like rain meeting molten lava. The searing heat engulfed Lu Ming in excruciating pain. The sensation of his internal organs, bones, and flesh burning was unprecedented. He was rendered speechless, unable to utter a sound beyond a primal roar. His fists clenched, arms bracing, countless blood vessels pulsated beneath his skin. Each pulse radiated with a crystalline blue brilliance. Marks formed, extending from his spine to every corner of his body. His eyes shifted from black to crystalline blue. Intricate inscriptions appeared within his gaze. Then, they vanished amidst a flash of brilliance. His short hair began to sprout, black dissipating, replaced by icy blue. When all transformations reached their zenith, Lu Ming stood tall, unleashing a thunderous roar. A colossal pulse of energy radiated from him, creating ripples that extended hundreds of meters. Congratulations on completing the genetic leap and successfully transitioning into a novice apocalyptic warlord. The genetic leap will alter your physical features, though each leaper's characteristics will differ. As the first to achieve this leap, you have gained a source-level transformation, with an additional 30 meters to your leaper's aura range, and 3 opportunities for a lottery draw. Chapter 86. Leaper's aura. Lu Ming, still reeling from his pain, took deep breaths. With each breath, the energy inscriptions on his face pulsed rhythmically. Genetic leap? A change in appearance? His attention was diverted by the incessant notifications. He opened his character panel, and before inspecting the changes to his visage, he was met with amplified data. Name: Lu Ming. Gender: male. ID: 66666. Age: 24. Height: 187 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Specialization level: novice apocalyptic warlord. Source leaper. Awakening power: 5th rank, 23. Leaper's aura: 130 meters. Initial: 130. Universal functions: greed, exclusive, world channel, marketplace, spatial backpack, skills, superior swordsmanship, C level, eye of truth, exclusive, ultimate sublimation, exclusive, power bestowal, S level, Godspeed, S level. Professions: master level forging proficiency, A level, advanced clothing production proficiency, C level, beginner level culinary proficiency, E level, beginner level gardening proficiency, E level, Beginner level driving proficiency, E level. Beginner level wood gathering proficiency, E level. Advanced childcare proficiency, C level. Master level archery proficiency, A level. Advanced steel gathering proficiency, C level. The panel may not be invincible, but it is certainly impressive. Sensing his body's strength multiplied tenfold, Lu Ming could not resist clicking on the description for the Novice Apocalyptic Warlord. Novice Apocalyptic Warlord, the pinnacle of D-class beings, capable of defeating D-class king-level aberrations when equipped appropriately and with ample combat experience. A regional overlord in the initial zone of Jilan, protecting its subjects. Upon completing the genetic leap, the physique undergoes a transformation through specialized energy, granting extraordinary strength and the ability to withstand greater energy baptism. Devouring specialized crystals or crystal blocks can elevate one to the intermediate apocalyptic warlord level. Promotion progress, 100. 000 specialized crystals 1,000 specialized crystal blocks. I see. Utilizing specialized crystal blocks requires a physique capable of enduring immense energy. Only after completing the genetic leap to the apocalyptic warlord level can one qualify to absorb and utilize them. No wonder all previous consumptions were only marked as specialized crystals. However, based on the previously observed information about crystal blocks, only king-level aberrations are likely to yield them. This probability is a matter of true yield versus non-yield. Undoubtedly, only those starting as D-class kings carry such potential. In this light, even as one progresses further, the most common specialized crystals remain the mainstream currency of Jilan. What, then, is the advantage of the rare and low-yield, high-risk specialized crystal blocks? Is it the larger denomination? With a spatial backpack, one can stack unlimited quantities of the same item, rendering denomination size irrelevant. Is it the astonishing energy content? It is merely a 100-to-1 exchange rate. Vast energy loses its significance. In contrast, the skill of ultimate sublimation does indeed specify the need to consume specialized crystal blocks. Yet, to suggest that such a high-denomination currency was designed solely for him or a select few is absurd. Thus, it must possess a unique power for which only it can be exchanged. As his gaze fell lower, the leaper's aura caught his attention. This new concept of power was something Lu Ming was particularly keen on. He clicked to expand the information. Leaper's aura, the energy pressure acquired after the genetic leap. Any being of lower level than oneself will be suppressed by this energy. The aura can be freely retracted or released at will, without time limitation. Though it will consume a small amount of mental energy, the effect manifests as a 20-point reduction in overall strength. Effective within a radius of 100 meters, the first leaper gains an additional 30-meter range. This aura can be enhanced by devouring specialized crystal blocks, up to a maximum of 10 levels, with current promotion progress, 0-100C, there it is. Only specialized crystal blocks can enhance this function. However, judging by this quantity, even with the probabilistic yield, the output should not be insignificant. A D-class king would likely yield at least 10 blocks. With this thought, Lu Ming felt immense relief at his decision not to awaken his power, not to mention the terrifying consumption required for each level of ultimate sublimation. The specialized crystal raw embryos needed thereafter would be exorbitant. Do you not believe it? Ultimate sublimation. Notification. Please select the sublimation tier, second tier. Notification. Sublimation of awakening skill requires 200,000 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 200,000 specialized crystals to elevate awakening power to a higher tier. Goodness. 200,000 specialized crystals. Enough to elevate 2 novice apocalyptic warlords to the intermediate level. Looking at the remaining 477 specialized crystals in his bag, Lu Ming promptly canceled the sublimation operation. Notification, you still have 3 unused lottery chances. Would you like to draw immediately? Ah, right, the lottery. He had been so absorbed in examining the panel that he had set aside the grand prize for breaking through to the first tier. Yes. Notification, prizes will be randomly drawn from 6 categories: resources, skills, weapons, special items, and others, with a guaranteed a level or above reward. Please choose the draw method, single draw, 3 consecutive draws. Naturally, 3 consecutive draws. Congratulations. You have obtained the design blueprint for the aberration protein processing machine. Congratulations. You have obtained the B-level skill book, hand siphon. Congratulations. You have obtained the special item, Universal Deduction Voucher. Chapter 87. Always 2 tiers above the world O. Another universal deduction voucher has appeared. Taking the vibrant, incomprehensible material voucher from his spatial backpack, Lu Ming was elated. This item signifies that various ingenious operations could now be realized, such as sublimating the spatial backpack, marketplace, world channel, program system, and so forth. However, he now had a sudden realization and an insatiable greed for operation. Grasping the universal deduction voucher, he silently thought, Ultimate Sublimation. Notification, please select the Sublimation tier, 2nd tier. Notification, sublimation of the special item Universal Deduction Voucher requires consumption of specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of specialized crystals to elevate the Universal Deduction Voucher to Universal Deduction Voucher 3 times. Confirm. Cancel what on earth is infinite. Because it can deduct any consumption, it could also represent any value, thus opting for the maximum value. Clearly, it is designed to prevent one from altering the grade or utility of the Universal Deduction Voucher. However, constrained by the arbitrary priority tags of ultimate sublimation, it can only enforce such restrictions. Regrettably, it was in vain. When he next drew the Universal Deduction Voucher, this infinite cost would reset to 0. Initially, he thought he could perform an ultimate nesting operation. I use what I sublimated. However, the confirmation options for sublimation did not include the choice to use the deduction voucher. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the idea. Additionally, some might take an unusual interest in sublimating oneself. In fact, he had already experimented with this on the first night. The ultimate sublimation determines that the human body is a carbon-based life form. Regardless of whether it is first-order or second-order sublimation, no information emerges post-sublimation. However, in comparison to the human body, the strength is undoubtedly superior. Yet, when confronted with materials such as mithril, titanium, or even higher-grade alloy armors, it remains as fragile as paper. As for dimensions and talents, the former necessitates a profound comprehension of the meaning of dimensions, while the latter belongs to the realm of the abstract. The 2 modules of ultimate sublimation are as follows. First, that which can be perceived through the senses, vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Second, the complete understanding of its ideology, existential state, and structural composition, essentially locking onto it. If one cannot observe these entities in the realm of truth, it becomes essential to vividly depict their concrete image within consciousness. In other words, one must clarify to the ultimate sublimation what exactly is the object of sublimation. When one is merely engaged in chatting or gaming on a phone or computer, the function of these devices in one's life is limited to such activities. However, their potential extends far beyond, constrained only by one's perception. This serves as the current analogy for ultimate sublimation. Thus, it refrains from embracing those ethereal hypotheses that countless scholars have yet to validate. Ignorance leads to uncertainty regarding the outcomes. You may instantaneously transform into a supreme life form, dominating the entire world, yet it is equally possible that your enhancement is minuscule, merely shifting from flesh to steel. Furthermore, due to the definition of homologous, once a certain point of sublimation is reached, further sublimation of oneself becomes impossible. Such regret is incomprehensible to the average individual. This reflects the specialized hierarchy of the power system within this world, representing the most authoritative standard of strength, a core source propelling human evolution and leaps in capability. If the ultimate realm of this world is that of a war god, then he, possessing ultimate sublimation, is akin to a war god too. If the final realm is divinity, he is the progenitor of the divine. He stands perpetually 2 tiers above the world, maintaining that universal coupon. Lu Ming turns to the second item, a B-grade purple skill, Suction Hand. Suction Hand, B-grade, category, active skill effect, capable of attracting objects weighing up to 100 kilograms within a radius of 10 meters to one's hand, with no cooldown. This item is somewhat redundant. On a smaller scale, it is akin to telekinesis. On a grander scale, it resembles a youthful version of sword manipulation. However, it matters not. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select the grade of sublimation, 2nd order. Prompt. Elevating the B-grade skill Suction Hand requires the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate Suction Hand to an S-grade skill Omni Control. What a grand name. Does it merit such grandeur? Confirmed. The purple skill book disintegrates, and a golden skill book regenerates. Prompt: detected S-grade skill book Omni Control. Would you like to learn it immediately? Is that even a question? Yes. Now is the time to continuously augment my strength, sparing no effort. The golden skill book dissolves into a luminous orb, permeating Lu Ming's forehead. Successfully learned S-grade skill Omni Control. Omni Control, S-grade, category, active skill effect, capable of attracting objects within a 200-meter radius, not exceeding 1's maximum strength, with no cooldown. Method of use: simply recite mentally. This is significantly stronger. Although it may not quite match the flamboyant name, it is certainly far superior to Suction Hand. At 200 meters and limited to 1's strength, if utilized adeptly, it is undoubtedly akin to an advanced weapon technique. With this thought, Lu Ming's hands itch with anticipation. He unsheaths the Xiao Wang Warblade and hurls it toward the nearby survivor dormitory. With a resounding crash, the dormitory is reduced to rubble. Lu Ming focuses on the blade amidst the debris and raises his hand, mentally reciting Omni Control. Chapter 88. Ancient Emperor's Blade. The sensation of gripping the hilt is extraordinarily delightful, primarily due to the high operability of this skill. As long as one's mind is agile, the methods of application will be endless. Certainly, practical training in combat is the most effective. Inserting the Xiao Wang Warblade into the platform beneath him, Lu Ming shifts his attention to the third item, the design blueprint for an exotic protein processing machine. This term has appeared multiple times since his transfer. It is a machine capable of converting high-purity exotic proteins into consumable items. With it, one would assuredly never face hunger again. Opening the blueprint, he focuses intently. Exotic protein processing machine blueprint. Materials required: 100 steel, 2 kilograms gold, 10 exotic materials of D grade or higher, 2,000 milliliters royal blood, 1,000 specialized crystals, and proficiency in advanced forging. Note: once all conditions are met, the blueprint can be utilized to create the machine. Expensive. It is pricier than mithril-grade biological weaponry. However, considering it is a miraculous device to resolve survival issues, one can comprehend its value. Yet, it is curious that he only seeks it after gaining resistance to corrosive toxins. It bears a striking resemblance to those who painstakingly gather fragments over months, only to finally equip them, only to lose the gear the very next day. How disappointing. Tossing the blueprint into his spatial bag, Lu Ming temporarily sets it aside. Instead, he draws the Xiao Wang Warblade, hesitates for 2 seconds, and then allocates 500 specialized crystals. In a low voice, he declares, Batch Ultimate Sublimation. Prompt: please select the grade of sublimation, first order. Prompt: batch sublimation of 500 specialized crystals requires the consumption of 50,000 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 50,000 specialized crystals to batch sublimation 500 specialized crystals in a 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirmed. Phew. 50,000 specialized crystals disintegrate, and 500 crystal blocks, 3 times larger, materialize before him. The difference between the two is akin to the distinction between a mole and a 3-mole in Pokemon, with fundamentally similar structures. Grasping the warm crystal blocks, Lu Ming solemnly states, second-order ultimate sublimation. This time, the target is no longer the specialized crystals, but the war blade in his hand. Prompt: elevating the E-grade mithril biological weapon Xiao Wang Warblade requires the consumption of 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm the consumption of 500 specialized crystal blocks to elevate the Xiao Wang Warblade to a C-grade alloy weapon. The Ancient Emperor's Blade? Confirmed. Whoosh. A whirlwind swirls as the large Xiao Wang Warblade disintegrates. In an instant, it reconstructs into a pure black mechanical box adorned with dark red inscriptions. This box measures approximately 1.5 meters in length and about 10 centimeters in width, the inscriptions glowing and pulsating as if alive. The box houses 2 hilt mechanisms, with the upper hilt being pure black, featuring a deep red energy vein along its vertical tail. The lower hilt is deep red, with a pure black energy vein mirroring the upper hilt. The end of the hilt has a trigger, and upon pulling it, 2 ancient straight blades of black and red emerge with a resounding clang. Lu Ming swings his arm, and the 2 straight blades are in his grasp. Though they appear slender and resilient, their weight is substantial. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that despite their identical shapes, the blade lengths differ by 5 centimeters. More intriguingly, as he draws the 2 blades closer together, they seem to magnetically lock into a singular entity. As they complete the fusion, a glimmer of emotion flashes in Lu Ming's eyes. The reason is simple. The appearance of the blades now mirrors a colossal sword from a globally popular game on Blue Star, The Wolf's End of Genshin Impact. Chapter 89. Just as 3 against 1 combined into a great sword, they can also separate into dual blades. With both long and short forms, they can pierce and slash, as well as deliver devastating blows. This versatility makes them suitable for a wide range of combat scenarios. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of this bioweapon, akin to an alloy-grade marvel. Yet, the anticipated trials associated with bioweapons have yet to materialize. This device, held in hand, bears no distinction from the blade of the King of Hawks, silent and obedient. Is it possible that the abilities harnessed before its ascension endure even after its elevation? Perhaps the weapon's intrinsic biological consciousness remains unchanged, merely undergoing a transformation in rank. With a resounding whoosh, the great sword swings, unleashing a powerful gust. A sweeping arc of wind pressure roars forth, gradually dissipating only after traveling several dozen meters. Such a seemingly mundane strike yields an astonishing impact. It is exhilarating, to say the least. The strength of the Junior Apocalypse War King begins to exhibit a genuine leap forward. Activating the mirror projection, his image materializes vividly. Blue hair, blue eyes, initially jarring, yet more comfortable upon further observation. This change, a consequence of genetic evolution, was thrust upon him. Removing his mask, he observes the flowing blue energy patterns coursing along his neck and cheeks, prompting another sigh from Lu Ming. In just 3 days, through several rounds of evolution, he has progressed towards a form beyond humanity. What state awaits him at the pinnacle of evolution? An energy entity? Or perhaps a deity? Resources for enhancing the battle armor seem insufficient. The jumping halo merely amplifies the range of effect, targeting only those of lower rank. Thus, it must be utilized. Awakening the power of touch. Awakening power, advancement progress, 379772000. Prompt. Sufficient quantities of specialized crystals detected in spatial pouch. Confirm the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate 1 tier of awakening power. Confirm to proceed. Prompt. Spatial pouch detected. Confirm. Once more. Prompt. Detected with eyes closed. He repeatedly taps until the prompt changes to prompt. Current quantity of specialized crystals in spatial pouch insufficient. Please replenish in a timely manner. How considerate, even offering suggestions. He opens the awakening power. Awakening power. Upon use, enter a genetic awakening state for a brief period, with a 12-fold increase in comprehensive physique lasting 12 minutes. Reset cooldown at dawn daily. Current tier, 12, 9 base, 3 additional, upgrade progress, 297790000. Spending money brings fleeting joy, yet continuous expenditure brings enduring satisfaction. With 35,000 specialized crystals invested, the awakening power approaches its peak. Without considering the duration, the amplification alone instills immense confidence. At this moment, everything is in place. He raises his gaze to the core drive chamber. Lu Ming, wielding the ancient emperor's blade, activates the resonance of his battle armor, advancing towards the final boss. D-grade, merely a fleeting encounter. C-grade, unlikely. The blade of a C-grade monarch boasts strength on par with alloy-grade. The titanium-grade drive chamber, even with energy confinement, cannot withstand the resistance of the fearsome Hawk King. Why not utilize perspective to assess the fearsome Hawk King? Alas, the core drive chamber is enveloped in formidable energy, obscuring any insight into the internal space. Without direct observation, one can only ascertain information about the core drive chamber itself and the inscrutable name of the fearsome Hawk King. As Lu Ming approached the core drive chamber lost in thought, the tyrant exhibited an uncharacteristic restlessness for the first time. Its eyes sharpened, the battle intent thickening. It resembled a human's challenge or defensive posture when faced with a peer. Tyrant, remain calm. In stark contrast, Lu Ming's thoughts grew increasingly tranquil. Despite a tinge of nervousness, his pre-battle simulations began to stir. Xiaoxue, Insi, golden threads intertwined, and the three vanished from outside the drive chamber. Gripping the ancient emperor's blade, he scrutinized its critical information. Skills: alloy cutting, absolute blade storm, miniaturized convergence cannon, death cross, specialized bioenergy, 100,001,0000 weapon bioactivity, 300,003, 000 fully stocked, with the enemy visible and they concealed. He must seize the advantage at the outset. Tyrant, find a suitable position for ambush. I will set up a turret at the entrance to unleash the miniaturized convergence cannon at it. Xiaoxue, assess the situation for a righteous 3-on-1. After issuing his commands, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, silently declaring, awakening power. Power bestowal. Crystal blue energy enveloped his being, while deep red energy suffused his body. A prompt appeared before him. Enhancement. Power bestowal activated. Currently able to bestow upon others. Maximum of 3 targets. Will you bestow upon other targets? Bestow upon Xiaoxue, Tyrant. With a flash, 2 beams of red light emerged from the surfaces of Tyrant and Xiaoxue. Both pairs of eyes turned toward Lu Ming. Do not be careless. Prepare. Ignoring the red prohibition sign on the door, Lu Ming struck the access lock with a fist. The alarm of high-energy reaction echoed throughout the subterranean space as the access was breached. The door gradually ascended amidst the expulsion of compressed gas. Lu Ming raised the ancient emperor's blade, invoking the inherited skill. With a whoosh, the biological blade materialized, intertwining and solidifying. Its speed was incomparable to that of the Hawk King's blade. In the blink of an eye, a towering ancient Hawk Emperor, 5 meters tall, appeared before Lu Ming. Its entire form radiated a dark red hue, less profound than the tyrant, but more ferocious. Suddenly, the biological structure of the ancient Hawk Emperor opened its shoulders, left and right chest, and abdominal armor simultaneously, revealing 5 points of condensed crimson energy storage. With a thunderous roar, the door of the drive chamber reached its apex, and a pitch-black blade crackling with electricity embedded itself into the door's edge. Seeing the forearm that merely hinted at its colossal size, Lu Ming hesitated no longer. Silently murmuring, miniaturized convergence cannon. Boom. 5 cannons fired in unison, energy converging. 5 10-centimeter diameter crimson energy blasts surged through the entrance of the drive chamber, piercing the rear wall and propelling a gigantic shadow outward. Lu Ming had no time to be awed by the formidable might of the miniaturized convergence cannon. As the energy dissipated, with the figure of the fearsome Hawk King still soaring through the air, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. Identification. Chapter 90. Sudden Death. Fearsome Hawk King Fusion Entity. D-Grade Monarch. Category. Fusion Royalty. Description. Originally a mutated aberration born from the rampant spirit of the tyrannical Hawk King. It possesses both immense strength and swift speed, yet its intellect is severely impaired, easily driven by instinct. Prolonged exposure to the core drive chamber's immense energy led to a secondary mutation, transforming it into a fusion entity. Its strength and speed further enhanced, its intellect utterly extinguished. It has become a slaughtering machine driven solely by the urge to kill and consume. Length, 5 m. Weight, 3 T. Skills, Frenzied Slaughter, which involves madly hacking at the target. Dissection, which shreds the target after piercing it. Dash, which allows for rapid strikes and swift kills. And Fearsome Roar, which releases a sound wave shockwave. Traits, Pain Perception Closure, which renders it impervious to pain. Rapid Regeneration, which expedites the healing of bodily injuries. And Fusion Entity Trait, Nuclear Explosion. Weaknesses, Head, Neck, Chest, Waist, and Tail, totaling 5 critical points. With a hardness of titanium grade, destroying them one by one will achieve victory. Upon reviewing the information, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. To his astonishment, his surprise attack had directly shattered 2 critical weaknesses. On one hand, he marveled at the ancient Emperor's blade's prowess, and on the other, he clarified the mutation level of the fearsome Hawk King. Indeed, it was not a mere D-grade monarch, resembling a protagonist in a novel who had regained opportunities. However, a D-grade entity, in his eyes, was undoubtedly a target that could be slain. The 12-fold augmentation of vitality, coupled with a 3-fold amplification of strength, undoubtedly ensures that I shall not fall short against a D-grade monarch. Swift as the wind. It was at this moment that he discerned the visage of the colossal aberration before him. Pitch black, entirely shrouded in darkness. Were it not for the glimmering arcs of electricity emanating from its blade and eyes, one might mistake it for a mere shadow of death. The Death Scythe. His gaze narrowed, and within his mind, Lu Ming silently chanted. He leapt to a height of 500 meters, unleashing the biological skill of the ancient Emperor blade. 500 meters, a distance that constitutes 2/3 of the lethal reach of the blade. He had to ensure the potency of his skill remained undiminished while safeguarding his own safety. For he harbored a deep-seated dread of the final skill of the Scarecrow King, the Fear Roar, an auditory interference skill he had yet to experience firsthand, but had witnessed countless times in various anime, comics, novels, and films. A single roar could incite chaos, or even induce dizziness, a hallmark of Soundwave skills. Should he find himself ensnared in confusion or disorientation, his predicament would plummet into the abyss. He could not allow himself to take such risks. At the very least, he must remain composed until the Scarecrow King unleashed its first fear roar and ascertained the radius of its auditory influence. Whoosh! The dual blades of the Death Scythe intersected, striking precisely at the head of the Scarecrow King. A thunderous crash resounded, and clouds of dust billowed forth, forming a thick haze. Smoke? If all went as expected, an anomaly was imminent. Activating the Eye of Truth, he confirmed his suspicion. The Scarecrow King had vanished. The principle that smoke conceals harm proved true, an utterly absurd reality. Just as Lu Ming prepared to scan his surroundings for the Scarecrow King's silhouette, a sudden gust of wind pressure surged from behind. In an instant, he understood what was about to transpire. His concealed state had been pierced. The D-grade Scarecrow King was unaffected by his disguise. It launched a surprise attack upon him. This was the Scarecrow King's lethal pounce. Lacking intellect, yet its predatory instincts served as its finest strategy. Seizing the opportunity while he remained in freefall, it struck at him. But was it truly so simple? He had prepared for this leap, meticulously planning his escape route. With a fleeting thought, Lu Ming redirected his focus towards the survivor's temporary shelter below, silently reciting universal manipulation. He grasped the heavy object, drawing it towards himself, ensuring that he maintained control over the force applied. Thus, he could be the one pulled away. He could achieve the aerial displacement himself. Clang! Just as Lu Ming intended to evade and counterattack, a sharp metallic clash resonated from behind. Turning to the source, he beheld the tyrant emerging from the shadows. Its dual particle blades interposed before the Scarecrow King. Roar! With a furious bellow, the tyrant swung its blade, deflecting the Scarecrow King's thrust. The blade's crimson radiance surged forth, the particle light blade extending an additional half-meter, fiercely cleaving towards the Scarecrow King. A C-grade ordinary monarch, the tyrant faced the D-grade aberration of the Scarecrow King. In terms of sheer power comparison, the tyrant's threefold augmentation should be nearly equivalent. However, when it came to combat experience, the Scarecrow King undoubtedly surpassed the tyrant. Seeing the tyrant utilize particle cutting, the Scarecrow King did not retreat. It too unleashed its particle blade, engaging the tyrant head-on. As electricity crackled and particles erupted, the force and wind pressure clashed, with the Scarecrow King evidently gaining the upper hand. Lu Ming alighted upon the roof of the survivor's temporary shelter, observing the unfolding battle without hesitation. This was not a competition. How could he remain a mere spectator? Fixating on the Scarecrow King, Lu Ming silently chanted, universal manipulation. A tremendous force seized the Scarecrow King, yanking it downward. The Scarecrow King suddenly tilted, losing its balance. The tyrant, seizing the moment, raised its blade high, piercing through the Scarecrow King's neck, severing its head, while simultaneously destroying the deadly core concealed within. 3 out of 5 weak points had been breached. The tyrant, the head. The final 2 lay within the head itself and at the tail's end. At this moment, the severed head served as the target. The tyrant, upon receiving this command, pivoted towards the falling head of the Scarecrow King. Yet, just as the blade was about to penetrate its target, the Scarecrow King's body suddenly twisted. It broke free from Lu Ming's universal manipulation, swinging its blade and striking the tyrant's side. Though the tyrant instinctively reacted, intercepting the Scarecrow King's assault with its forearm. The timing of the Scarecrow King's attack was exceedingly cunning. The tyrant had expended the majority of its strength in attempting to obliterate the head, leaving insufficient power for defense. Thus, it was sent flying hundreds of meters by the Scarecrow King's strike. In the next moment, countless fleshy tendrils sprouted from the Scarecrow King's neck, seizing its severed head from midair and hurtling it towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, now burdened by gravity, divided the ancient Emperor blade into 2. The dual straight blades were instantly enveloped in a crimson light, and their length doubled. The alloy cutting skill was activated. The 2 luminous blades intertwined in his hands, poised to sever the Scarecrow King in half upon collision. He was confident that, In a direct confrontation, he held the advantage over the Scarecrow King. To his surprise, the Scarecrow King had no intention of engaging him directly. It was an auditory skill. Lu Ming had anticipated this, bursting forth with incredible speed. Just as he leapt, a massive shadow enveloped both him and the Scarecrow King. In the next moment, the Scarecrow King, which should have launched an offensive against him, halted its attack, instinctively raising its head. A sound akin to a breaking melon echoed softly. In Lu Ming's eyes, a long, pure black spear, gleaming with a metallic sheen, pierced through the entirety of the Scarecrow King's head, transfixing its neck and embedding itself deep into its chest, emerging from beneath and sinking into the ground. With a flash of golden light, innumerable golden threads erupted like lasers, shooting from every corner of the Scarecrow King's body. Then, the spear retracted, the shadow above dissipated, leaving behind the Scarecrow King's lifeless body, riddled with wounds, unbreathably dead. Chapter 91. Task Completion Progress. 150. In a state of bewilderment, Lu Ming slowly lifted his gaze. A figure clad in a blue and white Lolita dress, her hair disheveled, descended from the heavens, precisely wrapping around his neck and resting upon his back. Was that you? Lu Ming inquired, directing a seemingly redundant question at Chushua, who had nestled close to his ear, beaming with a smile. Yet, as Lu Ming focused on her, he noticed that Chushua's cheeks appeared to have taken on a more youthful demeanor. Indeed, with just a glance, Lu Ming recognized that Chushua had shrunk. Her clothing hung loosely. Her limbs had grown slender, and her height was now a mere 1 meter and 3 centimeters. Identification. With the eye of truth activated, Chushua's information unfolded before him. Scanning through the data from top to bottom, he discovered that aside from her height and weight, which had changed from 150 centimeters and 36 kilograms to 130 centimeters and 28 kilograms, other attributes seemed unchanged. HM. Current aberration level, D-grade ordinary, capable of devouring aberrant biological energy for advancement. Advancement progress, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Status, recognized as Master. Master, Lu Ming, currently has exited the juvenile phase, with slight enhancements to various attributes and abilities. Most skill attributes are sealed and can be unlocked with an increase in aberration level. Current status, weak, having forcibly utilized power exceeding her aberration level, energy exhausted. If aberrant biological energy is not replenished swiftly, she shall enter a dormant state within 24 hours, requiring double the aberrant biological energy to awaken again. Forced usage, entering dormancy within 24 hours, requiring double the energy to awaken? What the heck? Is this usury? Such a scheme exists? Xiaoxue opened the storage space. Thankfully, his bag still contained 859 vials of E-grade royal aberrant blood. Each vial harbored 500 units of energy, more than sufficient. In stunned silence, Lu Ming's pupils quivered. Why had he not utilized this aberrant biological energy to assist Chushua or the tyrant in their advancement? How foolish. He found himself obstructed by the biological force field. Trapped within this space, the excruciating pain during the advanced specialization level made it impossible to see through the information of the Feral King. A myriad of emotions enveloped him, causing him to devote his entire being to the simulated battle against the Feral King. Most importantly, despite the presence of several allies, he still fought to factor them into the battle. Yet, when the conflict truly commenced, whether in pre-battle preparations or in the midst of combat, he habitually fixated on himself. This was a malady, a cancer nurtured over 2 decades of trusting no one but himself. Otherwise, this battle would not have birthed so many variables. The tyrant alone was sufficient to crush everything. A review was entirely unnecessary, for this battle was his most disappointing encounter in the past 3 days. It was riddled with flaws and defects. What he needed was to alter his entrenched mindset, to place greater emphasis on the collective strength surrounding him. Even if this strength was merely a blade of grass or a twig, when accumulated, it could potentially transform into a towering tree. If this lesson were to be learned later, he might not even have the opportunity to regret. Fortunately, this lesson arrived not too late. Even if it cost him dearly, he accepted it. 2,000 E-class royal blood vials were infused with energy. The initial surge of energy from the first snow was instantly depleted. Alas, her physical condition remained at a diminutive height of 1 meter and 3 centimeters. Gazing at the remaining E-Class Royal Hybrid Blood inventory, there were still 859 vials left. Total energy, 900,000. The Tyrant currently stood at C rank, requiring 1 million energy to ascend to the next level of mutation. The initial snow needed only 200,000. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming once again infused 400 vials of royal blood. Gaining an energy supply, the energy surged throughout the initial snow. Her absorption was always rapid and decisive, unlike his own, where each upgrade was marked by either excruciating pain or a protracted duration. Looking at the initial snow's upgrade information, the data had been updated in real time. Current mutation level, D-Class Elite, capable of consuming hybrid biological energy to advance. Upgrade progress, 0500000. Excellent. There was still room for further advancement. He continued to pour in 1000 vials of royal blood. The mutation level of the initial snow rose once more, with changes reflected in the information panel. Initial snow, divine level, race, divine. Description, an original spider born in the world of truth, the most ancient divine beast. Height, body length human form 130 centimeters, weak, true form, 12 m, capable of growth. Weight, true form human form 28 kilograms, weak, true form 10 t, capable of growth. General functions, storage space, ultimate appraisal. Skills, silk control, D-Class, venom, D-Class, gun silk. Traits, morphing, divine pressure. Status, recognized as Master, Lu Ming. Currently has surpassed the initial stage, with slight enhancements in various attribute capabilities. Most skill attributes are sealed and can be unlocked as the mutation level rises. Due to forceful utilization of power beyond the mutation level, the body remains in a weakened state, but with ample rest, it will restore to normal form, albeit with a slight emotional fluctuation. Current mutation level, D-Class Sovereign, capable of consuming hybrid biological energy to advance. Upgrade progress, 0100000. Gazing at the upgrade progress, Lu Ming sighed softly. He could only console himself with the royal blood, promising to earn more once it ran out. However, what did the slight emotional fluctuation in her status signify? Anger? Rage? Restlessness? Or perhaps unease? Her expression bore no signs of despair or pain, only resentment and silence. Lu Ming understood that she was blaming herself for the failure. Yet, among the three of them, the one who should truly bear that blame was Lu Ming himself. Never mind. Saying too much would seem overly sentimental. A man acknowledges his mistakes and strives never to repeat them. Rising, he approached the Tyrant, gently lifting his hand. The Tyrant naturally bowed his head, his eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. It is not your fault. You did your utmost. Next time, I shall empower you to vanquish all. After reassuring the Tyrant, Lu Ming turned his attention to the corpse of the Fear Owl King. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt, please select the grade. Second grade. Prompt, sublimating the D-Class Sovereign Fear Owl King fusion requires 5,000 specialization crystal blocks. Cancel. Agreed. Successfully decomposing the Fear Owl King's corpse yielded 1,000 specialization crystals, 20 specialization crystal blocks, 200 milliliters of fusion royal blood, and 1 fusion core. To produce specialization crystals while simultaneously yielding specialization crystal blocks? This implied that these two items dropped separately. Now he understood why specialization crystals, specialization crystal blocks, and specialization crystal bodies could not be directly converted. They were not the same category. The fusion core was a novel item, worthy of examination. As he extracted the pure black runic sphere, Lu Ming was about to identify its information when a golden program prompt suddenly appeared before him. Prompt. Core urban task of liberating the shelter has been completed. Completion progress, 150. Chapter 92 Constant Inherent Rules. Prompt. Congratulations on completing the core urban task of liberating the shelter, earning the Fortress Heart of the Level 1 Shelter Center City Final Iron Fortress. Prompt. You have exceeded the task requirements and additionally received a bag of high-energy fruit seeds. Prompt. Due to your acquisition of the shelter, you have attracted the attention of numerous hybrid creatures in the vicinity. In 3 days, the surrounding hybrids will launch a fierce assault on your shelter. Based on your performance in unsealing the shelter, the attacking hybrids are assessed to be of D-Class. However, because you are the first to complete and exceed the unsealing of the shelter, you receive the hybrid frenzy suppression effect. The final attacking hybrid level is assessed to be E-class, selected species, fire ants. With a swish, the prompt abruptly ceased. Before Lu Ming appeared a mechanical core-like steel sphere and a bag of seeds. Just as he was about to retrieve them, a resounding triumphant bell echoed through the sky. Instantly, a colossal subtitle projection materialized in the air, disregarding spatial barriers. Universal announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxiao Nation's conqueror Lu X for exceeding the core urban task. Earning Shelter 1. As this conqueror is the first in the universe to complete the core urban task, the title Pioneer is bestowed upon him. With the shelter's level set at 1. Universal announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxiao Nation's conqueror Lu X for exceeding. Universal announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxiao Nation. In a continuous stream of 3 universal announcements, the information columns stacked upon one another, reaching a height of 30 meters. At this very moment, regardless of which suburb of the Jialan Star 618, whether in any nation within the apocalypse, all translocators halted their dealings with the current hybrids, finding secure locations to gaze skyward at the announcement. The core urban task of the shelter? They were either astonished, perplexed, elated, grave, or filled with disdain and hatred. In the Golden Field District, Huaxiao Nation. Uncle Chun, he is a big shot in our country. Wow. Incredible. A shelter. A pioneer. No doubt he is a powerhouse like Uncle Chun, the first to complete the core urban task. There must be mature entities in the outskirts. The core might even harbor a formidable boss. If he can conquer the core urban area, how formidable must he be? The exhilarated Fong Peng could no longer contain his emotions, brutally praising as he skewered a juvenile grim owl. Be cautious with your kills. Don't let complacency lead to downfall. Chen Hai chuckled, reminding Fong Peng. Fong Peng grinned. I know. This is just a moment of joy, a chance to shine. Chen Hai smiled without reply, his expression gradually fading as he turned away. Pioneer? It is unlikely to be so straightforward. In the core urban area, the presence of extraordinary beings is far from that of mere mature entities. Even an ordinary E-class mature entity is capable of ending the life of a novice hunting warrior. By extension, one must ponder the immense strength required to conquer the core urban area. Would it necessitate advanced hunting warriors? Perhaps extreme hunting warriors? It is utterly unpredictable. However, one fact remains certain. He is certainly not a forerunner of the region. It would be impossible for anyone to reach such a realm in merely 3 days. And the star-wide announcement indicates that only his name is mentioned. Either he has accomplished this feat alone, or his entire team has perished. In either scenario, the complexities surrounding this individual are far from simple. The transmigrator, situated at the very center of the star, is encircled by 8 diminutive figures around an enormous round table. One creature, the size of a palm, adorned with tentacles and numerous eyes, raspingly inquires, "The 3rd day, how swift? What is the fastest record in history? 10 days?" A second entity, spherical in shape, with fleshly wings and entirely black, solemnly replies, "In terms of combat prowess, the 7 Dawnbringers can already match us evenly. Should another join their ranks, the balance would be irrevocably shattered, and we would become mere fodder for their schemes." Initially, it was anticipated that this opportunity would last until 70,000 batches. It is astonishing how swiftly this new double-edged sword has arrived. Swift? At worst, we would perish together. The draconic youngling seated at the highest position exhales a profound and somber sound. The figure referred to as the Queen is a dark purple spider. Upon hearing the Shadow's query, she pauses momentarily before responding calmly. Fragile yet astute. United yet capable of turning on their own kind. Greedy yet selfless. A contradictory amalgamation. This species is the largest among all batches, without exception. How can such a massive, fragile, and greedy species surpass that record? A creature, grotesquely constructed from numerous unknown flesh fragments, expresses its astonishment. Yet, this is indeed the reality. The final entity, a 2-headed humanoid with a single eye and tusks, speaks in a voice as grating as nails on a chalkboard. The oppressive outer world adjusts based on the combined physical attributes of the transmigrator, releasing practice targets that align with their strength standards. While the Queen's subjects may prevail in numbers, those assigned to guard the core area undoubtedly possess considerable individual power. To dismantle such beings would require more than mere luck. They are formidable. With a heavy sigh, a flesh fragment murmurs, "Strength is paramount. I hope this time they can shatter the final barrier and come before us, even if just one." Returning to the underground of the central city, Lu Ming gazes silently at the sky. The star-wide announcement has yet to fade, and his emotions are exceedingly complex. A forerunner? Please do not insult the term forerunner. He is at most a fortunate individual with an unfair advantage. As for this so-called shelter, he is not the least bit interested. Just as his habitual thoughts begin to surface, Lu Ming suppresses them. Grasping the mechanical core, he silently intones, appraisal. Central Fortress Core, Level 2, Category, Main Control Core of the Shelter Description. Integrating into one's body grants absolute control over the final iron fortress of the center city. Simultaneously establishes the rules for the shelter. Upon completion, the shelter can be reshaped. Usage: touch the core to complete integration. Rules establishment? This piques Lu Ming's interest. After all, he has acquired the shelter through his own merit. There is no need for self-restriction. He presses the central button of the fortress heart. The mechanical core transforms, ultimately becoming a mechanical bracelet that encircles his wrist. Notification: integration of the central fortress core completed. Lord Lu Ming, unless the Lord perishes and a successor is designated. This authority cannot be transferred in any manner, and the central city will self-destruct. Notification: the Lord of the final iron fortress has been established. Current land radiation range, 4,000 meters, can accommodate up to 4,000 citizens. With the following benefits according to citizen levels. Each novice hunting warrior yields 5 specialized crystals daily for the Lord. Intermediate hunting warrior, 10 crystals. Advanced hunting warrior, 20 crystals. Extreme hunting warrior, 40 crystals. Novice doomsday war king, 80 crystals. And so forth. Notification: please establish rules for the citizens of the central city. The first rule is a constant inherent rule. Citizens may not defy the rules set by the Lord. The Lord possesses absolute invincibility before the citizens. Directive: this may require some digesting of information. Love you all. Chapter 93. The Throne of the Sky. This rule appears to be exceedingly tempting. No, it is an immense temptation. By accepting citizens, the Lord can derive daily benefits based on their specialization levels. If all 4,000 individuals are novice hunting warriors, he could extract 20,000 specialized crystals each day. Not a trivial sum, yet certainly not insignificant, especially considering it is a daily yield. Of course, if it were solely this, it would not be enough to entice him. Accepting citizens means the shelter would become a bustling and complicated locale. He could choose to remain indifferent, neglecting all responsibilities. Yet he cannot entirely ignore or remain untroubled by it. More significantly, a crowded environment could incite conflicts. While he is not afraid of situations that threaten his safety, fear does not equate to impossibility. This is precisely his greatest apprehension. Yet, upon observing that constant inherent rule, he acknowledges his intrigue. The Lord is invincible before the citizens, effectively eliminating any substantial disturbances from them. Furthermore, the stipulation that citizens may not defy the rules set by the Lord implies he can crush most of the issues he finds bothersome in their infancy. As for the authority to determine the citizens' fates at any time, it undoubtedly serves as a punitive measure. However, it remains unclear whether this entails expulsion from the shelter or some other form of action. Setting aside distractions, Lu Ming prepares to draft the rules in accordance with the prompt. He is well aware that no matter how hard he strains his intellect, it is impossible to establish flawless regulations. Even within a vast legal framework, individuals manage to exploit loopholes. Thus, his approach must be more straightforward, direct, and unyielding. However, before that, the old procedures must be followed. Focusing on the control core on his wrist, Lu Ming intones, ultimate sublimation. Notification: please select the sublimation tier. First tier. Notification: sublimation of Fortress Core, Level 2, requires the expenditure of 1,000,000 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 1,000,000 specialized crystals to elevate it to Fortress Core, Level 3. 1,000,000? The only enhancement is the level of the Fortress Core. It is likely entirely connected to the shelter. Yet this price. It seems that no matter where one goes, property prices remain an insurmountable obstacle. There is no need to attempt the second tier. It will undoubtedly elevate to Level 4, precisely aligning with the sublimation performance of specialization levels. Unless absolutely necessary, delaying such an opportunity for sublimation increases its value. If faced with an insurmountable tide of extraordinary beings, with the urban area on the brink of annihilation, Utilizing it as a trump card would yield far greater benefits than at present. Resolving his curiosity, Lu Ming cancels the sublimation operation and begins drafting the rules. Notification: there is no limit to the number of rules that can be established. Please begin inputting. The prompt concludes, and a slender input bar unfolds beneath the constant inherent rule. Lu Ming contemplates briefly before commencing to silently articulate the rules. During this process, he undertakes some audacious attempts. To his surprise, regardless of how absurd the rules he sets or how shocking the decrees may be, they can be written and enacted. Fortunately, his conscience remains intact. He merely tests without retaining. Minutes later, Lu Ming finalizes several rules he deems necessary and clicks confirm. The regulations, once issued to the designated urban district transferees, may be subject to modification, reduction, or addition at any time prior to distribution. However, post-distribution, only reductions may occur, with no further additions permitted. Understood. In addition to safeguarding the rights of the city lord, the fundamental rights of the citizens will also be protected, preventing the lord from arbitrarily altering the rules to the detriment of the citizens after their entry. It seems reasonable. Thus, when the rules are disseminated to other transferees, it essentially grants them the right to choose. Upon reviewing the regulations, those who find them acceptable may opt to join the sanctuary. Conversely, they may choose to decline. It bears resemblance to joining an organization or guild. What happens if one refuses? If a transferee accepts the rules, they may opt to join the sanctuary. Once chosen, they cannot withdraw unless expelled by the city lord. Should a transferee reject the established rules, they may decline to join the sanctuary. But as the entire district is under the jurisdiction of the city lord, those not joining the sanctuary will be deemed illegal intruders and forcibly relocated to another district. Assuredly to a safe location. Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. He initially believed that he merely controlled the final Iron Fortress sanctuary. Yet he realized he commanded the entire Jintian district. Are you certain you wish to publish the sanctuary regulations? Cancel. Certainly, do not publish. The sanctuary is in disarray. It is prudent to allow it to undergo reconstruction first, lest it appear excessively unkempt. The establishment of regulations has concluded. Shall we commence the reconstruction of the sanctuary? Indeed. The reconstruction of the sanctuary has begun, currently at level 2, with an estimated completion time of 3 minutes. 3 minutes? So swift? Boom. Just as Lu Ming expressed his astonishment at the reconstruction time, a violent tremor enveloped the entire space. All structures beneath began to collapse and disintegrate, transforming into particles of light that ascended into the sky. In mere seconds, the visible space began to expand and stretch. In a brief span of 2 seconds, it had already quadrupled in size. Subsequently, the muddy ground revealed molecular structures. Exquisite and sturdy metallic floor panels emerged, with various circuits and energy conduits being established. In less than 20 seconds, the subterranean space was revitalized, illuminated, and orderly. Countless designated areas were systematically distributed around the lower level. In Lu Ming's gaze, it had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a science fiction film, resembling a space base. Turning around, a massive central hub ascended to the apex, with 10 capsule elevators encircling the central pillar. 9 were silver and 1 was gold, each standing 5 meters tall with a diameter of approximately 20. A testament to its grandeur. Identification. Lu Ming directed his gaze towards the golden elevator and activated his Eye of Truth. Titanium Capsule Elevator. Exclusive to the City Lord. Category: Transportation Device. Description: An exclusive elevator for Lu Ming, the City Lord of the Final Iron Fortress. Accessible only to those certified or permitted by the City Lord. This elevator provides direct access to the underground agricultural warehouse, central urban area, and celestial throne. While the color may be somewhat gaudy, he relished the exclusivity it conferred. The names of those 3 areas piqued his interest even more. The underground agricultural warehouse likely serves dual purposes of farming and storage. The central urban area is undoubtedly the primary locale for citizens' residence and activity. The celestial throne must pertain to his role as city lord, likely akin to a lord's chamber. The highlighted text indicated that further information could be accessed. Celestial throne, category, main city control room. Description: An activity area reserved for the city lord, situated at the highest point of the Final Iron Fortress, offering a panoramic view of the central urban area. The city lord can exercise control over the operations of the Final Iron Fortress from within, while also overseeing its normal functioning. Chapter 94. The Moving Kingdom, How Marvelous. Lu Ming's spirits soared as he awaited the notification of the sanctuary's reconstruction completion. He promptly resolved to familiarize himself with the celestial throne. Xiaoxue, Tyrant, follow me. Summoning Chuxue and patting Tyrant's thigh, Lu Ming proceeded towards his exclusive transport. The golden capsule elevator thrummed with energy, reflecting the fortress core in his grasp. City Lord identity confirmed. Honorable City Lord, we welcome you aboard your exclusive elevator. The AI-synthesized voice warmly delivered its greeting as the elevator doors opened. Lu Ming stepped inside, ascending as the elevator began its ascent. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. A full 30 seconds passed before it broke through to the surface. Surveying the world beyond the transparent walls, Lu Ming was engulfed by a profound shock. The previously dilapidated steel fortress now stood as a magnificent steel kingdom. It took on a rounded form, divided into inner and outer rings. The inner ring exuded majesty, solemnity, and splendor, housing various functional core buildings. The outer ring was constructed from piled mechanical steel, undoubtedly the residential area for the citizens. Beyond that, a towering steel barrier, soaring 400 meters high and adorned with energy inscriptions, loomed grandly. Emotions of gratitude, pride, and exhilaration surged within him. Amidst his reflections, Lu Ming suddenly noticed a living creature entering his field of vision. As the elevator continued its ascent, his angle of view gradually expanded. Until he beheld a rotund figure with a plump tail, realization dawned upon him, and he felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, that figure was none other than the ferocious owl he had captured. In his earlier excitement, he had completely forgotten about it. Surprisingly, following the sanctuary's reconstruction, it had been relocated from within the central hub to the exterior. Now, it lounged against the outer wall of a core facility, blissfully twisting its body as if it were a plump noblewoman stepping out of a palace, gazing at the novel world before it with exhilaration and delight. For the moment, Lu Ming chose to set aside the matter, intending to familiarize himself with the fortress's operations before considering the owl's fate. Esteemed City Lord, you have arrived at your throne. We anticipate your next commands. As the elevator displayed a height of 600 meters, the intelligent voice re-emerged. Lu Ming graciously accepted the AI's compliments and gave a nod of approval to the voice program. Upon exiting the elevator, he did not emerge into the outside world, but found himself in a brightly decorated hall, characterized by a pronounced punk aesthetic. Before him stood a black hatch, inscribed with the 3 characters for City Lord's Chamber. That was his room. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the door to the City Lord's chamber automatically opened upon sensing his identity. Even before entering, he beheld the entirety of the chamber's decor. His gaze fell upon a desk excessively large for practical use, accompanied by a chair that appeared reasonably comfortable for a boss. Glancing at the towering tyrant and then at the 2.5-meter-tall door, he remarked with a hint of regret, "It seems you cannot enter." Tyrant narrowed its eyes, seemingly amused. And in an instant, it vanished into a shadow, only to reappear, having crossed through the door's threshold and entered the City Lord's chamber. At that moment, Lu Ming realized that Tyrant's shadowy stealth allowed it to bypass physical barriers, traversing through solid objects. He offered a thumbs up to acknowledge its prowess, then entered the chamber with Xiaoxue. As expected, the spacious chamber contained only the 2 furnishings. Lu Ming felt no discontent. Rather, he found it preferable. The simplicity and spaciousness were devoid of superfluity, and should it ever feel too stark, he could easily adorn it to his liking. What freedom! Approaching the desk, he noticed a device resembling a trifold map. As he picked it up, the device sprang to life with a snap. Before him appeared a title, Sanctuary Operation Manual. Lu Ming found himself both amused and intrigued by the grounded title, prompting him to delve into its contents with earnest attention. The operational manual is rather concise, predominantly comprising manipulation commands. However, as Lu Ming perused the content, his excitement intensified, ultimately leading to an unrestrained smile. Setting down the tablet, he whispered, "Core, deploy the translucent veil." With his words, the fortress core emitted a light, a gentle sound resonating from his wrist. A radiant beam emerged from the center of the Lord's chamber, swiftly dissipating. The previously enclosed Lord's chamber transformed into an entirely transparent space under the spectacle of light. Lu Ming, Tyrant, and Initial Snow appeared as if they floated amidst the vast heavens. Whether gazing upwards, around, or surveying the earth below, there was no longer any concealment. Naturally, for those outside looking up, no anomalies would be perceived. This effect was solely internal. Truth be told, he found it somewhat delightful. To open the translucent veil at night and gaze upon the starry sky, or to do so during the day to overlook the earth, would undoubtedly uplift his spirits. Yet, the feature he was most keenly interested in was undoubtedly this one. Core, activate mobile fortress mode. Lu Ming issued the command. The AI's calm voice responded. Activating mobile fortress mode. Electromagnetic barrier commencing coverage. Electromagnetic barrier has been established. High-energy magnetic suspension is now operational. High-energy magnetic suspension is now active. The central city's mechanical arms are beginning to extend. With a thunderous rumble, the world trembled, yet the entire sanctuary remained undisturbed. The high-energy magnetic suspension caused the entire district to levitate within the electromagnetic barrier, impervious to external tremors. Lu Ming's gaze continually ascended, higher and higher. When he felt his viewpoint elevate to twice its previous height, the tremors finally subsided. At this moment, from a distance, one would observe the entire final iron fortress rising majestically from the ground, suspended in midair. Below it, 8 robust and formidable mechanical arms firmly anchored it to the earth. Indeed, this sanctuary was not merely a fixed city, but rather a kingdom capable of movement at will. Chapter 95. The Tyrant's Submission. Esteemed Lord of the City. The central city's mechanical arms have fully extended and are ready for fortress relocation, the AI's voice calmly informed him. Simultaneously, countless data panels appeared before Lu Ming. One panel resembled a third-person perspective game display, allowing him to view the position and status of the final iron fortress from a godlike vantage. Final iron fortress, advance. Lu Ming attempted to maneuver according to the operational guide. The core has accepted the command. The fortress is advancing. A resonant clang echoed as the massive steel mechanical arm took a step forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then came the second step, the third. Clang, clang, clang. The motions escalated from slow to rapid, from halting to fluid. The fortress began to run, propelled by immense inertia and kinetic energy. Although, from an external perspective, the movements lacked agility, the enormous fortress at a height of 1,000 meters resembled a colossal steel beast. It alternated between left and right, occasionally pivoting in place, creating a striking visual impact and tremors akin to natural disasters, crushing surrounding structures with ease. In the western suburbs of Jintian District, Chun Hai and others quickly gathered in an open area. Fong Peng wore a look of astonishment. What is that commotion? An earthquake? Or is it the tyrant's leader in rebellion? Chun Hai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, both are possibilities, but the source is far from us. It shouldn't reach here. Moreover, the larvae of the tyrant are extremely sensitive to sound. They will gravitate towards the source of the noise, making our current location safer. Therefore, there is no need to seek shelter for now, especially in buildings that have been abandoned for so long. Their ability to withstand such disturbances is uncertain, and a collapse would be counterproductive. Fong Peng nodded in agreement. You are right. Though I can't help but feel envious of the district that established the sanctuary. The movers there must not live in constant fear like us. Finally, Lu Ming issued a command that caused the final iron fortress to stall. AI. The command cannot be processed. Please issue a valid command, esteemed Lord. Lu Ming sighed. The absence of a valid command yielded no feedback, which was somewhat regrettable, as he had numerous intriguing operations he wished to explore. However, he was already immensely satisfied and continued. Core, display the fortress information panel. Before him, several information panels appeared, each serving a distinct purpose. The most captivating was the central overview of the final iron fortress. Central City Final Iron Fortress, Level 2 Sanctuary, Fortress Structure, Celestial Throne. Central District. Underground Granary Land Radiation Range, 4,000 meters, can be increased with sanctuary level upgrades. Capacity, 04000, can be increased with sanctuary level upgrades. Sanctuary upgrade requirements. Level 1 Fortress Core 2. The information was neatly organized and presented clearly. However, the capacity figure was somewhat peculiar. 04000. Lu Ming glanced at Initial Snow and then at Tyrant. They could be overlooked, but what about himself? Was he not counted as a person? Chuckling, he dismissed the thought, considering it perhaps a privilege of the Lord. The other panels contained various metrics of the district: temperature, humidity, sunlight exposure, granary metrics, air quality index, and detailed safety data. regardless of whether he fully understood them. However, what piqued his interest most was the citizen list. The list not only displayed each citizen's specialization level, but also their physical data, such as height, weight, and their achievements in slaying aberrations. While he was indifferent to the physical data, the specialization levels and aberration killing records held immense value, enabling him to assess the combat prowess among his citizens. Oh, but no, he had stated he did not wish to be a responsible lord. He merely desired to recline and collect the daily crystallization profits, along with various conveniences that came with being a lord. Next, he needed to arrange a new breeding chamber for the tyrant to prevent its presence from instilling fear in the incoming citizens. Closing the sanctuary's various panels, Lu Ming, accompanied by Initial Snow and Tyrant, proceeded to the central district. Exiting the elevator, they found themselves in the central hall, which was more than tenfold the size of the Lord's Hall. Within, there were various counters for handling affairs, and even a reception desk. He could not fathom the purpose of such ostentation in the apocalypse. Was anyone truly still working in this desolate world? Internally critiquing the situation, he quickened his pace. Upon leaving the central hall, he immediately spotted the tyrant, lounging against the wall of a colossal building. Surrounding it were dozens of plump, white larvae of the tyrant, writhing and appearing to be at play. Is this a breeding event? He pondered. Activating the Eye of Truth, he scrutinized the panel information of the tyrant. Current remaining reproductive energy, 79980. Indeed, it had successfully reproduced, yielding 20 offspring. Confirming this, Lu Ming drew the ancient emperor's blade, preparing to extract the crystals. He was aware of the cruelty of his actions, but considering the alternative, if he were the captive, would the aberrations show him any mercy? Certainly not. They would dismember him, reducing him to sustenance for their own advancement. Thus, his greatest mercy lay in ensuring the tyrant did not witness the process of him slaying its offspring for their crystals. Just as his murderous intent surged, the tyrant suddenly let out a howl directed at him. This cry was not one of rage, but rather a lamentation and a plea. Tyrant, with its crimson eyes, had unleashed a particle blade, poised to sever the head of the tyrant. Lu Ming was somewhat perplexed, for at present, he could only decipher the aberration's expressions and basic emotions. To comprehend their speech was an unreasonable demand. As Lu Ming pondered in silence, a program prompt suddenly appeared before him. He looked at the brutal Hawk Queen in astonishment, for he had indeed caught a glimmer of pleading in her eyes. The prompt read, "Accept the allegiance of the brutal Hawk Queen. She and her offspring will join the shelter as citizens, occupying a quota, while also contributing to the Lord's revenue." What? If that is the case, he found himself invigorated. The Hawk Queen, classified as an E-rank sovereign, was equivalent to a high-level hunting warrior. Each day, she could yield 20 specialized crystals for him. However, such a yield was rather trivial in his eyes. But, when considering the larvae of the scythe hawks, the potential profit was staggering. You say the larvae are akin to intermediate soldiers and yield no profit? No, you have forgotten about the ultimate sublimation, a skill that defies fate. Before sublimating the larvae's corpses, he had previously sublimated live scythe hawk larvae in a shopping mall. With 100 specialized crystals, he could elevate them to elite scythe hawks. An elite scythe hawk, in terms of power comparison, equated to a low-level hunting warrior. Each elite scythe hawk would provide him with a daily yield of 5 specialized crystals. With 80,000 of them, the daily yield reached a terrifying total of 400,000 specialized crystals. What an intimidating figure. Of course, the initial investment was also substantial. To complete the sublimation of all larvae, he required 8 million specialized crystals. Not to mention, he had an even bolder attempt in mind, to directly sublimate the mother body. Chapter 96, D-Rank Mutated Giant Scythe Hawk Queen. However, before that, he must first accept the Hawk Queen's allegiance. Accept. As his words fell, a new prompt appeared on the shelter's member panel. Lu Ming opened the member panel to find that it now included information on 21 citizens. Brutal Hawk Queen, E-rank sovereign, power equivalent to high-level hunting warrior. Scythe Hawk larvae, E-rank juvenile, non-combat state equivalent to low-level soldier, combat state equivalent to intermediate soldier. Although none of them were human, the panel appeared much more comforting than it had moments ago. Prompt. You have successfully tamed the brutal Hawk Queen, who regards you as her lord. Through this nurturing bond, all offspring born from the brutal Hawk Queen will become your loyal warriors, obeying your commands. Excellent. This illustrates the second function of the scythe hawk larvae. Beyond contributing to the Lord's revenue, they could also provide substantial combat power. Raising exotic species to combat other exotic species was an exhilarating thought. Unfortunately, this could only apply to the existing larvae, with a maximum durability of 1 month. After a month, as the world level rises, E-rank elites would be nothing more than bottom-tier minions. Hence, he needed to explore whether he could elevate their overall limit. With that thought in mind, Lu Ming extended his hand towards the brutal hawk queen and softly uttered, "Ultimate sublimation." Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. Second tier. Prompt: sublimating the E-rank sovereign brutal hawk queen requires the consumption of 50 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 50 specialized crystals to elevate the E-rank sovereign brutal hawk queen to a D-rank sovereign mutated giant scythe hawk queen. This sublimation process is not quite what I envisioned. However, upon reflection, perhaps my thoughts were the more peculiar ones. After all, she is pregnant. Turning into a pupa would indeed be exceedingly bizarre. After much contemplation, it seemed that live sublimation should be correlated with power levels. An E-rank sovereign strength lies somewhere between a D-rank commoner and a D-rank elite. It perfectly aligns with the definition, analogous to the semi-peak, semi-saint, and semi-divine figures found in other novels. The C commoner is stronger than the C commoner, yet weaker than the C elite. Similarly, the E-rank sovereign is essentially equivalent to a D commoner. Thus, sublimating an E-rank sovereign to the second tier is akin to sublimating a D commoner to the second tier, resulting in a D-rank sovereign. As for the scythe hawk larvae eggs, while they superficially belong to the exotic species category, they are classified as loot, belonging to the item category. The ascension of loot and items, within the context of ultimate sublimation, is regarded as tier evolution. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Lu Ming gained a deeper understanding of the judgments and rules surrounding ultimate sublimation. The outcome was unexpectedly delightful. The D-rank mutated giant scythe hawk queen was already powerful enough. In terms of strength equivalence, she matched the fearsome hawk king, a mid-level doomsday battle king. Not only did the crystal yield soar, but the potential of the offspring also increased tremendously. The only aspect that concerned him was that sublimating the live E-rank sovereign would also cost specialized crystals, 50 of them. He glanced at the 20 crystals he had recently collected from the fearsome hawk king, still unspent, and then at the remaining 977 specialized crystals in his pack. This moment evoked the dread of a Blue Star game inventory check. Thankfully, among the 977 specialized crystals, there were 1,000 crystallized embryos contributed by the fearsome hawk king, allowing for the sublimation of the brutal hawk queen to proceed without delay. Otherwise, if she were to give birth to dozens more during this period, it would result in a significant loss for him. Hastily, he canceled the sublimation of the brutal hawk queen. Lu Ming then selected 30 specialized crystals for batch sublimation, silently reciting first-tier sublimation. Prompt: batch sublimation of 30 specialized crystals requires the consumption of 3,000 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 3,000 specialized crystals to batch subliminate 30 specialized crystals into 30 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm. Whoosh. The 30 specialized crystals within his inventory completed their evolution. Lu Ming turned his attention back to the brutal hawk queen. Second tier ultimate sublimation. Prompt: sublimating the E-rank brutal hawk queen requires the consumption of 50 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm. With a gust of wind swirling, her physical form disintegrated. The brutal hawk queen disintegrated into ash, and in the next instant, a magnificent figure emerged in her place. It was a massive entity, entirely deep red, adorned with a metallic skin resembling heavy armor on half of its body. Unlike the brutal hawk queen, this new form maintained a proportionate size between its upper and lower halves, rather than the disparity of a ping-pong ball with an ant. If the brutal hawk queen resembled a ping-pong ball with an ant, then the giant scythe hawk queen was akin to a gourd. Her lower half, having swelled from pregnancy, was robust and ample, yet her proportions remained remarkably normal. At this moment, she examined her enormous scythe-like appendage, her face etched with astonishment. Lu Ming observed the change in her demeanor and finally confirmed one thing. Sublimating a living creature or a unit with consciousness and soul does not alter its essence. It remains itself, merely changing its form, foundation, and original abilities. Roar. The brutal hawk queen, no. She should now be called the giant scythe hawk queen, let out a low growl towards him, bowing her head with one blade resting against her chest, resembling an elegant noble. How intriguing. Curving his lips into a smile, Lu Ming silently murmured, identification. Chapter 97. Is that Luda from our district? Mutated giant scythe hawk queen, D-rank sovereign, category, insect king tribe. Height, 7 meters weight, 20T description, sacrificing all ranged attacks, evolving into a terrifying melee combatant. A proud warrior capable of enduring direct confrontations. Possesses immense strength, formidable defense, with 60 of its body covered in titanium-grade armor, impervious to weapons below titanium grade. Restoration capabilities are astonishing. Unless completely defeated, even if maimed or dismembered, it can swiftly regain its original form. Skills: mountain-crushing elbow attack, giant blade scythe slash, blade dulling, grievous hammer. Traits: hyper-regeneration, blood rage, mutual death, weakness. The arrogant warrior scorns the concealment of their vulnerabilities. Destruction of the heart or head will lead to demise. Current reproductive power, 7880. Sufficient. This panel is invincible. Yet, there exists a peculiar point. Is it ambiguous? In silence, I closed the information panel of the giant blade hawk. There was no hint of disappointment when the reproductive power of 80,000 was reduced to 8,000. One limit is E-class elite, the other D-class elite. The difference between a novice hunting warrior and an ultimate hunting warrior is clear to anyone with a discerning mind. Now, in the wake of the giant blade hawk, there are both subordinates and citizens. It poses no threat to itself. And to claim it as one of its own is no exaggeration. Gazing at the grand, towering domed structure before him, Lu Ming opened the central city's information panel, locating the architectural model in the three-dimensional panorama of the district. He tapped to view the building's information. Central City Armory No. 1. Category: Level 2 Armory Range. Central Radiation Range of 200 meters. Height: 40 meters. Authorized user, City Lord Lu Ming, can actively add new authorized users. This is it. Armory Number 1. It serves as both a source of crystallized benefits and a wellspring of D-class aberrant combat power. The fusion of weaponry and resources is perfectly embodied in a single armory. The radiation range, which represents the building's radius, is 200 meters, sufficient for the placement of 8,000 giant blade hawks. However, accommodating 8,000 giant blade hawks requires a population cap exceeding 8,000. This is a fundamental requirement. And given the current level of the shelter, it is evidently unattainable. Nevertheless, the issue is not significant. Elevating the fortress's level is the solution. According to the upgrade requirements of the shelter, one merely needs to acquire the fortress core. In other words, it entails assaulting the central city of other regions. Presently, there are two unclaimed territories within reach, the Starlight District and the Pinga District. With his current strength, it is not merely a matter of ease, but fundamentally without difficulty. Tomorrow morning, he will venture to the Starlight District to seize the core region located at the center of the triad. Xiaoxue, can you lift it? With this thought, Lu Ming began to formulate a plan and turned to Xiaoxue for her input. Xiaoxue nodded gently, releasing her threads, weaving a net that instantly ensnared the mutated giant blade hawk. Lu Ming then cooperatively opened the doors to Armory Number 1, escorting the giant blade hawk inside. The interior was vast yet devoid of any contents. The anticipated firearms were nowhere to be found. Reflecting on it now, they were either eliminated from the world or regarded as items for reward distribution. Jin Taixiang must have opened a box or seized them from others. Therefore, the likelihood of discovering original firearms here is exceedingly low. At most, reliance on forging to create more suitable biological ranged weaponry for the current world is plausible. After securing the mutated giant blade hawk, Lu Ming led Xiaoxue and the tyrant out of the armory. The reconstruction of the city was complete, the hawk was arranged, and all operations of the shelter had been experienced. It was now time for serious matters. The core. Iron Fortress Core, esteemed City Lord, please state your command. Just as Lu Ming was about to issue a command, he reconsidered and said, referring to you simply as Core feels somewhat awkward. May I rename you? Iron Fortress Core, affirmative. Please proceed with the new designation, City Lord. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then spoke. Qilin, Iron Fortress Core, Qilin has been successfully named. Please call upon your new title to confirm awakening. Lu Ming chuckled softly. Qilin Core, awakening successful. Please announce your command, esteemed City Lord. Lu Ming declared. Issue a rule announcement to all district transients. Chilancore, please confirm the shelter rules once more, City Lord. Upon verification, they will be immediately published. The previous rule panel unfolded again, and after a thorough review, Lu Ming confirmed its accuracy via voice command. With a whoosh, the rule panel abruptly contracted, transforming into a letter mark that vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, in the western suburbs of the district, sensing the dissipating tremors, Chun Hai and others gathered in a spacious warehouse, awaiting recovery. They planned to observe for half an hour, waiting for the aftershocks to subside before continuing the hunt for aberrants, scavenging for resources, and rescuing survivors. However, just as the group felt trepidation, a prompt sound startled them. Upon opening the message and reading its contents, Fang Peng, Bao Zhengcheng, Wang Yong, and other transients from Jintian district turned in unison towards Chun Hai. Fang Peng, bewildered, remarked, "Is this the final rule for the Iron Fortress? That Lu boss who acquired the shelter is from our district?" Chapter 98. 6 Rules. Chun Hai's gaze deepened as he solemnly stated, "Let us examine the rules first." Fang Peng responded with an O, reading aloud as he went. Preliminary prompt. Once you choose to join the shelter, you agree to abide by all the rules and regulations of the shelter. After joining, unless the city lord adds or modifies rules, you cannot exit at will. Wang Yong interjected. Once you join, you cannot leave, but when the city lord issues new rules, you can regain the right to stay or leave. Quite humane, really. Fang Peng continued to read. Rule 1. Constant fundamental rule. Any shelter possesses this primary tenet. Citizens cannot defy the rules set by the city lord, who has the right to determine the citizens' fate at any time. The city lord is in an absolutely invincible state before the citizens. Upon reaching this point, Fang Peng looked up in confusion, speechless. Hey, isn't this a bit much? It's understandable that the city lord is invincible before the citizens. After all, they fought hard to establish a shelter. If the citizens conspired against them or attempted a betrayal, that would be quite frustrating. Citizens cannot defy the rules set by the city lord is acceptable as well. The rules will be displayed before entering the shelter, allowing one to decide whether to join. If it were too outrageous or disgusting, one would certainly pass. However, the city lord's right to determine the citizens' fate at any time is excessively tyrannical. What if the city lord becomes unhinged after we join? Isn't there a risk of being expelled at any moment? Isn't that a ludicrous setting? Others shared similarly complex expressions, but that was a constant fundamental rule, inherent to any shelter. The only way to avoid it would be to conquer an area oneself. Fang Peng understood and had to concede. Continuing to read, Final Iron Fortress Rule 1. Unless commanded by the city lord or under special circumstances, which the city lord will personally determine, all citizens within the shelter are prohibited from any violent acts. However, this rule does not apply within training grounds. Bao Zhengxing nodded. This rule is good. It curtails violent incidents without affecting normal training. If conflicts arise, they can be resolved in the training grounds. It's quite reasonable. Fang Peng continued. Final Iron Fortress Rule 2. Unless commanded by the city lord or under special circumstances, which the city lord will personally determine, regardless of who it is. Every week must involve at least 6 days of hunting outside the city, with a minimum of 10 aberrants hunted daily, regardless of their level. But the final kill must be personally executed, otherwise it will not count. With a sigh, Wang Yong remarked, "This should be considered a daily task. It seems quite reasonable, likely to prevent people from becoming complacent and lazy." With this in mind, City Lord Lu probably won't randomly expel anyone. He wants to see us actively hunting aberrants. Bao Zhengxing agreed. Continuing Fang Peng's reading. Final Iron Fortress Rule 3. Unless commanded by the city lord or under special circumstances, which the city lord will personally determine. Before the first world level upgrade, all citizens entering the shelter, regardless of age or gender, must achieve the level of Advanced Hunting Warrior. Otherwise, they will be asked to leave the shelter. At this statement, the room fell silent. Advanced Hunting Warriors. Fang Peng's eyes widened as he stared at the rule for a moment before exclaiming, "Is this even human? I'm barely at the level of a novice hunting warrior. And they expect everyone to reach advanced levels? And this applies to all, regardless of age or gender. Are you a devil?" To understand their current status, they are at the lowest level, even below that of advanced soldiers. Wang Yong touched his nose and awkwardly remarked, "Perhaps it's because Lord Lu has high expectations of us." Fang Peng sighed despondently, But these expectations seem excessive. It's unattainable. What do you mean by unattainable? Chenhai, who had been silent, glanced at them. With 27 days remaining until the next world level upgrade, achieving the status of advanced hunting warriors was not impossible. Moreover, every rule had been appended with flexible constraints, special circumstances, decrees from the Lord, judgments by the Lord. All existing regulations were open to negotiation, not to mention the existence of the fourth rule. The fourth rule? A voice from the crowd boldly read it aloud. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Fang Peng looked at Wang Yong and Bao Zhengcheng, inquiring, "What does that mean?" Wang Yong paused for 2 seconds before explaining. "It seems to state that if we hand over the carcasses of aberrant creatures to the Lord, he will guarantee a return of the exact number of crystallized materials dropped by those creatures. For instance, if we submit a carcass of a sickle moth larva, the Lord would return 1 specialized crystal to us. 10 carcasses would yield 10 crystals. We no longer need to worry about luck. The material will be returned without fail." Fang Peng turned to Chenhai, swallowing hard. "Uncle Chun, is that the meaning? Who would gather them?" He lamented, quickly falling silent again. "But when has fortune ever fallen from the sky? The bodies of aberrant creatures are bound to their slayers. Even if the Lord wanted them, he could not collect them. What could he possibly do with them? And a guaranteed return of specialized crystals. This is hardly how charity works. Are we to believe he is a reincarnation of a benevolent soul? This is a post-apocalyptic world," Bao Zhengcheng reassured. "There must be a reason for Lord Lu to establish such rules. While we cannot comprehend the depth of his reasoning, the mere existence of these rules grants them authority." Fang Peng wore a peculiar expression, pondering if this was all part of a conspiracy, questioning whether Lord Lu intended to exploit them and then depart. Yet when he considered the strength of this individual, he doubted whether such a scheme was beneath him. Continuing to read, only 2 rules remained. Final Iron Fortress Rule 5. All citizens are permitted to engage in romantic relationships and marriages, engaging in all actions permissible for lovers and spouses. However, proper precautions must be taken. Within a 3-year developmental observation period, any signs of pregnancy will result in immediate expulsion from the city for both parties, with no room for negotiation. Final Iron Fortress Rule 6. All citizens must refer to themselves as the Lord at all times and in all places. A friendly reminder. Once you choose to join the sanctuary, it signifies your acceptance of all rules and regulations therein. After joining, unless the Lord amends or introduces new rules, you forfeit the right to exit the sanctuary. Please read the rules carefully and thoughtfully before making your decision. Joining will result in immediate transport to the sanctuary. Refusal will lead to forced transportation to an unclaimed urban area. After transport, you will be in a secure environment. Choose to join or refuse. There is no third option. Chapter 99. Moral Coercion. Wang Yong repeated Fang Peng's last words, a feeling of discomfort swelling within him. If you were to inquire about the source of this discomfort, it stemmed from his own self-inflicted dilemma, because it felt far too normal, disturbingly so. Do you grasp that feeling? Where's this place? This is a new world. A lawless wasteland. The unyielding nature of established rules is tyrannical. There is no rationale to be had. By extension, other rules could be arbitrarily set. What of the Lord's 3,000 beauties? What of all citizens being subservient to the Lord? What of the notion that every utterance of the Lord is an order that must be followed, lest one face death? With just a flicker of thought, he could conjure countless nefarious regulations. Looking back at the Final Iron Fortress rules, there are merely 6 in total, the 6th seemingly added without much thought. Analyzing them individually, the 4th rule may pose some challenges. However, viewed collectively, they are entirely reasonable. Even more so, citizens are not required to fulfill any obligations of servitude towards the Lord to gain the sanctuary's protection. As if that were not enough, the Lord is capable of bestowing significant benefits upon the citizens. If this were on Blue Star, it would be a blatant scam. Those who succumb to such a lure would inevitably lose more. Yet now, what do they possess to lose besides themselves? There exists no clause in the rules that infringes upon their personal interests. Where's the deception? What do you think? Fang Peng inquired solemnly. Wang Yong remained silent. Bao Zhengcheng deliberated. In my personal opinion, we should join. After all, our intention was to unite for survival and establish a human base. Now there is a more formal and secure place to go. It would be a pity to refuse. Most importantly, if they declined, they would be forcibly transported to an unclaimed urban area, scattering the group they had painstakingly gathered. In a new place, with new aberrant creatures. They would have to rediscover the weaknesses of those creatures and relearn the art of hunting them, incurring untold costs along the way. Furthermore, if they did not conquer the sanctuary themselves, such scenarios would continue to arise. Next time, the rules might be utterly unacceptable. What then? Bao Zhengqing's words resonated with everyone present. Among their group, there were no true fools, who was unaware of the adage that missing this village meant losing this shop. Consequently, all eyes turned to their tacit leader, Chen Hai. However, Chen Hai remained fixated on the entry rules, seemingly lost in contemplation. Wang Yong snapped a cigarette into his mouth, fiddling with the lighter that had accompanied him from Blue Star, murmuring, ultimately, it's a lack of understanding of the Lord. If only we could uncover more information about this Lord Lu, or perhaps even his appearance. Wang Yong suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, quickly opening the chat interface to search for information. In no time, 2 photographs were projected in holographic form for all to see. Take a look at this. One photograph depicted a robust figure, slightly askew, wielding a straight knife, clad in ill-fitting half-length trousers, bare-chested and barefoot, with a sports fabric wrapped around his head, leaving only his eyes visible, an unmistakable image of a Middle Eastern warrior. Is it him? Is it him? Wang Yong exclaimed with excitement. Oh, isn't this the one who turned a phone repair shop into a larval slaughterhouse? A voice rose from the crowd, pointing at the photograph. The speaker was Zhao He, the one who had posted the image, with Lu Lanfang as the photographer. Indeed, in recent days, they had scarcely rested, constantly tormented by aberrant creatures and the hope for survival, causing them to forget about this individual. If it were indeed him, it seemed entirely plausible. Yes, he is formidable. He simply prefers to walk alone. Aside from Uncle Chun, he is likely the only one capable of conquering the sanctuary. The voices belonged to those who had been in Jinshui Street, near the innovative phone repair shop. The second photograph Wang Yong shared was a still from a video, capturing a moment of Lu Ming suspended on the petite body of Chu Shui, both figures elegantly entwined. Their profiles were vividly clear. It's him. Voices of recognition once again erupted from the crowd, but this time they were tinged with anger rather than excitement. Wang Yong glanced at the speaker, recognizing him as one of the survivors who had escaped from the northern suburbs and had just joined their ranks that day. Curiously, he asked, "What is the issue?" The man straightened his posture, speaking with righteous indignation. "Not just an issue, it is a grave one. At that time, we were coerced by the Southern Cold faction, used as human shields against the swarm of insects. Over 300 of us perished. When this person burst in, we thought he was our savior, pleading for vengeance for our fallen comrades. Yet he claimed he was unfamiliar with us.